Hello, everyone. Today, we're fulfilling Tran Trong's request. He desperately wants a rebirth/urban cultivation story. All right, buddy. The story's fully written and I've finished the video. Enjoy. Hee hee. Sunlight streamed through the window as the male lead suddenly awoke. He sat up abruptly, staring at his hands, his face filled with astonishment. "This is me," he exclaimed with a delighted grin. "That I was right. I've been reborn on Earth. In my past life, I was Yi Tian, diligently cultivating in the Huin Thien realm for 600 years. I borrowed the 9 heavens divine stone, the treasure of all races, and stood at the pinnacle of all existence. Unexpectedly, just as I was on the verge of immortality, I couldn't withstand the heavenly tribulation and perished. But heaven has shown me mercy and granted me another chance." He stepped out of bed, gazing at the small stone in his hand, murmuring, "So what if my body is weak and my dantian is dry? As long as I have the 9 heavens divine stone, I will repay the deep blood feud of my past life 100-fold in this one." Painful memories flashed through his mind. "I'm back in this life. This tragedy won't happen again. It's time for payback." Suddenly, he heard a commotion outside. 2 luxury cars were parked in the courtyard below. A group of elegantly dressed people emerged. A man in a suit said in a low voice, "It's truly an honor to have Miss Tuham join us at Dang Long Mountain Villa." The woman in the red dress replied, "You're wise to recognize that, Thuong Vin. If it weren't for Yi Tian, I wouldn't set foot in such a high-class place." Yi Tian, looking out the window, overheard this conversation. He chuckled bitterly. "Vong Tuham. In my past life, I endured so much humiliation and unrequited love for her. What's left for me to cherish now?" Thuong Vin said, "However, your fiancé is putting on quite an act, making you wait for him." Tuham snapped, "Fiancé? Does Yi Tian even deserve that title? He's nothing but a dog." She then looked up at the upper floor, shouting, "Yi Tian, come down. Are you waiting for me to invite you personally?" He calmly replied, "Hello, I'm Yi Tian." Dai Bao said, "Thuong Vin, you're quite something. Just before the break ends, you've arranged a luxurious party for us. Dang Long Mountain Villa usually hosts nobles and high-ranking officials. We're just high school students. You must have some serious connections to get in." Thuong Vin, with an annoyed expression, reminded him, "You're Yi Tian. Dressed like that, you'll be kicked out of Dang Long Mountain Villa." He curtly replied, "It's fine." Inwardly, Yi Tian thought, "Thuong Vin, in my past life, you humiliated me relentlessly because of Vong Tuham. Even after 600 years, that memory still stings." Vong Tuham flew into a rage, yelling, "Yi Tian, for such an important party, you couldn't even bother to dress properly? You're such an embarrassment." Thuong Vin chimed in, "Exactly." Yi Tian wondered what Thuong Vin was really up to. Given Thuong Vin's background, he wasn't worthy of his attention. That smile must be mocking him. Suddenly, Thuong Vin suggested, "I have a suit in my car. My cousin from the countryside doesn't need it anymore. You two are about the same size. I can get it for you. It's much better than what you're wearing now." He waved his hand dismissively. "No need. It's getting late. Wait for me downstairs and we'll leave." Thuong Vin raised an eyebrow. "Putting on airs, huh? Look at yourself. You dare to compete with me for Tuham? You're completely delusional. I'll make sure you're humiliated at Dang Long Mountain Villa." Yi Tian put on his jacket and laughed. "If I remember correctly, what happens next at Dang Long Mountain Villa will leave a deep impression on these rich kids." A moment later, the group arrived at Dang Long Mountain. Seeing a tall man standing at the gate, Dai Kai said to Dai Bao, "This is Hong Sanja's Gold Star henchman, Director Ma Wen. I heard he's worth tens of millions." He marveled. Brother Shang's influence is impressive. Otherwise, how could Director Ma be here to greet us? Yi Tian observed his surroundings, thinking, the spiritual energy on Earth is both thin and chaotic, but the spiritual energy here is dense. It could enhance my current cultivation. This is a suitable place. Suddenly, he heard Shangbin call him, "Yi Tian, come here for a second." He said to Director Ma, "Let me introduce you. This is my friend, Yi Tian. His background is a bit different from ours. He's the young master of the Dong Twin County's chief family." Director Ma raised his hand dismissively and "Oh, need to introduce this kind of person. Let's go." Vong Tuham frowned, looking annoyed and embarrassed. "I knew I shouldn't have brought him along." She called out to Shang Vin, don't walk so fast. Wait up. He handed Tu Ham a ticket, saying, this invitation is worth millions. Only those with tickets can enter tonight's party. Without one, even if you're as beautiful as a fairy, you can't get in. Shang Vin feigned exasperation. Oh no, it's all your fault. Why are we short a ticket? He looked at Yi Tian and ordered, why don't you go to the Long Yuan Hotel and give me a ticket? Yi Tian replied frankly, don't bother. You guys enjoy yourselves. I'll find something to do to kill time. A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated. Shang Vin had insulted him 3 times along the way. Fine, I just need to increase my cultivation to the middle stage of Qi refining. Asterisk, if I only rely on Earth's spiritual energy, it would take more than 15 to 18 years to reach the middle stage of Qi refining. However, with the 9 heavens divine stone in hand, the Earth's spiritual energy condenses faster, and my cultivation continuously improves. By then, people like Shang Vin and Ma will be nothing but specks of dust. Asterisk. He found a small pavilion by the lake. Asterisk, this place is quiet and has good spiritual energy. This is the spot. Asterisk, Tian sat down and began to cultivate. Asterisk, having experienced 600 years of cultivation in my past life, I have mastered divine treasures and cultivation techniques. Half a day is enough to reach the middle stage of Qi refining. Cultivation comprises 8 major realms: foundation establishment, spiritual wandering, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, body integration, tribulation transcendence, and great completion. Asterisk. In my past life, during the heavenly tribulation, I discovered that my cultivation in each realm was imperfect. Asterisk, coupled with the interference of inner demons, my Tao heart shattered and my body was destroyed by the lightning tribulation. However, in this rebirth, both my realm and inner demons are manageable. This time, I must not leave any weaknesses. A flawless Tao heart is the foundation of foundation establishment. Asterisk. Asterisk, the foundation establishment stage is divided into Qi refining, spiritual movement, and enlightenment. The 10 directions Qi refining technique is the highest method of the Qi refining stage. In my past life, I started using this technique too late. Therefore, in this reborn life, I must begin with this technique. East, south, west, north, life, death, past, future. Using this technique to absorb spiritual energy from all directions is truly wondrous. Asterisk. Yi Tian opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. Asterisk, half a day has passed. Have I reached the middle stage of Qi refining already? Asterisk, he flexed his muscles slightly as his body began to expel impurities. Asterisk, it seems that's the case. This speed is definitely thanks to the 10 directions Qi refining technique. Asterisk. He looked at the rock behind him. Let's test the results. Yi Tian channeled his Qi and threw a powerful punch. There was a loud thud. The power is only enough to crack the stone. It's still not enough. I need to continue absorbing spiritual energy. He pondered. The spiritual energy in other places isn't as good as here. Relying solely on the 9 heavens divine stone isn't enough. I must find spiritual herbs, or set up an effective formation to increase it. Suddenly, Yi Tian sensed a strange energy. He exclaimed, this is spiritual energy. In this barren earth, is there actually another cultivator? A group of people was approaching. Yi Tian saw the girl leading the group, radiating a 5-colored aura. He immediately realized something was wrong. This wasn't spiritual energy. This is cold poison. She has the pure yang constitution, 1 in 10,000. If this constitution were guided by the gathering essence art, she would definitely reach a higher realm. However, how could there be such a cultivation technique on Earth? The cold poison is acting up like melting ice. Her suffering is beyond words, truly pitiful. The tall young man suddenly said, Hong Linger, that kid dared to occupy our cultivation spot. Let me chase him away. The girl stopped him, that I'm afraid you're not his match. Don't cause trouble. Yushan didn't believe her. Just let me test him. With a skinny frame, I doubt he can withstand a single palm strike from me. He thought to himself, Linger clearly knows I have feelings for her, yet she uses someone else to challenge me. Yushan walked up to Yi Tian and said loudly, get up. Yi Tian asked, what's the matter? He replied, kid, do you know any martial arts? Want to try a bit? Yi Tian chuckled and replied, just a little. This brother wants to challenge me? All right. Inwardly, he laughed wryly, asking a cultivator with 600 years of experience, and he even came to me himself. This is too dangerous. He almost laughed out loud. He was a little surprised he actually agreed. Yushan, go easy on him. Last time you broke someone's ribs. Isn't almost killing someone enough? Xiao Jia chimed in. Yushan has been practicing martial arts since he was young. Even experts in the province have been knocked unconscious by him. Linger, you've misjudged this time. Hong Linger reminded, it's just a spar. Don't go overboard. Yushan replied, don't worry. I'll definitely leave him with a good memory. He started to stretch and prepare to attack. Come on, Yi Tian said begin. Yushan threw a punch straight at his face. Die kid. Yi Tian thought to himself, I have no grudge against him, but the reputation of an immortal venerable isn't to be trifled with. I must teach him a lesson. Yi Tian threw a punch, blocking the incoming blow with a single strike. Yushan was sent flying backward, landing flat on the ground. Hong Linger exclaimed, the match was decided with a single move. He must be an expert. Yushan sat up, damn it. He dared to embarrass me in front of Ling. Seeing him cough up blood, Xiao Yi and Xiao Jia hurriedly asked, are you okay? Big brother you. Do we need to call a doctor? Are you seriously injured? Yushan cursed, damn it. Yi Tian looked at him and asked with his eyes, do you yield? He thought to himself, I can't continue. If I keep fighting, something bad might happen. There will be other opportunities later. Suddenly, he felt a surge of energy burst forth. Xiao Yi and Xiao Jia felt a pressure that made it hard to breathe. They gasped in shock. What's happening? Yi Tian sighed inwardly. How careless. I just entered the middle stage of qi refining and haven't fully controlled my spiritual energy yet. That's why it leaked out. This caused the surrounding plants to glow. Yushan couldn't believe his eyes. What was that just now? The difference in class is too vast. Just now, I was thinking about how to get revenge, and then they all bowed their heads and apologized that we didn't know, Grandmaster, that you were here. We have offended you. Please forgive us, Grandmaster. Yi Tian replied, it was just a little spar, no worries. However, why do you call me Grandmaster? Linger said, sir, your body possesses minor completion inner chi. Therefore, you are a Grandmaster. He pondered. Asterisk minor completion inner chi. Are there cultivators on Earth too? Asterisk, he found this interesting. Yi Tian continued to ask, what realms are above minor completion inner chi? The girl replied, above minor completion is major completion, peak, and transformation realm. However, my knowledge is limited. I have never met anyone with major completion inner chi before. He deduced, asterisk major completion inner chi is equivalent to the feather hair rhinoceros stage. But I can't be careless. I must quickly cultivate to the spirit moving stage, which is the equivalent of peak inner chi. Asterisk. Linger thought to herself, asterisk those born with inner chi are all dominant figures. Now that I've encountered him, he hasn't said anything. Could it be? Asterisk suddenly Yi Tian spoke, startling everyone. But he only said, it's nothing. I was just thinking about something. Linger breathed a sigh of relief. We were blind to your presence, Grandmaster. We have offended you. She handed Yi Tian a silver card and said, this is a platinum VIP card for the Tung Long Mountain Villa. I wouldn't dare to say this elsewhere, but at Tung Long Mountain Villa, if Grandmaster needs anything, just let us know. He took the card, thinking to himself, asterisk this girl is an important figure at Tung Long Mountain Villa. I'll just accept it. Seeing Shang Rong's angry face will be quite amusing. Asterisk Yi Tian asked, your name is Hong Linger, correct? The girl replied, that's right, Grandmaster. What can I do for you? He asked, how often does the cold poison in your body flare up? Linger froze, momentarily speechless. Hearing this, Yushan blurted out, Linger, cold poison? What nonsense is he talking about? The girl forced a polite smile and asked, you saw my chronic illness at a glance? Grandmaster's cultivation is truly extraordinary. Linger dares to ask for your honorable name. He replied, my surname is Yi, and my name is Tian. Hong Linger, I have a remedy that specializes in treating cold poison. A congenital condition, level 4. The girl grasped his hand and said, is there really a way? The cold poison in my body has been present since I was in the womb. A certain expert declared that I could only live until 20. Grandmaster Yi, can you truly save me? Yi Tian replied, don't worry. I can see your condition. I'm certain there's a way to cure your cold poison. Hong Linger said joyfully, Grandmaster, if you can save me, I am willing to agree to any of your requests. Yushan exclaimed, Linger, could it be that you? Hong Linger snapped, don't be ridiculous. It's not what you think. Yi Tian smiled, thinking, asterisk he's overthinking it. In my past life, I've seen countless goddesses and saintesses. Hong Linger isn't enough to move me. Asterisk, he said, it's just a small matter. However, I need a few days to prepare. The girl bowed her head and said, Linger is eternally grateful. I hope Grandmaster will leave a way to contact you. I will prepare a banquet to welcome you. Yi Tian declined. A banquet isn't necessary. I have a prior engagement with friends at Long Yuan restaurant. He tossed her a leaf. Linger gasped, this is... She examined the leaf. His phone number was written on it. Yi Tian quickly departed. He instructed, call me in a week. Hong Linger suddenly turned to Yushan and asked, do you know what this is? A Rinshan high school party. Is that Brat Shang Rong organizing it? He replied, I wasn't interested, so I declined. But suddenly, I'm intrigued. The young woman took out her phone and called Director Ma. Tell the kitchen to change one order to the highest grade Flying Dragon Feast for the Rinshan High School students. Yi Tian, while walking, felt his stomach rumble. He groaned, just got back. Forgot I can't go without food now. Just then, the aroma of food wafted from somewhere. Haven't been hungry in 4,500 years. Now the smell of food is truly tempting. He followed the scent to a luxurious building. Presenting his platinum card, he was immediately invited inside. A security guard wondered, this person is dressed ordinarily. Why does he have a platinum VIP card? The person next to him said, a master doesn't reveal their true form. Get it? Yi Tian entered and went straight to a dining table in no time for small talk. These brats can eat and leave. Seeing the empty seat next to Zihan, he thought to himself, I'll sit there. He pulled out the chair and sat down just as Zihan snapped. Yi Tian, you've got some nerve. Sit there and don't wander off. My mother told me to look after you. Hai Lam, sitting opposite, also spoke with disdain. Yi Tian, right? Don't think that having a childhood engagement means you can freeload. Zihan has plenty of suitors. He slammed his chopsticks down and retorted, first, I'm not pursuing Wang Zihan. Second, the childhood engagement was just a joke between the adults. If you're not happy, we can break it off. If there's nothing else, I need to eat. Hai Lam whispered, Zihan, he said he'll break off the engagement. Aren't you worried? She changed the subject. All right. This is a public place. Don't talk about it anymore. Yi Tian thought, don't think I didn't hear that. If it weren't for Wang Zihan's mother, who helped me in my past life, I wouldn't even bother with you. Suddenly, from the other side, Shang Rong's fawning voice was heard. Brother Yu, what an honor. I thought you weren't coming. Yushan looked around and replied, I'm here to offer a toast, and then I'll leave. Everyone, please continue. Shang Rong laughed. I should be the one offering you a toast. Yushan shouted, out of the way. Where's Grandmaster Yi? Shang Rong asked, Brother Yu, what do you need Grandmaster Yi for? He replied, I'm here to offer the Grandmaster a toast. Everyone started murmuring. What Grandmaster? If there was one here, wouldn't we know? Who is this Grandmaster Yi? Hearing this, Yi Tian turned and called out, Xiao Shan, come here. Everyone was stunned. What is Yi Tian up to now? Ikai exclaimed. Yi Tian, are you crazy or do you want to die? How dare you speak to Brother Yu like that? His words were cut short by a slap from Yushan that sent him reeling. How dare you speak to Grandmaster Yi like that? Everyone was shocked and confused. Yushan walked over to Yi Tian and said, Grandmaster Yi, I've finally found you. He replied casually, sit down. Suddenly, he saw Ma Wen and his followers approaching. They all chorused, greetings, Grandmaster Yi. Yushan raised his glass and said, Grandmaster Yi, I offer you a toast. Today, you have truly broadened my horizons. I hope for your guidance in the future. Having offered my toast, I'll take my leave. Hai Lam suddenly asked Zihan, what's Yi Tian's background? Why didn't you tell me? Wang Zihan turned and questioned Yi Tian, what's your relationship with Yushan? He replied, we just met today. You could say we bonded over a fight. Ikai scoffed, I thought it was something big. Turns out it was just a coincidence. He's just showing off because he knows Yushan. Huh? Shang Rong sneered. Why should I give this Yi Tian any face? How can Yushan compare to someone in high society, like Director Ma? He feigned a smile and said, everyone, please continue enjoying yourselves. Then, turn to Ikai. He said, look at that slap mark on your face. Go take care of it. Don't let others see. As he walked away, he cursed under his breath, damn it. Today's been so unlucky. Yi Tian smiled. Asterisk, this guy is definitely Feng Ba Dao Huisu from Dang Long's son. The good part is about to begin. Asterisk. Ikai was walking down the hallway when he suddenly saw a girl with an attractive figure. He thought to himself, asterisk, getting slapped was a bit unlucky, but meeting such a hot babe, asterisk, lustful thoughts filled his mind as he approached her. Asterisk, dressed like this, she's definitely not a decent woman. Hey. No need to be polite then. Asterisk. Ikai brazenly grabbed the beauty's waist and asked, "Want to hang out with me tonight?" The girl slapped him hard across the face and yelled, "Pervert! Scumbag! You dare touch me?" 2 slaps in one night. Ikai angrily shoved her. He then kicked her while shouting, "Bitch, you dare hit me? You think I'll let you get away with that?" He kicked her a few more times before walking away. The girl crawled up and took out her phone to call for help. Daddy's precious girl got beaten by a scumbag. I want him dead. Ikai returned to the table, grumbling, "So unlucky. Just ran into a pretentious prude. She even dared to hit me. I gave her a good kicking." Shang Rong warned, "Be careful. This is Dang Long Sun Trang. Besides, Director Ma just said Dong Xie is also here today. Don't cause trouble." Ikai replied nonchalantly, "What's there to be afraid of? There are so many of us. Even if Li Donghae Baintong shows up, so what? He'll still have to give me some face." Shang Rong exclaimed, "Don't be so sure. Almost half of the entertainment venues in Dongchao belong to Dong Xie. You're just a student. You can't compare." Ikai laughed loudly, "Ha." Etian thought to himself, asterisk keep laughing. "I'm afraid this is the last time you'll be able to asterisk." The door to the room was kicked open and a group of thugs walked in. Shang Rong jumped to his feet and shouted, "This is a private gathering. We'll let you in here." Lao didn't even glance at him. He walked straight to Ikai and said, "That's the blonde punk. Take him away." 2 henchmen immediately grabbed Ikai. He cried out, "Let me go. Rongji, save me." Shang Rong yelled, "Stop. You have to have a reason to arrest my friend. What's the meaning of this?" Ikai shrieked, "Did you hear, Rongji? Let me go. Otherwise, just you wait." Lao slapped him hard across the face. "Do you believe I'll cripple you?" Seeing that the other side was ignoring him, Shang Rong ordered his men to attack. He thought to himself, asterisk damn it. If I don't save him, I'm afraid I won't be able to maintain my current position. Asterisk Dao Feng led his men forward. He sneered, "You dare act arrogant in front of me? You've messed with the wrong person." The 2 sides clashed. After a fierce struggle, Dao Feng's group gained the upper hand. Vong Tu Ham exclaimed, "Wow, so impressive. They finished the fight already." Yi Tian replied, "Finished? I don't think so. We don't know who messed with the wrong person yet. What kind of people are in Hai Lam Chow? They didn't even help, and now they're mocking us." Old Ha gritted his teeth, "You bastard. You'll pay for this." He took out his phone to make a call. Shang Rong sneered, "Call whoever you want. Let's see how many people you can call." Old Ha announced, "Dong Xie, we're at Yun Tian. It's the punk who hit the young miss." Ikai felt a jolt when he heard this. Dong Xie? Could it be the blonde kid who hit Dong Xie's guest? Very quickly, the main doors opened. 2 middle-aged men walked in. The crowd immediately formed 2 lines and bowed their heads. "Dong Xie," they greeted. He spoke sternly, "You've got guts, hitting my guest. Do you think Li Dong is easy to bully?" Shang Rong tried to smooth things over. "Dong Xie, please don't be angry. My father is Shang Zhengyang of the Baoguang Corporation." But before he could finish, the bald man grabbed him by the collar and roared, "You bastard. You dare hit my daughter? I won't rest until I've taken your life." Shang Rong's face paled. After all, this was Director Ma's territory. "Please, big brother, give me face for Director Ma's sake. Spare me this once." Dong Xie said contemptuously, "One minute you're using your father's name, the next it's Ma Wen's. You're quite the operator." He spat on the ground and shouted, "Let me tell you, in front of Li Dong, everyone is nothing." Wang Ziham trembled. Why did he have to provoke Dong Xie? Unsure if this involved him, Yi Tian reassured her, "I agreed to your mother that I would take care of you. Don't worry, I'll keep my word." She glanced at him in surprise. Yi Tian thought to himself, this time, Shang Rong is definitely going to suffer a big loss. However, as long as they don't touch Wang Ziham, I don't need to intervene. Old Ha whispered something in Li Dong's ear. He looked at Shang Rong and asked, "Just now, your men hit my men. You enjoyed that, didn't you? I'll let you enjoy yourselves even more." Dong Xie ordered, "Knock out all the men here. Strip the women naked and drag them outside the villa. Leave them there for a day." Screams of terror rang out. "Let me go. Help." A man with a green mohawk approached Wang Ziham. Terrified, she cried out, "Please spare me. I have nothing to do with them." At this moment, Yi Tian threw a pair of chopsticks, which embedded themselves deeply into the floor. Everyone was stunned. "What was that?" He shouted, "I wasn't planning on getting involved, but now, get out of here while you still can." Li Dong laughed arrogantly. "Get out? Ha ha ha." One of his men, Xiao Si, looked worried, but Li Dong said, "I'm afraid to." Ziham was startled by Yi Tian's outburst. Hai Lam exclaimed, "Has he gone crazy?" Li Dong was a bit surprised at what's going on today. So many people don't know their place. He called to his man, Sanzi, teach this little hero a lesson. Sanzi smirked, I've been itching for a fight. Someone in the crowd exclaimed excitedly. Sanzi used to be a special forces soldier. He can take on 10 men at once. Sanzi walked up to Yi Tian and said, just give up and die. Yi Tian smiled, a murderous aura emanating from him. It seems he knows some martial arts too. This will be a good test of his strength. Sanzi threw a punch. Take this. Yi Tian didn't even bother dodging. He raised his hand and blocked the punch. Sanzi was shocked inwardly. This kid could easily block his punch. Despite this, he still tried to act tough. Not bad. I really enjoy killing experts like you. Much more interesting than killing trash. He then pulled out a switchblade. Yi Tian thought to himself, if I can't beat him with my fists, I'll have to resort to a weapon. I overestimated him. He smiled and asked, you think you can win with a knife? Sanzi yelled, only the living have the right to speak. He lunged forward with a knife. Many people who witnessed this scene were terrified. Ziham, unable to watch, screamed. Shang Rong scoffed, you overestimate yourself. But with a clang, the knife flew to the side. Sanzi tumbled to the floor, syrup splattering everywhere. Li Dong, startled, called out, Sanzi. He replied, boss, I'm all right. Seeing the precarious situation, Li Dong ordered, attack. Kill him for me. The whole gang of subordinates charged forward, ready for a showdown. Yi Tian cracked his knuckles. Good. This saves me time. In the blink of an eye, he broke the first man's arm. The man screamed, my arm. Yi Tian laughed. That my chi is as strong as steel. Li Dong broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it, I've met a formidable opponent. Yi Tian's movements were swift as the wind, his attacks lightning fast, taking down the subordinates in an instant. He clenched the glass in his hand. Today, I'll teach this punk a lesson. He'll learn not to mess with Li Dong. He threw the glass, shattering it. You may be a good fighter, but I'll shatter you into a million pieces, just like this glass. Yi Tian thought to himself, we'll see who falls first. Suddenly, a brazen shout came from outside. Who dares cause trouble at Dang Long Mountain Villa? Li Dong turned, startled, to see Lang Ni. Miss Lang Ni, why are you here? I was just about to send someone to fetch you, but this punk stopped me. He thought to himself, you're dead now, kid. Yi Tian was also surprised. Lang Ni, why is it you? She replied, I haven't even had a chance to properly welcome you to my establishment, and these people are already bothering Grandmaster. Lang Ni offered him a glass of wine. This drink is my apology. I'll finish mine first. You may do as you please. Li Dong broke out in a cold sweat. Who is this kid? Even Miss Lang Ni. Yi Tian clinked glasses with her and then asked, do you know Li Dong? She replied, Li Dong? I'm his great aunt. Of course he knows me. Li Dong immediately bowed his head in apology. I didn't know Grandmaster Yi was a valued guest of my great aunt. I wouldn't dare cause trouble, not even if I had 100 lives. Lang Ni frowned. He dropped to his knees. Grandmaster Yi, I was blind to your greatness. Please forgive me. Yi Tian thought to himself, this trip hasn't resulted in any fatalities. It seems I controlled my strength well. I can stop now. He said softly, all right, that's enough. Lang Ni yelled, get out. Li Dong, overjoyed, replied, yes, yes, yes. We're leaving right away. The whole gang scrambled to leave. Hurry up, don't push me. Lang Ni turned to Yi Tian and said, I feel terrible that you encountered trouble in my establishment. Everything is on the house tonight. Is there anything else you need? Yi Tian replied, no need, I don't mind. It's crowded here. Let's talk properly another time. She whispered, understood. We'll take our leave then. Yi Tian thought to himself, if they hadn't bothered Ziham, then the task my aunt gave me would be complete. Let's go. Yes. Wang Ziham thought to herself, is this really Yi Tian, the one who used to follow me around? He's changed. The next day, Yi Tian opened his car door, about to leave, when Wang Ziham appeared behind him. She asked, who was that Miss Lang Ni last night? Why did she help you? Zihan retorted, we only met yesterday. How would I know who she is? And why would she help me? Probably to repay a favor. She yelled, I don't even know you're freeloading at my house. What makes you think you're so great, going around helping people? Just be honest. She scoffed. According to you, Yi Tian said, someone without money or power like me doesn't even have the right to help others. Fine, I'll move out of your house today. From now on, we'll be like two separate rivers. Just hug your money and live your whole life. Zihan shouted furiously, you ungrateful wretch. Yi Tian went to downtown Yingzhou. My cultivation is progressing too slowly. There's not enough spiritual energy. I need to find another way. Suddenly, his stomach rumbled. He laughed bitterly to himself. I forgot I haven't learned how to... I forgot what hunger felt like after not eating for a few hundred years. Yi Tian patted his pockets, feeling the meager amount of money inside. I need to rent a place and find a place to cultivate. I'm afraid I'll become the first immortal lord to die of starvation. But if I agreed to cure Hong Linger's cold poison, I can't break my promise. I'll use this money to buy medicine. I'll just sleep rough tonight. He bought some food and walked into a small alley. Suddenly, he heard shouting from the other side. "How dare you touch me? I won't let you get away with this." Yi Tian stopped immediately. A young woman in a short dress was being cornered by a few thugs. Li Siwu continued to shout, "Do you know who I am?" The thug with the 3 stripes on his head sneered, "Playing hard to get, huh? I guarantee you'll be screaming with pleasure soon enough." The woman slapped him hard across the face. The thug grabbed her by the neck and snarled, "I like your spirit." Li Siwu cried out, "Help! Help!" Yi Tian called out, "Let her go." The thugs turned around at "Who's there?" "I wasn't planning on getting involved," Yi Tian said, "but if I don't, she'll probably die here." The thug with the 3 stripes shoved the woman aside. "1 life? I can handle that. Mind your own business." One of the thugs pulled out a knife, his voice menacing. "Want to play hero, huh? Let's see if you're tough enough." Li Siwu cried out, "Run, run. You can't beat them." Yi Tian thought to himself, how naive. The 3 thugs charged at him. With a powerful kick, he sent all 3 thugs flying. 10 against 1. No problem. They scrambled away, losing their shoes in their haste. "Let's go." Yi Tian helped the woman up, reassuring her, "It's all right now. Don't walk alone at night. It's not safe." Li Siwu replied, I'm okay. Thank you for helping me." Yi Tian smiled. "Good to hear. Wait a minute." He felt like he had seen her somewhere before. Despite the heavy makeup, she didn't seem like the type to be out on the streets like this. The woman said shyly, "If it's not too much trouble, could I get her phone number? I'd like to thank you properly tomorrow." He replied, "There's no need. I'm just a poor student. Maybe you could help me find a part-time job." Li Siwu brightened. "At a part-time job? I work at a bar. We're short-staffed. Are you interested?" Yi Tian pondered. "A bar? But I'm still a student." He thought to himself, "A bar isn't so bad, but I still need to cultivate. I'm afraid I won't have the time." The woman replied, "It's only for a few hours in the evening. It shouldn't interfere with your studies." He nodded slightly. In that case, I should be the one thanking you. Let me think about it." The girl suddenly remembered. "That's right. What's your name?" "I'm Li Siwu. If you decide, come find me tonight at Queen Bar." He shook the girl's hand and replied, "I'm Yi Tian. I'll remember your kindness." Yi Tian sat in his rented room. He circulated his qi, using the replenishing spirit pill as a base, guiding the spiritual energy to the cold poison within his body to try and eradicate it. Ordinary medicinal herbs refined into pills could only be called minor replenishing spirit pills. He had to find a way to add other rare medicinal herbs to guarantee effectiveness. He opened the furnace to check on the progress, which was quite favorable. "It's just that I'm afraid I'll have to earn some more money." Yi Tian held the Renguang High School notification slip. He suddenly remembered. How could I forget Li Siwu? She's the school beauty of Renguang High School. A school beauty unexpectedly running a bar outside of school. School seemed to be getting interesting. 2 images appeared in his mind, an elegant schoolgirl and a worldly bar girl. "One person, 2 identities." Yi Tian exclaimed, "It seems I have to go there and see what kind of work it is." He lay down on the bed and slept a sleep of rebirth. In this life, things were becoming interesting. Arriving at the location, Yi Tian saw the sign and thought to himself, this must be the place. The location is correct. He pondered briefly that a student owning a business on this street. Li Siwu is not simple. Yi Tian calmly walked in that it's best not to reveal my identity. Upon entering, the bar was surprisingly empty. Li Siwu waved enthusiastically, greeting Yi Tian. "Over here." She eagerly asked, "Have you thought about it?" "I'm having a real headache because I'm short-staffed." Yi Tian scratched his head and replied, "I've thought it over. Show me the job, and I'll start right away." Li Siwu hurriedly led him away. "Follow me. I'll show you." A moment later, Yi Tian was wearing a waiter's uniform. Suddenly, strange whispers arose. "Did you hear? Boss Li Siwu is in big trouble this time." Yi Tian then noticed 2 other waiters talking secretly. "I heard," she offendedly dawned. "That guy loves to cause trouble. Who knows how he'll retaliate against us?" At that moment, they discovered Yi Tian eavesdropping. "Hey!" The other waiter hurriedly shooed him away. "Newbie, don't be lazy. Get to work." Yi Tian obeyed. "I'll go right away." However, he chuckled inwardly. Queen Bar is quite interesting. I didn't expect it to have connections with that kind of thug. At 2:30 a.m., Li Siwu approached, praising Yi Tian. "I didn't misjudge you. You work hard today. Here's your pay. Yi Tian humbly replied, I just did my job. It's nothing to praise. He then turned to leave. All right, see you tomorrow. At this moment, Yi Tian thought to himself, the spiritual energy in my body feels a bit unusual. I need to get home quickly. That evening, as soon as he got home, Yi Tian immediately sat down to cultivate. He thought to himself, my progress is very fast. I'm about to break through to the late stage of qi refinement. Suddenly, Yi Tian's eyes widened as if he had encountered something strange. He felt that the situation wasn't right, and oh good. Relying on the spiritual energy within this 10 square meters room isn't enough. Yi Tian stubbornly closed his eyes and chanted. Spiritual energy began to spread out of the window, even beyond his apartment building. Yi Tian slowly opened his eyes. The 10 directions qi refinement technique is truly miraculous. The spiritual energy within 10 miles is converging here. He rejoiced as the spiritual energy began to spread wider. Indeed, even the spiritual energy of the moon was being drawn down. Yi Tian focused all his energy on taking a deep breath. He slowly placed his feet on the ground. Yi Tian's body changed slightly. It seemed like his physical strength had increased. Just then, his phone rang. Yi Tian was surprised. What did Li Dong want from him? Nevertheless, he picked up the phone. The other side spoke urgently. Master Yi, I need your help with something. Yi Tian put the call on speaker to hear more clearly. He immediately asked, Li Dong, we don't have any dealings with each other. Why are you asking for my help? Li Dong's voice was filled with anxiety. Master, I'm really in trouble. It concerns Miss Lang Ni. Master Yi, can you help me? A hefty reward was mentioned, but Yi Tian still wondered. Li Dong's money. I don't really need it. The most powerful man in Yingzhou. Why is he suddenly begging for help? Finally, he agreed. I'll come over and take a look. The next morning, Yi Tian arrived. 2 rows of bodyguards immediately bowed to him. As soon as Li Dong saw him, he stepped forward, greeting him, Master Yi. He shook his hand excitedly. You're finally here. When Yi Tian entered, he saw a group of strange people sitting formally in the room. He asked, who is this? Li Dong explained. Allow me to introduce you, Master. This is Master Yu Yuancheng, a famous Qigong master in Yingzhou. Hearing this, Yi Tian was surprised that, in this day and age, it's rare to find someone who truly cultivates. He cheerfully stepped forward to greet him. Hello. The other man slightly lifted his teacup, sipping his tea without even glancing at Yi Tian. Li Dong, a little embarrassed, changed the subject. Master Yi, please have a seat. Let's sit down and talk. Li Dong told him the story. Master, are you familiar with Huang Ziqiang from Yinxian? He's disregarded the rules and extended his reach into Yingzhou. Li Dong's face became tense. Half of my men have been beaten and driven away. Yi Tian was a little skeptical. Brother Dong, with your powerful army, are you joking? Li Dong affirmed, I'm not afraid of their numbers, but they've hired a master. None of my men are a match for him. Yi Tian hesitantly asked, you mean? Only then did Yu Yuancheng raise his head and pay attention. Li Dong had someone bring a large suitcase in front of them and said, this is the reward for both of you. I hope you 2 masters will lend your assistance. Sure enough, inside was a lot of money. Moreover, there was also a precious ginseng root. With just a glance, Yi Tian knew this thing was truly exceptional. It must be at least 300 years old. He began to ponder. Using aged ginseng as medicine can cure the cold poison in Lang Ni's body. It can also enhance spiritual power. He took the initiative to ask Yu Yuancheng, Master Yu, I urgently need this aged ginseng. Would you mind parting with it? Hearing this, Yu Yuancheng put down his teacup, scoffing in response. Yi Tian lightly flicked his hand, wanting to observe how Yu Yuancheng would react. Suddenly, he saw Yu Yuancheng flick back, sending the ginseng flying. There was a strange black mark on the chair where he sat. Yi Tian immediately concluded, it seems he's in the early stages of qi cultivation. Not bad cultivation, but his temperament is too arrogant. Just then, Li Dong's opponent arrived, swaggering in and asking mockingly, so, you can't handle Yinxian? I see you've brought in some help. Noticing Yu Yuancheng and Yi Tian's presence, they said, wow, Li Dong, you've invited 2 people. You shouldn't interfere in my, Song Tian's, business. But no one in Yingzhou knows how to fight. Hearing this, Yi Tian commented, this Song Tian's internal strength has already reached the grand completion stage of internal strength. Is Li Dong looking down on Yingzhou, thinking there's no one left? He walked over and respectfully said, Master Yi, I've troubled you both today. Yu Yuan Chang spoke up. I alone am enough to handle this. He glanced contemptuously at Yi Tian, then sarcastically asked Li Dong, what did you bring this guy for? Li Dong stammered, Yi Tian didn't bother arguing that if Master Yu is so confident, then I'll take my leave. Li Dong hurriedly stopped him, but don't go. Martial artists are prone to disagreements. Master Yi, please don't take it to heart. Hearing this, Yi Tian sat down to watch the show. He thought to himself, this Yu guy is a minor realm below Song Tian. Does he even know his own limits? Song Tian stepped forward and provocatively extended his hand. Why Yu Yuan Chang? Make you move. Li Dong was tense, silently praying, Master Yu, you must win. Yi Tian had already predicted the outcome of this clash. This Yu Yuan Chang charged forward boldly. Yi Tian was certain he would lose. Song Tian just scoffed and glanced to the side. He then swiftly dodged to the side. Too slow. Seeing Yu Yuan Chang lose his balance, he laughed ferociously. Song Tian began to focus all his power into a counterattack. Haha. Yu Yuanqing's face turned ashen, and he panicked. He collapsed onto the floor. His mind was in complete turmoil. How could this be? Grand completion of internal strength. His reaction was exactly as expected, causing Song Tian to sneer. Yu Yuancheng was completely humiliated. I misjudged. Li Dong started to introduce, this is Yi. Master Yi. Zhang Liang clapped and laughed loudly. Ha ha. Master Song fought well. This is to let those Yingzhou fools know how powerful we are. He then walked over and taunted Li Dong. Li Dong. It's because of useless trash like you that you become the boss of Yingzhou. You're just a rat ruling over a blind kingdom. Yi Tian bluntly retorted, I don't like hearing that. Are you saying the people of Yingzhou are inherently inferior? Zhang Liang was suddenly taken aback. He flew into a rage and ordered Song Tian, cripple him for me. Immediately, Song Tian lunged forward to attack. His speed was lightning fast as he tried to grab Yi Tian's throat. Don't be arrogant. Yi Tian roared back, resisting with his own powerful qi. Song Tian was knocked backward. He thought in disbelief. This kid's internal strength is incredibly strong. Yi Tian reached out and grabbed his throat. He sternly rebuked. A martial artist willingly serving evil. Yi Tian then tossed him aside like a sack of garbage. Song Tian crashed to the floor, crying out in pain. Ow! He scrambled away in fear. Yi Tian flicked his wrist, stopping him in his tracks. You know you're wrong, yet you still try to run? Trying to escape? A swift kick landed. Song Tian felt his leg snap. Ag! My leg! Yi Tian stepped forward and coldly warned him. Considering your cultivation wasn't easy, I'll only break your leg. A martial artist shouldn't be heartless and stray from the righteous path. Go home and reflect on your actions. He then turned to address the remaining man. And you, take your people and get out of Yingzhou. Both of the pickpockets hobbled away together. Yi Tian had taught them a lesson. Don't ever let me see you in Yingzhou again. Once that was done, he went to open the box of precious ginseng. Yi Tian took only the box and said, Li Dong, I'll accept the payment you offered. The next morning, someone came knocking loudly on Yi Tian's door. Bam, bam, bam. A voice called from outside. Great Master Yi, your payment. I brought it to you. A man holding a suitcase full of money spoke to him. Dong Gu told me to bring this. Great Master Yi, you helped us with such a big matter. Please accept this. Yi Tian agreed. All right, since you've brought it all the way here, refusing would disrespect your boss. He then told the man to leave. Yi Tian closed the door. He looked at the refining furnace in the room. The pill had finished refining and the furnace opened. Yi Tian smiled with joy. The pill refinement is finally complete. Abundant spiritual energy, vibrant color. It seems my refining technique hasn't declined at all. He pondered for a moment. T.O. break through the bottleneck. This bit of ginseng won't be enough. I need to quickly set up a spirit gathering formation. He felt a deep sense of appreciation. Refining pills and setting up formations burns through money like water. Without these 20 million, I wouldn't even be able to afford the more expensive ingredients. A while later, Yi Tian arrived at the Hua, an antique city. His face was completely drained after browsing. Although the spiritual energy is depleted, there's nothing good in this entire antique city. Just then, someone hurriedly bumped into him. Yi Tian was startled. He sensed a very close spiritual energy reaction. He saw the person going to set up a stall. Yi Tian walked over to examine the goods. He noticed the item the person had just put down. The jade quality isn't good, but this jade stone is definitely not ordinary. Yi Tian examined it while chuckling to himself. Only a cultivator would notice the naturally formed formation inside. The seller introduced it to him. This is Hatian jade, hundreds of years old. I see you have a good eye, young man. 100,000, a special price just for you. Yi Tian pondered for a moment. He pretended to decline. Jade isn't judged by its age. This quality at such a high price? Who would buy it? He stood up to haggle. 10,000. Yi Tian's expression was resolute. That if you won't sell, I'm leaving. Sure enough, the seller was startled and grabbed him. Young man, he panicked and accepted that I bought this at Mount Nuling in Yinzhou. Don't go. 10,000 it is, then. Yi Tian smiled, satisfied, and paid 600 years of haggling experience. Are you scared yet? Immediately after, he left the market. Yi Tian went to a deserted alley. He looked around. No one was around to see the spiritual energy content. He took out the jade and tested it. Yi Tian rubbed his hand vigorously against the jade. A surge of spiritual energy surrounded him. Yi Tian sensed it. The natural formation still has many cracks. After repairing it, I'll be able to see its true potential. The streams of spiritual energy collided chaotically, then merged. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The jade was now successfully repaired. He proclaimed a great success. Yi Tian proudly looked at the treasure with the spirit-gathering formation. With this, I don't have to worry about spiritual energy for the time being. No more troubles. Just then his phone rang. It was Li Siyu again. She frantically pleaded for help. Why, Yi Tian, are you free to come over? It's Li Siyu. Something happened at Queen's Bar. A moment later, Yi Tian arrived at the bar. He looked outside and guessed that Queen's Bar wasn't open anymore. Things seemed more serious than he thought. He decided to open the door and walk in. As soon as he entered, his eyes widened in surprise. Li Siyu was standing at the counter and greeted him. Yi Tian, you're back. Yi Tian asked, what happened at Queen's Bar? Li Siyu walked down the stairs as she explained. Remember those thugs from last time? Her voice hesitated slightly. I found someone to teach them a lesson. Unexpectedly, suddenly, another voice interrupted, asking Li Siyu, who are you talking to? It was Mo Xiaoyan, who had just arrived. He greeted them. Hey everyone. Hanjun and reassured Li Siyu, I specifically invited you here. If anyone dares to cause trouble for Siyu, I, Mo Xiaoyan, won't let them off the hook. One of the fighters taunted, Brother Mo Xiaoyan, the hero, saving the damsel. Sister Siyu can't help but be grateful. Mo Xiaoyan, pleased inwardly, feigned modesty to don't talk nonsense. I saw Siyu was in trouble, so I came here. Just then, another person walked in. How many more people did you invite? The three of them mocked Mo Xiaoyan. Quite a few flatterers, huh? Mo Xiaoyan immediately bristled. Who are you? Watch your mouth. The other man sneered. Oh, you know who Zhang Liang is? I have Hong Ra of the Li family backing me. How dare you mess with our Siyu? Do you think the Li family is easy to bully? Zhang Liang threatened Li Siyu. The elders of the Hong and Li families have spoken. They won't interfere in the younger generation's affairs. Whoever wins or loses depends on their own abilities. He threatened her coldly. Are you planning on crossing the line today? One of Mo Xiaoyan's followers suddenly recognized him. Isn't that Fan Jianming? He recounted fearfully, this guy has a reputation in both the underworld and the legitimate world. What's he doing here? The arrogant Zhang Liang shoved Mo Xiaoyan. Get out of the way. He walked towards Li Siyu menacingly. We won't touch you. My young master is injured. If you don't hand over Queen's Bar, he growled, you'll regret it. Li Siyu flatly refused. Everything else is negotiable, but Queen's Bar is something I built with my own hands. I absolutely cannot hand it over to someone else so easily. Zhang Liang lifted her chin. You want to negotiate? Fine. He made a lewd request. Dance on the pole for us, and we'll negotiate. I didn't get injured this easily for nothing. Li Siyu recoiled in fear. Then she turned to the others. Can any of you deal with these people? Mo Xiaoyan said cowardly, Siyu, they won't touch us. Why don't you just take one for the team? Just then, Zhang Liang noticed Yi Tian's presence. He pointed at him and asked aggressively, this kid is here too? Zhang Liang immediately did a 180. He demanded of Li Siyu, you don't have to dance. Hand over that punk who humiliated me. I'm going to beat him to death. Mo Xiaoyan quickly pushed Yi Tian towards Li Siyu. Hand over this punk and let him die. Yi Tian started to get annoyed. He's trying to use me as a scapegoat for his own worthless life. This is too much. But this time, Li Siyu herself stepped forward. She spoke up for Yi Tian. If anything happens, let it happen to me. I won't dance. Why would I? She started, blushing with embarrassment. Yi Tian quickly grabbed her hand. Wait. He urged her to stop. Li Siyu paused. Then, he looked coldly at the thugs. I'll deal with them. Yi Tian sneered. You only know how to bully women. Aren't you ashamed? Li Siyu felt inexplicably moved. She softly called Yi Tian's name. Zhang Liang looked slightly apprehensive. He had intended to play the hero, saving the damsel in distress. Let me tell you, he said, you can't touch the person I invited here today. However, he turned to plead for help. Brother Ruoming promised to look after me. He pompously introduced Fan Jiaming's background. This young master is a disciple of Master San. Even at a young age, he's already a renowned expert. You're dead today. Hearing this, Yi Tian felt a sense of familiarity. He suddenly remembered, wasn't Master San also known as Sanzi? He chuckled inwardly. Who did I think it was? Fan Jiaming flew into a rage and immediately charged to attack. How dare you call my master's name like that? A faint smile played on Yi Tian's lips. He blocked Fan Jiaming's punch with a single hand. Not bad, but still a bit lacking compared to your master, Sanzi. This defensive move made Li Siyu's eyes widen in surprise. Everyone held their breath in astonishment. Fan Jiaming stared at Yi Tian in shock that he blocked it so easily. His hand, gripped by Yi Tian, began to feel numb. Suddenly, the crowd in the room cried out, "Hey, why is Sanzi here?" Sanzi slowly walked inside. Fan Jiaming's face lit up with joy. "Master," he called out. Everyone crowded around as if seeking his help. "Master San! Master San!" Fan Jiaming gloated. "My master is here. Let's see how smug you are now." Zhang Liang immediately started complaining to Sanzi about Yi Tian, that it's this punk who's causing trouble. Young Master Fan was just teaching him a lesson. Sanzi's face darkened, and he frowned. "I thought." Yi Tian flashed a bright smile and greeted him. "Hi." Sanzi was startled and then recognized him. "Huh?" He immediately inquired. "What are you doing here?" Sanzi clasped his hands respectfully. "Master Yi, is this bar owned by a friend of yours?" Fan Jiaming was utterly bewildered. "Master? Master called this punk master?" Sanzi turned and scolded his disciple. "That I told you long ago. Stop using my name to cause trouble everywhere. Do you know how close you came to causing a disaster this time?" Fan Jiaming was indignant. He was about to retort and accuse his master that he's just a bar waiter. What kind of master is he pretending to be? At this moment, Yi Tian spoke up, addressing Sanzi. He said sarcastically, "Your disciple has quite the spirit." Sanzi turned to deal with Fan Jiaming. "Jiaming, what nonsense are you spouting? A frog in a well knows nothing of the vast ocean. Know your place and apologize." However, Fan Jiaming stubbornly refused. "Why should I? I'm no worse than him." Yi Tian remained calm and didn't bother arguing that it's all right. Young Master Fan has a proud temperament. It's normal for him to be boofu. It's not surprising he's boofu. Unexpectedly, Fan Jiaming remained arrogant. Yi Tian's voice turned chilling. However, the aura within him began to surge like thunder, causing trouble and then refusing to clean up the mess. "I'm afraid you need a lesson." A whirlwind of energy began to swirl towards Zhang Liang. He was suddenly enveloped by the energy and cried out in terror, "Help! Help me!" In an instant, the whirlwind slammed him to the ground, shattering the floor beneath him. What kind of hellhole is this? This young master won't be coming back here again. Witnessing this scene, Fan Jiaming was petrified. A voice then echoed in his ear, "Jiaming." Yu Yuancheng walked over and said, "The Bofeng Qingdo technique. Only a grandmaster of internal strength or above can master it. You're still too young." Yi Tian was taken aback. This man could clearly see his strength. He was no ordinary person. At that moment, Yu Yuancheng spoke up, "Forgive my intrusion." He handed Yi Tian a slip of paper. "I am Qian Baiyin. This is an invitation to the Hua Nan auction. I wonder if Master Yi would grace us with his presence." The surrounding people began to gossip. "This guy looks ordinary, but he's wearing high-end, refined goods. He must come from a wealthy family." Yi Tian accepted. "I happen to need to acquire a few things. In that case, I'll gladly accept your invitation." Sanzi raised his glass. "A toast to Master Yi. Truly magnanimous." He then instructed Fan Jiaming. "Jiaming, quickly offer Master Yi a toast." Everyone quickly came forward to congratulate Yi Tian. Master Yi. Fan Jiaming began to doubt himself. Am I really inferior to this kid? A young man, standing to the side, glared resentfully. He's stealing all my limelight. What will Ziyu think of me? Li Siyu also approached Yi Tian to speak with him privately. Why, Yi Tian, thank you for your help. He humbly replied, you invited me to be responsible for Qingba's safety. It's what I should do. Li Siyu's face flushed, and she corrected, you saved Qingba. We're just a small bar. I don't know how to repay you. She made a sudden decision. From today onwards, you own half of Qingba. The bar staff began to tease Yi Tian. Brother Tian, you're finally the boss of Qingba. Amazing. Li Siyu blushed deeply. Stop your nonsense. I'll dock your pay. Yi Tian looked at them with warmth. These youngsters, after just a few days, they treat me like family. He addressed Li Siyu. Ziyu, let's forget about the shares. Talking about money ruins the sentiment. But if anything happens to Qingba in the future, you can always come to me. After speaking, he changed the subject that it's quite messy outside. I'll clean up a bit so it doesn't affect the bar's image. Sanzi ordered Fan Jiaming. What are you standing around for? Clean it up. How can we let Master Yi do it himself? Yi Tian reminded him. Sanzi, be more careful in the future. Don't let others use your boss's reputation to do bad things. Sanzi expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, Master Yi. I will definitely pass it on. Yi Tian felt satisfied. All right, I'll be going then. Li Siyu watched him leave. I really didn't misjudge him. Just then, Wang Ziyu and Li Hui arrived at the bar. As soon as she entered, Wang Ziyu complimented Li Hui. This bar isn't bad. The music and atmosphere are both great. Hearing a familiar voice, Yi Tian turned around and softly said, Ziyu. Li Hui greeted Yi Tian cheerfully. You're Yi Tian, right? I'm Ziyu's friend. We met at the Danglong Mountain Villa last time. Thank you for your help. Yi Tian replied magnanimously. That's me. The incident at Danglong Mountain Villa is in the past. No need for thanks. However, Wang Ziyu frowned, sulking, putting on an act of nobility. Li Hui quickly interjected. Ziyu is just being petulant. Don't mind her. You saved everyone last time, and I still wanted to thank you in person, but you didn't seem to be at school. She proactively invited Yi Tian. By the way, my school has a performance this week to celebrate its anniversary. You must come. Wang Ziyu reproached Li Hui irritably. You really need to invite him? You're lowering yourself, you know. Li Hui tried to appease her. Ziyu, don't say that. He did save us. Wang Ziyu pulled Li Hui's arm and insulted Yi Tian. I've known Yi Tian for so many years. I'm saying this for your own good. Someone like him will never amount to anything. After saying that, she dragged Li Hui away to meet him. It's so annoying. Let's go, Yi Tian said, unbothered. Arguing with someone like her is like arguing with a frog in a well. She only knows how to belittle others. Wang Ziyu, from now on, you and I are strangers. Only Li Hui politely said goodbye. Goodbye, Yi Tian. Don't forget the school's anniversary celebration tomorrow night. Yi Tian forced a smile and agreed. I know. I'll be there. This conversation was overheard by Li Siyu. She thought to herself, why is this girl so forward? Should I be more proactive? Yi Tian paused, thinking to himself. Renguang High School really lives up to its reputation as a school for the children of the elite. It's just a school anniversary celebration. Does it need to be this extravagant? In front of him was a banner that read, celebrating 85 years of Renguang High School. He entered the auditorium. The stage was brightly lit, and the seats below were already packed. Sitting down and crossing his legs, he observed the scene. It's a high school anniversary, but it feels like a concert. Just then, a girl with infatuated eyes pointed and shouted, Isn't that Yushan of the 12? He's so handsome. The loud yell startled him, and he thought with annoyance, even with my honed senses, I can't stand the screams of these starstruck girls. Not far away, an aloof-looking man entered, followed by two men in black suits. A girl nudged her friend, her eyes glued to the three men. I'm not dreaming, am I? Yushan is a top-tier young master at our school. I can't believe Shang Ying and Mu Xiaodong are with him too. Yi Tian stroked his chin and smirked. So Yushan's status is this high. If I can cure Hong Linger, would I be at the top two? The ceremony on stage had begun. Li Siyu, dressed in a beautiful, radiant Chong Sam, walked out. Good evening, everyone. The celebration for our school's anniversary is about to begin. I'm your host for tonight, Li Siyu. He glanced at the stage, thinking to himself, Li Siyu is the host? Why didn't she tell me? Suddenly, an ear-piercing scream erupted beside him. My goddess! He sighed inwardly. I was wrong. My ears are ruined today. He quickly pulled out 2 earplugs. If I had known it would be this noisy, I wouldn't have come. He put them in for some relief. Li Siyu's sweet voice rang out again. Next, please welcome student Li Hui to perform the song, I Like You. Amidst the cheers, Li Hui walked out. Li Siyu retreated backstage. Duan Yang approached her. Siyu, have some water. Siyu pushed him away with a look of disgust. No, I'm not thirsty. He looked dejectedly at the water bottle in his hand, falling silent. Back on stage, Li Hui finished her performance and bowed, her face flushed. I want to dedicate this song to someone special. He's a hero in my heart. I hope he can accept my feelings. Li Siyu, backstage, thought nervously, no way. Is she really going to confess right here? She held the microphone, smiled brightly, and addressed the audience. The crowd began to stir with excitement. Li Hui, one of the 3 school beauties, is confessing in public. Who the hell is Yi Tian? Yi Tian, with his earplugs in, could only judge by the actions he saw. It looks like the song is over. I can leave now. He left the boisterous, cheering crowd. Beside him, above, Li Hui clearly saw his retreating figure. Her whole body stiffened. It was Yi Tian. He just left like that. Yi Tian walked out, muttering, school anniversary? More like a kid's party. Wasting my cultivation time. Li Hui quietly tried to reassure herself. He promised he would come. Ti Wu stepped forward to continue the program. Thank you for the wonderful song, Li Hui. Please go backstage and rest. She thought smugly, I knew it. How could Yi Tian be moved by Li Hui? The next performance is at Yi Tian's apartment. He sat cross-legged in his room. The phone on the table vibrated. Yi Tian. The directing team wants to have a celebratory party at Queen's Bar. Do you want to join? It won't be fun without you. Are you resting already? Good night. He sat there, paying no attention, thinking to himself, the spirit flesh nourishing essence refinement is almost complete. Next is the physical body. With the diamond body tempering art and the spirit nourishing pill, it shouldn't be a problem. He opened his eyes and looked at the bowl beside him. A moment later, his entire body entered a state of cultivation. The diamond body tempering art, selected from the 10 directions refining chi art, focuses on refining skin, bones, and strengthening the physical body. Soon, his whole body was covered in sweat. Yi Tian gritted his teeth and endured that it's truly a superior body tempering technique. It's already taking effect so quickly. After a while, the spiritual energy within his body fluctuated. He stood up, punched his fist together, and exclaimed, so powerful. My body feels completely different. I can't delay treating Hong Linger's cold poison any longer. I have to go to the Hong residence tomorrow. The next morning at the Hong family villa, Yushan was the one who greeted him. He spoke politely. Master Yi, Miss Linger asked me to show you the way. Yi Tian followed Yushan into the villa. As he walked, he sensed the Hong family villa is truly extraordinary. It's a rare place where spiritual energy gathers. However, the more spiritual energy gathers, the thicker it becomes for someone with a cold poison constitution. After walking for a while, they met Lao Li. He looked at Yi Tian with wary eyes. Young Master Yu, who is this? Yushan, hearing this, rubbed his head and replied, Yi Tian, I've met Miss Linger once. I'm here to treat Miss Hong's cold poison. Lao Li looked at him with disbelief. He said coldly, follow me. He thought to himself, a wet behind-the-ears kid dares to treat Miss Ling. Arriving at the large hall on the first floor, an authoritative voice rang out. Lao Li, why did you bring a child here? It was the head of the Hong family, Hong Wenxiu. Lao Li stood up straight and bowed respectfully, replying, Master Hong, this person was invited by Miss Ling. Hong Wenxiu angrily shouted, I told Linger not to trust others so easily. This bred a master? A charlatan? More like. He waved his hand, turned his back, and ordered, throw him out. Just then, Hong Linger came out and shouted, Uncle Li, wait. She happily ran to Yi Tian. Master Yi, you're here. Seeing his daughter like this, Hong Wenxiu turned around, frowning. Linger, what are you doing? Lao Li, stop her. Ignoring him, Linger stared intently at Yi Tian and stammered, Master Yi, I've been wanting to find you. It's just. Yi Tian took out a box and handed it over. The cold poison seems to have worsened. I brought the cold poison treatment pills. At the top of the bridge, another man slowly descended, wagging his index finger with a look of disdain and, oh no, you Hua people, you can't. Yi Tian looked at him, raising an eyebrow. This was Lang Ni. He immediately felt a surge of displeasure upon seeing him. Turning his head away, the blond man stepped down, sneering, Humph, yellow-skinned dog, you dare ask my name? Yi Tian assessed him with a glance. a cultivator. Hong Wen-shu stepped forward from behind and introduced him. This is Master Fossen. I invited him here from America. He's the true expert. Fossen stood there with an arrogant expression. Yi Tian thought to himself. There's faint spiritual energy around him, but the color is very weak. I'm afraid he abandoned his cultivation halfway. Then Mrs. Hong spoke up. However, my daughter, Linger's illness is a bit strange. I've agreed to have her treated. Hong Wen-shu politely gestured that we're troubling you, Master. Please, this way. He led him into the living room, carefully offering him tea. Master, please try this. This is the Hong Pao. We had to spend a considerable sum to acquire it. After a single sip, Fossen spat it out in disgust. How bitter. Only Yuhua people can stomach this. Hong Wen-shu maintained a cordial demeanor despite this. He hesitantly asked, if it doesn't suit your taste, Master, then don't drink it. But regarding Linger's illness, Fossen's perverted gaze fixed on Hong Linger, a minor issue. It's just cold poison. I can easily expel it for her. Hearing this, Hong Wen-shu immediately brightened. We'll have to trouble you, Master. Hong Linger turned her head away, frowning. His stare made her feel nauseous. Yi Tian observed from the side, feeling a strange curiosity. Without a medicinal guide, even I can't guarantee a complete cure. What is this Fossen planning? Fossen spoke coldly. Yuhua people have no manners. This person keeps pacing back and forth in front of me, disrupting me. Lao Hong, do I need to tell you what to do? Hong Linger finally spoke up, unable to restrain herself any longer. This is my friend. Master Fossen has come from afar. Surely, he wouldn't resort to bullying others. He curled his lip. Fine, forget it. I won't argue with yellow-skinned people. My time is precious. Are you ready? Hong Linger was a little doubtful. Master, are we starting now? Don't you need to make any preparations? He didn't answer, staring intently at Hong Linger. Close your eyes and sit down. You absolutely must not open your eyes while I perform the technique. Hong Linger obediently sat down, closing her eyes and facing him. Fossen clasped his hands together and began to use his spiritual power. Dark streams of spiritual energy appeared. Yi Tian immediately sensed something was wrong. Not good. This man doesn't intend to save Linger. That spiritual energy is directly invading her body. Hong Wen-shu became anxious. Master Linger. Ignoring Hong Wen-shu's words, Fossen ordered, stand up. Hong Linger obeyed. Yi Tian frowned. This is the soul binding seal. Only evil cultivators use it. He wants to use Linger as a test subject for his pills. Hong Wen-shu finally realized something was amiss. He ordered his guards. What are you doing to my daughter? Fossen used evil energy to attack them. Yuhua people are a bunch of useless trash. How dare you obstruct me? Hong Wen-shu was knocked to the ground, horrified. The monster behind Yi Tian stepped forward, chuckling coldly. There's a saying in Huaga, guests should follow the customs of the host. Master Fossen, since you've come to Huagua, you should adapt. The meal hasn't even begun. Why are you already leaving? So, it itches, doesn't it? Yi Tian curled his lip in a cruel smile, that whose itching is yet to be seen. Just as he was about to strike, Elder Hong walked forward slowly, leaning on his cane. Hold on, young friend Yi Tian. This is the Hong family's business. There's no reason for you to interfere. Hong Wen-shu, seeing the old man, was stunned. He hurriedly stood up and walked over. Father, why are you here? Elder Hong looked at Yi Tian and said, thank you, young friend, for your chivalry. However, if word gets out that the Hong family can't even handle a small matter like this, we'll be the laughingstock of everyone. He looked at Elder Hong and pursed his lips. Elder Hong, a cultivator like you shouldn't have to endure this. The old man, leaning on his cane, looked at the tall and imposing Fossen. Where does the Hong family's hospitality stand? The Hong family values courtesy. Why do you repay kindness with malice? You stubbornly kidnapped my granddaughter without explanation. Don't even think about leaving here. He stood amidst the Hong family's guards and sneered. Who gave you such confidence? You decrepit old man in that gaudy outfit? Do you need me to answer your question? He shoved Linger forcefully toward the guard. Seeing him make his move, Yi Tian warned Elder Hong of the danger. Fossen mercilessly defeated all the guards and simultaneously tightened his grip on Elder Hong. He laughed provocatively. Elder Hong, how does my soul-snatching technique feel? Elder Hong cried out in pain. Wen-shu looked at his ailing father with tears in his eyes. The Hong family treated you as an honored guest. Why are you so cruel? Fossen smirked. Oh, I need to repeat myself? Yuhua people are all trash. I don't have much time. I'm not going to waste it playing with you weaklings. With that, he threw Elder Hong hard onto the ground. Wenqiu rushed over in panic. He embraced his elderly father. Fossen simultaneously launched a fatal blow die. Hong Wenqiu knew that the Hong family couldn't escape this bloodbath today. He thought to himself, the Hong family, passed down for 10 generations, has fallen to this. However, the expected pain didn't come. Yi Tian stepped forward, shielding them and blocking Fossen's attack. He yelled, "Get back!" Hong Wenqiu was astonished. It's him. Seeing this, Fossen sneered. You overestimate yourself. Yi Tian used his spiritual energy to erect a barrier, easily blocking the attack. Fossen, refusing to give up, continued his assault. I don't believe he can withstand my full power. Yi Tian's gaze was resolute. I act on behalf of heaven. Soul shield, soul shackles. You know this is demonic cultivation, so why do you stubbornly persist? Today, I will teach you a lesson. Righteousness always prevails. True Taoism is not something your demonic ways can defeat. Hong Wenqiu stared at him, mouth agape. Father, Wenqiu was wrong. I wrongly accused Brother Yi of being greedy. Instead, I welcomed a treacherous and cruel villain, bringing this calamity upon the Hong family. Linger cried, Father, you were wrong. The Hong family's lives are all thanks to Master Yi. The two powerful spiritual forces collided. A massive explosion erupted within the room. Hong Wenqiu shielded his eyes, then looked around in a panic, his pupils constricting. Master Yi, are you all right? The dust settled. Yi Tian smiled. Demonic cultivation is nothing to fear. Fossen, disheveled and sitting on the ground, glared at him hatefully. Why, Yi Tian? What did you do to me? Why can't I use my power? Where's my internal energy? He nonchalantly walked to the tea table and picked up the mad dog. The sorcerer screamed, Yi Tian, how dare you destroy my cultivation? I'll tell my master. You'll die a horrible death. Yi Tian looked at a servant in the villa. Could I borrow your outfit? The young man was a little surprised, but quickly reacted, oh sure. I'll take it off. Yi Tian walked up to Fossen. Fossen glared at him that you've already crippled my cultivation. What more do you want? Yi Tian looked at him with disdain. He put on the servant's clothes and patted Fossen's shoulder. I have a good eye for fashion. I think this outfit suits you very well. Fossen, humiliated, roared with bloodshot eyes. What? I don't wear this. Yi Tian, unhurried, poured a cup of tea over Fossen's head. Fossen, your parents gave you this name hoping you would know how to serve the sages and saints. But you don't even know the meaning of your own name. You've abandoned the Hua nation's blood within you. Truly pathetic. He threw the teacup on the ground and turned to leave. Go back and tell your damn master. The likes of you, who don't know what's good, are not worthy of appreciating the beauty of Huaxia. Hong Lingxiang looked at him with bright eyes. This is a true master. Grandmaster Yi, can my grandfather be saved? Yi Tian sat down and examined Elder Hong. His cultivation isn't high, and the qi hasn't penetrated his body too deeply. Elder Hong just needs to recuperate for a while, and he'll be fine. The black qi was expelled. Elder Hong slowly opened his eyes, cough, cough. Hong Wenqiu's face lit up with joy when he saw his father wake up. Father, you're awake. As soon as Elder Hong regained consciousness, his grateful gaze turned to Yi Tian. Cough, cough. Was it young Master Yi who helped me? The Hong family will remember your kindness. It's just that Linger is my only granddaughter. I beg Grandmaster Yi to save her. He supported Elder Hong as he tried to kneel. Elder Hong, please rise. Linger asked me to come here. I couldn't just stand idly by. So Hong Linger was still in his hands. Yi Tian examined her and said, the cold poison in her body is mixed with her qi. It will take time to completely remove it. I'll suppress it for now. Hearing this, Hong Wenqiu asked, Grandmaster Yi, do we need to prepare anything? I'll have someone get it ready. He held Linger in his arms and replied simply, have someone prepare 4 basins of fire and 4 basins of water to place around Hong Linger. Not long after, Hong Linger was laid on the floor, and the things he requested were brought in. Grandmaster Yi, we've prepared everything you asked for. Yi Tian turned and requested, those who are not involved, please leave. If Linger's family insists on staying, please step back at least 3 zhang. After giving his instructions, Yi Tian placed a pill in Linger's mouth. Hong Linger, still in a coma, cried out in pain, ah. Black qi escaped from her body. The onlookers exclaimed, it's starting. Immediately, Linger's whole body levitated in the middle of the formation. Sweat dripped from Yi Tian's forehead as he chanted, Shattering God, Koan, Sunli. Her face was contorted in pain as the black qi continued to escape. Not long after, Yi Tian smiled and said, all right. Hong Linger woke up and looked at him weakly, confused. Hong Linger was helped up, her voice weak. What just happened? The cold poison in my body is gone. Old Li, now wearing a respectful expression, said, thanks to Grandmaster Ye's incredible skill, Mrs. Illness of so many years. I've never seen her complexion so good. Hong Wenshu bowed his head gratefully. Thank you, Grandmaster Yi, for saving my life. Elder Hong also stepped forward, smiling. Linger has been afflicted with a cold poison since childhood. Now, our Hong family is being targeted by villains, and danger is imminent. Fortunately, we have Grandmaster Ye's assistance. Grandmaster Yi, if there's anything you need help with in the future, the Hong family will certainly not refuse. Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively that it was just a small matter, not worth mentioning. Elder Hong, without hesitation, commanded, someone bring the deed. The Huafeng Villa and the key are here. Old Li bowed in compliance. Yes, sir. Old Li presented a folder of documents. Elder Hong's gaze was firm. Showing gratitude is a timeless principle of the Hong family. This is the Huafeng Lakeside Villa. Please accept this small token of my appreciation. Hong Linger frowned slightly. The Huafeng Villa is the Hong family's ancestral property. This seems inappropriate. Besides, Grandmaster Yi saved me. I will repay him. She then turned to look at him with affectionate eyes. Elder Hong turned sharply and scolded, nonsense. How can you repay such a debt with your own efforts? The old man already understood his granddaughter's intentions. This young man had the aura of a true dragon. He feared Linger couldn't reach him. It was best to curb her thoughts. Yi Tian didn't refuse any further and accepted it cheerfully. Then I'll respectfully obey. He naturally understood Elder Hong's intentions, thinking to himself, this move of Elder Hong's suits me perfectly. It can sever Linger's affections. He's truly not simple. Linger walked up to Yi Tian, complaining as she went, Grandpa is so unreasonable. I can't do this. I can't do that. Well, then, I can take Grandmaster Yi to the villa, right? Yi Tian, let's go. The housekeeper there only recognizes people from the Hong family. I'll take you. He nodded slightly and replied, all right. Upon arriving at the villa's gate, Yi Tian inwardly marveled. The spiritual energy of Huafeng Villa is truly extraordinary. It's no wonder the Hong family is so prosperous. Linger looked at the servants in the villa and announced, from now on, Yi Tian is the owner of this villa. Everyone must take care of him. They bowed respectfully. Yes, Mississippi. Hearing this, he raised his hand. Hold on. You all just need to clean once a week. The rest of you, Linger, take them away. Linger looked at him hesitantly. Yes, this all right. Yi Tian smiled that I prefer peace and quiet. I don't need many people around. Take these people back to the Hong family and arrange for them. With that, he turned and left. She watched his retreating figure, her eyes downcast. Could it be that in his eyes, I'm not beautiful enough? As night fell, Yi Tian walked out into the courtyard and sat down slowly. The moonlight bathed his body. The full moon, with its abundant spiritual energy, was ideal for cultivation. Today, during the fight with Feng Xian, the Jade Spirit formation was almost broken. It seems I need to add 2 more primary formations. The Plundering Spirit Grand Formation normally consisted of 3 formations combined. The Mist Formation, the Protective Formation, and the Plundering Spirit Formation. Closing his eyes, a formation began to appear behind him. Bagua. A moment later, he gathered spiritual energy and muttered, Mist Formation. Protective Formation. Just as their name suggests, they buy time to adjust the formation while under attack. Success. Next is to inscribe the Plundering Spirit Formation. A pill gradually formed, but within a few short seconds, he sensed a tremor within the pill and cried out inwardly, not good. A moment later, the pill exploded. Ugh. The Jade Stone is indeed too weak. It couldn't withstand 3 spirit formations. After thinking for a moment, he picked up his phone and texted Hong Linger. Ling, do you know where they sell century-old jade stones? Inside the stately building, a bustling party was underway. A man's polite voice rang out, Brother Hua, have you taken a liking to anything this time? The person opposite him replied, nothing much. I just saw a jadeite bracelet. It would suit Ti Wu very well. The other man raised an eyebrow, smiling as he asked, the Qianlong era bracelet? That's quite expensive, Brother Hua. Are you planning to propose? Niehua glanced at Ti Wu beside him and smirked, propose? That wouldn't be grand enough. It's just a small gift to make Ti Wu happy. Ti Wu glared at Niehua. How many times have I told you? I don't need your gifts. Inwardly, she thought, no, I have to refuse quickly. Otherwise, even who I marry will be decided by others. Niehua complained helplessly. You're practically married already. What's wrong with accepting a small gift? All right, the auction is about to start. Let's go inside. Ti-Woo's face clearly showed her displeasure. She followed Manhwa inside, but her head kept turning back towards the door. Did old Qian give Yi Tian the invitation to the auction? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Meanwhile, Yi Tian was speeding towards the auction venue in a supercar. He breathed a sigh of relief just in time. He and Linger entered the Hua in an antique city. She wore a beautiful evening gown and tilted her head to look at him. Old Qian said, "There's the jade stone you want at this auction. I've already made inquiries." The two of them entered the auction hall. Niahua's eyes fell on Hong Linger, and he thought to himself, strange. The Hong family hasn't been interested in auctions before. Why are they here this time? He walked over with Ti-Woo to greet them. "Isn't that Miss Linger of the Hong family? I've heard so much about you." "I am Manhwa." Ti-Woo's gaze was fixed on Yi Tian. "Why, Yi Tian, I knew you would come." He smiled politely and replied, "I heard there's high-quality jade at this auction. I came to take a look." Hong Linger stared at Ti-Woo, thinking, why does she keep looking at Yi Tian? It's annoying. She then clung to Yi Tian's arm, acting coquettishly. "Why, Yi Tian, I asked old Qian to bring the list of items being auctioned today. It's at our seats. Let's go see." Yi Tian nodded and walked past Ti-Woo with Linger. "Hello, I'll go to my seat now." Seeing this, Ti-Woo's face showed a mixture of insecurity and sadness. Hong Linger is the cherished daughter of the Hong family. I'm just a despised daughter of the Li family. The difference is clear. Niao was even more puzzled. He furrowed his brow. What's going on? Since when did the Hong family know this guy? Ti-Woo seemed to have lost her soul the moment she saw him. He immediately ordered his bodyguard, "Before the auction ends, investigate the kid next to Hong Linger for me." The man bowed his head respectfully and replied, "Yes, sir." The auction is starting. The auditorium was packed. The MC's voice rang out, "Please be seated, guests. The auction is about to begin. Thank you for your patience." Today's auction items include a bronze tripod, a Hanshua treasure horse, and a Ming Dynasty ceremonial chariot. The starting price is 10 million. The first item was brought out. The people below began bidding against each other. 11 million, 15 million, 18 million. Yi Tian gaped at the scene, thinking to himself, damn, the jade stone must be several times more expensive than this. Li Dong just gave me the money, and it's burning a hole in my pocket already. The MC on stage banged the gavel in his hand and cheerfully announced, 18 million. Yi Tian rubbed his head dejectedly. Cultivators truly are bottomless money pits. I have to think of a way to make money. 3 backstage staff members brought up the second item. The MC's gentle voice rang out. These are 7 top-grade Hitian jade stones, cut from a single rock. The starting price is 50 million. Yi Tian excitedly bid 55 million. He thought to himself, if I can get these jade stones, my spirit gathering formation will be complete. The people behind him naturally recognized Hong Linger. They whispered amongst themselves, "It seems she's from the Hong family. Better not compete." That's right. Offending the Hong family makes it hard to survive in Yingzhou. The MC on stage began to ask, 55 million. Does anyone offer a higher bid than 55 million? 55 million. First call. 55 million. Second call. Just as the gavel was about to fall, Niahua stood up and interrupted loudly. Hold on. I bid 80 million. The MC smiled, her voice bright. This round of bidding is incredibly competitive. Congratulations, Mr. Nia, for winning this Hitian jade for 80 million. The crowd immediately erupted in murmurs. He dared to offend someone from the Hong family? Niahua must be tired of living. What's there to be afraid of? That kid might be from the Hong family himself. Besides, the Nia family isn't simple either. Yi Tian gave up, putting his hands in his pockets and turning to leave. Hong Linger chased after him. 80 million isn't that much. Didn't you tell me to bid on it for you? He tilted his head and gave her a reassuring smile. That's all right. I'll figure something else out. I can find other jade stones. He had already considered it. Finding another jade was doable. Owing a favor to the Hong family would be more troublesome. Niahua sneered smugly. Ti-Woo, why are you still looking at that kid? Putting on a show in front of me? I still lost, didn't I? Ti-Woo watched their retreating figures and slowly stood up, replying, excuse me, I'm not feeling well. I'll be leaving first. Seeing her attitude, Niahua roared angrily. Ti-Woo, I spent nearly 100 million on a piece of jade for you. Don't be ungrateful. Ti-Woo stopped, her gaze firm as she looked directly at him and replied, Niahua, I never agreed to marry you. You don't need to try to win my favor. Niahua gritted his teeth in frustration and cursed. Damn it, if you weren't from the Li family, I wouldn't even look at you. His subordinate returned and reported, Young Master Nia, we've investigated that Yi Tian is of low status. His parents are both laborers. We don't know how he got a ticket to enter. He tossed over a wad of cash and ordered, find a way to get him to the VIP room. The man immediately approached Yi Tian. Excuse me, are you Mr. Yi Tian? The owner of the Jade wants to speak with you. Yi Tian furrowed his brow in confusion, but agreed, nonetheless, that, please lead the way. He thought to himself, asterisk the owner of the Jade? Could this person have more Jade they want to sell? Asterisk, he was led to a VIP room. The man opened the door and gestured for him to enter. As soon as Yi Tian stepped inside, he went straight to the point. Are you the one who bid on the Jade? Are you planning to resell it? Manhwa turned around, his face full of contempt. He approached Yi Tian, smirking, and patted him on the shoulder that you're nothing but Hong Linger's little toy. Acting like a big shot. I'm warning you, stay away from Hong Linger. She's going to marry me. Yi Tian shrugged Manhwa's hand off his shoulder. Can't get the girl, so you take it out on me? How boring. I thought I had a chance to buy back the Jade. Just as he turned to leave, Manhwa spoke again. Hold on. That Jade is only worth 60 million at most. Because of you, I had to buy it for 80 million. Go on, tell me, how are you going to compensate me? Manhwa stepped closer, bent down, and looked directly at him with a sneer. Oh, I forgot you're a penniless wretch. If you don't have money, kowtow to me 7 times. Yi Tian ignored his words and spoke up. Originally, out of respect for you being an acquaintance of Ti Wu, I didn't want to make a fuss. Manhwa threw back his head and laughed loudly, his tone mocking. Ha! This kid has quite the nerve. Do you believe that with just one word, this young master can crush you to dust? Yi Tian didn't hesitate. He raised his hand and swatted this loathsome fellow away, simultaneously snatching a jade piece from him. He squeezed it tightly like this. A second later, Yi Tian opened his hand. The jade pendant had turned to dust. Manhwa stammered in shock. My jade pendant. You. Terror filled him. If he had used that kind of force on me just now, Yi Tian dusted off his hands and turned to leave. This time it was just a jade pendant. Next time you won't be so lucky. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Ti Wu and Hong Linger together. Both of them said in unison, Yi Tian. Qian Bai Chung arrived at the auction scene. He looked at the man and asked, Miss Hong Linger instructed me to keep an eye on that jade stone. Did Grandmaster Yi manage to win the bid? The man hesitated slightly and replied in a low voice, Young Master Manhwa won the bid for the jade stone. Qian Bai Chung frowned. Manhwa? What happened? Was Grandmaster Yi unable to bid on it? The man seemed to remember something and pointed in a direction. Grandmaster Yi didn't raise his bid, that's right. Just now, someone saw him enter Manhwa's VIP room. Qian Bai Chung clenched his fists and followed the direction the man pointed, muttering as he went, Manhwa, that punk. He absolutely better not ruin things. In front of the VIP room door, Hong Linger anxiously ran over to Yi Tian. Did Manhwa do anything to you? He brushed past her and replied coldly, It's a small matter. I've dealt with him. Let's go. Hong Linger was slightly taken aback. Huh? Yi Tian, wait for me. She glanced at his retreating figure and thought to herself, asterisk, Manhwa, is it? I'll remember that. The Hong family won't let him off easy. Asterisk. Ti Wu watched them, clenching her fists with a look of frustration. Manhwa emerged from the VIP room. Ti Wu, who is a Yi Tian guy anyway? She remained silent, then raised her voice, her eyes filled with disdain that you're not worthy of knowing. He cursed angrily under his breath. Damn it, she looks down on me. Manhwa, am I that easy to bully? He left the VIP room, muttering, Yi Tian, right? Damn you, I'll find someone to cripple you. Let's see who you'll show off to then. Qian Bai Chung walked up to him and coughed twice that I heard young Master Manhwa spent 80 million to win the bid for a piece of jade. Quite the spender. Manhwa's attitude softened when he saw him. Elder Qian, why are you here? Don't tease me. That amount of money is nothing compared to what Elder Qian has. Qian Bai Chung looked at him hesitantly. This old man came here hoping young Master Manhwa might be willing to part with that jade. Manhwa raised an eyebrow. Part with the jade? What do you mean? Qian Bai Chung spoke directly. This old man intended that jade for Grandmaster Yi. I didn't expect young Master Manhwa to win the bid. I wonder how much young Master Manhwa paid for it. Manhwa broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, Grandmaster Yi? Elder Qian, you're talking about that punk Yi Tian? Hearing this, Qian Bai Chung angrily questioned, which punk? Manhwa, how dare you address Grandmaster Yi in such a manner? Manhwa turned away, avoiding the old man's furious gaze. Doesn't he know a bit of martial arts? Poor and with no backing. Hong Linger's little white face dares to call himself a grandmaster? I don't believe there's no one in Yingzhou who can handle him. Elder Qian pointed at him and cursed. Damn it, do you know what you're saying? Niahua retreated a few steps. Elder Qian, do you really have to get angry at me over a nobody? Qian Baicheng, no longer calm, pointed and bluntly dismissed him. Get out. My auction house doesn't welcome the Nief family. Where's Li Dong? He was just here, went to the restroom, and now he's gone. Elder Qian searched while muttering. Honestly, I just went to the restroom, and he took everyone with him. Niahua, still fuming from Qian Baicheng's rebuke, rage crazy. The Nief family isn't some small fry like the Yi family. If this young master wants something, he should just hand it over obediently. He wouldn't dare touch a hair on my head. Li Dong happened to overhear everything. Glaring at him, he declared, You bastard, he's making a move. What are you yelling about? You dare touch Grandmaster Ye's things. Niahua sat down hard, his face drained of color. Brother Dong, I didn't know Yi Tian was with you. Li Dong ignored his explanation, grabbed him by the collar, and lifted him up, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Niahua, you damn dog. How dare you speak disrespectfully of Grandmaster Yi? I'll make sure the Nief family won't have a Niahua from now on. Niahua was terrified. Okay, I'll leave. Let me go. Li Dong released him and turned to leave, tossing a check back with disdain. Scared witless already, you useless thing. Here's 100 million. This is mine. Now, get out of my territory. He picked up the jade, muttering, This jade stone? Elder Qian, and I will take it to Grandmaster Yi. The two of them carried the jade to the Huofeng Villa. Li Dong was stunned. This is the Huofeng Villa? The Hong family treasured this place like a precious jewel, but they gave it to Grandmaster Yi. He reached out and rang the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. Qian Baicheng looked up at the sky, thinking to himself, the weather here suddenly changed. Grandmaster Yi truly has profound cultivation. They stepped inside, and a dazzling light shone out. Li Dong stumbled back, stammering, This is Grandmaster Yi. Elder Qian was also astonished. What kind of divine power is this? Inside, Yi Tian sat in the middle of the room, focused on cultivating the nine heavens profound stone. Although it's refined wine, I can't absorb it all at once. Without a spirit-gathering array to gather the surrounding spiritual energy, cultivation is a bit more difficult. Just as he was engrossed in cultivation, the two old men entered, stammering, Grandmaster Yi, what just happened? He glanced at them and waved his hand dismissively that it's just my insufficient cultivation level causing a disturbance. My apologies. He smiled, stood up, and greeted them. This is Li Dong. Li Dong, smiling, presented a box that, I heard, Grandmaster, you missed out on 7 pieces of precious jade. I was helped by Grandmaster Yi before, so I found a way to acquire this and present it to you. Yi Tian looked at the jade in his hand, thinking, this is the Hetian jade I had my eye on. Did Li Dong take it back from Niahua? He turned, setting the jade aside, and said to Li Dong, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Speak, Li Dong, what do you need? Li Dong forced a smile and replied, as expected, nothing can escape Grandmaster Ye's discerning eye. I have a favor to ask. The Heroes' Assembly will be held next week. It concerns the division of territories, the powers of each continent. Among them, Ingzhou has yet to send a champion. He finished speaking and handed over something. He sat down leisurely and raised an eyebrow. Aren't the 3 tigers your trusted aides? What's there to be afraid of? At this point, Li Dong lowered his eyes and recounted. Years ago, the 3 tigers were indeed fierce warriors. But at the Heroes' Assembly, if they fail, they lose everything. Therefore, everyone is looking for a uniquely skilled individual to compete. Grandmaster Yi is the ultimate expert of Ingzhou. Please help us. He knelt down, utterly sincere. Yi Tian looked at him hesitantly. Currently, I need a lot of time to cultivate, but the location is far away. I'm afraid. Li Dong's eyes pleaded. It's not far. The location is in Mingzhou, next to us. It's a 3-hour drive. He chuckled. Mingzhou, that place is very good. Inwardly, he thought, isn't Mingzhou where that scoundrel Wang Hao lives? Memories flooded back. 2 men knelt, kowtowing and pleading. Please spare my son. I'll do anything you ask. The platinum-haired man glanced at them and snorted coldly. To achieve my goals, I can even kill my own father. What are you to me? And so his father died. His mother knelt before his father's grave, weeping. Sobbing back in the present, Yi Tian gritted his teeth. Hatred for the Wang family was evident in his eyes. The grudge from my past life, I must repay with blood. He gripped the chair with such force that it shattered. Li Dong flinched. Yi Tian spoke again. Li Dong, I will help you, but I have one condition. Investigate the Wang family in Mingzhou for me. Leave no stone unturned. He finished speaking and threw something in front of Li Dong. At a large arena, Yi Tian followed Li Dong, walking towards the highest seat. He muttered, "This is the heroes' assembly that Li Dong mentioned." Li Dong respectfully gestured that that's right. "Grandmaster Yi, please have a seat." He crossed his arms and pursed his lips, silently sensing the surrounding auras. "Where's that scoundrel Wang Hao? Someone like him definitely wouldn't miss a competition like this." Surrounding them were cultivators. It seemed this place would definitely see some bloodshed. Just then, a panicked male voice rang out. "Young miss, don't run." From within the crowd, a blonde-haired bodyguard chased after a young girl. The young girl, caught up in her play, bumped into him. "Ow, watch where you're going." Yi Tian looked at the young girl appraisingly. So young, yet also a cultivator. Li Dong stepped forward to mediate. "Young Miss Shang, please give Uncle Li Dong some face. This is someone I invited." The young girl, Shang Xiaoxi, upon hearing this, turned away with a frustrated huff. Yi Tian, unable to contain his curiosity, asked the hero's assembly. "I didn't expect such a young lady to participate." Li Dong immediately explained, "She's not a participant. This is the daughter of the Shang family, a prominent family from Huanan. Shang Qingqing, I heard she came here to find a master." Yi Tian furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes glancing in a certain direction, thinking, who is releasing their spiritual energy? A tall, burly man appeared before him. "You're Yi Tian?" Li Dong pointed at the young man behind him and said loudly, "Huang Ziqiang, you have the guts to come here." Song Yuheng looked at him, veins bulging on his forehead. "It's this brat. He injured my son, Song Tian." Huang Ziqiang chuckled awkwardly and stammered, Yes, Grandmaster Song. But we're about to fight against Mingzhou. It's best not to get distracted." Song Yuheng followed him as he left, but he looked back at Yi Tian, gritting his teeth. "This brat scared you into this state? You're no different from my useless son." Li Dong stepped forward to mediate, telling Grandmaster Yi not to be angry. They were all blind fools in Yinzhou. Yi Tian looked at him reassuringly. "It's all right. I don't like arguing with ants. However, why haven't Mingzhou's people arrived yet?" Li Dong replied, "Young Master Wang isn't coming. He only sent people from the Azure Gang to compete. I don't know what important matter he has. He's not coming." Yi Tian rubbed his chin, muttering, "Azure Gang? That name sounds familiar." Oldo spoke up, "Of course, Grandmaster. You've heard of them. That Feng Xian who had designs on Miss Ling is from the Azure Gang." Excited girls ran towards the arena. "The first match is Suzhou versus Mingzhou. Come watch." Yi Tian and Li Dong sat down to observe the match. Song Yuheng stood in the arena, sneering, "Fists and feet have no eyes. Life and death are predetermined. Is Mingzhou afraid to show itself?" From above, a whirlwind gathered, a cold voice echoing from within, "Arrogant fool. Song Yuheng, was it? I know your name." A blonde-haired man landed in the arena, smirking. A snap of his fingers, and in the next second, Song Yuheng was struck down. The blonde man's low voice echoed, "You could die now." Song Yuheng lay motionless. The moment Yi Tian saw the man's technique, he stood up. This person uses the exact same technique as Feng Xian. What connection does the Azure Gang have with Wang Hao? Li Dong had a bad feeling. "Grandmaster Yi, what are you going to do?" Yi Tian shouted without hesitation, "Wait, I'll fight you." The blonde man glanced at him disdainfully, replying, "Anyone else want to come up? Come at me all at once. Don't waste my time." Yi Tian slowly stepped down into the arena, announcing, "Yi Tian requests a match." The blonde man turned around, his face showing interest. "You're Yi Tian?" The trash Feng Xian mentioned. "You have some guts." Hearing this, Yi Tian felt a surge of excitement. After Feng Xian, it'll be you. What is the Azure Gang doing in Huagua? What is the Wang family plotting? The man raised an eyebrow. "Joe knows quite a bit, but I can't reveal anything." Immediately, the black chi from before reappeared. Yi Tian looked at him warily. That black chi is formed from countless vengeful spirits. This man is definitely another madman, willing to shed blood for his cultivation. The man didn't waste words, immediately executing his technique. "Die." Yi Tian immediately blocked the attack. The blonde man smirked. Young Master Wang didn't lie. This hero's assembly is truly interesting. Yi Tian questioned loudly. "You said he colluded with the Azure Gang. For what purpose?" The blonde man glanced at him. A dying man doesn't deserve to ask so many questions. The black chi transformed into numerous sharp swords, all lunging towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian didn't hesitate. "Dealing with someone like you, there's no need for pleasantries." He countered the attack, probing, "I'll ask again. What is the Azure Gang and the Wong family's plot? The man pursed his lips, sensing something amiss. He could break his attack with just 2 hands. Careless of me. He retreated a few steps, then instantly used teleportation. You force my hand. If I don't deal with you, young Master Wong will have my head when he returns from the Tang family. Yi Tian thought to himself, Tang family? He went to see Tang Shui. The man, seizing Yi Tian's moment of distraction, quickly lunged forward to attack. A loud crash erupted in the middle of the stands. Li Dong was startled. Grandmaster Yi. But just as everyone saw what happened, Yi Tian had the man pinned beneath his foot and was interrogating him. Wang Hao, where did you meet up with Tang Shui? The man, sprawled on the ground, struggled to speak. I lost. Yi Tian tightened his fist, gritting his teeth. Don't waste words. I'm asking you, where's Wang Hao? The man stared blankly at the sky, his eyes unfocused. Imperial Hotel. Yi Tian inflicted another wound on him, his voice cold. For a vicious person like you, a quick death is too merciful. Then he turned and left. Li Dong was stunned. Did Grandmaster Yi win? He brushed past Li Dong, saying, Li Dong, I have something to do. Choose someone else for the next match. Li Dong watched his cold back, thinking to himself, asterisk this time, Grandmaster Yi is truly angry. This is terrifying. Asterisk. Yi Tian's eyes were filled with determination as he looked ahead. Tang Shui, I can't lose you in this life. Shang Qingqing propped her chin on her hand, a smirk playing on her lips as she watched him. Asterisk interesting. This person is qualified to be my master. Asterisk. That night, at the Imperial Hotel, 2 bodyguards frantically searched around. One picked up his phone and barked orders. Miss Tang isn't here. Go find her. Messing up young Master Wong's business means losing your jobs. The bodyguards ran past Yi Tian. He glanced at the building, thinking to himself, Astra Schwerer is right. She's never liked associating with these aristocratic types. I wonder if she still likes climbing windows. Asterisk as he thought, he casually walked towards the back of the building. He saw a girl struggling to climb out and smiled. It's really her. He glanced around, fiddling with a clod of dirt in his hand. Asterisk no good. The guards are about to find her. Asterisk. I have to lure them away. Sorry, my friend. In an instant, the bodyguard was knocked unconscious. On the other side, Tang Shui cheerfully climbed down, her face full of excitement. Hee, I can still escape easily. But then she suddenly stepped on a branch. The sharp crack echoed in the night, making her tense. Oh no, Yi Tian watched her with gentle eyes, thinking, Astra Schwerer, always like this. Thinks she's clever, but she's so scatterbrained. Asterisk. Tang Shui, seeing someone approaching, gestured for silence. Sure, can you please not make a sound? He nodded. Yes. Inwardly, he reminded himself, Astra Schwerer doesn't know me yet. I can't be too abrupt. Asterisk. The bodyguards, of course, heard the noise and immediately came over. Over there. It sounded like it came from over there. A few of you go check it out. Tang Shui was now panicked. She rubbed her hands together, her expression earnest. I don't want to be taken back. You don't seem like a bad person. Can you take me away? Yi Tian gently replied, yes, wherever you want to go. Tang Shui happily grabbed his wrist. Okay, then let's hurry. They're almost here. For a moment, she thought to herself, asterisk that's strange. He feels so familiar. Asterisk Yi Tian's eyes were fixed on her the entire time. Schwerer, we've finally met again. The 2 of them ran out of the city. Only then did they stop to catch their breath. Huff, huff, huff. She smiled and introduced herself. Hello, I'm Tang Shui. Thank you for helping me just now. He reached out and took her soft hand, replying, I'm Yi Tian. He stood up straight and glanced at her, asking, why were those people chasing you? Tang Shui sighed, dejectedly. It's a forced marriage between families. So boring. I don't want to follow my father's orders and meet a man I don't even know. He pursed his lips in thought. Asterisk, I want to advise her to stay away from that bastard Wang Hao. The further away, the better. But how should I say it? Asterisk, then she looked up at the moon. If only I could be like Chang'e. It would be so nice to just fly towards the moon without thinking. Hearing this, Yi Tian replied, follow your heart. Everything will be all right. Tang Shui looked at him and smiled faintly. I have to go now. Even though I've only known you for a few hours, I feel very comfortable. It's strange. He tried to look at her for as long as possible before replying, we're truly fated. I hope to see you again. She walked towards the car behind him and waved at your right. Thank you, Yi Tian. Fate will bring us together again. He watched the car leave and silently made up his mind. Astra Schwerer, I will protect you in the future. This life, your fate is mine to decide, not heaven's. Asterisk he returned to the Hoofing Villa. Stepping outside with the jade stone in his hand, he thought, asterisk, I've only reached the chi refining stage. How can I protect Shui heir so she doesn't suffer in this life? Asterisk. He thought of the girl's retreating figure and silently set a goal for himself. Asterisk Etion, you're still weak. Very weak. You must quickly seize the time to train to become stronger. For Shui heir, I must become stronger. Asterisk. Finishing his thoughts, he used the 7 jade stones and began to focus on cultivating. Through the cultivation cycle of the myriad worlds' spiritual chi, the body can absorb the spiritual consciousness of all things, the feeling of the world. Yao Guang Kai Yang, Jade Eternal Heaven Fist, Heavenly Secrets, Heavenly Spring, Heavenly Zone, Jade Yao Guang, Kai Yang, Jade Eternal Heaven Fist, Heavenly Secrets, Heavenly Spring, Heavenly Zone. The jade stone he had refined the day before shone down a ray of light. All origins unraveling Star-Lord, lend me a portion of your power. In front of him was a pool of water. The jade stone and the water now surrounded him. Etion, drenched in sweat, slowly opened his eyes. Finally, I've reached the spirit movement stage. Spirit movement stage. I can sense the living beings around me. I could try it out. He immediately sensed the presence of fish, birds, and mosquitoes. He stood up and shouted toward the tree in the courtyard. Who's there? Sneaking around and hiding in the tree. The person was startled, lost their footing, and fell da-da. Ouch! Ow! Ow! You're Shang Qingqing. Etion walked over and asked with some suspicion, are you all right? Why are you here? Shang Qingqing rubbed her forehead. You idiot. I fell from up there. Do you think I'm all right? But she froze when she realized who it was. Whoa. Immediately, the young girl bowed respectfully and said, the thing is, at the Hero Association, I witnessed Grandmaster Ye's profound power. Qingqing wishes to become your disciple. Yi Tian looked her over appraisingly. Asterisk, this young lady has good cultivation potential. If I hadn't reached the spirit movement stage, I'm afraid I wouldn't have easily detected her. This life isn't easy to come by. I shouldn't cause trouble with unrelated people. Asterisk. Thinking this, he turned his back and waved her away that I'm not accepting disciples. Young lady, please leave. Shang Qingqing immediately pulled out a box, smiling. Master teaches a lesson. Qingqing understands. Consider this 100 million as a discipleship gift. He paid no attention to her and picked up his phone. Wang Zihan, what's the matter? The girl on the other end of the line spoke indifferently, and why mother said tomorrow is her birthday. You must come. I'm just relaying the message. Shang Rong also came up and put his arm around her shoulder, reminding him, Yi Tian, tomorrow is the day you and Zihan break off your engagement. I hope you'll come to see Zihan one last time. Yi Tian slowly responded with an emotionless face. Tomorrow I will come. Otherwise, I wouldn't even want to see the faces of you 2 dogs. Wang Zihan angrily raised her voice. Why Tian? What makes you so great? You're not. Beep Beep Tian had hung up. He walked away without looking back, replying indifferently. I have important matters to attend to. If you want to find a master, please seek another expert. I won't see you out. The young girl was about to follow Grandmaster Yi, but suddenly noticed him walking on water. She stopped in her tracks. Such powerful skills. Used to run away. The girl behind him put her hands on her hips and shouted, Yi Tian, you wait. Shang Qingqing, I will definitely make you agree to take me as your disciple. He stood in front of the hotel, thinking to himself, using Aunt Dam's birthday as an excuse to say goodbye, and then sever all ties with the Wang family. The dog couple, Wang Zihan and Shang Rong, were already waiting outside. She said, Yi Tian, you're late. This is the most famous hotel in Yingzhou. If the Shang family didn't have shares here, you wouldn't be able to step foot in here your whole life. Yi Tian brushed past them and said coldly, I wasn't planning on coming here anyway. Wang Zihan, provoked, glared at him contemptuously. What's so great about you? You're nothing but a dog following behind me. Shang Rong comforted her. Zihan, why bother getting angry with this kind of person? I'll deal with him. Inside the banquet, the 2 parents of the Wang family were already waiting for him. Wang Guangming, the head of the Wang family, and Dam Thursday, the Wang family's madam. Dam Thursday came forward and waved to him. Xiao Tian, I finally get to see you. Come here quickly. Let Annie see you. Yi Tian smiled respectfully and presented a small bag. Auntie, I personally made this jade amulet for you. I hope you stay healthy. Damn Thursday accepted it with a gentle smile. Xiao Tian, you're so thoughtful. And he really likes it. He looked at Damn Thursday and thought to himself, Aunt Dam's health is too weak. This jade is imbued with a formation. It can protect her and improve her health. As for the spirit-devouring formation, I'll find a chance to resolve it later. Wang Guangming held the old jade in his hand with disdain at a picked-up piece of jade that looks so dirty, and you dare to give it to Aunt Dam? You. Shang Rong patted him on the shoulder and walked in arrogantly, holding an exquisite gift box in his hand. Aunt Dam, this gift was specially ordered by Zihan and me. There's only one in the whole world. Damn Thursday opened the box and exclaimed in surprise, "Whoa, this is a special design. It's so beautiful." Then she became a little apprehensive. Young Master Shang, there's no need to buy such an expensive gift. I think it's the thought that counts, like Xiao Tian's. Yes. Wang Zihan hugged her mother's arm. This is Shang Rong's sincerity. Unlike some people who give away anything they can find. Her mother scolded angrily. How dare you speak like that? Xiao Tian is engaged to you. Zihan pouted. Mother, I don't want to marry this kind of person. Yi Tian then spoke up. Zihan and I are not compatible in terms of personality and interests. Aunt Dam, the childhood engagement is officially broken off today. Dam Thursday clenched her hand, too angry to speak. Xiao Tian, even you. I treated you like my own son. Shang Rong added fuel to the fire. The Wang family treated you like a son. Today is Aunt Dam's birthday. Yi, how could you send someone as weak as you here? You don't understand etiquette at all. Yi Tian turned sharply, his eyes cold. Repeat that. Seeing this, Shang Rong hid behind Wang Zihan. Can't speak. So you want to resort to violence? I think your Yi family's manners are appalling. Causing trouble for Aunt Dam on such an important day. He clenched his fist and raised his voice. Shang Rong, let's go outside. I'm afraid I'll offend Aunt Dam's eyes here. Dam Thursday clutched her chest and said with difficulty, stop arguing. My heart condition is acting up because of your bickering. He helped her outside. Aunt Dam, hold on to this jade pendant. You'll feel better. I'll take you to the Wang family hospital. Wang Zihan immediately stopped Yi Tian. Our Wang family has nothing to do with you. You don't even have a car. How can you take my mother to the hospital? Shang Rong held up his phone and replied blandly, it's all right. I've already called a driver to take Aunt Dam. Yi Tian, you don't need to pretend anymore. She helped Dam Thursday leave. Yi Tian stood frozen in place. Shang Rong, as if unintentionally, stepped on his jade pouch and said scornfully, there were a lot of rumors about you a while back. I thought you were something special. Turns out you're just a good-for-nothing. Yi Tian smashed the table beside him. His voice was strained. Shang Rong, say one more word and I'll make you like this table. Reduced to ashes. He backed away, fearfully a few steps. Who are you threatening? This is the Shang family's hotel. Damage the table or hit me. Can you even afford to pay? Yi Tian didn't hesitate to throw a punch. Shang Rong was now trembling, his face pale. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out from behind. Master, this kind of person isn't worth dirtying your hands. It was Shang Qingqing. She walked over with her arms crossed, raising an eyebrow at him. Since when did the Shang family's business become someone else's playground? Wang Zihan frowned, questioning him. Shang Rong, was that outside? Shang Rong recognized the newcomer and asked, Miss Shang Qingqing, why are you here? He immediately put on a reassuring air and anxiously explained, it's just a hooligan causing trouble. There's no need for Miss Shang to personally handle this. I'll throw him out. He shouted towards the inside. Someone, get him out of here. Shang Qingqing didn't let him finish. She immediately kicked him in the rear. Don't put on an act in front of me. I'm here today to teach you a lesson. He collapsed to the ground, feigning grievance. Miss Shang Qingqing, I'm Shang Rong. I'm your cousin. Shang Qingqing didn't even look at him. She slapped him hard across the face. Who gave you the right to claim kinship with my family? Get him out of here. I'll deal with you later. Wang Zihan, not knowing the full story, was angered by this impudence. Where did this impertinent little girl come from? Shang Rong immediately panicked. He whispered a warning to Wang Zihan, apologized quickly. This is the only daughter of the Shang family. Miss Shang Qingqing, don't be so rude. Shang Rong turned to Shang Qingqing, bowing his head pleadingly. Miss Shang Qingqing, please don't mind her. I apologize on her behalf. Wang Zihan stood there, seething with resentment. Asterisk, am I blind? How could I have fallen for such a spineless man? Asterisk, Shang Qingqing, still fuming, turned to leave and saw Yi Tian standing there. Her expression immediately changed. Master, your disciple is late. I spent a lot of effort finding you. Yi Tian frowned, refusing curtly, don't call me that. I haven't agreed to be your master. Wang Zihan, seeing this, couldn't help but feel suspicious. Asterisk Yi Tian, the Shang family's young miss wants to take him as her master? Wang Guangming, you're a fool. Asterisk. He turned to his daughter, his voice urgent. Zihan, this Yi Tian kid is about to strike it rich. What are you still standing there for? Apologize to Yi Tian immediately. Help your father build a connection with the Shang family's eldest daughter. Wang Zihan gritted her teeth, vehemently protesting. Why should I apologize to that little punk for your business dealings? Wang Guangming roared angrily. Don't talk back. My business is about to collapse. You're about to starve to death. Do you understand? His expression immediately changed as he offered tea. I wasn't aware Miss Shang was gracing us with her presence. I prepared some tea. Please, Miss Shang and Yi Tian, Grandmaster Yi, please have some. Yi Tian smiled, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Mr. Wang, you don't mind the gift I gave to Madame Dam anymore. Seeing Yi Tian's attitude, Wang Zihan dropped her politeness. Why, Yi Tian, Miss Shang came all the way to Yingzhou. Given our relationship all these years, can't you give my father some face? Yi Tian chuckled coldly, his eyes sweeping over her. Our relationship? You seem to have forgotten it quickly, Wang Zihan. Last night, you wanted to break off our engagement. Where did these feelings come from today? She yelled angrily. Yi Tian, I'm going to tell my mother. Meanwhile, Wang Guangming, holding a teacup, trembled. Yi Tian's eyes darkened, his voice commanding. This is a warning, Wang Zihan, Wang Guangming. Don't bother Hanyang while she's recuperating. Shang Qingqing stuck out her tongue dismissively. Now, get out of here. You're interrupting my apprenticeship. Be careful, or I'll get angry. Yes. Wang Guangming immediately bowed his head and dragged his daughter out. As they left, he stammered, We're leaving right now. He didn't forget to remind Shang Rong. Hey Shang Rong, what are you still standing there for? Let's go. Shang Rong snapped out of his daze and nodded repeatedly. Oh. Yi Tian walked outside, lost in thought. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. The seven-star formation was missing a jade stone, and the spiritual energy was leaking severely. Shang Qingqing softly explained from behind him. The Tianji position requires a true essence spirit stone. With the spiritual energy leaking so badly, the 7 stars can't contain it. That's why it's essential. Yi Tian looked at her with surprise. How do you know about this? The girl smiled, her eyes sparkling with intelligence. I saw you cultivating at the villa that day, and it looked familiar. I went home and looked through my grandfather's books and figured it out. Unfortunately, his records weren't complete. Yi Tian nodded slowly, thinking to himself that it seemed the world of cultivation had its own methods of chancheng. Perhaps. Shang Qingqing looked at him with a playful smile. Were you thinking? I know where to find a substitute for the jade stone. If you become my master, I'll take you there. Yi Tian rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Let me think about it. Shang Qingqing gazed at Yi Tian, her eyes shining with anticipation. She spoke in a coquettish voice, yet with a hint of arrogance. Well, I've been so sincere, offering this information to my future master. Are you still going to play hard to get? Yi Tian remained calm, replying slowly in a cool tone. This information isn't confirmed yet. How can I agree to your offer? The girl scoffed, her eyes twinkling mischievously, a teasing smirk playing on her lips. Humph. Master puts on a righteous front, so easy to deceive. I didn't expect you to be so gullible. She pulled an object from her sleeve, her voice more serious now. With a touch of provocation, it seems I need to show some sincerity to impress Master. Take a look at this Qilin scale, Master. Yi Tian was momentarily stunned, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Could it be that Qingqing had found a spirit beast? She nodded, presenting the scale for him to examine more closely. She explained as she observed Yi Tian's reaction. This is a scale from the belly of a high Gui. Master, have you ever heard of high Gui? The books say it feeds on jade. Its back is curved like a coin, gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Yi Tian took the scale, sensing the spiritual energy flowing across its surface. He thought to himself that this scale seemed to resonate with him. Perhaps it could be used as a substitute for jade. Ching smiled smugly, tilting her head as she asked lightly, probing, "So, Master, what do you think of this news?" He looked at her seriously and frankly, "Don't call me Master. However, I do need this high GUA scale for my cultivation." Ching exclaimed excitedly, her voice brimming with joy that if Master says so, then I'll take that as a yes. "Let's go catch the high GUA." Tian furrowed his brow, asking doubtfully, "Let's? Who else is there? And I'm not your master." Just as he finished speaking, Xiangming stepped out of the car, feigning concern. Ching, it's not safe for you to be out alone. I came to pick you up." Tian glanced at the newcomer, silently assessing his cultivation level. He inwardly evaluated, ** the Xiang family truly does have some power. This young man also possesses cultivation." Ching turned back, her voice cheerful, as if she had just gained an assistant. "Xiangming, perfect timing. Tian and I are about to go to Horn Lake. We could use your car." Xiangming's eyes lit up in surprise upon hearing this. "Horn Lake? Ching, do you want to find Hai Gui?" Well, you've come to the right person." Ching immediately waved her hand dismissively, her tone mocking. "Even if I had 9 lives, I wouldn't dare ask for your help. To subdue a Hai Gui, we need Master Yi." Xiangming paused, then let out a polite laugh, looking at Tian with surprise. "Oh, your master, Tian. I didn't expect you to be so young. Truly a master." Tian nodded slightly, replying modestly, "You flatter me. I've just been diligent in my cultivation." But inwardly, he was wary of this man's excessive friendliness, thinking, there's no such thing as a free lunch. This reeks of ulterior motives. I suspect Xiangming has something else planned. Inside the car, Xiangming chuckled, his joking tone laced with innuendo that I heard my aunt say that the family business will be handed over to Ching in 2 years. "Don't forget your cousin then, okay?" Ching ignored his remark and turned to Tian, her voice gentle and concerned that it's still a long way to Horn Lake. "And we still have to find the High Gui once we get there, Master. You should rest for a bit." Xiangming observed them silently, thinking, Shang Ching is so respectful to this kid. Could he really be some kind of expert? He gestured to everyone, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Well then, let's set off." But inwardly, he thought, so what if he has a high cultivation level? He's just a country bumpkin. I don't believe he can do anything impressive. The car quickly arrived at their destination. Shang Ching pointed to the ground and recounted, "I found the scale here." Tian looked around the vast lake, his voice analytical. "This lake is quite large. It might take a whole day to circle it. Let's split up and search." Xiangming quickly offered, feigning concern, Ching, come with me. My aunt told me to look after you." Tian looked in the other direction and said calmly, "Then I'll go this way." The 3 of them quickly split into 2 teams, heading in different directions. Xiangming seemed rather displeased with Shang Ching's actions. Ching, it's just a high Gui. I could have handled it easily. Why call in outsiders?" Shang Ching glanced at Xiangming, her voice firm and serious. "Don't complain. Tian is my master. He needs his high Gui. Now go look for it." Xiangming gritted his teeth and reluctantly replied, "Fine, I'm looking." He walked away, a sinister plot brewing in his mind, a malicious smile appearing on his face. Hai Gui love to eat jade, especially spiritual jadeite. The mere sight of it drives them into a frenzy. Later, when Tian isn't paying attention, I'll slip it into his pocket. Xiangming muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with malice. No matter how high his cultivation, he'll be either dead or severely injured. Then I'll be the one to reap the benefits. He narrowed his eyes, chuckling smugly to himself. "Master Yi, you're just a pawn in my game." The ground suddenly shook violently, making everyone lose their balance. Shang Ching cried out in surprise. "Xiangming, is that an earthquake?" Suddenly, a monstrous creature leaped out, startling Xiangming. Ching, be careful." Shang Ching gasped, her eyes wide with shock. This is the High Gui." "Xiangming, catch it." Xiangming gestured to his companion and quickly said, "Let's attack it from both sides. Surround it." He glanced at the spirit beast and sneered, thinking to himself, High Gui are generally very powerful. Luckily, I reacted quickly. If Yi had found it, ha ha ha. Xiangming grabbed the Hai Gui's hind legs and boasted loudly. Where do you think you're going? Shang Qingqing quickly channeled her energy, holding onto the struggling Hai Gui. I can hold it for a few minutes, Xiangming. Go tell Master Yi. Xiangming immediately nodded, a cunning look in his eyes. Got it, I'll go right away. But inwardly, he chuckled, don't worry, I'll send Master Yi to his death. Soon after, Xiangming ran to Yi Tian, feigning urgency. Master Yi, come quickly. We found Hai Gui. Yi Tian glanced around, asking suspiciously, why are you alone? Where's Qingqing? Xiangming bowed his head respectfully, his tone flawless. Please follow me, Master Yi. My cousin is holding the Hai Gui and told me to fetch you. Yi Tian didn't hesitate any longer and nodded decisively. Quickly, take me there. As Yi Tian followed him, Xiangming said, thank you, Master Yi. While Yi Tian wasn't looking, he quickly slipped something into Yi Tian's pocket, thinking to himself, haha, just wait for the Hai Gui to go berserk. When they returned to the scene, Yi Tian immediately sensed an extremely powerful spiritual energy emanating from the lake. His expression turned serious. How could such a rare and gigantic spirit beast exist on Earth? Shang Qingqing spoke excitedly. See, I wasn't lying. Xiangming feigned concern and said to Qingqing, you rest. Master Yi and I will deal with the Hai Gui. She looked at Yi Tian and nodded trustingly. All right, I'll leave it to you, Master. Go ahead. Watching Yi Tian approach the Hai Gui, Xiangming smirked. Now's the time. Yi Tian carefully observed the violently struggling Hai Gui, a spark of interest in his eyes. The Hai Gui is a water-type spiritual beast. If I could obtain its essence. Suddenly, the Hai Gui let out a frenzied roar and jerked its head violently. Luckily, Yi Tian was quick enough to dodge. Xiangming collapsed to the ground, feigning panic and gasping for breath. Why did it suddenly go berserk? Xiangming quickly drew his weapon, acting as if ready to assist. Grandmaster Yi, let me help you. Yi Tian narrowed his eyes, sensing a murderous aura from behind him. Suspicion arose in his heart. This kid is deliberately targeting me. Xiangming urgently called out from behind the Hai Gui. Behind you, Grandmaster Yi. Its weak point is at its back. The Hai Gui flung Yi Tian backwards. He crashed into a nearby tree. The impact caused the jade stone in his pocket to fall out and break in two. Only then did Yi Tian realize it. When did I get this jade stone? He glanced at the raging Hai Gui and immediately understood. Could it be that the Hai Gui's frenzy is related to this jade? I understand now. Yi Tian's eyes turned as sharp as blades. His voice boomed like thunder in clear skies. Xiangming, harming a celestial being will come at a steep price. Are you ready? Seeing the increasingly dangerous situation and hearing Yi Tian's words, Xiangming feigned panic and cried out, Grandmaster Yi, what are you talking about? Help me. Yi Tian narrowed his eyes, staring directly at him. His voice was ice cold. Xiangming, tell me, how did the jade stone end up on me? What's going on? Xiangming hastily took half a step back, stammering and denying, I don't know. Shang Qingqing glared at Xiangming, her voice filled with anger. Xiangming, I saw you with it at the auction with my own eyes. You dare to harm Grandmaster Yi and be exposed. Xiangming became even more panicked, speechless. I know I can't hide it anymore. Xiangming shouted, trying to turn the tables. This Hai Gui is mine. How dare he steal it from me? Yi Tian chuckled, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Xiangming, you are truly audacious. The last person who tried to harm me, what was their fate? He tilted his head and continued in a casual tone, as if discussing everyday matters. Oh, you want to know? Xiangming's face contorted as he cried out in alarm. The jade stone adhered tightly to him. He couldn't pull it off no matter how hard he tried. It's no good. I can't get off. Xiangming's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and hissed, damn it, how could this be? Yi Tian smirked, his eyes sharp as knives. Fortunately, your jade stone has made the Hai Gui twice as strong. You won't be able to control it. Xiangming gritted his teeth, glanced around, and thought to himself, it seems the only way to escape is to jump into the lake. He quickly jumped into the freezing water. But even in the lake, Xiangming continued to scheme. Asterisk Yi Tian, you underestimate me. Even if I can't kill it, I won't let you have it. Asterisk watching Xiangming plunge into the lake. Shang Qingqing clenched her fists and exclaimed furiously, how could the Shang family have such scum? I must go after him. Yi Tian gently stopped her, his eyes calm. Don't dirty your hands. Didn't you want to learn cultivation techniques? Watch this. He raised his hand and formed a seal. The spiritual energy around him vibrated. He chanted an ancient incantation. Supreme celestial stars divide yin and yang. His voice was steady and resolute, like the clang of metal on metal. Establish the 4 armies, 5 elements. The spiritual energy fluctuated intensely as he continued to guide the incantation, dividing the seasons, determining the signs, connecting the remaining fights. Shang Qingqing's eyes filled with shock. She stumbled back half a step, exclaiming in astonishment, "Master, this cultivation technique." Yi Tian shouted a command, "Xingming, come out here. I know you're still alive." Looking at Xingming lying motionless on the high Gui's back, he informed Shang Qingqing, "I've spared his life. The rest is for the Shang family to handle." She turned away, her voice full of disdain. "This scum isn't worth our attention." Taking advantage of the lull, Shang Qingqing turned to Yi Tian, her eyes sincere yet resolute. "Master Yi, in exchange for the high Gui Jin Yuan, take me as your disciple. What do you say? Will you agree?" In a panic, Xingming knelt before Shang Qingqing, his voice pleading, "Qingqing, tell Master Yi to spare me. Your cousin cares about you so much. Please help me." Shang Qingqing didn't even look at him. She turned to Yi Tian with admiring eyes. "Master, that move just now was amazing. However, the Shang family's affairs should be handled by the Shang family." She turned back to Xingming, her voice cold as she declared, "Two choices. Point 1. I take you back to the Shang family and tell my father about your wicked deeds to be dealt with according to family law. 2. Not letting her finish, Xingming hurriedly interrupted, 2. I choose 2. Shang Qingqing sneered, slowly continuing, 2. Your name is erased from the Shang family genealogy. You are no longer a member of the Shang family. You're left to fend for yourself." Yi Tian nodded in agreement, his gaze calm as water. I don't want to see this villain either. Qingqing, let's go. There are still preparations to be made for the discipleship ceremony. Hearing this, Shang Qingqing cheered with childish delight. Discipleship ceremony. Yay! Master finally agreed. She eagerly pulled Yi Tian's hand, her excitement evident. "We can't delay, Master. Let's go." Hee. I have to consult the books to see which day is most auspicious. Watching Shang Qingqing's retreating figure, Yi Tian was reminded of someone he knew. Sure, are you well now? As the car stopped at a magnificent villa, Shang Qingqing announced, "We've arrived at the lakeside villa." Seeing this, Hong Linger stepped forward and asked, "Yi Tian, where have you been these past few days? I've been looking everywhere for you." Noticing Shang Qingqing with him, she spoke with a haughty tone, "Shang family's little brat, what are your intentions following Yi Tian around?" Shang Qingqing immediately retorted in a cold voice, "Hong family's arrogant woman, what are you doing at my door?" The two girls faced off. Yi Tian, watching from the side, shook his head, thinking to himself, what deep-seated grudge do these two have? Shang Qingqing curled her lips sarcastically. "I invited Master Yi to be my master. Unlike some people frantically stalking and blocking someone's door." Hong Linger's face flushed red with anger. "How dare you speak to me like that?" At that moment, Yi Tian interrupted, reminding them, "Qingqing, I'll take this Zhen Yuan to cultivate my strength first. As for the discipleship ceremony arrangements, let me know after I finish my closed-door cultivation." Hong Linger looked at him intently, disappointment in her voice. Why, Yi Tian, do you really want to take this girl as your disciple? Shang Qingqing quickly interjected, her face beaming. "All right, I'll visit Master in a few days then." Yi Tian sighed, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. "She kept insisting on becoming my disciple, talking about money and magical treasures, costing me a lot of effort. I have nothing to repay her with, so I might as well grant her wish." Hearing this, Hong Linger spoke timidly, her voice as soft as a mosquito. "Then, can I also become your disciple?" Shang Qingqing's eyes widened, and she yelled, "What? Hong Linger, you're copying me. Have you no shame?" Hong Linger quickly retorted, her eyes sparkling with indignation. "Who want to copy you? I already had this idea when Master Yi removed the cold poison from me." She lowered her head, muttering hesitantly, "If I become his disciple, I'll be closer to him." Shang Qingqing pointed directly at her rival, accusing loudly, "Who are you trying to fool? You just want to get close to Master, don't you?" Hong Linger blushed crimson and hurriedly denied it. "You're talking nonsense." Shang Qingqing tossed her head arrogantly, speaking with a smug air. "I used the high Gui spirit beast Jin Yuan to earn the right to become his disciple. What have you done for Master? Hong Linger took a deep breath and replied in a calm voice laced with hidden meaning, I have my own value. Yi Tian, when you went to the heroes gathering before, you were looking for Wang Hao, weren't you? Hearing that name, Yi Tian nodded, a murderous glint flashing his eyes. That's right. I have a blood feud with that man. Hong Linger immediately reported, her face serious. My grandfather told me to tell you, he's trying to force the daughter of the wealthy Tang family in Mingzhou into marriage to seize their assets. Hearing the name of his enemy, rage flared in Yi Tian's eyes. That dog thief, Wang Hao. I swear I won't rest until he's dead. Seeing Yi Tian's reaction, Shang Qingqing guessed something bad was about to happen. Could it be something's gonna happen? Hong Linger rushed forward, trying to grab his hand, calling out to Yi Tian as he prepared to leave. Why, Yi Tian, wait. Listen to me. Yi Tian didn't stop, replying coldly, get out of my way. I can't wait any longer. Hong Linger persisted. I don't know what feud you have with Wang Hao, but if you go there rashly, you'll be pushing the Tang family into a dead end. She stammered, expressing her intentions. I just want to help Tang Shui escape from Wang Hao's clutches. Hearing this, Yi Tian paused, a worried look on his face. Tang Shui. Hong Linger became more determined than ever. Escaping his clutches is a bit difficult. Even with my family's influence, we can't do anything. I can't help you against Wang Hao. However, Shang Qingqing quickly interjected, just getting close to the Tang family and Wang Hao. We have a way. Hong Linger sighed, her voice heavy. Then you'll see how terrifying Wang Hao truly is. Yi Tian slammed his fist into a tree trunk, roaring with unrestrained fury. I know that better than you. But Tang Shui has shown me kindness. Yi Tian declared without hesitation, a silent vow echoing in his mind. Even if it's a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, I have to go. The scene shifted to a luxurious high-rise building. Hong Linger looked at him and added softly, CEO Tang has been secretly searching for skilled individuals to be bodyguards for his only daughter. I recommended you to him. Despite wanting to help wholeheartedly, her current circumstances only allowed her to offer parting advice. This place is crawling with Wang's spies. I can't stay here long. The rest is up to you. Yi Tian took the invitation in his hand. I understand. Thank you. Yi Tian was led to a room. The man beside him announced, CEO Tang. The person the Hong family recommended is here. A voice from inside replied, bring him in. CEO Tang saw him and smiled with relief. Master Yi, you finally arrived. He quickly shook Yi Tian's hand. The Schwenner's safety depends entirely on you. Yi Tian looked at CEO Tang with a determined gaze and no problem. Later in the room, Tang Shui saw Yi Tian and smiled with relief. It's you. I feel much better now. Seeing the beautiful girl emerge, he blurted out, Tang Shui. Tang Shui was very surprised by the bodyguard her father had chosen for her. Her father? He's the one who helped me last time. How did Dad find him? Just then, old Lu's voice rang out, urgently pleading, Sir, I only drive for CEO Tang. Please spare my son. Wang Hao showed no mercy. His voice cold and sharp as a knife. Pleading with me is useless. Go beg your precious CEO Tang. Seeing the tense situation, CEO Tang quickly told the two, Shue, you and Master Yi quickly go hide in the dressing room. Don't let Wang Hao find you. He seriously instructed his daughter to remember, no matter what happens, don't make a sound. Old Lu, you've worked for CEO Tang for a long time. Now, there's nothing else you can do but this? He begged CEO Tang, considering I've driven for you for 10 years. Please let me go. CEO Tang bowed his head worriedly and asked Old Lu what's wrong? What happened to your son? Not letting Old Lu speak, Wang Hao interrupted. It's just that he was taken by someone from the Green Gang. I heard that kid has a spirit very suitable for their cultivation path. CEO Tang looked at Old Lu, finally sighed, and decided, all right. Although I'm reluctant, I can't abandon your family. You can go. Old Lu bowed his head gratefully. Thank you, CEO Tang. Seeing this, Wang Hao quickly picked up his phone and called Yuan Huang. Hello, Yuan Huang? I have a child with a spirit suitable for you. I'll send him over now. Old Lu asked in surprise and a nervous voice. You said as long as CEO Tang agreed, you would spare my son? Wang Hao laughed, mockingly and triumphantly. How can you be so naive? CEO Tang agreed with you, but I didn't. Ha ha. Hearing their unjust conversation outside, Tang Shui couldn't accept it. How can he treat Uncle Lu like this? I can't stand it anymore. But she was quickly gagged by Yi Tian, and Yi Tian couldn't let his patience last any longer. He stepped forward, his eyes full of determination. Why, Tian? In this life, I only exist to protect Miss Tang Shue's safety. Yi Tian commanded in a warning tone, his hand reaching out to stop her. Don't move. If he finds out, it'll be dangerous. His hand remained over Tang Shue's mouth. Yi Tian offered a condition. If you promise not to do anything foolish, not to make a sound, I'll let you go. At this moment, Tang Shue's worried voice came out, muffled. Yi Tian looked back at her, his face full of remorse, thinking to himself, Shuer, I don't want you to suffer either. Sorry. Yi Tian immediately suggested a plan, not wanted to let this situation drag on. Wait until Wang Hao leaves, then we'll figure it out. Outside, CEO Tang was still pleading, asking for Wang Hao's conditions. Young Master Wang, just tell me directly, what will it take for you to let Tang Ran go? Wang Hao sat back in his chair, replying with a hard and arrogant look. Let him go? Wang Hao, have never let go of anything I've set my eyes on, old Tang. I've already said. He continued, his tone threatening. Wang Hao didn't hide his ambition. Your precious daughter, Tang Ran's assets, including this company with 3,000 employees, I want all. CEO Tang spoke with a look of despair. You want to take my life? Wang Hao laughed, feeling no guilt whatsoever. Come on, I have no interest in your life. A voice from outside the door called for Wang Hao to attend an important meeting. Mr. Wang, Mr. X from Shungbang invites you to the Mingzhu negotiation conference. Please follow me. He quickly put his arm around the red-haired woman's waist and smugly said, having a beautiful woman accompany me to the banquet is certainly enjoyable. Ha. But in response to his teasing, she only uttered a playful reproach. Oh, you're so bad, Mr. Wang. Wang Hao continued to threaten CEO Tang. His patience was wearing thin. Old man, my patience has a limit. 1 month. If I don't see the results I expect. Before leaving, he arrogantly emphasized, then let these things be buried with you. CEO Tang, now elderly, could only cough a few times. Seeing her father's distress, Tang Shui quickly rushed to support him. Dad, don't be sad. I've thought about it. Just agree to his terms. CEO Tang refused with clear determination, his voice filled with anguish. No, he's a demon. Marrying him will ruin your life. I can't do it. Tang Shui expressed her willingness to sacrifice herself, her resolve evident. But if I don't marry him, his cruel hand will harm even more people. She bowed her head, recalling her father's words from the past. Dad once said, the Tang family's success today relies on our veteran employees. If anything happens, we can't forget them. I can't push them into hell just for myself. Seeing this situation, Yi Tian also felt a sense of helplessness. Why am I still so weak? Having been reborn, I should be able to change this. Yi Tian spoke with a remorseful expression. I'm sorry, CEO Tang. Yi Tian confessed his feelings. Miss Tang's words just now made me feel incredibly ashamed. I just want to take her away, far away from his clutches. But she's thinking about over 3,000 employees and the Tang family's business. Yi Tian felt powerless in this situation, apologetically replying, right now, I have no way to confront the Wang family in Shungbang. Although reluctant, Tang Shui thanked Yi Tian with gratitude. That you're making me embarrassed. No matter what, thank you, Yi Tian. Tang Shui realized her heart was beating faster when she was near Yi Tian, but couldn't understand why. What's going on? My heart is beating so fast. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. The Tang Corporation building has over 30 floors and nearly 50 cultivators. Yi Tian assessed the situation and proposed a solution to avoid detection. There are quite a few of Wang Hao spies here, CEO Tang. I think we should conceal Tang Shui's aura to avoid being discovered. Yi Tian quickly cast a spell on Tang Shui. This formation can last for a month. During this time, Tang Shui won't be detectable by spiritual detection. CEO Tang worried about the future. What will we do after a month? Yi Tian firmly emphasized his determination. Within a month, Yi Tian, will definitely save everyone. He reaffirmed his promise that I'll do what I say. The scene shifted to a magnificent villa. Shang Qingqing asked anxiously, her face filled with unease. You said Master went to the Tang Corporation? I wonder if he ran into Wang Hao. Hong Linger replied with a doubtful tone. I don't know. Master was so angry before. If she dared to call him Master, Hong Linger interrupted, cutting her off with displeasure. Expressing her disapproval, she said, "Who allowed you to call Yi Tian master?" Shang Qingqing, arms crossed, quickly explained with an arrogant look. Yi Tian agreed. Then, with a touch of concern, she added, "But master has been gone for several days. Why hasn't he returned?" The door opened, and Yi Tian walked in. Hong Linger was astonished. Seeing the familiar figure, Shang Qingqing cried out joyfully, "Master!" Yi Tian immediately ordered, his voice urgent, "Help me gather all the forces in Yingzhou. I have an urgent matter." Shang Qingqing froze, surprised, and asked, "Could it be you're planning to declare war on the Wang family?" Hong Linger analyzed the situation, her face filled with worry. The Wang family's power is immense. They also control a considerable amount of resources in Mingzhou. I'm afraid you don't have enough strength to oppose them. Yi Tian gave a cold laugh, his eyes full of determination. Not enough strength? Then I'll find more people to help. I must win this battle. Shang Qingqing suddenly remembered something and hurriedly reminded him. That's right. A few days ago, my father said the Qianlong gang will be visiting our Shang family. Yi Tian asked, his voice full of curiosity, "Is the Qianlong gang very powerful?" She nodded, explaining powerful. The Qianlong gang is the largest gang in Huagua. I heard the Qin gang's goal is to oppose the Qianlong gang. Shang Qingqing continued, her face full of hope. My father said the Qianlong gang has been urgently looking for a spirit master recently. I can recommend you. Yi Tian smirked, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Even the Qin gang is 3 parts wary of the Qianlong gang. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, perhaps. He nodded slightly and said seriously, "Then I'll trouble you." Shang Qingqing replied cheerfully without hesitation, "No problem." Yi Tian and Shang Qingqing quickly moved to an ancient, crimson-colored villa. Yi Tian frowned slightly as he sensed a powerful aura ahead. It seems the people from the Qianlong gang have arrived. He secretly observed the 2 guards standing at the door, his eyes flickering. These 2 have turbulent spiritual energy. It seems the Qianlong gang is not simple. Shang Qingqing smiled and pulled Yi Tian's hand, urging him cheerfully, "Let's go. I have to tell my father that I've found a good master." An old servant came out and bowed respectfully. "Miss Shang, you're back. The master is waiting for you inside." She nodded and quickly instructed, "Stewardly, please escort Master Yi to the guest room. The Qianlong gang is there." Stewardly immediately bowed and acknowledged, "Yes, Mississippi." After walking a short distance, Stewardly pointed ahead and said, "It's just up ahead." Yi Tian nodded slightly, his eyes sweeping over the area as he thought to himself, "It seems the Qianlong gang has brought quite a few people." Stewardly spoke respectfully, "Master Yi, please enter." Stepping into the main hall, Yi Tian was slightly shocked to recognize the 6-Mang formation. Just what is the background of this Qianlong gang? He was suddenly attacked, leaving him bewildered. What's the meaning of this? Yi Tian immediately sensed the murderous aura swirling in the air. He raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, "These people have come with ill intentions." His gaze became more serious than ever as he assessed his opponent's abilities. Very skillful technique. Observing more closely, he thought, the 100 battles formation looks chaotic, but it blocks all escape routes. It seems their strength is not to be underestimated. Zhong, she clapped his hands, praising profusely, excellent skills. As expected of someone recommended by Elder Shang, truly extraordinary. The old man smiled and took the initiative to greet him. Praised by Elder Zhong, of course. It's Grandmaster Yi, isn't it? I offended you just now. Yi Tian narrowed his eyes. A cold voice rang out. Are you testing me? He was furious inside. They dare to test me? Zhong Shishi bowed gently and said, Elder of the Qianlong gang, Zhong Shishi apologizes to Grandmaster Yi. I was sent by the gang leader for training to eliminate some power-hungry conspirators. She sighed sincerely. Grandmaster Yi's strength is so high. I've never seen anything like it in my life. So, I was momentarily curious and want to test it. Please forgive me. Yi Tian nodded indifferently, his eyes sharp as he shook her hand. Oh, that's it. However, true experts shouldn't casually test their strength. Be careful of getting hurt. Zhong Shishi admitted, the Qianlong gang, although the #1 gang in Hua Nation, also has quite a few rivals. The gang leader ordered me to search for experts everywhere. She hesitated. Grandmaster Yi's strength, needless to say. I wonder if the position of Blood Dragon Squad instructor would interest you. Yi Tian's eyes swept over the object in her hand, thinking to himself, Asterisk, this badge looks like a magical artifact. Could it be that the Qianlong gang can create magical artifacts? Asterisk, he pondered, a profound look flashing in his eyes. Asterisk, I haven't fully recovered my strength yet. I might as well take this opportunity to borrow the Qianlong gang's power to buy some time. Asterisk. After a moment of consideration, Yi Tian replied, I can be the instructor, but I have one condition. Zhong Shishi nodded, her tone probing. The Qin gang, in order to confront the Qianlong gang, joined forces with Wang Hao. Mr. Wang recently wanted to annex the Tang family. Perhaps Grandmaster Yi came for this matter. Yi Tian's lips curled into a cold smile. That's right. Talking to intelligent people saves effort. Zhong Shishi immediately offered an enticing condition. A gleaming jade seal appeared in her hand. Just hold this jade seal, and you can command the Qianlong gang's Tiger Dragon squad. If you agree, this will be your inauguration gift. He thought to himself, asterisk, this is perfect. Although their cultivation isn't too profound, it's enough to deal with the Wang family. Asterisk, Zhong Shishi continued, her voice full of persuasion. Grandmaster Yi, no matter where you send them, no matter what you have them do, the Qianlong gang won't ask. You can consider them your personal army. Yi Tian looked at the jade seal for a moment, then decisively replied, all right, I'll accept this gift without hesitation. A cheerful laugh rang out. Zhong Shishi smiled in praise. Grandmaster Yi is truly a straightforward person. Without wasting time, Yi Tian immediately asked, so when do we set off? Just then, a firm voice rang out from behind. Zhong Shishi, I disagree with your decision. He stepped forward, his eyes full of disdain. This kid is worthy of being our instructor? Yi Tian crossed his arms, his eyes narrowing coldly. Elder Zhong, you're not trying to test me again, are you? Zhong Shishi glanced at the other man and hurriedly explained, No. This is the Tiger Dragon Squad instructor, Gonyang Han. He recently joined the Blood Tiger Squad. His eyes were sharp as knives. He calmly commented, spiritual energy flows with blood energy, but it's unstable, strong, and weak. It seems the training method is somewhat incorrect. Yi Tian continued to assess without any concealment. Good potential, but his temper is too poor. Gonyang Han, hearing this, immediately flew into a rage, sneering, you think you can just casually criticize me? He aggressively pointed at Yi Tian, his mouth spitting out provocations. Little brat of the Blood Tiger Squad, you're not welcome here. Get lost and go home and drink your milk. Just then, Zhong Shishi intervened. Her face purple with rage, she yelled, Gonyang Han, shut up. Don't be disrespectful to the Grandmaster. Gonyang Han flung her hand away and retorted brazenly, his attitude utterly arrogant. Stupid woman, what are you yelling about? Who doesn't know how this elder got in here? He sneered and continued his insults. Oh, I get it, Elder Zhong, you like this pretty boy, huh? Gonyang Han's expression grew even more contemptuous. His words were like spitting in someone's face. Listen up, kid, Yi Tian. I became an instructor based on experience, not by relying on some loose woman. I can't stand this anymore. Zhong Shishi gritted her teeth and cursed directly. Gonyang Han, shut your stinking mouth. The only thing coming out of it is shit. Yi Tian, indifferent to the filth, calmly turned to leave. I don't have the energy to argue with an ignorant fool like you. Gonyang Han roared, as if unwilling to be ignored. Hey, don't run away. Zhong Shishi threw out a hand to stop him, shouting, stop. Gonyang Han, if you cause any more trouble, I won't be polite. Yi Tian, suppressing his anger, gave a final warning. This time I'll let it go. But if you try anything again, I won't hold back. Yi Tian gave Gonyang Han an icy glare, his voice frigid. Your Qianlong gang doesn't even understand basic courtesy. Don't blame me for turning hostile. Zhong Shishi hastily explained, trying to maintain peace. Grandmaster Yi, please calm down. If you have any anger, direct it at me. It's not convenient to fight at Elder Shang's estate. Yi Tian's lips curled into a cold smile that I'll give Elder Shang some face. Bring that Gonyang Han here. Let's settle the score. The three of them walked outside. Zhong Shishi gave a slightly worried instruction. The Qianlong gang's fate will be decided ahead. Life and death are up to fate. Grandmaster Yi, please be careful. Yi Tian clenched his fists, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Then I don't need to hold back anymore. Watching Gonyang Han charge towards him, Yi Tian remained motionless, commenting, too slow. Meanwhile, Gonyang Han, using all his strength, charged forward resolutely. Take this. Yi Tian easily dodged his attack and posed a sarcastic question. Gonyang Han, do you know what happens when an insect faces the wrath of an elephant? He sent Gonyang Han sprawling to the ground. But But even then, Gonyang Han remained arrogant and provocative. Damn it, you didn't even dare face me head on, still pretending to be some expert in front of me. He became enraged and roared, "Damn it, I won't let you off, you bastard." Gonyang Han quickly launched a deadly attack, spitting out a vicious curse that go to hell. Meanwhile, Yi Tian remained completely calm and murmured, "This is the outcome, let me tell you." Zhong Shishi bowed respectfully, congratulating Yi Tian. This is the Qianlong Gang's token. We respectfully welcome Grandmaster Yi to join the Qianlong Gang. Following that, a chorus of cheers erupted like waves crashing on the shore. Welcome Grandmaster Yi to the Qianlong Gang. The Tiger Dragon Squad will obey Grandmaster Yi. Yi Tian glanced lazily at Zhong Shishi, his tone as casual as ever. Elder Zhong, you said before that the Tiger Dragon Squad would be under my command. Does that still stand? Without hesitation, Zhong Shishi immediately confirmed, "Certainly." Yi Tian nodded slightly, his sharp gaze sweeping over the Tiger Dragon Squad. He ordered, "Tiger Dragon Squad, listen to my command. Within 1 month, you must secretly protect the Tang family parents. There can be no mistakes." The Tiger Dragon Squad responded in unison, their voices resounding with power. Recalling the previous incident, Yi Tian turned to Zhong Shishi and calmly instructed, "Elder Zhong, I made a mess of his house earlier. Compensate him for me." After a moment of thought, he added, "Also, in 3 days, come to the lakeside villa to find me." Zhong Shishi lowered his head, accepting the order with a respectful voice. Understood. Watching Yi Tian's departing figure, Zhong Shishi sighed inwardly. His cultivation is so high, and I actually dared to test him before. How foolish of me. He returned to the villa from earlier. At the same time, a startled cry rang out. What? Shang Qingqing nearly jumped up, staring wide-eyed at Yi Tian. "You want to leave Yingzhou for a month?" Yi Tian replied calmly, his tone firm. "Yes. I've agreed to be an instructor for the Qianlong Gang. I need more influence." A hint of anxiety in her voice. Shang Qingqing hurriedly tugged at his sleeve, and "Oh, you can't just leave like this. You promised me." I haven't formally become your disciple yet." Beside her, Hong Linger also clenched her hands, pleading earnestly, "Yi Tian, Grandmaster Yi, please accept me as your disciple." Facing the pleading gazes of the two women, Yi Tian sighed softly, his heart softening. "All right, you two have helped me a great deal. Teaching you a few moves for self-defense is only right." Hearing this, Shang Qingqing and Hong Linger couldn't contain their joy, cheering loudly. For a moment, they embraced each other like close friends, then suddenly realizing their actions, they quickly separated. Yi Tian's eyes darkened as memories of his past life flooded back. In my past life, because Ling Xiao fell from the mountain peak. I still regret it to this day. A faint smile touched his lips as he made a silent decision. Since I'm establishing a sect again today, why not call it the Ling Tian sect? The auspicious time for the discipleship ceremony has arrived. Shang Qingqing announced formally. "Disciple Shang Qingqing," she began, and Hong Linger continued, her voice full of respect. "Disciple Hong Ling." Both clasped their hands and bowed. "We have long admired Grandmaster Yi. Today, we present ourselves to enter the Ling Tian sect." Yi Tian nodded, his voice booming like thunder. "Ling Tian sect has only one rule. If someone doesn't offend us, we won't offend them. But if someone does," he paused, his eyes sharp as blades, "we will find every way to kill them." Without hesitation, the two women responded in unison. "We will obey Master's instructions. We will remember and bring honor to the sect." Yi Tian smiled slightly, his eyes filled with satisfaction. "Good. From now on, you two are members of the Ling Tian sect." Immediately afterward, Shang Qingqing and Hong Linger respectfully offered cups of tea. "Master, please have some tea." Accepting the teacups, Yi Tian instructed in a deep voice, "I leave Yingzhou to you two. Wait for my return in 1 month." The two women replied in unison, their voices filled with determination. Yes. Time flew by quickly. 3 days later, in front of a luxurious villa, a beautiful woman respectfully announced, "Grandmaster Yi, as agreed, I am here on behalf of the Qianlong Gang to escort you." She gestured for Yi Tian to proceed, her tone full of reverence. "Grandmaster Yi, this way, please." Before leaving, Yi Tian turned back and took out 2 dark green leaves. Handing them to Shang Qingqing and Hong Linger. He instructed the two, take this leaf. If anything happens on your way out, destroy it, and I'll return immediately. Both bowed their heads and replied in unison, their resolute gazes showing obedience to their master. Watching his two female disciples, Yi Tian thought to himself, entrusting all the matters of Yingzhou, big and small, to them might not be the best idea. I need to seize this opportunity this month. As soon as Yi Tian's figure disappeared, Shang Qingqing quickly turned to Hong Linger, her eyes full of confidence. Master is gone, so I'm the senior disciple. Linger, you have to listen to me. Hong Linger refused to be outdone, retorting, what do you mean you're the senior disciple? I met Master first, so naturally, I'm the senior disciple. Shang Qingqing scoffed, crossing her arms. Oh, what if you met Master first? I was the one who asked Master to accept me as a disciple first, so I'm the senior disciple. After some time on the vehicle, an announcement finally came. We've arrived. The Blood Tiger squad is probably still training. I'll go call them over. Yi Tian calmly replied, no rush. It's fine to wait until they're done training. I'll cultivate here for a bit. The guard hastily bowed his head and acknowledged the order. Yes, I'll relay the message. Sitting down and circulating his qi, Yi Tian thought excitedly. This is perfect for refining the spiritual energy of the new jade stones. As he circulated his qi, he thought about the 7 stones. The 7 jade stones seemed to be absorbed by the 9 heavens divine stone. Under the impetus of the divine stone within his body, the 7 jade stones were drawn in by an invisible force. The spiritual energy within them continuously flowed out. Yi Tian clearly felt the wonder of the 9 heavens divine stone. The impure qi is expelled automatically. After this, even if I take the jade stones away, it won't affect my cultivation. Suddenly, he noticed someone lurking behind a tree, prompting him to ask, who's there? A firm male voice suddenly rang out from behind him, you're Yi Tian? Yi Tian slowly opened his eyes, his sharp gaze sweeping over to the speaker. He replied simply, that's right. Who are you? The man raised his head, his aura brimming with confidence. Blood Dragon Squad Captain, Ma Fei Guang. I'm here specifically to request your guidance. The corners of Yi Tian's lips curled up slightly as he asked in return, a challenge? Just you alone? Without waiting for an answer, another young man stepped out from behind Ma Fei Guang, his aura equally strong. Blood Dragon Squad, Duan Yang, here to challenge you. Yi Tian chuckled, his eyes sweeping over the gradually gathering crowd. Quite a few of you. He appraised them inwardly, a glint of admiration in his eyes. This Blood Dragon Squad is truly a hidden trove of talent. Unlike that bunch of trash, Yi Tian sneered, his gaze sweeping coldly over them. There are 13 of you, right? Come at me, all of you. One of the Blood Dragon Squad members raised an eyebrow, scoffing provocatively that you've got guts. But I'm here to train you, not to play children's games. Ma Fei Guang stepped forward, his voice firm and resolute. Blood Dragon Squad operates on strength. If you want to be our instructor, you have to accept our challenge. Yi Tian nodded, a look of interest in his eyes. Quite interesting. Don't waste my time. He waved his hand dismissively, his tone challenging. Come at me, all of you. A member of the Blood Dragon Squad glared at Yi Tian, roaring, do you have a death wish? How dare you challenge the entire Blood Dragon Squad? We're not vegetarians. Another member chimed in, his killing intent rising. Since you're talking so big, don't blame us for being impolite. Immediately after, a chorus of shouts erupted as the members charged forward that let's go brothers. Yi Tian stood in the middle of the encirclement, chuckling softly and calmly saying, interesting. The feeling of being surrounded is not bad. Then, he immediately looked up and warned, above. A figure, who had just been about to launch a sneak attack from above, was immediately discovered by Yi Tian. He gritted his teeth. My plan's been discovered again. This isn't easy. No longer hiding, they all charged forward, shouting attack. Yi Tian remained calm and said, if you have any other moves, bring them on. As they rushed towards him, Yi Tian's eyes flashed. He said coldly, my turn. During the fight, Yi Tian assessed each of their moves, nodding slightly. The strength is not bad, but the speed is a little slow. A member of the squad, unwilling to accept this, shouted, less talk, take this. Yi Tian leaned to dodge the blow, shaking his head and commenting, the speed is very fast, but still lacks a bit of power. After a period of fighting, Yi Tian calmly asked, do you want to continue? Ma Fei Guang wiped the sweat from his forehead, bowed, and said respectfully, Instructor Yi, your strength is truly remarkable. We are completely convinced. Yi Tian clasped his hands behind his back and said with a smile, the Blood Dragon Squad's reputation is well-deserved. If you all trust me, I will do my best to help you all make a breakthrough. All the members simultaneously shouted, Thank you, Instructor Yi. Standing to the side, Yi Tian silently observed them, thinking to himself, each of them has unique qualities. I can refine their physique and cultivation methods. Conversely, there's something to be researched here. At this moment, a disdainful voice rose from the crowd. Tisk. Yi Tian glanced towards the source of the voice and asked, Who is that? Are they also from the Blood Tiger Squad? Ma Feiguang immediately replied, Yes, that's Yu Xingyun, the younger brother of Hua Nation's number 1, Yu Xinghe. Hearing the words, number 1, Yi Tian raised an eyebrow and repeated, Hua Nation's number 1. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Tian looked around at the squad members and calmly announced, After yesterday's challenge, I have a good understanding of you all. Therefore, I will change the training methods to suit your individual physiques. The squad members murmured amongst themselves. One person frowned and asked, Change the cultivation methods? I've never heard of such a thing. Another person also expressed disbelief. Our cultivation methods have all been passed down through our families for generations. Yu Xingyin crossed his arms and sneered, questioning, Even my brother wouldn't dare to do that, Instructor Yi. How could you? Yi Tian asked, Why do you say that? Yu Xingyin asked, Instructor Yi, have you ever seen the dangers of modifying cultivation methods? He thought to himself, these people seem to know a little something. Then he replied, Of course I know. It seems you're quite knowledgeable. I'm willing to listen carefully. Yu Xingyun began to explain, cultivation methods are the core of our training. If they're modified carelessly, it's easy to suffer from qi deviation, losing all of one's cultivation. More seriously, it can lead to the shattering of bones and flesh, a condition even a Luo Golden Immortal couldn't cure. My brother, in his youth, full of righteous fervor, once used his own cultivation method to modify the methods of his fellow disciples. The result, at this point, Yu Xingyin hesitated. The result was that those disciples suffered from reversed qi flow, spiritual energy accumulating in their hearts, ultimately rupturing their blood vessels and bleeding to death. Everyone around was startled upon hearing this. Modifying cultivation techniques, is it really that dangerous? Yu Xingyun raised his voice at Yi Tian. Qatar has established its own rules. Cultivation techniques cannot be modified at will. Even the number 1 expert in the Huan Nation wouldn't do this. What makes you think you can change them? He calmly explained to him, the dangers of cultivating modified techniques are very high. This point is not false. But the reason your brother failed wasn't because of this. It was because Yu Xingyun started to berate him. Instructor Yi, you only defeated the Blood Dragon Squad. How dare you speak so boldly, let alone to the number 1 expert of the Huan Nation? Ma Feiguang also agreed with him. Instructor Yi, we admire your abilities, but modifying cultivation techniques is a huge undertaking. Even Duan Yang stepped forward in support that in my entire life, there aren't many people I respect, but Yu Xinghe is one of them. I believe his words. Modifying cultivation techniques is something that should be abandoned. Yu Xingyun continued to implore Yi Tian, Instructor Yi, I advise you to abandon this idea. It's for your own good and for the good of our Blood Dragon Squad. However, Yi Tian firmly told them, I came here to improve your abilities. As the old saying goes, without destruction, there can be no construction. Without modifying your cultivation techniques, you will never be able to improve your abilities. Yi Tian pointed at him and asked, So, dare I ask, Instructor Yi, are you willing to gamble the lives of the entire Blood Dragon Squad? Yi Tian felt a bit troubled inwardly, but didn't let them see it. He feared it would be difficult to persuade them with words alone. Seeing him silent, Yu Xingyin asked, Are you afraid now, Instructor Yi? At this moment, Yi Tian noticed something strange about Yu Xingyin. His fire attribute seemed to have some traces of qi deviation. He placed his hand on Yu Xingyun's shoulder and asserted, What am I afraid of? I'll use you as the wager. Yu Xingyun immediately became angry and brushed his hand away. What are you doing? Yi Tian immediately sensed a powerful but chaotic spiritual energy. Now startled, Yu Xingyun said, You must have heard about it beforehand. Yi Tian absorbed his qi within his palm. He explained, Your Jiang cultivation technique has reached its limit, but neglects the law of fullness and abundance. Your spiritual energy is overflowing. Yu Xingyun became even more agitated. He yelled, Shut up. Yi Tian tried to persuade him. Yu Xingyun, if you don't modify your cultivation technique, you'll end up like your brother and those other disciples. At this point, Yu Xingyun had completely lost his reason. He just lashed out, You're talking nonsense. Yi Tian could only sigh. It seems it's too late. Yu Xingyun charged forward, attacking and threatening Yi Tian. Arrogant fool, you'll pay for your actions and words. Yi Tian was slightly surprised. It was a bit strange. Although there were signs, it shouldn't have happened this quickly. Ma Fei Guang also noticed the abnormality. He rallied everyone. Brothers, I'm afraid Yu Xingyun has succumbed to qi deviation and is now our enemy. Let's go together. We must restrain him first. Duan Yang immediately ran forward. I'll go hold him back. Yu Xingyun struck directly at Duan Yang. Get out of my way. Don't interfere. Yi Tian deployed a shield to protect Duan Yang. Be careful. You're no match for him now. Two terrifying forces collided, creating an explosion. Duan Yang was shocked. He's really strong. Yu Xingyun continued, You actually believe him? You must die. Ma Fei Guang shouted. Blood Dragon Squad, assemble. The flames around Yu Xingyun grew, increasingly frenzied. He had lost control. That MY brother is right. You all don't believe me. An explosion erupted before everyone's eyes die. All of you die. Even Ma Fei Guang dared not approach any further. His spiritual power has multiplied. We're no match for him. At that moment, Yi Tian spoke up, but he's no match for me. He opened a magic circle, opposing Yu Xingyun's ferocious flames. He thought to himself, he can still be saved. If I can create a counterbalancing refining formation, combined with the 100,000 refining secrets, I might be able to save him. Yi Tian commanded everyone. Yu Xingyun can still be saved. You don't need to confront him directly. Just try to hold him back. Wait for me to complete the formation. Lure him to me. Ma Fei Guang obediently followed the order. Yes, Instructor Yi. Yu Xingyun, surrounded from all sides, angrily snorted. Each and every one of you like flies, wasting my time. Yi Tian observed from the outside, looking for an opening. An idea struck him. Thought I've got it. He leaped toward the lake. The water was where Yi Tian could establish his formation. Once finished, he shouted, Lure him here. Everyone began to redirect Yu Xingyun. He chased after them. Where do you think you're going? The opportunity had arrived. Yi Tian yelled, 100,000 refining secrets. Water Dragon's ruin. A colossal water dragon rose from the lake. It slammed directly into Yu Xingyun, dissolving the fire energy within him. At this moment, Yi Tian noticed a dark qi emanating from Yu Xingyun's hand. Black mist. Could it be? Streams of green light flew from Yu Xingyun's body, accompanied by groans. He clutched his chest in agony, screaming as his spiritual power fluctuated. Yi Tian stood before Yu Xingyun and explained, Your spiritual body has just gone from chaos to liberation. Your spiritual power is temporarily sealed by me to prevent further qi deviation. He bent down, offering a medicinal pill. Take this nourishing pill. Although it can't fully restore you, it will help you recover quickly. Yu Xingyun took the pill, stammering, Thank you for saving my life, Instructor Yi. I don't know what happened just now. I suddenly lost control of myself. I almost caused a great disaster. Yi Tian helped him up and said loudly, Your cultivation technique does have some flaws, but the main reason for your qi deviation. Yu Xingyun, startled, asked, Is there another reason? Yi Tian held up a broken piece of a bracelet. The power of the Yin flame has condensed in this broken bracelet of yours. The source of this trouble. I suspect it's related to the Qing gang. Yu Xingyun stared at the broken bracelet in disbelief. Qing gang? How is that possible? Yi Tian placed the broken piece in Yu Xingyun's hand. That it's true. I fought with them before. The spiritual qi of this black mist, it's definitely theirs. Yu Xingyun held up the fragment. This bracelet was a gift from my brother after the first Wan Nation martial arts tournament. He didn't use it, so he gave it to me. Could it be? He turned to the others behind him and commanded, If this is true, then the Qing gang has infiltrated Huan Nation. Everyone must be careful and raise your guard. Ma Fei Guang heard the Blood Dragon Squad shouts. The poison has already penetrated so deeply. I'm still just standing here dumbfounded. Yi Tian patted Yu Xingyun's shoulder and said, "It's fortunate your physique isn't bad. I'll help you break through this solidified spiritual energy." Yu Xingyun bowed with his hands clasped. What happened just now was my fault. But with this powerful enemy before us, in order to increase our strength, I ask Instructor Yi to help me refine my cultivation technique. Ma Fei Guang also clasped his hands and pleaded, "Instructor Yi, please refine my cultivation technique as well." Yi Tian smiled and agreed. "As long as you have the will, I guarantee that within a month, I can help you all advance a level." The crowd responded in unison. "Thank you, Instructor Yi." Yi Tian thought to himself, asterisk, there's still a month. I'll bring these assassins back. Asterisk, he led Yu Xingyun and the others to a rushing waterfall. Before, I improved your cultivation techniques based on each of your unique characteristics. Now is the crucial moment. Yi Tian turned to the group and pointed towards the waterfall. Ma Fei Guang, Duan Yang, your spiritual power leans towards the water element, making it easier to cultivate under the waterfall. Ma Fei Guang quickly replied, "Yes, sir." He sat down cross-legged and called out, "Everyone else, form a circle around me as we cultivate." A 7-star formation will allow for resonant spiritual energy, which can increase our cultivation speed. Yi Tian closed his eyes and thought, asterisk, these past few days, the amount of spiritual energy you've all absorbed has been substantial, causing some instability. The spiritual energy within your bodies needs to be evenly distributed. Asterisk Ma Fei Guang, and Yu Xingyun immediately jumped into the water. Yu Xingyun laughed and shouted, "Thank you, Instructor Yi." Yi Tian immediately stood up to cultivate, laughing inwardly. "Haha, then I can't slack off either." Within the verdant forest, he raised his head, absorbing the spiritual energy of the area, thinking, with everyone's hearts united, the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy will be higher than before. Streams of spiritual energy gradually gathered. Yi Tian thought just a little bit more. He looked at the small, yellow mountain in front of him and thought, success. Streams of spiritual energy surrounded Yi Tian, gently lowering him to the ground. Ma Fei Guang clasped his hands and exclaimed, "Congratulations, Instructor Yi, on your breakthrough. You are an inspiration to us all." Yi Tian raised his hand, gathering spiritual energy, and called out, "Let me see your cultivation formation." Duan Yang pondered, "Could it be that Instructor Yi wants?" Yi Tian's voice rang out, "I've created different formations based on your individual elemental affinities to maximize the benefits for your cultivation." Beneath each person's feet, a different light emanated. Seeing this, Duan Yang realized, asterisk, it instantly formed a formation. And it's a very complex one at that. How could I have doubted him? Asterisk. Ma Fei Guang turned and looked at the others, shouting, "What are you standing around for? Thank Instructor Yi." Everyone immediately called out in unison, "Thank you for your guidance, Instructor Yi." The area within the forest barrier was completely silent. Zhong Shishi, dressed in a cheongsam, appeared behind Yi Tian and praised, "It seems everyone's cultivation is progressing well. Instructor Ye's training is truly effective." Yi Tian, arms crossed, eyes closed, inquired, "You flatter me, Elder Zhong. Are you here to supervise me?" She glanced at him, shouting, but not daring to continue. "We all know Instructor Ye's abilities very well. I came here this time to inform you about something related to the assessment." Yi Tian-gi tilted his head and asked, "Assessment?" Zhong Shishi held up a piece of paper and explained, "Regarding the Qianlong gang, although they venerate the strong fist king, the entire cooperation cannot lack an assistant for the assessment. It will be conducted through battles between squads." He held the paper in his hand, thinking to himself, no wonder their formation tactics are so proficient right now. It seems this is a Qianlong gang tradition. She pointed to the paper and explained, "These are the Blood Tiger Squad's opponents. In 3 days, please have Instructor Yi prepare them." Yi Tian briefly glanced at the paper and replied, "No problem." He looked at the paper in his hand and sighed, "The Martial Dragon Squad. The introduction makes them seem quite strong." Then Yi Tian crossed his arms and looked at the group, saying, "Regarding the assessment, I believe you all understand it better than I do. Currently, each of your cultivation levels has increased, but your teamwork still needs improvement." "Yes," Yi Tian calmly explained the 7-star formation. In every battle, in the eyes of your opponent, you must be vigilant and support each other. Make use of your speed advantage and your powerful abilities. Begin training. In 3 days, I want to see results. The group below shouted in unison, yes. Above them, the blue sky was filled with drifting clouds. The assessment arena was quiet. A purple-haired member of the Martial Dragon Squad crossed his arms and taunted, "Hey Dahua, look who's here." Yi Tian arrived with Ma Fei Guang and the others. Hearing this, he thought to himself, no need to think, it must be someone from the Martial Dragon Squad. And their spiritual power is even greater than Ma Fei Guang and the others. Dahua beside him immediately chimed in with a laugh. The Blood Tiger Squad? What's this? A bunch of rookies. No spirit. They didn't even bother to warm up properly. The purple-haired man crossed his arms and laughed loudly. If you want to play, hurry up. Otherwise, you'll have to beg your grandpa and grandma before you can play. Dahua laughed and replied, why don't you show some kindness and accompany these little brothers to play with their grandpa and grandma? Duan Yang couldn't stand it anymore and lunged forward, shouting, damn you. But Yi Tian stopped him with a raised hand. His voice rang out, don't get agitated. This is a team effort. Besides, you can't afford to lose. The purple-haired man slammed his fist into the ground, shattering it, and sneered at the Blood Tiger Squad. You guys have some nerve. Why don't you come up and fight? Isn't your squad supposed to have the top talent of Hua Nation? Why are they all trash now? Ma Fei Guang's voice rang out, brothers, 7-star formation. The 7 people immediately took their positions and formed the 7-star formation. Duan Yang laughed loudly. Today, I want to see who the real trash is. The purple-haired man sneered and cracked his knuckles, saying disdainfully, you really don't know your own limits. I can handle all of you by myself. He raised his hand, imbued with spiritual power, and punched out, shouting, try a punch from your grandpa. Ma Fei Guang raised his elbow, creating a red shield to block the attack. The shield shattered, sending the purple-haired man stumbling backward. Seeing this, Yu Xingyan feigned surprise and taunted, Grandpa, is that all you've got? Are you getting old? The purple-haired man immediately flew into a rage and roared, you pesky flies. You've angered me. Then he punched out again, shouting, coiling dragon fist. Immediately afterward, the illusory image of a dragon's head appeared. It flew swiftly, charging straight towards Ma Fei Guang, who was facing it. He had just cried out, greed is paramount. Annihilate this earth spirit. Ma Fei Guang leaped onto the shoulders of Duan Yang and another student, yelling, Instructor Yi, let us handle this ourselves. Duan Yang's voice then rang out, 7-star earth imprisonment technique. Immediately, a wooden stake erupted from the magic array on the ground, rising beneath the feet of the purple-haired man. Seeing this, Daihui yelled, these blood dragon brats. Such arrogance. The purple-haired man braced his hands on his knees, turned to look at him, and snapped, what are you gawking at? Hurry up. His voice rang out. The Martial Dragon Squad flew into formation, creating a purplish-black array. The purple-haired man formed hand seals, shouting, Martial Dragon Squad, we absolutely cannot lose to these fledglings who haven't even fully grown their wings. If we don't win, Yi Tian, watching from outside, was startled, thinking the Gu Lu formation and that familiar black smoke. A pair of purple wings sprouted from the purple-haired man's back. He slammed his fist into the ground, roaring, surround them. Yi Tian immediately shouted a warning to Ma Fei Guang. Be careful of that black smoke. Ma Fei Guang responded, assuring him, don't worry, Instructor Yi. There's no need for you to intervene. We can defeat them. His squad simultaneously raised their hands, creating a blue light above them. They shouted in unison, combine our strength. Do not retreat. Above Ma Fei Guang's squad, the Martial Dragon Squad, with their purplish-black wings, flew in a circle, surrounding them and yelling, do you want to die? Ma Fei Guang looked at the blue sphere above and shouted, Heavenly Gate Formation. The purple-haired man raised his hand, gathering black bones in his palm and shouting, your game is over. From the arms of Ma Fei Guang's squad, a blue light emanated. The blue light plunged down from the sky, accompanied by the shouts of Heavenly Gate Break. Ma Fei Guang's squad cheered joyfully as they watched the purple-haired men get blasted away. We won. Instructor, we won. Yi Tian smiled brightly, clapping his hands in praise. Everyone's performance was excellent, worthy of my tutelage. Inwardly, he pondered, the Qing gang's infiltration is proceeding just as I predicted. I'll be able to return sooner than expected. Zhong Shishi walked out, calling Instructor Yi. We just received intel regarding the exit. Yi Tian was startled and puzzled, thinking, did something happen to the exit guards? He quickly inquired, what happened? She touched her chin, replying, it's nothing serious. The spies we planted within the exit route have all been exposed. However, Wang Hao Ran has been keeping a low profile. I'm afraid he's planning something. He crossed his arms, saying, the Qin gang's infiltration is just as I predicted. With Wang Hao Ran making his move, I suspect he plans to act during the Huan Nation martial arts tournament. Yi Tian turned to look at Ma Fei Guang's squad nearby and said to Elder Zhong, although the 1-month deadline still has a few days left, the Blood Dragon squad is ready. I also have some personal matters to attend to. He closed his eyes and clasped his hands together. Take care of the Qianlong gang, ye sly fox. Ma Fei Guang, seeing Yi Tian's departing back, called out, Instructor Yi. Instructor Yi, wait a moment. He didn't turn around, saying, the past 20 days, though short, have fostered camaraderie between us. However, this journey is fraught with danger. It's best for everyone to remain here. Hearing this, Ma Guangfei immediately clasped his hands and shouted, Instructor Ye's guidance has revitalized our cultivation. Wherever Instructor Yi goes, the Blood Dragon squad swears to follow you to the death. Duan Yang, standing beside him, echoed, the Blood Dragon squad swears to follow Instructor Yi to the death. Yi Tian turned back to look at the group, asking, such passionate young men. We've only known each other for a short time, and you've already decided to follow me? All right, follow me to Yingzhou. Ma Guangfei's group roared in unison. Instructor, we'll follow you east, we'll follow you west. Let's go. Seeing this scene, Zhong Sisi couldn't help but sigh. He's won them over in less than a month. Yi Tian is truly remarkable. Outside the large building, Yi Tian stood still, looking at it and saying, Schwerer, as promised, I've returned. Looking at the flower pots on both sides, he thought to himself, these flower pots seem to be part of some kind of formation. This formation, that it's somewhat familiar. Yi Tian stepped inside, looking around, quite discreet. I can't even detect the formation's core with my spiritual power. Could it be they've invited a true expert? He sighed, pondering. I've seen countless formations in my past life, yet I can't immediately discern the origin of this one. With his hands in his pockets, Yi Tian walked forward, thinking, forget it, it doesn't seem to be an offensive formation. I'll deal with it after I figure it out. He closed his eyes, passing by Tang Shui, sighing inwardly, reborn again, yet my cultivation hasn't even reached 600 years. My memory is like an old man's. She chased after Yi Tian, calling out, Yi Tian, you're back. He turned, looking at Tang Shui and smiling. I came back a few days ago. I'm glad to see you're all right. She lowered her head, exclaiming joyfully, Thankfully, you remembered to come help me. I'm fine. Yi Tian walked forward, saying firmly, stop pretending. You don't look fine at all. Tell me what's wrong. I'll definitely help you. Hearing this, she couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand, sobbing, it's been 3 days since I've been able to contact my father. Tang Shui wiped her tears, continuing to sob. Wang Haoran said he'd give me a week to think it over. But since then, my father and Wang Haoran's men have disappeared. Yi Tian wiped her tears, saying gently, Schwerer, you don't suit tears. Can you stop crying? Tang Shui looked at her tears shimmering on his hand, startled. Yi Tian, Yi Tian looked at her tenderly and said, now that I'm back, leave everything to me. He patted Tang Shui's shoulder reassuringly. Trust me, I will definitely bring your father back. She wiped her tears with a handkerchief, replying, Yi Tian, thank you. He saw Tang Shui collapsing backward and reached out to catch her, asking with concern, Schwerer, what's wrong? Yi Tian looked at the black energy emanating from the handkerchief, startled, thinking, He looked at the formation beneath his feet, pondering, could this formation be a blood formation for refining souls? Yi Tian frowned in thought. This formation covers the entire exit. No wonder it took a month. He looked towards the door and shouted, Blood Dragon Squad, listen up. Ma Guangfei and the others rushed in, shouting. Yi Tian's voice rang out, commanding, quickly break this formation. Beneath him, a bright red, blood-like formation was slowly activating. Ma Guangfei, struck by the black energy emanating from the formation, stumbled back, shouting in alarm. What, Wang Hao? You brought people to drag Director Tang in here and shout? No need for such wasted effort. Yi Tian turned to look at Yuan Xing beside him. He thought to himself, *, the hooded figure has a dark aura. He's from the Cheng Bang. *, Asterisk. Tang Shui, her face filled with worry, cried out, "Dad, please spare my father. I'll do anything you want." Wang Hao turned to Yuan Xing with a laugh. "Yuan Xing, did you hear that? Your formation eye is ready. This is a rare Yin body, Yang spirit." Hearing this, Yi Tian thought of Tang Shui's cries. Asterisk. The blood formation is an evil cult spell. Coupled with this formation eye, this is using the soul of a Yin body, Yang spirit, to directly absorb spiritual power. Asterisk. He shook his head, determined. "I can't let this happen." Yi Tian stepped forward, looking at the group of people about to touch Shui. "Ask me first before you do anything." Wang Hao, seeing this, laughed loudly. "Oh, someone wants to steal your prey." Yuan Xing raised his hand, summoning a spirit closer. "Tell me, how do you want to die?" From behind, Tang Shui cried out, "Yi Tian, be careful." He clenched his teeth, looking at his own hand. "Don't worry, I'm here." Yi Tian looked towards Yuan Xing, who was releasing black wraiths. He raised his hand, creating a blue shield to block them. So he's releasing refined, vengeful spirits. Yi Tian swung his hand, gathering his spiritual energy and shouting, "7-star spiritual chi sword." The blue light flew towards him. The wraiths quickly dispersed, letting out a pained cry. The blinding blue light flashed. The hood on Yuan Xing's head flew back. Yuan Xing fell to the ground. A black shadow emerged from his body. Seeing this, Yi Tian couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? He looked at Yuan Xing's completely black soul and exclaimed, "How vicious! Has his nightly cultivation turned him into a demon?" He lunged towards Yi Tian, shouting, "Little brat, be obedient and let me devour you. Then I'll ascend to the next level." Yi Tian quickly jumped back, dodging Yuan Xing's soul's attack. Creating some distance between them, Yi Tian thought to himself, Asterisk. Yuan Xing abandoned his body and became an evil spirit. I need to convert my attacks into pure divine power for them to be effective. Asterisk. He raised his hand, gathering spiritual energy and shouting, 7-star transformation. Immediately after, a sword image appeared, stabbing forcefully towards Yuan Xing's soul. His arm was severed. He screamed in disbelief, impossible. How can my spiritual body be injured? Yi Tian struck again, splitting his soul in two. The soul returned to Yuan Xing's body. His voice echoed, returning to his body. I need to absorb 100 more souls to survive. Wang Hao raised his hand, gathering a cold purple light. He said coldly, Get out, Yuan Xing. I don't keep useless trash who only eat and don't work. Yuan Xing was pierced through the chest, crying out in pain. Don't. Yi Tian turned to look at Tang Shui, standing within the formation. He cried out in shock, Shui, are you alright? What's going on? Wang Hao raised 2 fingers and shouted, Blood formation, activate. He raised his hand, releasing black energy into the ground. He said to Yuan Xing, so you couldn't use this formation? Can't let it go to waste. If you can't use it, I will. Yi Tian jumped up, looking at the blood formation beneath him, thinking he's forcibly activating the blood formation. He looked thoughtfully at the spiritual energy being drawn from Tang Shui and Ma Guangfei's group. If this continues, their spiritual power will be completely drained. Yi Tian watched the black energy, striking at it with his own spiritual power. Asterisk, sever this damned connection. Asterisk, seeing her clutching her neck and collapsing to her knees, he panicked. Asterisk, it's over. Shui isn't a cultivator. Her spiritual energy is about to be depleted. Asterisk. Yi Tian rushed forward, catching Tang Shui in his arms. Asterisk, I'm here. Hold on. Asterisk, Ma Guangfei's group cried out from within. Asterisk, instructor, don't worry about us. Asterisk, he raised his hand, condensing spiritual energy and striking at the formation, roaring, Asterisk, silence. I haven't given you permission to die. Asterisk. Wang Hao, with both hands raised, continuously supplied black energy, groaning, Asterisk, damn it. The blood formation is temporarily open, but I'm not specialized in soul hunting techniques. This has to be quick. Asterisk, he sneered. Asterisk, trying to protect others inside the blood formation. Kid, do you think you're some kind of immortal lord? Asterisk. Yi Tian raised his hand, unleashing a palm strike and bellowing, Asterisk, get lost. I don't have time to waste words on scum like you. Asterisk. Wang Hao raised his hand, gathering blood energy to defend himself, laughing. Asterisk, big talk. But if you want to save this little girl's life, let's make a deal. Asterisk, he inwardly analyzed the situation. Asterisk, he's injured by the blood formation, yet he can still exert such power. I'm not sure I can beat him in a direct confrontation. Asterisk, he raised the primordial essence hat. Asterisk, I still control the blood formation's core. The first Hwan Nation martial arts tournament is in a week. If I don't see you there, I won't spare the lives of these small fry. Asterisk, Yi Tian caught the fainting Tang Shui, murmuring, asterisk, Shui, I'm sorry. Even with 1,000 excuses for you, asterisk, he frowned, his words measured. Asterisk, there won't be a next time. Blood debts must be paid in blood. Asterisk, Wang Hao looked at the black scorch mark on his hand, muttering, asterisk, the clash of spiritual attributes is too fierce. If I withdraw the blood energy any slower, I'll risk chi deviation. Asterisk, Yi Tian helped the unconscious Tang Shui onto a chair, looking at her. Asterisk, Shui, you're exhausted. Asterisk, Yi Tian looked at Director Tang, kneeling on the ground in shock, and cried out in confusion. Asterisk, Director Tang. Asterisk, he rushed over, helping him up. Asterisk, Director Tang, are you all right? Asterisk, Yi Tian examined him, his thoughts startled. He's lost 1/10 of his soul. He stood up, turning to look at the people behind him. Asterisk, Blood Dragon Squad, listen up. Protect Director Tang's daughter. Asterisk, Ma Guangfei's group responded in unison. Asterisk, yes, sir. Asterisk, Director Tang, his face pale, was enveloped in a blue light. Flying out of the building, Yi Tian thought, it seems I'll have to use soul tracing to retrieve the lost soul fragment. At the secluded Zoming Mountain, deep within the forest, he watched the wisp of spiritual energy drift out, wondering who would be hiding in the depths of the forest, playing ghost. Yi Tian landed in front of a small wooden house. He observed the powerful surge of spiritual energy emanating from the house, thinking, if the soul tracing is accurate, outsiders wouldn't realize this Zoming Mountain hides such a place. Yi Tian looked at the demonic statue above, certain. This is it. A group of people emerged, frowning and shouting. Asterisk, you dare trespass on the spirit gate alone? You got guts. Asterisk, he was startled, then recognition dawned. Asterisk, I remember now. It's the left sect of the soul-stealing gang. They use souls as a source of spiritual power. Asterisk, the mustached man held up a giant bone. You brat, you dare look down on us? Yi Tian turned back, frowning. Get to the point. Don't bother me. Otherwise, you'll regret it. He threw the large bone towards Yi Tian, shouting, then don't blame your grandpa. Yi Tian looked up at the approaching bone, which emitted a purple light. The mustached man laughed loudly. I'd like to see who regrets it. Yi Tian angrily condensed his spiritual energy and shouted, I already said, don't bother me. Yi Tian slashed out a wave of furious spiritual energy, roaring, want to try the 7-star slash? The group was startled and exclaimed in disbelief. He just said something ominous. The Spirit Gate sect leader appeared, holding a bone sword. He raised his hand, blocking Yi Tian's attack. Yi Tian looked at his face, startled. This old man seems to have Director Tang's soul aura. Could it be him? The mustached man clasped his hands and bowed, shouting, Sect leader. Yi Tian, his face calm, said, Sect leader of the Spirit Gate, right? I'm here to retrieve some things. The Spirit Gate sect leader launched the bone sword straight at Yi Tian, shouting, Retrieve things? You'll have to ask my sword if it agrees. As the bone sword flew, it gradually changed, transforming into an arrow. Yi Tian jumped to dodge, thinking to himself, a shape-shifting magical artifact? Interesting. The arrow struck the ground, creating a large crack. He watched in astonishment as it turned and shot back towards him. It can even change its properties? The mustache man cheered, haha. The sect leader has made his move. This guy is dead for sure. The bone arrow transformed into dozens more, all rushing towards Yi Tian. He raised his hand, creating a blue shield to block them. This magical artifact can even interact with the surrounding spiritual energy. The Spirit Gate sect leader frowned, muttering like a pesky insect. Annoying. The bone arrows rapidly increased in size, tenfold. Then they plummeted towards Yi Tian. The sect leader's voice boomed. To die under my soul-binding artifact. Consider yourself fortunate. Yi Tian looked at the Spirit Gate sect leader, puzzled. This old man's strength shouldn't be enough to control this treasure. Yi Tian turned and saw a beam of light emanating from the demonic statue towards the bone arrows. He wondered, is this statue behind it all? The arrows shot towards him. The mustache man laughed, still putting on a show. The Spirit Gate sect sect leader scoffed, ant trying to shake a tree. You overestimate yourself. Yi Tian knelt on the ground, grabbing the bone sword. Who's the ant now? The sect leader turned, incredulous. What? Who are you? Yi Tian jumped onto the wall. Who I am is none of your business. Hand over Director Tang's soul, and I'll spare your life. The Spirit Gate sect leader roared, spare my life? What arrogance! Take my sword, and then you can go find your Director Tang. Yi Tian smiled brightly, looking at the demonic statue beside him, that I'm sure the energy source he uses to control that bone sword comes from this, right? The mustache man broke out in a cold sweat, fearfully asking, what do you want to do? I'm going to use my spiritual power to destroy this statue, Yi Tian declared. Scared now? Huh? So this is it then? After that, Yi Tian extended his hand, sending a surge of spiritual power towards the two of them. Die, he shouted. Black smoke billowed from the weapon. Yi Tian picked up the sword, suspiciously probing it. Black smoke again, he wondered. This bone sword seems to have something. The power of 10,000 forms. Yi Tian exclaimed in astonishment. This sword actually contains the power of attribute transformation, based on spiritual energy. He stared at the bone sword in surprise as it flew towards Director Tang's body. This sword even has a recognition function for its owner, he thought. Watching it fly away, Yi Tian pondered, it seems this is a rare and valuable magical artifact. He listened to the cries emanating from the flying bone sword, sighing with emotion that it seems quite powerful. It doesn't want to be separated from Director Tang's soul, wanting to perish along with him. He struck the sword forcefully with his spiritual power. It's a pity, but there's nothing I can do. Looking at the sword now within reach, he said, the sword's consciousness is gone, but the power of 10,000 forms remains. A surge of energy emanated from within the sword. Seeing this, Yi Tian made a silent decision. The Nine Heavens Divine Stone seems to resonate with it. This sword is worth cultivating. He then cried out as he watched the soul depart from the sword. Oh no, I almost caused Director Tang's soul to dissipate completely. Yi Tian quickly left, thinking, I'll deal with the bone sword later. I should return now, so Schwerer won't worry. Meanwhile, in the room, Tang Shui saw Director Tang open his eyes and immediately cried out, Dad, you're awake. Seeing Yi Tian enter with the sword, she immediately shouted, Yi Tian, my dad. He rushed over to support her, saying, your internal injuries haven't healed yet. Don't move around too much. Yi Tian went to Director Tang's side. Don't worry, leave him to me. He'll be fine. Closing his eyes, he called out, soul return. The bone sword immediately lit up. 3 of Director Tang's souls appeared, circling him. Director Tang woke up, coughing to Schwerer. He asked weakly. Tang Shui rushed to him, Dad, you're finally awake. Yi Tian stood up, looking at him. Director Tang is out of danger now. He'll recover after a few days of rest. Turning towards the hallway, he instructed, the formation has been completely destroyed. No one will come to disturb you two for now. Next, it's my turn to deal with things. He looked back at Tang Shui, assuring her the First Wan Nation Martial Arts Tournament is in a week. I'll go back and prepare. I'll avenge you. Tang Shui bit her lip, watching him leave. Yi Tian, she thought, I can only rely on you now. Yi Tian walked outside, murmuring to himself, I've decided to move forward, so I should also bid farewell to the past. The next day at the school, he walked through the gates. Signed, it seems I have no fate with student life. Looking at the students around him, he reflected, I truly don't belong to the mortal world after all. He looked up at the sky and cried out, everyone's heavenly venerable cultivator has returned. Suddenly, Yi Tian was startled by a voice calling out from behind him. Li Siyu, from behind him, saw him and said with a smile, is it really you? That's great. Her cheeks flushed as she added, I thought I wouldn't see you again. Yi Tian turned to look at Li Siyu, surprised, thinking, she still remembers me. She looked at the paper in his hand with surprise and stammered, Yi Tian, you want to drop out of school? Yi Tian held up the paper and replied, I have my own path to follow. I can't be distracted by other things anymore. Hearing this, Li Siyu thought sadly, so, after this, I really won't see him again? He saw her sad expression and gently asked, are you all right? Li Siyu repeatedly told herself, no, I can't accept this. She summoned her courage and called out, Yi Tian, take me with you. I also want to see the path you've chosen. Yi Tian closed his eyes and said, the path I walk is very arduous. It's not something ordinary people can endure. Li Siyu replied, I don't really know what's on your path, but I know that staying in the Li family is even more difficult. He was startled and asked suspiciously, "Your father is also forcing you?" She lowered her head dejectedly and said, "This path isn't one I chose. I can't even decide when to take a step. I'm just a pawn of the Lee family. What could be more difficult than this?" Lee Siyu wiped away her tears and cried out, "Yi Tian, I just want to control my own destiny." She raised her head resolutely and shouted, "So, no matter how difficult it is, I'm not afraid." Yi Tian thought about the early days when he was trampled underfoot. He thought, indeed, one's destiny is decided by oneself, not by heaven. He raised his head and said, "See, you're right. Everyone's destiny should be in their own hands." Yi Tian handed her a leaf and said, "I'll give you a chance. If you're truly prepared, go to the Huafeng Villa and find Hong Ling." He turned and called out, "I have something to do and must go. Take this. She'll know what to do." Li Siyu clutched it tightly in her hand and smiled, saying, "Thank you." She watched his retreating figure and prayed silently, "Yi Tian, I hope everything goes smoothly." Yi Tian, carrying the bone sword, walked into a small alley. He thought to himself, the martial arts tournament is approaching. It's better to arrive early. Ma Guangfei called out from up ahead, "Instructor Yi." Seeing them, he asked suspiciously, "Why are you all here? Did the Canglong gang leave you alone on a mission?" Ma Guangfei pointed at himself and replied, "That's right. We were personally instructed by Instructor Yi. We heard from the elder that you were going to the Huagua martial arts tournament. We came specifically to escort you. Please be careful, Instructor Yi." Hearing this, Yi Tian smiled and replied, "Don't worry. It's just a martial arts tournament. I have my own plans." Ma Guangfei approached and whispered, Instructor Yi, I must warn you. This martial arts tournament may not be as simple as you think." Yi Tian exclaimed, "Oh, tell me about it." Ma Guangfei's expression turned serious as he explained, "This first Huagua martial arts tournament is nominally a competition to determine the strongest, but in reality, it's a fight for the leadership of Huagua and the position of leader under the cultivators. The 7 major sects will all send their top experts to compete." He stroked his chin with interest and said, "7 major sects? Huh, if you say so. This martial arts tournament will be even more interesting. It's being held on Lingjin Island, off the coast." Yi Tian looked up at the villa in front of him, marveling at the abundant spiritual energy on the island, but I've never seen anything like it. It seems this first Huagua martial arts tournament truly lives up to its reputation. As he walked by, he overheard 2 people talking. Isn't that someone from the Canglong gang? I heard their leader, Yu Xinghe, is also participating this time. Yeah, right. Who cares about Yu Xinghe? This time, the Kaisming invited Lin On Nam, the ultimate expert from the island nation, to come. The other person asked in surprise, "Lin On Nam?" He immediately replied, "That's right, the #1 expert of the Azure Dragon Gang. The Canglong gang's leadership is in jeopardy now." From behind them, an old man walked out and exclaimed, "What do you kids know? According to tradition, the losing champion will be ostracized by the cultivation world. The Canglong gang won't just sit idly by." Yi Tian continued walking forward, thinking to himself, it seems the Azure Dragon Gang wants to use this opportunity to dominate the cultivation world. Wang Haoing will probably participate as well. He walked into a hotel and, holding up a finger, called out, "Innkeeper, 1 room, please." The innkeeper immediately greeted him with a smile. I guess from the Canglong gang. This way, please." Yi Tian turned to leave, telling the innkeeper, "You can go ahead. I want to rest." Hearing this, the innkeeper replied with a smile, "Certainly, sir. If you need anything, just let me know. The Canglong gang are valued guests of ours." He entered his room, sat on the bed, and began to cultivate. He thought to himself, it seems that Canglong gang's reputation isn't all that impressive. I can cultivate in peace. This bonefish sword seems much calmer than a few days ago. This is a good opportunity to cultivate. Yi Tian closed his eyes, clasped his hands together, and used the 9 Heavens Divine Stone to refine the bonefish sword, muttering, "Let's see if I can refine it into a spirit sword." Spirit sword unite. Beams of blue light appeared, crisscrossing each other. He was startled as the sword fell to the ground. He cried out, "Damn!" Yi Tian looked at the sword in front of him and sighed, "No good. Even a 9 Heavens Divine Stone can't subdue it." He looked out the window, lost in thought. Is it insufficient spiritual energy, or is the method wrong? Suddenly, from nearby, a girl lay on the ground. Scolding voices came from inside. "You piece of trash! I told you to do this, and it's taking you forever." DUI since struggled to sit up, repeatedly apologizing that I know I was wrong. Senior brother, please don't hit me anymore. Her senior brother raised his fist, imbued with spiritual energy, and roared, "You dare give me orders?" Yi Tian used his spiritual energy to block the attack and shouted, "Stop." The man turned around angrily and yelled, "Who is it? What business is it of yours how the Bagua sect disciplines its disciples?" Yi Tian stepped out of his room and coldly announced, "Lang Tian's sect, Yi Tian." DUI San's senior brother clutched his wrist and said, "Never heard of such a trashy sect. I advise you to stay out of the Bagua sect's affairs." The innkeeper came out, trying to mediate with a smile. Grandmaster, even the prestigious Sanlong gang can't cause trouble in my establishment. Please, let's keep things civil. The man turned and left fearfully, shouting, "Sanlong gang, huh? Consider yourself lucky this time." Yi Tian sat down next to DUI San and asked, "Are you all right? It looks like you only have external injuries." She stammered in response, I'm fine. Thank you for saving me, kind sir." DUI San saw him turn to leave and called out loudly, Wait a minute, great hero. The sword on you. Can I take a look?" Yi Tian turned his head, looking at her suspiciously, wondering how she had detected the bonefish sword's presence. His puzzled voice made DUI San realize he was referring to the bonefish sword. "You recognize the bonefish sword?" DUI San asked. DUI San stared in amazement at the miniature bonefish sword in Yi Tian's hand and exclaimed, "Wow, it can shrink too." He looked at her questioningly. "Others can't see it. How did you discover it?" DUI San smiled brightly and replied, "Haha, I don't really know. But ever since I was little, I've been particularly sensitive to all kinds of magical artifacts." She patted her chest. "Oh, right. I was so busy looking at the sword that I forgot to introduce myself. I'm DUI San, the third disciple of the Bagua sect." Yi Tian was startled and asked suspiciously, "Isn't your master's name DUI Air?" She shouted cheerfully, "That's right. How did you know?" "Benefactor, you really do know everything." Yi Tian put his hand to his head and said, "I hope your master doesn't take on any more disciples, or you'll be bullied again." He thought to himself, she's so naive. DUI Sin looked at the bonefish sword in his hand and replied, "I'm used to being bullied. I'm an orphan. Master took me in at the Bagua sect, one of the 7 great sects. It's inevitable that the other disciples would resent me." She was startled and cried out when the sword pricked her finger, drawing blood. Ow. Sharp, isn't it? Yi Tian withdrew the bonefish sword. "This bonefish sword doesn't always obey my control. I'm sorry." DUI Sin put her injured finger in her mouth and sucked on it silently. He raised his hand. "Well, I've shown you. I have to go now." She watched Yi Tian's retreating figure and murmured, "The Bagua sect has so many magical artifacts, but this is the first time I've seen a sword spirit like benefactors." He immediately turned around and exclaimed, "What?" He couldn't believe it. Asterisk, a sword spirit? How could I not have sensed it? Asterisk. Yi Tian held up the bonefish sword and asked, "You said there's a sword spirit within this sword." He muttered in disbelief. "How could even I not have noticed it? There must be something strange about this." Hearing this, DUI Sin stammered, "Why, yes, that's right. This sword not only has a sword spirit, but also seems to hold the soul of its previous owner." He stared at the sword and exclaimed, "What? Hidden within the sword's chi. It's very difficult to detect." DUI San, your intuition is incredible. She held up 3 fingers. If Benefactor doesn't mind, I could actually help you deal with it. It'll only take 3 days. Yi Tian considered using a formation on the sword, thinking, asterisk, it seems like this is a scheme by the Zhongmen of the Lingmen sect before he died. I must get rid of it completely. Asterisk. He looked at the spectral soul within the sword and thought, this sword's rank will probably be reduced to the lowest level, but it shouldn't be difficult to nurture it back. DUI San, seeing his expression, praised excitedly, "Benefactor, you're so amazing. You even know about this." Yi Tian, hearing this, said, "I only know a little. A friend taught me." The spectral soul within the sword emerged, shouting, "Master will not forgive you. You fiend." Yi Tian thought, asterisk master? Could it be someone from the Qing gang? Asterisk. The UI San called out from beside him, "Benefactor, what did that sword just say?" "I heard something about a master ma." Yi Tian calmly replied, "I don't know. And please, don't call me Benefactor. My name is Yi Tian." He turned to leave, calling out, "I'm going back now. If you're bullied again, you can come find me." She called out after him, "Yi Tian, was it? Thank you so much for your help." DUI Sin waved her hand and shouted, "I still haven't fixed it." "Thank you, Yi Tian. Let's play cards sometime." By the small lake, Yi Tian looked at the 9 Heavens Divine Stone, tried to refine the Bonefish Sword, but without success. He thought to himself, it seems the 9 Heavens Divine Stone isn't compatible with the Bonefish Sword. Suddenly, he jolted awake, his eyes wide open, and shouted, "Success!" The Bonefish Sword chuckled and said, this time, the sleep seems to have been a bit too long." He looked at it excitedly and exclaimed, "This sword actually has sentience." The Bonefish Sword, hearing this, immediately yelled indignantly, Hey, who are you, daring to touch me? Do you know who I am?" Yi Tian, hearing this, laughed and asked, "Immortal Venerable, can Yi Tian touch you now?" Hearing this, it laughed loudly and said, "You're the Immortal Venerable? You're killing me. Since when is the Immortal Venerable such a newbie?" Yi Tian, angered, shot a surge of spiritual energy towards it, scolding, "Idiot, looks like you need a lesson." The Bonefish Sword chuckled, jumping to dodge, and retorted, Can't hit me, can you?" Seeing it turn to flee, Yi Tian immediately unleashed another surge of spiritual energy, replying, "Wanna run? I haven't given you permission." Seeing the spiritual energy inches away, it roared, "Don't you claim to be the Immortal Venerable? Yet you resort to such despicable tricks." Yi Tian, holding the other end of the spiritual energy strand in his hand, said, "If you continue like this, I might as well destroy you, lest you be exploited by some scheming person." The Bonefish Sword broke out in a cold sweat, forcing a laugh and saying, Just now, I was merely testing the prowess of the Immortal Venerable Master. My apologies. Yi Tian reached out and grabbed its tail, thinking to himself, this sword spirit, I don't know how it was raised. Such a soft-hearted and irresolute character. It immediately cried out, ouch. Yi Tian looked at the Bonefish Sword and inquired internally, apart from good compatibility with other spirit swords, I haven't seen any other functions. Can this kind of attribute really be a sword spirit? The Bonefish Sword flew into the air and shouted, "Immortal Venerable, come here." Yi Tian stepped onto it, thinking to himself, I just want to see what kind of monkey business it's up to. Immediately afterward, it transformed into a stream of light and flew away, not forgetting to instruct, "All right, hold on tight. Let's go." Beams of light flashed everywhere. Yi Tian flew on the sword, thinking to himself, unlike what I expected, this is actually spatial travel. This could be fully utilized. Then, Yi Tian and the Bonefish Sword stood before a cave. He chuckled and asked, how about it? Am I impressive? Seeing Yi Tian take out the 9 Heavens Divine Stone, it began to complain, hey, why so serious? Not even a single word of praise? What is this stone anyway? Oh, the Bonefish Sword, seeing the stone radiating powerful spiritual energy, immediately exclaimed, whoa, this stone is so powerful. It felt the continuous flow of spiritual energy entering its body and excitedly cried out, oh, whoa, so much spiritual energy. Yi Tian watched it, silently pondering. If there's more spiritual energy, the sword's power will be greater. He and the Bonefish Sword looked at the patterns on its body and asked in confusion, Immortal Venerable, did you add tattoos to me? They're quite beautiful. Yi Tian looked at it, smiling to himself. It seems to have worked. The spiritual grounds within the sword spirit have increased quite a bit. This time, I can bring it along for alchemy. Seeing Yi Tian staring at it, it became frightened and cried out, don't look at me like that. I'm scared. Don't worry, I won't run away again. Outside the 3 large gates of the competition grounds, the place was filled with people coming and going. 2 signs were posted above, guiding those who came to participate. A Bonefish Sword hung at his hip. Seeing this, Yi Tian immediately exclaimed, whoa, so many people. Is it going to be a fight? That's my specialty. He turned his head and said to the Bonefish Sword, it's not your turn to show off yet. DUI San, standing outside, saw him and immediately raised her hand, shouting, kind sir, over here. A loud bell rang out. The host held a microphone and announced, the martial arts tournament is about to begin. The first round is a one-on-one match based on a random draw. A voice introducing the contestants sounded from outside the entrance. The first match, Kinlin of the Bagua sect versus Long Ao of the Long Hu sect. DUI San pumped her fist and shouted, "Senior brother is up. Yi-Tian, let me tell you, my senior brother is incredibly strong." Yi-Tian watched Kinlin step onto the platform and silently analyzed. The Bagua sect uses magical artifacts. This scholar and his artifact seem to be in such perfect sync that it's hard to see through. Yi-Tian looked at his opponent and saw Long Ao wielding two blades. Watching him charge forward, Yi-Tian murmured, "Spiritual energy materialized." Spiritual energy becoming a part of the muscles. The Long Hu sect's research into this technique is quite interesting. Long Ao roared, "Tiger descends the mountain." Kinlin immediately summoned a mirror, shouting, "Hey, hey." Seeing this, Yi-Tian smiled and said, "So a mirror to change the tides." Long Ao struck towards the mirror, asking suspiciously, "What is this?" He was repelled by the mirror and shouted in confusion, "What are you trying to do?" Kinlin watched Long Ao get knocked back by the mirror and replied with a laugh, "What am I doing? Winning, of course." Immediately after, the announcer's voice boomed, "Kinlin of the Bagua sect wins." The announcement continued. Next up, Yi-Tian of the Songlong gang versus Jin Wu of the Five Elements sect. Jin Wu immediately stepped onto the platform. Yi-Tian looked at him, analyzing silently. Although the Five Elements sect specializes in manipulating all things, their spiritual energy is limited. They can only control one of the five elements. Truly no match for the Bonefish sword. Jin Wu looked at Yi-Tian with disdain and shouted, "You fledgling brat, you dare challenge me?" He swung his horsetail whisk, creating a fire dragon that lunged towards Yi-Tian. "Let this old man teach you a lesson." The Bonefish sword in Yi-Tian's hand vibrated. "This fire looks delicious." Jin Wu sneered mockingly, "Huh? Your ragged sword will be burnt to ashes in an instant." The fire dragon swiftly pounced towards Yi-Tian. Yi-Tian immediately swung his sword. A surge of sword energy appeared, slicing the fire dragon in half and continuing towards Jin Wu. It effortlessly cut Jin Wu's horsetail whisk in two. He cried out in alarm, "What kind of monstrosity is this?" Then Yi-Tian watched in astonishment as Jin Wu turned and ran, yelling, "Somebody help me." Yi-Tian stood dumbfounded, muttering, "Running away like that? How pathetic." On the platform, the host immediately raised his voice and announced, "Next up, Yu Xinghe of the Songlong gang versus Yuan Ling of the Seven Colors sect." The image of Yu Xinghe flashed through Yi-Tian's mind. He thought to himself, "Yu Xinghe." The Bonefish sword asked in bewilderment, "Why did you stop? Aren't you going to fight anymore?" Yi-Tian quickly replied, "I'm just curious about the skills of the previous martial arts tournament champion." On the stage, Yu Xinghe strode out majestically. Upon seeing him, the Bonefish sword exclaimed, "Yep, this Yuan Ling guy is definitely going to lose." The previous champion, Yu Xinghe. Speaking of which, he suddenly exclaimed, "Such powerful spiritual power." A thought suddenly crossed Yi-Tian's mind. Asterisk, he's Yu Xingyun's older brother. Yu Xinghe's opponent is Yuan Ling. He's fully equipped with a sword and shield. Asterisk. This made the audience below gasp in amazement. Someone spoke up. "Isn't he the heir to the Seven Colors sect's leadership?" Another voice chimed in. "I heard the Seven Colors sect has a formidable member recently. Their people have grown a lot stronger." It looks like Yu Xinghe is in for a tough fight this time. On the platform, Yuan Ling appeared extremely confident. He declared, "The number one fighter of Huan Nation will soon be defeated." What a pity. Ha ha ha. Yu Xinghe responded by sending a barrage of fiery sword strikes towards Yuan Ling. Yuan Ling quickly used a shield to block the attack in an instant. Witnessing Yuan Ling's ice shield, a thought crossed Yi-Tian's mind. Asterisk, although Yu Xinghe's spiritual power is stronger than his opponent's, ice counters fire. I'm sure it won't be easy for him to fully utilize his power. Asterisk, Yuan Ling taunted. Is that all the former champion can do? He then launched his icy attack directly at Yu Xinghe. Yu Xinghe showed no fear. He immediately used his sword to shatter the ice. However, Yuan Ling's attack didn't stop there. Although the ice was shattered, it quickly converged and continued to attack Yu Xinghe, even from behind. Yu Xinghe was trapped within a large block of ice, which then exploded. Seeing this, Yuan Ling gloated. "The championship is definitely mine this time. Where do you think you're going?" He thought Yu Xinghe was finished, but no. He suddenly appeared behind Yuan Ling, preparing to ambush him. Yi Tian, watching with his bonefish sword, exclaimed in astonishment, "His speed is comparable to my bonefish sword." But it seemed Yuan Ling had been prepared. Ice quickly formed behind him, freezing Yu Xinghe's sword arm solid. Pleased with himself, Yuan Ling said, "You can't escape this time, can you?" He then turned around, raised his sword, and declared. The bonefish sword cried out anxiously, "Oh no, Yu Xinghe is about to lose." Yi Tian didn't think so. He thought to himself, it's not that simple. Ice formed, that quickly must be weak. This is his chance. Yu Xinghe remained calm. He focused and channeled his spiritual power. The ice on his arm suddenly shattered. This surprised Bonefish soared immensely. Whoa. How did he do that? The former champion is quite formidable. Yu Xinghe immediately launched a direct attack, his sword piercing Yuan Ling's chest. You lose. Yuan Ling, having received a fatal blow, quickly dropped both his sword and shield. The announcer then shouted, Yu Xinghe of the Canglong gang wins. After his spectacular performance, Yu Xinghe calmly left the platform while the crowd roared his name. Yu Xinghe, Yu Xinghe, Yu Xinghe. Yuan Ling, defeated and furious, muttered, "Damn it." His face suddenly contorted, his cheeks puffed out, and his eyes burned with intense killing intent. Seeing Yuan Ling showing unusual signs, Yi Tian suddenly grabbed the bonefish sword in his hand, his face serious. The bonefish sword, not understanding what was happening, anxiously asked, "What are you doing?" Yi Tian thought to himself, "There's an unusual spiritual power source." He then flung the bonefish sword forward. It cried out in annoyance, "Hey, what gives you the right to throw me over there?" Meanwhile, in the arena, Yuan Ling suddenly released a burst of energy from his mouth, attacking Yu Xinghe. Very quickly, Yi Tian's bonefish sword intercepted the dangerous blow meant for Yu Xinghe. At the same time, he shouted, "Look out." Hearing this, Yu Xinghe was surprised. He frowned after the bonefish sword's intervention. Yuan Ling unleashed another attack, but Yu Xinghe detected it. He quickly drew his sword and blocked Yuan Ling's blow. The bonefish sword slammed into a nearby wall. It grumbled, "Damn it, I'm not supposed to be used like this." Yi Tian shouted, "Return." Immediately, the bonefish sword flew back into his hand. Yu Xinghe approached nervously and cupped his hands in a respectful salute. "I am Yu Xinghe. This brother's skills are impressive. May I ask which sect you are a disciple of?" Yi Tian replied with a cheerful expression, "You flatter me. I am Yi Tian, sect leader of the Lang Tian sect. I've had dealings with you before." Hearing this, Yu Xinghe said, "Young brother Yi, you've broadened my horizons just now. I wonder if you would be willing to spar with me." Murmurs arose from the onlookers. "Who is this kid? Yu Xinghe actually wants to spar with him?" The man beside him said enviously, "I'm so jealous. I also want to be instructed by the #1 in Hua country." Yi Tian unhesitatingly declined. He said, "It's not very convenient here. Let's change locations." He thought excitedly, perfect timing. I can give the bonefish sword some real combat practice. From within the crowd, DUI-3 suddenly appeared. Having overheard the conversation, her curiosity was piqued. Experts dueling? I have to see this. She followed them and saw Yu Xinghe and Yi Tian choose to stand on 2 trees to compete. Yu Xinghe said, "Young brother Yi, let's fight until one of us yields." "You make the first move," Yi Tian said. The bonefish sword was thrilled. That wasn't enough of a workout earlier. Now it's my time to shine. Yi Tian snapped his fingers, and 2 swords instantly appeared beside him. Following Yi Tian's command, they swiftly flew towards Yu Xinghe. Yu Xinghe didn't flinch. He immediately leaped into the air, and an yin-yang circle appeared beneath his feet. The circle was positioned to slow the 2 swords' trajectory. However, this surprised Yu Xinghe somewhat. He thought, could it be the myriad manifestations force? He then used the yin-yang circle as an offensive tool. It emitted a powerful energy, causing Yi Tian's 2 swords to begin cracking. He thought to himself, rare sword spirits, but quite sturdy. Seeing Yu Xinghe counter this move so easily, the bonefish sword was displeased. It muttered, "Just a fluke. This is just a fluke." DUI-3 suddenly noticed something. She thought, something seems wrong with the bonefish sword's yang energy. Thinking this, she hurriedly called out, Yi Tian, come down quickly. Before she could finish, the bonefish sword automatically fell. This caused Yi Tian to lose his balance in the air. He stumbled and exclaimed, "Huh? What's going on?" DUI 3 hurriedly ran to the bonefish sword's side. She worriedly explained, its spiritual power isn't enough. So, when you use your spiritual power, it can't withstand it. Yu Xinghe calmly said, "Little brother, I've encountered this problem with your sword before. How about I take a look at it for you?" Hearing this, the bonefish sword angrily shouted, "Nonsense. I don't have any problems." Yu Xinghe personally offered guidance. Yi Tian didn't hesitate to accept. He turned and said, "Sorry to trouble you." Yu Xinghe suddenly used his spiritual power to lift the bonefish sword into the air. Seeing this, it became extremely annoyed. "What are you doing? Don't come near me." Yu Xinghe grasped the hilt of the sword. It continued to struggle, repeatedly saying, "Let me go. Master Yi Tian, save me." Seeing its impoliteness, Yi Tian quickly cast a spell on it and gently said, "This sword spirit is a bit troublesome. Please don't laugh." Yu Xinghe seemed a little surprised. He said, Interesting. This sword spirit can actually self-recover. How rare." He used his spiritual power to examine the entire sword. The blade is quite thin. The recovery speed is too slow. To completely cure it, I'm afraid it needs to be reforged. DUI 3, realizing this, immediately said, "Reforging the blade isn't difficult, but there aren't many necessary materials on this island." Yu Xinghe calmly reassured her, "Don't worry about that. I've traveled all over Hua country these past few years and have found quite a few." Hearing this conversation, Yi Tian thought to himself, "These two are so foolish. Focused only on the sword, they've forgotten about me." He then expressed his disagreement, saying, "No work, no reward. Let me figure this out." Yu Xinghe suddenly placed his hand on Yi Tian's shoulder, his face showing an expression of great interest. He said, "It's all right. After this sword recovers, just let me borrow it for a couple of days." Looking at the bonefish sword in Yu Xinghe's hand, Yi Tian worried. If the sword isn't quickly restored, it will be difficult to face a strong enemy in the next battle. Having thought this, he reluctantly replied, "Then I'll have to trouble Brother Xinghe." And DUI 3 as well. Being entrusted by Yi Tian, DUI 3's attitude became noticeably enthusiastic, making Yi Tian think DUI 3's appearance right now looks just like a little puppy. Thus, the bonefish sword was given to Yu Xinghe for restoration. It cried out in fear, "Master, are you just selling me off like this?" Ignoring the bonefish sword's panic, Yu Xinghe cheerfully said, "The time needed to set up the formation and reforge the blade is too long. I'll use my spiritual power temporarily." As soon as he finished speaking, he used his spiritual power to create a layer of flames that enveloped the entire sword. Seeing Yu Xinghe's power, Yi Tian thought to himself, his spiritual power is immense. Aside from lacking the power of 10,000 elephants, it's in no way inferior to the bonefish sword. Suddenly, Yu Xinghe brought out a pile of weapons, which were scattered on the ground. He then said, "Everything I've acquired this past year is here. Most of it doesn't suit me, but it might be suitable as materials for reforging." Yu Xinghe picked up a sword and introduced it. This sword has the power of 10,000 elephants. It likely won't reject different attributes of spiritual power. Hearing this, the bonefish sword became extremely frightened. "Hey, what are you going to do to me?" Then, Yu Xinghe slowly moved the sword in his hand towards the bonefish sword for it to absorb. After absorbing that sword, the bonefish sword suddenly flipped like a pancake. It let out a voice of praise. "Hey, what are you doing?" That's good. More. Keep it coming." DUI 3, seeing its expression, chuckled in amusement. "Haha, I didn't expect this sword spirit to be such a glutton." Yu Xinghe also showed a hint of surprise. He hurriedly picked up a few more precious swords and said, "It can actually consume such a large amount of spiritual power. This bonefish sword is quite the gourmand." DUI 3 was astonished by this. "IT still isn't enough, but it seems like we have to transfer a sufficient amount of spiritual power all at once." Hearing this, Yu Xinghe felt it made perfect sense. He utilized his own spiritual techniques, bringing all of his precious swords forward. In a serious tone, he declared, "All right, let's do it all at once then." With that said, he focused all of his internal energy to perform this formation. The emanating aura was incredibly powerful. DUI 3 involuntarily stepped back a few meters. The dazzling light made her exclaim, Such powerful spiritual power. The bonefish sword, absorbing so much spiritual power, vibrated incessantly. Within Etion's mind, thoughts raced, all kinds of attribute spiritual powers, yet there's no obstruction. The number one in Hua country truly lives up to the reputation. As if its power had been unlocked, the bonefish sword suddenly became an extremely ravenous, precious sword. It opened its mouth wide. So fragrant. A moment later, a spiritual power fire dragon appeared around the bonefish sword. It revolved around the sword, radiating an immensely formidable power. The threefold refinement seemed complete. It was also the moment the bonefish sword comfortably cried out, "It's been so long since I've been this full." With the threefold refinement complete, the bonefish sword seemed completely transformed. Yuxingha confidently said, "All right, little brother, give it a try." The bonefish sword also appeared incredibly refreshed. It excitedly said, "So I got new clothes. Not bad, not bad. Master, try me out." Yition quickly grasped in his hand. The bonefish sword exclaimed with delight, "I feel full of energy now." Very quickly, a powerful red slash was sent into the blue sky. This made Yition think with delight. Abundant spiritual power, a sturdy blade. It's stronger than before. Having achieved the desired result, the three of them quickly departed. DUI 3 said excitedly, "Amazing. There definitely won't be any problems in tomorrow's competition." Yuxing has suddenly placed his hand on Yi Tian's shoulder. He gently reminded him, "Remember what you said. Lend it to me for a few days after the competition." Yi Tian replied, "I promise." The next morning at the arena, Yi Tian arrived full of confidence with a newly refined bonefish sword on his shoulder. It was brimming with energy and asked, "Yesterday's fight wasn't satisfying. Are there any strong opponents today?" The announcer held a microphone, standing on the stage. He announced loudly, "The first match today, Sanglonggang's Yition versus Yuan Province's 7 Colors Sex Yuan Xin." Hearing this, the bonefish sword excitedly said, "Time to show off." Yition replied, "Someone's eager." Yuan Xin was already standing in the arena, looking imposing. He spoke arrogantly, "Who is Yi Tian? Are you here to find her death?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Tian also appeared in the arena, facing Yuan Xin. He retorted, "You also use a sword? Let's see how I subdue it." As soon as Yuan Xin saw him, he rushed forward. After a quick assessment, Yi Tian thought to himself, "Be careful. The opponent also has a sword spirit." Very quickly, a whirlwind of spiritual power appeared in front of Yi Tian. This caused the gossiping spectators below to exclaim in amazement. The 7 Colors Sex secret technique, Spirit Sword Wind. How vicious! Using such a dangerous move right from the start. Yu Xinghe was silently observing the match from below the arena ceiling. Seeing Yi Tian calmly assume his stance, a thought crossed his mind. It seems Yi Tian has also noticed it. Yuan Xion's green whirlwind attacked Yi Tian for a while. Then his sword suddenly flew into the air. The spectators gasped in astonishment. Yuan Xian suddenly stopped, his face filled with terror. How is this possible? Yi Tian smirked that you're too slow. Yuan Xian abruptly stabbed his own chest with his sword. His eyes turned crimson as his killing intent surged. A moment later, as if empowered, Yuan Xion's muscles bulged and grew with lightning speed. In an instant, his clothes were ripped to shreds by his burgeoning physique. He roared in fury, "I'll kill you." Seeing Yuan Xion's instantaneous transformation, the audience cried out in alarm, "Monster! Monster!" Filled with worry, DUI 3 shouted, "Yi Tian, be careful." Yu Xinghe asked suspiciously, "That's not right. Does the 7 Colors sect have this kind of wicked technique?" Ignoring the frightened gazes from the audience, Yuan Xian attacked Yi Tian with his newly enhanced speed. Yi Tian remained unusually calm. He raised his sword above his head to block Yuan Xion's treacherous blow. The bonefish sword grumbled, "A sneak attack. How despicable. Good thing I'm tough." After blocking Yuan Xion's attack, Yi Tian thought to himself, "So he's seizing sword spirits to increase his own power." Yuan Xian continued his relentless assault, but Yi Tian's agility was more than sufficient to easily evade the continuous attacks. However, Yi Tian was thinking seriously. His attacks are too refined. I'm not finding it difficult at all. Bonefish sword, we need to conserve our strength, retreat, and look for an opportunity. A moment later, Yi Tian executed his technique. Man and sword as one, unleashing the full power of the sword spirit. With a loud cry, Yi Tian pointed the tip of the Langkong sword towards the sky. His internal energy surged, emitting a brilliant flash of lightning. It was as if thousands of lightning bolts converged within the bonefish sword. Yi Tian met Yuan Xian's massive fist, which appeared many times larger than himself, head-on. It seemed like a disadvantageous fight for Yi Tian, but his strength proved far superior. Yuan Xian was sent flying backward, his enhanced power dispelled. Yi Tian had won a decisive victory. The audience erupted in cheers and excited murmurs. Who is this newcomer? How can he be so powerful? Truly astonishing. The referee loudly announced that Sanlong Gang's Yi Tian wins. The bonefish sword crowed. How about that? Am I amazing or what? I told you that little sword was nothing to worry about. Hearing its boasting, Yi Tian pulled the sword closer and said, Yes, 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 you're the most amazing. Being pulled forward, the bonefish sword complained, Hey, let go. As Yi Tian stepped off the arena, DUI 3, who had been waiting for him, gave him a thumbs up. You were amazing. Seeing her enthusiasm, Yi Tian thought to himself, Have I been too lenient lately? Even this junior wants to climb on my head. He replied modestly, Not bad, not bad. Yu Xinghe clapped his hands, his voice full of admiration. Young brother Yi, you are truly talented. To be honest, even I'm not sure I could have won that fight. Yi Tian quickly replied, No need to tease me. This 7 colors sect hand is truly beyond my expectations. Yu Xinghe agreed, then honestly said, However, as far as I know, the 7 colors sect has recently been in close contact with the Qing Gang's branch on the island nation. Young brother Yi, you should still be careful. Hearing this, Yi Tian suddenly wondered. The Qing Gang and the 7 colors sect are also connected. Watching Yuan Xian being carried away on a stretcher by 2 guards, Yu Xinghe gravely admitted, Indeed. The Qing Gang has ambitions towards the Hua country's cultivation world. They already tried to infiltrate the last martial arts tournament, but they were unsuccessful. He then placed a hand on Yi Tian's shoulder and smiled proudly. This time, they returned together. You've suppressed their arrogance, so I'm afraid they won't give up their intentions. Yi Tian quickly cupped his hands in thanks. Thank you for the reminder. I'll be careful. A thought then crossed his mind. My goal this time is only Wang Hao. I never expected the martial arts tournament to become an arena for various factions. This time, I'm afraid I won't be able to just focus on myself. With that thought, he quietly slipped away. Watching Yi Tian's retreating figure, Yu Xinghe thought, he's just like I was a few years ago. A promising young man. I hope he doesn't stray from the right path. Hidden in the nearby trees, a cloaked figure in black had been watching for some time. Seeing Yi Tian leave, he muttered, Interesting. Young Master Wang was right. However, Yi Tian had long since detected his presence. He was secretly wary. A well-concealed aura. Seems to be someone with considerable strength. I just don't know their background. Returning to his apartment, Yi Tian opened his door to find the mysterious figure in black already waiting inside. Upon seeing him, the figure spoke, Hey, Yi Tian, right? Yi Tian swiftly drew his sword and pointed it at the mysterious figure's face. The figure's face was suddenly revealed, showing a black dragon tattoo on his cheek. He thought fast. He calmly pushed Yi Tian's sword aside. Don't be hasty. I'm here to help you. Yi Tian firmly replied, I don't need any help. If you don't leave now, I won't be polite. Hearing this, the mysterious figure smirked. He taunted, Are you telling me you're not interested in Wang Hao? This caused Yi Tian to pause for a moment. Taking advantage of this, the mysterious figure suddenly vanished before his eyes, leaving a whispered message. I'll see you tomorrow on the competition stage. The mysterious figure quickly escaped through Yi Tian's window. Seeing this, the bonefish sword urged, Chase him. Don't let that bastard get away. Yi Tian said, Wait. The bonefish sword, seeing his hesitation, asked in confusion, Why? He's already gone. Yi Tian was tense, thinking to himself, I haven't told anyone about my purpose at the martial arts tournament. How did he know I'm interested in Wang Hao? Lost in thought, he suddenly picked up the bonefish sword and channeled his spiritual energy. Sensing his movement, the sword excitedly exclaimed, Master, have you made up your mind? I'm so excited. He jumped on a bonefish sword and commanded, chase him. We might be able to get some information. Following the direction the figure had fled, the bonefish sword shot off at lightning speed upon receiving his command. In the blink of an eye, Yi Tian appeared behind a mysterious figure in black. Upon seeing him, the figure revealed a satisfied expression, as if he had been waiting for a long time. He said, "You're finally here. I thought you weren't willing to play with me." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished right in front of Yi Tian. This puzzled Yi Tian, leaving him deep in thought. The mysterious figure in black seemed to have found an ideal hiding spot. His voice echoed, "If you have the skill, chase me. Let's see if you have the ability to find me." In response to his words, Yi Tian looked around, whispering, "I sense his presence, but it's gone. Something's not right." Suddenly, a blade flew towards him from behind. The bonefish sword instantly appeared, deflecting the incoming blade. The mysterious figure in black quickly retrieved his sword. Afterward, he seemed somewhat surprised, saying, not bad at all. That spirit sword of yours is quite something." The bonefish sword, upon hearing this, said excitedly, "Master, my reaction time was pretty quick, wasn't it? Aren't you going to thank me?" Yi Tian had no time for jokes. He seriously channeled his spiritual energy and asked, "Are you one of Wang Hao's men?" The mysterious figure in black conjured a shield, blocking Yi Tian's spiritual attack. After blocking the attack, a dark, demonic energy appeared in his hand. He replied, "Wang Hao? Ha ha ha. I'm both his man and not. You and your bonefish sword have piqued my interest." As he spoke, he rubbed a stone on a ring he wore and said, "Yuan Xi, and you saw it too. His perfect fusion with his spirit sword. That is my masterpiece." Hearing these words, Yi Tian instantly felt a surge of angered S.O. "It was your evil technique that caused this." The mysterious figure in black corrected him, according to his own understanding. "Evil technique? I'd say it's art. The perfect fusion of man and spirit sword. True human sword unity. I see your special spiritual nature. Combined with your spirit sword, you would undoubtedly be very powerful. Do you need my help?" A cunning thought flashed through his mind. This spirit sword is exquisite. If I could absorb it. Yi Tian pointed the bonefish sword at his face and shouted, "Devouring spirit swords is something a true cultivator would despise, let alone someone who strives for true human sword unity." The mysterious figure in black seemed to have many tricks up his sleeve. In an instant, his hand was equipped with a new weapon. It radiated an immense amount of demonic energy. He began to threaten, "Since you refuse my offer, don't blame me for being ruthless. I must have this spirit sword." His malicious intent now fully revealed, he immediately lunged towards Yi Tian, initiating a fierce battle. Yi Tian thought to himself, his weapon changes forms so frequently. It seems he's devoured quite a few spirit swords. In a split second, the mysterious figure in black launched 2 swords towards Yi Tian. With agile movements, Yi Tian easily dodged the attack by sidestepping. Seeing this, the figure in black smirked. "Not bad reflexes," he said. However, the 2 swords that had just attacked Yi Tian now merged into one, aiming straight for his back. Realizing this, Yi Tian thought with a jolt, "Damn it, his weapons can combine." He reacted by throwing the bonefish sword at the mysterious figure, but he simply dodged it. "I've finished this action," he said with satisfaction. "Let go, and I'll show you what danger really is." The bonefish sword, released by Yi Tian, plummeted to the ground and embedded itself in the earth. It cried out in annoyance, "Don't litter! Hurry up and get me out of here!" At this moment, a thought struck Yi Tian. The myriad manifestations power activated. The bonefish sword suddenly flew into the air, radiating a strange green light. Yi Tian retrieved the sword. He speculated, "It must be due to the collision with so many spirit swords. The myriad manifestations power has been activated." Seeing this, the mysterious figure in black exclaimed excitedly, "What do I see? Haha, it's actually the myriad manifestations power." Greed surged within him. He gripped his sword tightly and declared, "How interesting. This is truly fortunate. After killing you, I will also obtain this rare attribute." His sword suddenly grew abnormally large. he declared resolutely. I must have it. Gripping the bonefish sword tightly, Yi Tian raised it high and said, Gluttony, eat. Eat your fill, and then get to work. The bonefish sword let out a cunning chuckle. It feels so good to be able to move freely. The mysterious figure in black swung his massive sword towards Yi Tian, yelling, I can't wait any longer. But Yi Tian ducked to avoid the attack. The bonefish sword, Xiang Yang, exclaimed, ouch. It can even directly absorb the spiritual power of other beings. Master, do you have a solution for this? Yi Tian quickly drew a green, circular, 8-trigram formation on the ground. He calmly replied, I have a way, but you need to shut up first. He thought to himself, if I don't deal with this weapon today, it will surely cause trouble later. The mysterious figure in black smirked. He offered bargain. Little brother, your skills are not bad. It's a bit of a shame for you to die. How about this? Give me the sword, and I'll spare your life. Get out of that green formation. 2 dragons formed from spiritual energy simultaneously lunged towards him. Yi Tian replied, You'll have to ask it if it agrees. Seeing this, the bonefish sword multiplied itself into several copies, all charging forward. It exclaimed excitedly, 2 dragons? Haha, not impressive enough. Watch me split into 4. Unfazed, the mysterious figure in black immediately summoned a black vortex, shouting, In that case, I'll just have to absorb you as well. Facing this attack, Yi Tian suddenly said, not bad taste. I'll add a little something extra for you. The bonefish sword clashed with the massive sword of the mysterious figure in black, its bloodlust evident. Keep eating. Your intensity is dropping. Soon after, the first cracks appeared on the blade. Noticing this, Yi Tian began to press his attack. Final bonefish sword strike. Meanwhile, the bonefish sword complained, I've eaten too much. I'm going to die from overeating. The battle quickly reached its conclusion. Yi Tian pointed his sword at the mysterious figure in black's throat. He said seriously, I've got you. The figure's face showed confusion. He asked how. Yi Tian's eyes revealed tension. He thought, the power of this evil sword is unusual. If it hadn't revealed a weakness, it wouldn't have been so easy to subdue. However, the cunning mysterious figure in black quickly devised a countermeasure. He thought to himself, I won't give up. Then, placing his hand behind his back, he suddenly created a circle of spiritual energy. These petty tricks can't fool Yi Tian's sharp eyes. He raised his voice and warned, Doing these little tricks in front of me is useless. The man in black frowned. You're forcing me to use this move. Consider yourself lucky. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately put his escape plan into action. His arms suddenly unleashed a kind of dark magic. Very quickly, his body transformed into a puff of black smoke and vanished. This made Yi Tian think self-destruction to escape. The bonefish sword coughed and sputtered from the black smoke. Cough, cough, cough. That smoke almost choked me to death. The black smoke, as it drifted away, carried the angry voice of the man in black. I'll remember you. Yi Tian sat down. As he examined the remaining traces, he said, unable to win, he harmed himself to secure an escape route. Quite ruthless, the bonefish sword was anxious. It flew in front of him and urged, what are you still looking at? Hurry up and chase him. Don't let that punk get away. Yi Tian calmly replied, no point in chasing a desperate man. Besides, this man in black seems to have some principles. He left behind some blood. Tracking him down won't be a problem. The bonefish sword insisted, even if he's lucky this time, I won't spare him next time. Suddenly, Yi Tian reached out and smeared some of the black substance left behind by the mysterious man in black. The bonefish sword suddenly cried out, ow. Master, what are you doing? Ouch, 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 that hurts. Seeing this reaction, Yi Tian pondered. This blood has a corrosive effect on spiritual swords. Could it be that he can no longer be considered human? He then said, crying and carrying on over a little scratch, you're hopeless. I'm giving you spiritual energy. Hearing this, the bonefish sword quickly retorted, I'm still young. I'm still a baby. Can't you be nicer to me? Yi Tian seriously replied, nicer? All right. It just so happens that our coordination needs improvement. This matter can't be delayed. Let's start training now. Hearing this, the bonefish sword hurriedly tried to flee, yelling, Master, you're a demon. However, the sword was caught by Yi Tian. He coldly replied, no, I'm an immortal venerable. Saying this, Yi Tian began channeling spiritual energy into his bonefish sword, thinking to himself, after this battle, the connection with the sword spirit seems to be even smoother. The bonefish bonefish sword, feeling the influx of spiritual energy, exclaimed in panic, "What are you doing to me again? What's happening to my body?" Suddenly, a strange 8-trigram formation appeared beneath the feet of both Yi Tian and the bonefish sword. He silently chanted, "I am the sword, and the sword is me." Then, he raised the sword and declared loudly, "Spiritual sword, intertwined and unified, boundless entry, sword control." A moment later, a strange light appeared in Yi Tian's chest. Sensing this, he immediately pointed the tip of the sword towards the sky. His eyes were incredibly determined as he thought, "Now is the time." The bonefish sword reacted to the ball of light emanating from Yi Tian's chest, slowly drawing the spiritual energy from it into its blade. Once finished, Yi Tian shouted, "Man and sword, unite." In the arena, everyone was buzzing with curiosity. "Spectator, I heard that Yu Xinghe's opponent today was found dead in his room last night." Spectator B, I heard that too. His spiritual energy was completely drained, and his spirit body was nowhere to be found. I wonder who he offended to suffer such a fate. A third person standing with Yu Xinghe said, "I thought I'd get to see both of you in action today." She turned slightly towards him and asked, "So your match is open then?" Yu Xinghe yawned widely, covering his mouth with his hand, "That I didn't sleep well last night. I can finally get some good rest today. On the other hand, young brother Yi, you'll have to work hard for both of us." Yi Tian stood with them, lost in thought. Empty spiritual power. It seems to be related to that strange guy's technique from yesterday. Recalling the previous day's events, he couldn't help but wonder, but can a person's spiritual power really be absorbed like that? Seeing him distracted, Yu Xinghe reminded him, "Little brother, what are you thinking about? It's your turn to fight." A man in a black cloak walked past him and said, "It seems we are truly destined to meet again." Yi Tian immediately recognized him as the man from yesterday, but his spiritual power is even stronger after just one night. How is that possible? The man removed his black cloak and glanced at Yi Tian, "That I should thank the organizers for their arrangements. They've saved me quite a bit of trouble." Yi Tian frowned, suspicion growing. Even his spiritual body has changed. Yu Xinghe's opponent was most likely killed by him. Both of them stepped onto the arena. The man raised his fist and declared, "For your recklessness yesterday, you will pay with your life." Yi Tian looked straight at him, unafraid. "Pay the price? I think it's you who will be paying." The man punched the air furiously and yelled, This spiritual body is really useful." Yi Tian summoned his bonefish sword, pointing it directly at the man. "Useful? A newly acquired spiritual body won't be that proficient so quickly. It was this bastard who used blood magic on me. Let me destroy him." The man scoffed at Yi Tian's sword. "Little brat, you should find a new master." The bonefish sword vibrated with defiance. "You can't even grasp my shadow, yet you want to be my master? You should worry about yourself." It then shouted, "Pierce him. Make him pay." The man watched the sword fail to pierce him and sneered, "I asked that all you've got? You fell for it." Meanwhile, Yi Tian was calmly creating a formation. A water dragon surged powerfully from below, dealing with the likes of you. A few moves are enough. The man grimaced and spat out a mouthful of blood. This is the power of the myriad forms. The man was instantly defeated by this attack. The announcement rang out. Sanglong Terrace, Yi Tian wins. Yi Tian stood on the platform, raising his sword high. The bonefish sword asked in confusion, "Master, didn't you want to keep him alive for questioning? Why did you suddenly change your mind and kill him with such a powerful move?" As soon as he stepped down, Yi Tian was met with praise from both his opponents, and Yu Xinghe out why Yi Tian, you and the bonefish sword work so well together. I haven't seen you for a night, and little brother has already reached the realm of man, and sword is one. Amazing. Yi Tian just glanced around, thinking to himself, I saw him. I definitely wouldn't mistake someone else wearing that cloak. A black-cloaked figure hidden amongst the spectators chuckled. Interesting. But it's not time for me to reveal myself yet. Yi Tian's eyes narrowed. Wong Hao. The figure smiled and slipped away. Yi Tian rushed into the crowd, shouting, "Move! Get out of my way! If I find you, you won't escape." Yi Tian summoned the bonefish sword again. The bonefish sword materialized, asking in surprise, Now, he jumped onto the sword and commanded, "Chase him." Yu Xinghe asked in astonishment, "Starvation level 3? Starvation level 3? I'm not seeing things, am I? Is this sword control?" Yi Tian, he's so powerful. I don't know. True sword control? I've only seen it in the intersex ancient texts. A moment later, he also saw the figure of the black-cloaked man. Found you. Yi Tian grabbed his sword and soared into the air. Wang Hao, you damn thief, prepare to die. Wang Hao glanced at him and sneered. Haha, you actually came. Yi Tian swung his sword fiercely, but only cut through the air. Don't waste your efforts. Yi Tian looked at the black smoke in front of him in astonishment. He turned his head and shouted, "You're not the real Wang Hao." Wang Hao sneered that it's definitely me talking. However, this is just a temporary body, just bait to lure you out. He walked towards Yi Tian and asked, "So, Yi Tian, have you thought about my offer?" Yi Tian swung his sword again, hitting the black smoke. Wang Hao, I've thought about it. There's only one thing on my mind, how to kill you. Wang Hao's voice boomed, as if from nowhere, ambitious. However, Yi Tian, you're still too naive. He threatened, I know you don't value your life, but do the people you care about feel the same? And what about your fiancée, the woman you love, Duong Tuet? Yi Tian frowned and asked Wang Hao, I underestimated your shamelessness. What do you want? Wang Hao flickered in and out of sight. He said with satisfaction, thanks for the compliment. I originally thought you were just trash. However, our previous encounter and this tournament have changed my view. He looked directly at Yi Tian and asked, you have great potential. And this potential, Wang Hao, will help you unlock it. Wang Hao pointed directly at Yi Tian and said provocatively, don't you like Duong Tuet? Become my subordinate. She'll be your slave for you to play with as you please. Yi Tian looked at the bonefish sword in his hand and asked, Bonefish sword, can you convert all my spiritual energy into fire elemental power and release it? Yes, of course I can. But master, what do you intend to do? Wang Hao frowned angrily. Why, Yi Tian, don't toast and refuse to drink a forfeit. My patience has limits. Yi Tian pointed his sword at him. Wang Hao sneered, Yi Tian, this is just an afterimage. It's useless. Ignoring his words, Yi Tian summoned a large fire dragon, Crimson Lotus Fire Dragon Chaos. The fire dragon soared upwards, attacking Wang Hao's illusion. He vanished and roared, fool. Once I win this martial arts tournament, even the entire Hua country cultivation world won't be able to stop me. The illusion exploded. Wang Hao continued with difficulty. You overestimate yourself. Burning this clone of mine. The fire dragon disappeared. Yi Tian sneered and turned away. Don't worry, Wang Hao. I still have 999 other ways to kill you. I swear on my immortal venerable title, I won't let you get away with this. Wang Hao, in another location, frowned angrily. It seems this brat responds better to force. His subordinate approached and reported, young Master Wang, they've all arrived. He turned his head and asked, has Hayashi Hideaki from the island nation arrived as well? In another room within the palace, someone said, everyone, please remain calm. Young Master Wang will be here shortly. The man with burgundy hair, Hayashi Hideaki, raised his wine glass. Wang Hao appeared on a screen. Greetings, everyone. He laughed and said, today, I'm announcing a bounty. I wonder if you gentlemen are interested in helping me, Wang, with a small task. A man among the guests immediately replied, young Master Wang, please tell us. Wang Hao spoke loudly and arrogantly. Bring me the head of Yi Tian of the Cam Long gang. The reward is $500 million, plus a divine artifact. Lam On Nam, upon hearing this, stood up and asked, who could possibly warrant such a hefty reward from young Master Wang? If I were you, I would take care of it myself. He sat back down on the sofa and said to the man, I still have other matters to attend to. So, Brother Lam, are you not interested? This matter concerns the cultivation authority of Hua country, and you, Lam On Nam, wouldn't be deterred by a mere head, would you? It won't interfere with the martial arts tournament. Young Master Wang needn't worry. Meanwhile, Yi Tian was walking down the hallway of the arena. It's just Hua country, he thought. Little Yi, Brother Yi, why did you suddenly leave? Yi Tian turned slightly and replied to the woman, Wang Hao just came to deliver a challenge. Nak Tin Ha, upon hearing this, said, it seemed like a clone, but the spiritual energy was incredibly strong and dense. Yi Tian frowned and looked towards Tin Ha, voicing his thoughts. His target this time seems to be the martial arts tournament. We need to be more careful. Doi 3 held up the shard in her hand and said, the energy on this seems like it could only be controlled by a 6-stage cultivator. Could be a mid-level cultivator controlling the sword spirit. Yi Tian, surprised, asked, 6 stages, you say? Does that correspond to mid-level? Doe 3 smiled and continued, yes, that's how we say it in the Batcase sect. It's easier to remember, so it just slips out. Yi Tian understood. Using numbers for ranks compared to those complicated names is certainly easier to pass down. It's a good method. Nak Tinha frowned, analyzing the situation. Currently in Hua country, the Long Host sect, Seven Colors sect, Nguloi gang, and Guhan sect have all pledged allegiance to Wang. Only the 12 witches and the Batke sect in the central region remain neutral. We are at a disadvantage. He picked up a small star. If we don't stop the Wang family and the Tan gang quickly, the cultivation world of Hua country will be in danger. But relying solely on the Cam Long gang. Seeing this, Yi Tian stepped forward and patted Nak Tinha's shoulder. Brother Nak, instead of hesitating, we should do our best to rally the other sections. Doe 3 stammered, I will also go back and persuade my brethren. Even a little help would be good. Nak Tinha quickly regained his composure and replied, Brother Yi is right. We at the Cam Long gang do have some influence. Leave the Cam Long gang to me. Yi Tian politely said, thank you both for your hard work. Next, it's my turn to act. Among the crowd, many were chattering, don't stop me from claiming the reward. I heard that Yi Tian has a good relationship with Nak Tinha. There are so many of us. What are we afraid of him for? As Yi Tian and the other two approached, someone pointed, isn't that the brat Yi Tian? The man sneered, speak of the devil. Yi Tian gripped his bonefish sword tightly and advanced. 2 kites suddenly flew towards him. Yi Tian, unimpressed, swung his bonefish sword forcefully, knocking them away. The sword cried out, hey, you clearly could have blocked those without me. Why did you drag me into this? They were quickly surrounded by men in black. Nowhere to run. Don't fight me for it. This guy's head is mine. Yi Tian frowned, somewhat exasperated that Wang's thugs arrived quickly. Brother Nak, protect Doe 3. A blonde-haired man among them asked disdainfully, it's this brat? Young Master Wang is making too big a deal out of this. He turned around dejectedly and left. You guys have fun. I'm going back to sleep. Yi Tian watched him go, thinking to himself, according to Doe 3, these guys are all 3rd or 4th realm cultivators. There are a lot of them, but they're not a threat. Only the one who just left. He spoke to you, Xinghe, behind him. I'm enough to handle this place alone. Brother, take Doe 3 and go. Hearing this, Xinghe couldn't help but worry and remind him, although these small fries probably can't hurt you, you should still be careful. He then took a fighting stance and replied, Yi Tian, are you here to take my head? At that moment, the bald man with the axe flew towards him. Kid, blame yourself for being worth so much money. Yi Tian quickly summoned the fire dragon. Destroy him. Seeing one of their own fall, the others still weren't afraid and shouted, he's just a brat. What are you afraid of? Everyone attack. As soon as he finished speaking, a barrage of weapons was thrown towards Yi Tian. He scoffed, oh really? Your courage is too small. He used the bonefish sword to deflect all the weapons. Annoyed, he muttered, there are too many of them today. Just like mosquitoes, so annoying. With his other hand, he used spiritual energy to blast them away. This is a killing move. They'll stop at nothing to get my bonefish sword. Yi Tian leaped onto the bonefish sword again to fight that I used a lot of spiritual energy just now. I can't fight for long. I'm afraid I'll have to use a killing move too. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud explosion below. Numerous slashes appeared from within the black smoke. Yi Tian couldn't help but be surprised. These are Wang House subordinates. They were all defeated. A voice emerged from the black smoke. Master, we're late. Hong Ling-er and Shang Qingqing stepped out of the smoke. Master, leave this side to us. Another man charged towards the 2 women. Shang Qingqing lightly swung her sword. Swish! The man spat out a mouthful of blood. Arg. Hong Ling-er also jumped up and slashed 2 other men with her sword. The bonefish sword exclaimed excitedly, Master, who are these 2 beauties? Suddenly coming to help us? Although one of them is a bit flat-chested. Ha ha ha. They're both my disciples, members of the Ling Tian sect. Yi Tian walked up to Hong Ling-er and Shang Qingqing and asked, why are you 2 here? Shang Qingqing put her hands on her hips and replied indignantly, such a fun event like the martial arts tournament, and you're actually enjoying it all by yourself? Master, how could you do this? Hearing this, he forced a confused smile. What's so fun about this? Hong Ling-er looked at him, and said, "Master, you should rest. You're too powerful. I'm afraid they won't be able to handle it. Leave it to me and this shorty." "Who are you calling a shorty?" Yi Tian was very pleased with the two of them. "Thought it's been a while. You've both grown up quite a bit." He quickly left, thinking to himself, Qingqing should keep one alive for interrogation later. Just take care of the rest directly. Yu Xinghe appeared at this moment. "Brother Yi, I'm here to help you." Yi Tian created a formation that you're just in time. "Qingqing, Linger, I'll borrow some of your spiritual energy." "No way." The bonefish sword flew up along with large boulders. The 5-music sword decree of the 10 directions refining chi technique. It's the supreme Tao of sword spirit cultivation. The bonefish sword looked around in astonishment. "What kind of technique is this? I've never seen it before." Yi Tian closed his eyes and shouted, "Sun and moon transformation, 5-music supremacy, 5-music Mount Tai Peak." As he finished the incantation, a massive pillar of light appeared in the sky. The light pushed huge boulders down. Yu Xinghe quickly dodged. Such overwhelming power. The bonefish sword looked at him with admiration. "Master, you're so strong. You took care of them all with one move." He landed gently on the ground, and everyone praised him. "Master, you're amazing. Brother Yi, your skills are impressive." Someone tossed 2 orbs into the air, cursing, "A bunch of useless trash." It was the blonde-haired man from before. The IT seems Hua country is somewhat interesting after all. He laughed heartily. "Why Tian, is it? A 500 million reward is too low." However, this trip wasn't a waste. Yu Xinghe thought to himself, "I didn't expect them to come knocking so soon. We can't delay any longer." Shang Qingqing said to Yi Tian, "Master, if there's anything else you need help with, just let us know." Hong Linger smiled. "I haven't even had a good fight yet." Yi Tian warned the 2 women, "This isn't a game. Wang Hao won't give up his plans. You 2 should go back." Yu Xinghe stepped forward. "Now's the time we need people. Rallying the other factions is crucial. Brother Yi, there's no need to rush them away." Shang Qingqing added, "That's right. You saw it earlier. We beat them black and blue." Hong Linger chimed in, "We're disciples of the Ling Tian sect, after all." Hearing this, Yi Tian turned to Yu Xinghe. "I'll leave it to you. If you can't convince them, these 2 disciples of mine are yours to command." He looked at the bright moon above and thought, "Keep an eye on the one who just left." Something about him seemed strange. Deep in the forest, Lin On Nam stood facing a pack of large wolves. He tossed 2 orbs into the air, a pleased expression on his face. The wolves, bathed in the light, transformed into mist. Lin On Nam sneered, "Show yourself. I believe this time it's someone from the 5 Elements sect. Suno, capture Yi Tian for me." The wolves quickly dissipated. "All of Hua country belongs to the Qing gang. It all belongs to me, Lin On Nam." The next morning, at the tournament grounds, it was announced that the Cam Long gang planned to send only 1 person for the team battle. Who has such strength? It must be Yu Xinghe. The announcement rang out. Today's team battle. Cam Long gang versus the 5 Elements sect. Yi Tian stood alone, facing 5 opponents. The crowd was bewildered. "It's that kid again," a man standing nearby said. "One person against so many experts? He'll probably be dead in minutes. What's Big Brother thinking, sending Yi Tian alone? The 5 Elements sect is no joke." A member of the 5 Elements sect, wielding a large bear claw, charged forward. Yi Tian quickly dodged. The ground where he stood cracked in the shape of a giant bear paw. Another attacker lunged from behind. Yi Tian leaped onto the bonefish sword and evaded the attack. Something's not right. Their spiritual energy is stagnant. They're not normal. The bonefish sword exclaimed, "Master, let me kill these guys. I'll leave no trace." Wait, these aren't ordinary cultivators. They all had strange red wings on their backs. Yi Tian quickly realized this was forced, the myriad manifestations power forced into their bodies. He was surrounded from above by the 5 of them. Doi 3 anxiously shouted, "Yi Tian, be careful." She hurriedly reminded him, "A million times be careful. Don't let anything happen." High above, Yi Tian tried to use his spiritual power to subdue them. These men were like the soulless, their spiritual power operation unaffected. The 5 had completely lost their minds. Claws gradually appeared on one of them. Yi Tian couldn't help but be astonished. These things weren't even human. Who could devise such sinister magic? Thinking this, he quickly flew higher. Raising his sword, Yi Tian shouted, "Since ancient times, true skill has never been defeated. These reckless tricks are merely ploys born from insufficient cultivation." The bonefish sword cheered. "Master is so handsome. Is this a new move? He pointed the sword directly at them. 5 mountains, sword gathering. Tens of thousands of illusory swords rushed down towards them. The bonefish sword asked, confused, why are you toying with them so slowly? When will you kill them? Yi Tian scoffed, kill them. How can that be? The bonefish sword said angrily. Anyone would be annoyed by this teasing. It's killing me. Why not just annihilate them directly? He frowned and explained, these 5 have had their bodies modified. They're practically immortal. This must be a deliberate arrangement to deal with me. The bonefish sword exclaimed in surprise. Immortal bodies? Doesn't that mean they can't be killed no matter what? Yi Tian simply swung his sword calmly and said, not necessarily. Watch. His 5 mountains technique tore the figures apart. Seeing this, the bonefish sword turned and asked in bewilderment, what's going on? Didn't you say their bodies were immortal? Yi Tian sighed and explained, but their spiritual power is limited. We just need to. The bonefish sword quickly understood that, oh, you mean drain their spiritual power. They all collapsed onto the arena. Haha, only when the puppet stopped moving can we follow the strings to find the puppeteer. Yi Tian raised his sword towards the sky. Now's the time. The spiritual body of a nearby figure began to fluctuate. Come out. Next, Yi Tian held a small blue-black stone in his hand. Your turn. Don't hide. Lin On Nam, among the crowd, sighed inwardly. He'll be able to catch Wang Hao's attention. He's truly not bad. He clutched 2 orbs in his hands excitedly. There's always someone to play with. Lin On Nam quickly stepped onto the arena. Yi Tian looked at him. Just you? He sneered, creating dense purple bubbles. Just me? How could that be? I have many more puppets like these. The surrounding people immediately became chaotic. Run. This powder is poisonous. The members of the 5 Elements sect try to support each other. The 5 Elements sect never abandons anyone. Live together, die together. Yi Tian swung his sword, dispersing the powder. He turned and said to them, these 5 are all right. They've just temporarily fainted from spiritual exhaustion. Doi 3, affected by the powder, collapsed, trembling. She called out, Yi Tian. Lin On Nam, noticing her, said excitedly, oh, you know this puppet? Haha, even better. He raised his hand. Strings emerged from his fingertips, connecting to those he controlled. Those from the 5 Elements sect immediately denounced him as despicable. They said it was an equal partnership to claim the reward, yet he unexpectedly tried to use malicious techniques on our 5 Elements sect disciples. Lin On Nam, are you trying to antagonize the entire Hua cultivation world? Lin On Nam frowned at them. Lin On Nam, was born in Dongying and raised in Baodao. What does Huagua even amount to? He controlled the puppets and sent them towards Yi Tian. Huagua cultivators are nothing but expendable pawns to me. Yi Tian, do you dare to attack me? Do you dare to attack them? The mutant sect elder knelt down in fear. I'm willing to renounce my position as mutant sect elder and pledge allegiance to Baodao. I'm willing to dedicate my strength to Master Lin. Seeing this, he became even more smug. Haha, look, these are the cultivators you're so proud of. Bonefish sword frowned in disbelief. Damn, what kind of people are these? They have no backbone at all. This mutant sect fellow is truly a disgrace to Huagua. A disgrace to Huagua. The mutant sect elder was quickly controlled by Lin On Nam. Lin On Nam, he laughed loudly, controlling all of them. The more scum like you die, the more excited I get. Yi Tian, with so many expendable pawns, aren't you going to make your move? Yi Tian calmly channeled spiritual energy into Bonefish Sword. You're not really going to use me to cut down these poor souls, are you? He swung the sword powerfully as Bonefish Sword cried out. My spiritual energy. I worked so hard to accumulate spiritual energy to level up. It's all gone. Lin On Nam cried out in astonishment. He was actually able to see through the weakness of my technique. However, you won't be able to hold out for long with your strength. Attack all at once. At that moment, Doi 3, under control, charged towards him with a knife. He successfully severed the control string, catching her. Doi 3, I'm sorry. The others under control also rushed forward. Just then, a green pillar of light descended towards them. Master, Yi Tian brother, we're late. Yu Xingha arrived with Zhong Hai and Yu Xingyun. Long Bang is here. Shang Qingqing arrived with Hong and Lang Er. Lang Tianmin is here, awaiting orders. Yi Tian carried Doi 3 towards another person and said, "Take care of her for me." Yes. He then turned and looked towards Lin On Nam. Lin On Nam, do you see? This is the spirit of our Huaxia. This is the spirit of our Huagua. I only dare to act like a cowardly rat hiding behind others, afraid to fight. He continued to play dirty, creating another dimension. If you dare to enter this space, I'll play with you. Without hesitation, Yi Tian followed him. I'll leave this to everyone. I'm going to bring back his head. Yi Tian entered the space and shouted, "Lin On Nam, come out." He stood before Yi Tian smugly and said, "Yi Tian, in my territory, what can you possibly do?" He gripped his sword tightly and charged forward. Being able to take your dog's head is enough. Lin On Nam used a clone technique surrounding Yi Tian. "Oh, then try and find where my head is." He used his clones to weave back and forth in front of him. "The advantage is mine. What can you do to trouble me?" Yi Tian stood still calmly. Huagua people are truly faint-hearted. When they can't solve a problem, they just close their eyes and deceive themselves. Then he suddenly thrust his sword towards one of the clones. Lin On Nam hastily dodged, staring at the sword in shock. He figured it out? Impossible. This is my space. It must have been luck. Yi Tian brought the sword closer. He began to chant, "Shadow space. I am the formless general. All things are me." Yi Tian frowned and said to him, "Your cultivation isn't enough for shadow space. Your true body can't fully merge with space. This is inevitable." Lin On Nam anxiously stumbled backwards. Those who knew about the secret art, the cultivation method of my Bao Dao, were all silenced. "You a Huagua brat still wet behind the ears. How can you understand it so quickly?" He looked at the bonefish sword in Yi Tian's hand, but it's not that this sword is unusual. Yi Tian and the sword soared upwards. Lin On Nam, astonished, said from below, borrowing the power of the myriad forms. Yi Tian powerfully unleashed the Five Tones Myriad Forms Army March. Lin On Nam's spiritual power tried to escape from his body. "No, my spiritual power." Lin On Nam reminded himself. Yi Tian said, "Lin On Nam, the power of the myriad forms and spiritual power originate from the same source. The root of Bao Dao is also Huagua. The secret art of Bao Dao, though profound, under the 1,000-year accumulation of Huagua, is considered nothing but a heretical path." Yi Tian pointed the bonefish sword directly at him and declared, "Your spiritual power was plundered from the people of Huagua. Now is the time to return it to its rightful owner." Lin On Nam looked at Yi Tian fearfully. "I'm not from Bao Dao. I can also be considered a person of Huagua. How can you treat a compatriot like this?" Yi Tian scoffed. Lin On Nam, you weren't saying that just now." A pillar of bright fire shot down towards him. Wang Xiao definitely won't let you off. Outside, Yu Xinghe, seeing the bright golden light within, knew that why Yi Tian, you really succeeded. Hong Lang Er put her hands on her hips and said with a smile, "That's a given. My master never loses." Shang Qingchang smiled and said, "As I see it, Yi Tian is number one in Huagua." As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Tian emerged from the space. "Instructor, what's the result of the match?" They excitedly said, "That's right. Tell us quickly." Yi Tian calmly wiped the bloodstains from the bonefish sword. He clenched his fist and proudly declared, "I did not disgrace my mission. I used the blood of this cur to appease the people." Watching the space gradually close, Yi Tian thought to himself, even the Ghost King clan of Oigua was used by Wang Haoan. Having defeated this pawn, who knows when I can take my revenge? The Five Elements sect leader knelt before him and respectfully said, "Master Yi, you disregarded past grievances and saved the Five Elements sect in its time of crisis. We will never forget this kindness." He looked at Yi Tian with gratitude. "Our Five Elements sect values loyalty and righteousness above all else. From now on, the Five Elements sect pledges allegiance to Grandmaster Yi." The others in the Five Elements sect echoed, "We also pledge to follow Grandmaster Yi." Yi Tian raised his hand towards them. He forced a smile that I accept your goodwill, but my personal grudges are not yet settled. I don't have such intentions at the moment. Over there, Yu Xinghe, supporting Doi 3, called out, "Doi 3. Everyone else has woken up." Doi 3. Doi 3, wake up. Seeing this, Yi Tian took his leave. Excuse me, everyone, let's discuss this later. My friend hasn't recovered yet. I want to see how she is doing. He approached her and asked, Doi 3, why haven't you woken up yet? Yu Xinghe shook his head helplessly, unsure of what to do. After escaping Lin on Nam's control, Doi 3 had fallen unconscious. He also just noticed her body temperature rising slightly. Yi Tian exclaimed in surprise, the Sword Immortal Clan's crest. What is the Sword Immortal Clan? I've never heard of it. Yu Xinghe replied, it's understandable you wouldn't know. I only learned about it from ancient texts. He gently brushed Doi 3's hair aside, revealing a sword-shaped mark. The Sword Immortal Clan has been in seclusion for a long time. Their members are born with this mark. They cultivate alongside their swords and are said to be the most knowledgeable about spirit swords in the world. It's just a pity. Yi Tian furrowed his brow as he continued. According to rumors, 10 years ago, this Sword Immortal Clan was annihilated by the Demon King's faction in the cultivation world and disappeared without a trace. Seeing Doi 3's discomfort, he quickly said to Yu Xinghe, Brother Yu, please step aside. Doi 3 hasn't woken up. I'm afraid it's related to the demonic energy Lin on Nam possesses. Yi Tian lifted Doi 3 with his bonefish sword. Brother Yi, what are you doing? Yu Xinghe asked. The Sword Immortal Clan has a natural interaction with sword spirits. I can use the sword spirit to wake her up. The bonefish sword, feeling its spiritual energy being drawn, cried out in confusion. Hey, where's all my spiritual energy going? Yi Tian frowned and scolded. Don't complain. Saving someone is more important. He noticed something, a soul fragment. That Lin on Nam was still hiding something. A dark spirit emerged from behind Doi 3. It quickly detached itself from her. Yi Tian swiftly commanded the bonefish sword, quickly devour it. The remaining soul fragment swiftly left Doi 3, and she gradually regained consciousness. It seems she's waking up. Doi 3 was surrounded by protective spiritual energy. Yi Tian thought to himself, such abundant and powerful sword spirit. She is indeed a member of the Sword Immortal Clan. Doi 3 gently landed on the ground and smiled at Yi Tian. Brother Yi, my life belongs to you. From now on, I vow to follow you to the ends of the earth. Zhong Hai and the leader of the Five Elements sect approached the Sword Immortal Clan. We at the Dragon Capture Gang searched for 35 years and couldn't find them, yet they were by Yi Tian's side all along. A sword immortal appearing. This is heaven's will. This is the chosen one. Zhong Hai looked at Yu Xinghe and said, Xinghe, the Dragon Capture Gang originally hoped you would become the leader of the Huagua cultivation world. But now, we know Yi Tian is a true prodigy. This position, besides him, there can be no other. Yu Xinghe raised his sword. The Dragon Capture Gang pledges to support Yi Tian as the leader of the Huagua martial world. Everyone present knelt down and bowed to Yi Tian. The 8 Trigram sect, under Grandmaster Ye's protection, pledges to support Yi Tian as the leader of the Huagua martial world. Yi Tian saved our 5 Elements sect disciples. We pledge to support Yi Tian as the leader of the Huagua martial world. Overwhelmed with joy, Yi Tian thought of Tang Xuehe, leader of the Huagua martial world. Shui, if I had this status in my past life, I wouldn't have let Wang Haoying take you away. The bonefish sword emerged from behind Yi Tian's back. Boss, you're famous now. Following you from now on means good food and drink, right? Yu Xinghe approached Yi Tian and cupped his hands respectfully. I have the audacity to call you Brother Yi. The martial arts conference to choose the new leader of the Huagua cultivation world was born this year. Although it was disrupted by Lin on Nam, Brother Yi's strength has truly convinced me. He asked Yi Tian, could it be that Brother Yi doesn't value this leadership position? I was just reminiscing about the past, Yi Tian replied. Yu Xinghe said, Brother Yi, in my heart, only you are worthy of this position. An elder added, I agree. Grandmaster Yi, please accept and lead us to revive the ancient traditions. I'm slightly giving you the Yi family name. I'm not someone who seeks a clean reputation. I came here solely for personal grievances. But now, this grievance threatens the safety of Huagua. Yi Tian placed his fist over his heart and said, I vow to devote myself to the safety of Huagua. After eradicating the forces threatening the Huagua cultivation world, I will step down. Everyone bowed once again to Yi Tian, sect leader Yi. They knelt down simultaneously and offered their medallions that we represent the 7 major sections. By offering these sect medallions, we officially recognize Yi Tian as the cultivation leader of Huagua. Sect leader Yi, please accept. He extended his hand and collected all the medallions that I will remember your trust. He then said, I just so happen to have a few matters I'd like to discuss with the elders. Would you mind accompanying me? He waved to Doi 3 and said, Doi 3, you come along as well. Shang Qingqing, displeased, stepped forward and pointed at Doi 3. Master, you're so biased. I'm clearly your chief disciple. Why choose this girl who joined last? Yi Tian walked towards Hong Linger and said, Linger, please take Qingqing back and wait for me. After I've discussed matters with the elders, I'll return to talk with you. Inside a closed room, an elder asked, Sect leader Yi, what is it you wish to discuss with us? Yi Tian pointed at Doi 3 and asked the elders, First, I want to ask, according to your classifications, what level has Doi 3's strength reached? The 5 Elements sect leader observed her and commented, if based on the DNG system, she's at the spirit movement stage of Qi Foundation, seemingly close to breaking through to the intelligent stage. Zhong Hai refuted the Dragon Capture Gang leader's assessment that I don't like those old-fashioned terms. Currently, she's at the 2nd stage of body refinement, nearing the 3rd. Others chimed in, according to the Luo Shui sex terms, I'd call it Suji. Another added, who understands those terms? It's better to say nothing at all. Yi Tian quickly interrupted them. Although you are all from Huagua, your assessments of a cultivator's strength are far too different. It seems there's no way to unify them. If a foreign enemy appears, how can we cooperate effectively? Doi 3 looked at Yi Tian. Brother, are you saying you want me to bring those? Yi Tian smiled at her, correct. I've noticed before that your research isn't limited to spirit swords. You've perhaps put even more meticulous effort into researching the fundamental principles of spiritual energy. Doi 3 blushed and pointed at herself. Are you really entrusting such an important task to me? Yi Tian replied firmly, absolutely. Our current alliance is a joke. The first thing I'll do after taking office is to revise the spiritual energy system, and no one but Doi 3 can do this. She lowered her head. Then, Doi 3 will offer my humble insights. Please, everyone guide me. An elder spoke with sect leader Ye's assurance. And you being a descendant of the Sword Immortal, we naturally trust you. Please allow me to speak. Doi 3 gestured towards the concept of spiritual energy and began, without establishing a basic foundation, no system can be built. I dare to propose using the spiritual energy of a non-cultivator as the basic standard for the cultivation world, calling it a point. Taking 1 point as the basic standard, I precisely release half of my spiritual energy. Based on this self-assessment, my spiritual energy is approximately 80 points. You can all try it as well. The 5 Elements sect leader clenched his fist. This is about 30% of this old man's spiritual energy. If we go by what my disciple, Doi 3, says it's roughly 150 points. Zhong Hai, allow me to ask you, Alliance Leader Yi, how much spiritual energy do you possess? Yi Tian smiled and replied, if Elder Zhong is so curious, I'll also release 20% of my spiritual energy for everyone to see. But please don't spread this around. Yi Tian then stood up and gathered his energy. Doi 3 stared at him in astonishment. A body like a mortal pillar, yet containing a universe within. I always thought that was just an exaggeration by the ancients. Brother Yi, just how strong are you? Doi 3 blushed, thinking to herself, I can actually follow a cultivator of this realm. It feels like a dream. Yi Tian looked at her and asked, Doi 3, haven't you also done some research on formations and attributes? Why don't you share your thoughts with everyone on this occasion? Doi 3 shyly lowered her head at, well, all right. Elderkin walked over. Our Bagua sect has such a genius, and I was completely unaware. I feel truly ashamed, senior uncle. Doi 3 hurriedly waved her hands and said embarrassedly, it's nothing. I've only researched some theories. My cultivation and practical skills are not refined. It's normal that senior uncle wouldn't know. Zhong Hai bowed her head respectfully and said to Doi 3, everyone here understand the intricacies of each level of the Tao, having undergone years of arduous cultivation. Zhong Hai humbly requests further guidance from Sword Immortal. Seeing this, Doi 3 became anxious. Hey, everyone please don't do this. What do I do now, Yi Tian? Yi Tian, standing beside her, quickly reassured her to don't panic. I'll demonstrate, and you can explain. He then drew his bonefish sword. Bonefish sword. Follow my movements for a few techniques. Finally, it's this master's time to shine. Yi Tian swung his sword, creating a burst of flames. Doi 3 also pointed her finger, creating a ring of fire. The bonefish sword, imbued with the power of myriad phenomena, can accommodate various spiritual roots. For example, if the sword has a fire attribute spiritual root, it will enhance the flames. The spiritual energy consumption is roughly 1 point of spiritual energy value. However, for someone with a wood attribute spiritual root like me, to produce a technique of the same power, the spiritual energy consumption would be 3 times that of the fire attribute. The bonefish sword scoffed at, That's why this great master is superior. Already possessing the power of myriad phenomena, there's no need to worry about excessive attribute loss. Doi 3 continued. If I want to use a metal attribute lightning strike, I need 2 points of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy consumption is greatly related to the 5 elements attributes. Zhong Hai pondered after hearing this. Although I knew some techniques are easier to use and others require more effort, I never thought it would be so closely related to attributes. Elderkin frowned at them. I've researched spiritual energy reserves. I have a metal attribute spiritual root, but the spiritual energy consumption when I use both metal and wood attributes is definitely not as severe as a 2-fold increase. Doi 3, don't deceive Alliance Leader Yi. Doi 3 panicked and stepped back. Senior uncle can this. Yi Tian quickly interrupted her. It would be better if I explained this. He presented an object. What is this divine object? This is the 9 Heavens Profound Stone. It can be considered a supreme treasure for absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Elder Kim was astonished as he looked at the 9 Heavens Profound Stone. Indeed, I can sense this treasure continuously absorbing vital energy. Yi Tian held it in his hand and said with a smile, a 10,000-year-old spirit stone can absorb the essence of heaven and earth. You've cultivated for decades. Yet how could you fail to comprehend the wonders of heaven and earth? Elderkin laughed heartily after hearing this. Alliance leader Ye's words surpass what this old man has learned in over 15 years of arduous cultivation. How fortunate indeed. The other elders were also discussing amongst themselves. Even if we only borrow this item for a few days, it could lead to significant progress. This alliance leader Yi Tian is worth befriending. When we return, I must suggest to the sect leader that we use the sect's treasures to exchange for the 9 Heavens Profound Stone. Yi Tian then addressed them. I understand your intentions regarding the Profound Stone. I'm not short on anecdotes about it. However, I have one condition. The 5 Elements sect leader agreed with him. Alliance leader Yi is insightful. Of course, we can't ignore this request. Please speak freely. Yi Tian sat down and said, I want the Huan Nation from now on to abolish the entire previous spiritual energy and ranking system. Implement the new spiritual energy ranking system established by Doi 3. He pointed a finger toward the sky. I want it to become the sole standard in this world, and you'll be the first to implement and develop it. Do you all agree? Doi 3, holding the dragon capturing plate, agreed. Then everyone responded in unison. We agree. After the meeting, Elderkin left with Zhong Hai. Leaving Alliance Leader Yi in charge is perhaps the most correct decision our Bagua sect has made in years. However, Elder Kan, don't forget that Alliance Leader Yi was recommended by our Dragon Capture Gang. After their little spat, they turned and left in a huff. Yu Xinghe approached and asked Zhong Hai, Elder Zhong, is Brother Yi, Alliance Leader Yi still in the room? We have something we'd like him to see. Zhong Hai pointed to the room and told him, of course, he's inside. Right now, he's probably discussing things with the young descendant of the Sword Immortal. Hong Linger quickly pulled Shang Qingqing along. Come on, let's go in quickly. Otherwise, that girl who came later will get ahead of us. That's right, before the senior sister, there was me. You haven't even established yourself, and now there's another newcomer. Zhong Hai sighed and spoke to Yu Xinghe. Yu Xinghe, you've grown up quite well. How is it that so many girls are looking at Yi Tian and not a single one is looking at you? Elder Zhong, please don't attack my heart like that. I really do have something to discuss with them. Yi Tian's voice called from within, "Brother Yu, I heard you have something you want to show Doi 3 and me." Yu Xinghe looked at him, currently being held back by Ling and Qingqing. "I captured Lin and Nam at your place and discovered a strange pearl." Yi Tian became excited that if it caught your attention, Brother Yu, it must be something extraordinary. "Let me see." Xinghe cried inwardly. "Damn this guy, surrounded by beauties. I don't want to show it to him at all." Yu Xinghe took out the pouch and said, "Although I don't know what it is, the aura on this pearl isn't right. I had someone seal it first." Yu Xinghe held out the black pearl for him to see. "Brother Yi, Alliance Leader Yi, take a look. There's no need for formalities between us. Just call me as you did before." Yi Tian picked up the pearl, puzzled. This pearl, how was it so sinister? Doi 3 reacted with discomfort. "That's the aura of the Demon King. I definitely wouldn't mistake it." He turned to look at her. "Related to the Demon King? Doi 3? Can you elaborate?" Doi 3, breaking out in a cold sweat, said, "The Demon King pours a strand of his soul into a precious pearl, using it to control each of his subordinates. What's even more terrifying is the Yin energy within it. It will corrode the soul of the holder, making them willingly sacrifice their lives for the Demon King." Doi 3 looked over at Hong Linga. "Speaking of which, Miss Hong, with your pure Yin constitution, you'd be a good candidate to receive the Demon King pearl. I'm afraid these people were also planning to target you." "Oh, please don't say any more. If Master hadn't been there, I probably would have been in real danger." Yu Xinghe frowned after hearing this. He hadn't expected to pick up such a hot potato. "What should we do with this, Yi Tian? Now that things have come to this, if we don't destroy it, I fear it will cause immense harm." He quickly tossed the pearl into the air. "While the sun hasn't set yet, we need to borrow the pure yang energy of the mountain to destroy it." "Wait," Yi Tian said, puzzled. "Didn't you say this Demon King pearl is dangerous?" I have a way to eliminate the demonic chi from the Demon King pearl and help the fishbone sword level up. Why not give it to me?" He turned his head in astonishment and looked at Doi 3. "Have you thought this through? I remember when you touched something with the Demon King's chi, the mark on the back of your neck ached." The fishbone sword also poked its head out hesitantly. "Although I also want to level up, this black pearl looks incredibly difficult to handle." "Are you sure about this?" Shang Qingqing crossed her arms in agreement. "If it's going to be difficult, you shouldn't try to show off. Master already has a lot on his plate. There's no need for this." "That's right, Doi 3. Yi Tian said that you've already agreed to help me develop the spiritual energy system. There's no need to put yourself through this." Yi Tian reminded Doi 3 again, "I have my own plans for the fishbone sword's upgrade. You don't need to risk doing this." Doi 3 lowered her head and pleaded, "You might think I'm being capricious or that I'm being reckless, but Yi Tian, you didn't just save my life. You also entrusted me with such an important responsibility." Then Doi 3 said loudly, "I know you're an important person, but just this once, can you let me do my best to repay you?" Hearing this, Yi Tian agreed and reached out to take her arm. "All right, I'll entrust the fishbone sword to you. I trust you." Doi 3 blushed and accepted the pearl that I definitely won't let you down. Yu Xinghe sighed dejectedly again. Just from that look, I can tell she has feelings for Yi Tian. He reached into his robe. "Based on my friendship with Yi Tian and Doi 3, I can't just stand by and do nothing." Doi 3 looked at him in confusion. "Yu Xinghe, what are you doing?" "This is the evil gathering pearl. Use it to refine the sword. You won't have to suffer so much." Doi 3 looked at him worriedly. Why, Yi Tian, this evil gathering pearl is a rare item. How can we just give it away?" He turned to look at Yu Xinghe, who interrupted him. "Why, Yi Tian, I know this isn't much to you, but as brothers, with me becoming the alliance leader, won't you even let me show a little goodwill?" Yi Tian smiled at him. "Since you're putting on this rich guy act in front of me, and it happens to be useful for Doi 3, I won't stand on ceremony." Yu Xinghe patted his shoulder. "See, there's no need to be so formal between brothers." Yi Tian then walked towards Hong Ling and Shang Qingqing. "Refining the demonic chi of the Demon King pearl requires quite a few precious materials. You two come from wealthy families. Could I borrow some? I'll return treasures of equal value later." They excitedly said, "Linger is willing?" "Oh no, this is a gift." Linger congratulates Master on becoming the alliance leader. "And what is it, Master?" "Just say what you want." "When it comes to precious treasures, my family has plenty." Doi 3 bowed her head, moved thank you. "My sword Immortal clan was annihilated. I really don't have anything to offer in thanks to you two." Yi Tian patted her shoulder and said, "Young lady, lift your head. After you've finished refining the sword, I'll go with you to the Sword Immortal Mountain to uncover the truth of what happened that year." Doi 3 gently wiped her tears. "Yes, Yi Tian, I trust you. Yi Tian said to the fishbone sword, we have to part ways for a while. I hope you'll give me a pleasant surprise when we meet again. The sword retorted, are you looking down on my power? Go on then, I won't miss you. With that, they said their goodbyes. I still have some matters to discuss. The alliance matters. I'll leave them to everyone for now. Yes, come back soon. At the tea house, Yi Tian walked in, thinking to himself, it's been a long time since I've been here. The server saw him and smiled brightly. Boss Yi, you're back. Li Siyu was surprised at why. Yi Tian, is it really you? She stammered. Facing him, I thought you'd never come back here again. Excuse me. I'm here today because I have a favor to ask. Li Siyu placed a bottle of wine on the table and gently asked, what is it? Just tell me, and I'll definitely do it. He took out a black box and said to her, keep this safe for me. When a girl named Tang Shui comes looking for you, give it to her. Li Siyu asked, puzzled. Tang Shui. Yes, no one else but her. Yes, she replied, thinking to herself, could this Tang Shui be the person Yi Tian is entrusting this to? Having entrusted the box, he turned to leave. That I have other things to attend to. I'll be going now. Thank you. Li Siyu blushed, and no, I can't just leave it like this. I have to ask him what he means. She hurriedly chased after him, calling out, Yi Tian, I have something to ask you. Yi Tian didn't turn around, only saying, don't ask about my affairs. Knowing more will only put you in danger. Li Siyu lowered her head. Yes. Then I'll ask one last question. Where are you going next? Yi Tian looked into the distance. Tang Corporation. Then he continued walking. See you. If we're meant to be, we'll meet again. The next morning, that I suppose I've kept my promise this time. People looked at him, puzzled, and murmured amongst themselves that what's he doing at Tang Corporation dressed like that? Is he some expert the chairman hired? He looks even younger than me. Impossible. Yi Tian went to the reception desk and said, please contact Tang Shui. Tell her Yi Tian has fulfilled the previous agreement. Tang Shui is the chairman's only daughter. I'll try to contact her. He smirked confidently. It seems, Wang Hao, you haven't had a chance to make your move on Tang Shui yet. Mr. Yi Tian, please wait in the lounge next door. Excuse me, he said politely to her. I'll wait over there then. Thank you. As soon as the receptionist returned to her desk, someone asked, you're usually not so polite to these young punks. Why were you so respectful just now? She shook her head. He's different. That Yi Tian is definitely not ordinary. He just looked at me, and I instinctively obeyed. Looking at his retreating figure, she continued, us small-time employees shouldn't speculate. I'm afraid only the chairman's daughter knows who he really is. Yi Tian sat leisurely on the sofa in the waiting room. He thought to himself that the last time he came to the Tang Corporation, his carelessness had put Schwer in danger. This time, he couldn't allow such an oversight to occur. Yi Tian closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings. Suddenly, he was surprised. This spiritual sense that seemed somewhat familiar. Yi Tian frowned slightly. Yi Tian turned around and looked towards Tang Shui, asking, Tang Shui, is that you? Tang Shui looked at him, blushing slightly. Lately, my father's health hasn't been good. As his only daughter, I could only desperately protect the Tang Corporation. But I finally managed to hold on. These days when you weren't here, Yi Tian, I become stronger. Tang Shui expressed her deep gratitude towards him. That it's just me, always talking about boring things. It's nothing compared to what you've done, Yi Tian. How can you say that, Tang Shui? You've worked so hard. For at least the next 6 months, Wang Hao won't make a move against you or your father. Don't. Tears welled up in Tang Shui's eyes. That you're so annoying. Why can't I stop? I clearly said I wouldn't cry anymore. This is so embarrassing. I wanted to show you a more mature side of myself. Yi Tian looked at her with tenderness. That it's all right. If you don't want me to see, I'll close my eyes. You've done very well. She looked at him shyly. It's thanks to your encouragement that I was able to persevere. It's great that you're here, Yi Tian. I'll take you to see my father. But then Tang Shui hesitated slightly. Why, Yi Tian, are you leaving again? I'm sorry. I have heavy responsibilities right now. The first time I met you, I felt you were different from others. You shine brightly, like a hero. It turns out I wasn't wrong. I just didn't realize that a hero belongs to everyone, not just one person. She smiled at him. Knowing that there are others who need your help, I can't selfishly keep you here. But I still have a small request. Can you grant it, Yi Tian? She spoke softly. After you've completed your mission, could you? Yi Tian quickly responded. Every time I complete a mission, I'll definitely make time to visit you. I promise. Tang Shui exclaimed in surprise. How did you know? That's what I wanted to say. He held out his pinky finger. That I just had a feeling that's what you wished for. If you don't believe me, let's make a pinky promise. Tang Shui linked her pinky finger with his. All right, you promised, Yi Tian. It's a deal now. Outside, Lee Siyu thought sadly to herself, so foolish. I'm truly foolish. I want to follow Yi Tian to see where he was going. Who knew it would be like this? She hugged the files in her arms and shook her head. Wang Hao, you really won't make a move for now. But all the big and small players in Jingcheng have started to set their sights on the Tang Corporation. Lee Siyu looked towards Tang Shui. Tang Shui, right? I'll stay by your side and protect you in Yi Tian's place. I also want to see what kind of person you are to be worth such a sacrifice from Yi Tian. Lee Siyu sat dejectedly on the stone steps in front of the Tang Corporation's gate. I wonder what he'll think if he finds out about this. Just then, Yi Tian reappeared. Earlier, I sensed a familiar spiritual presence. It really was you. She quickly stood up and said, Yi Tian, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have probed your movements. He quickly took the blame that IT was my fault. I didn't explain things clearly and disturbed you. I'll do as you wish. With you by her side, I can rest a little easier. Lee Siyu hung her head and sighed, saying, you know everything. Yi Tian held out a badge. Take this. If you encounter serious trouble, crush it. I will come. What is this? Holding the badge, she said, I will definitely protect Miss Tang Shui well. Yi Tian, you must also return safely. By the time Lee Siyu looked up, he was already gone. Yi Tian was on the road, lost in thought that it's been a long time since I've been back to Ping County. This park looks a bit familiar. I used to come here often as a child. Suddenly, a loud shout caught his attention. Hey, what are you doing? After all these years, Cistern is still like this. No, wait, is that spiritual energy fluctuating? Yi Tian rushed towards the source of the commotion that I want to see which cultivator is causing this shameful scene, bullying an ordinary person like this. It was 3 tall, burly thugs bullying someone who looked quite frail, but weren't you being arrogant just now? Cough, cough. Little brat, I'm still the same, aren't I? Not enough strength, huh? I'm done for. One of them stepped forward and kicked him in the face. Damn, fatty, you're about to die, and you're still talking tough. Do you know who we are to be so arrogant? The thug stepped on his face. My grandpa doesn't know you brats. Don't just claim to be related. Who would know a boastful fatty like you? Our boss is Yi Tian, the new Martial Alliance leader, Yi Tian. The young man scowled and shouted, my brother is also named Yi Tian. I'm telling you, you're messing with the wrong person. At this moment, Yi Tian arrived, frowning at them. I haven't even considered myself the Alliance leader yet. And in a remote place like Ping County, someone is already using my name? He extended 2 fingers, gently gathering energy, and then released a palm strike. The thugs were instantly knocked back. Consider this a small lesson. Before impersonating someone else, consider your own abilities. Yi Tian walked towards the bullied young man. Get up. If you can't fight, don't talk tough. The young man wiped his face and stood up. That I'm fine. I can still fight. When he saw Yi Tian's face, he was speechless. That why Yi Tian. He then burst out laughing. IT really is you. After all these years, Chun Yun, do you still remember? Yi Tian smiled and nodded. Of course. Bai Yun Tian, Fatty Chun. If I remember correctly. Chun Yun patted his chest and laughed. Ha ha, that's right, brother. Aren't you studying in Yingzhou? What are you doing back in Ping County? Paying respects to your grandfather. Hearing this, Yi Tian looked up at the sky. Sweeping his grave. It's almost been 10 years since Grandpa passed. Chun Yun patted Yi Tian's shoulder. Well, I won't keep you. It's rare for you to come back. Fatty Chun will treat you to barbecue. Tomorrow, I'll go with you to visit your grandfather. Yi Tian smiled, remembering the past. His father often read a book called Ancient Medicinal Formulas. Little Yi Tian tugged on his father's sleeve and asked, Father, when are we going to eat? His father held up a finger. Father is dealing with important matters. I can't leave right now. All right then, Father, I'll take some money from the drawer. You kids go buy some pastries to eat. Be good. Little Yi Tian looked at his father, frowning. Mother, I knew he was going to see that little furnace again. I really don't know who father loves more, that furnace or me. At this moment, little Yun walked over and said to him, the pastries in front of the door are already boring to eat. What is this? It smells so good. My mouth is watering just from the smell. Little Yi Tian pointed at the furnace beside him and said, I don't know either. Father treats this furnace like a treasure. He never tells me anything about it. Why don't you open it and take a look? Ian opened the lid of the furnace and took out 2 small pills. Then I won't be polite. I just got 2 pills. Let's share them. He held out his hand and offered one to Yi Tian. A.S. brothers, you wouldn't not only refuse to eat, but also tell your father, would you? Would I do such a thing? They ate together. Just then, when their father returned, he was shocked. The two children, Ian and Tianer, had fainted on the ground. What's going on? Don't scare me. He looked at the two children in astonishment as they coughed up the pills. Isn't this the pill I was refining? He looked over at Yi-Tian, who was still unresponsive. The medicinal properties of the pill are too strong, and the spiritual energy erupted. I'm afraid I can only forcibly purify Tianer's marrow. Tianer, father will absolutely not let anything happen to you. He lifted little Yi-Tian onto his lap. Then he used his spiritual power to try and wake him up. Ugh. Yi-Tian, feeling hungry, hurriedly called out to him, I'm hungry, father. Father, wake up. Seeing Yi-Tian awake, his father started to cry with relief. Tianer, it's good that you're all right. It's good that you're all right. Little Yi-Tian obediently wiped his father's tears. Father, why are you crying? I just dreamt that I met an immortal. He saved my life. His father smiled and patted his shoulder. All right. Are you hungry? Father will make you some noodles. I spent so much time just to make father leave the world of cultivation. He sighed, fate. Back in the present, Ian held out the pastry in front of Yi-Tian and said, spacing out, didn't you say you wanted to eat the pastry from that year? If you don't eat it, I'll finish it all. Yi-Tian lowered his head sadly, thinking, only now do I know that the pill father gave us could unlock our cultivation talent. It was definitely not an ordinary thing. He looked up and asked, hey, Ian, do you remember when we were little? We secretly ate the pills and scared my father. Ian furrowed his brow in confusion. Remember? Of course I remember. What? Yi-Tian quickly replied, nothing, just remembering. After that, father stopped refining pills. I feel it's such a pity. Do you know why? Ian scratched his head. Now that you mention it, after I woke up, your father gave me his pill refining notes to keep. Yi-Tian's eyes widened. He gave them to you? Where are those notes now? Ian replied calmly. Where else could they be? They're my house, of course. You and your father haven't asked about them for years. I almost forgot about them. Yi-Tian quickly stood up. Let's go to your house and get them now. I have a feeling father must have hidden something in those notes. At Ian's house, the two of them searched high and low. Where did I put them? At the time, your father put them in a letterbox for me, saying that only you could open it. Yi-Tian used a spell on his eyes. Not long after, he said, such a tragic death. Perhaps he knew this tribulation would come, so he gave the notes to Ian, probably to protect us. Ian scratched his head. I remember putting it here. Damn it, where is it? Yi-Tian pulled out a box, frowning. I think it might be in here. Ian gave him a thumbs up in surprise. Wow, it really is this one. Yi-Tian, you're amazing. He moved closer to look. Let me see too. They looked at the book inside with astonishment. This is, Yi-Tian exclaimed, this is a 5-element seal. Ian cheerfully followed him, saying, who cares if it's a 5-element seal or a dog's breakfast? Just open it already. Holding the book, Yi-Tian thought to himself, if you don't use 5-element spiritual power to break the seal, it will self-destruct. It seems there are many secrets inside. He extended his 5 fingers, attempting to move the small circles within. At this moment, Ian suddenly snatched the book from his hand, muttering to himself, just let me open it. He touched the fire symbol on the book. Yi-Tian cried out in alarm, you're a fire tribute cultivator? Ian furrowed his brows and blew on the spot where he'd touched. Cultivator, my foot. It's just that whenever I touch something, it tends to catch fire. It's such a pain. At this moment, the image on the book began to move. Whoa, this book is actually pretty impressive. So it's open now. Yi-Tian frowned, watching it. Swallowing a few of those pills on the outside was enough to gain entry to the path of cultivation. No wonder my father was targeted. His final gambit. It's much deeper than I thought. The book opened. Ian flipped through it, exasperated. What? Why is there nothing inside? He threw the book down. After searching for so long, it turns out to be a blank book. I'm exhausted. Yi-Tian walked over and picked it up, thinking to himself, that can't be right. I remember there were definitely words on it. Could it be the wrong way to open it? Ian angrily kicked a nearby chair. Tell me, do you think your father was messing with us? Yi-Tian opened the book and flipped through the pages. Probably not. There must be some kind of restriction to prevent others from peeking. Words gradually appeared before his eyes. Yi-Tian smirked, thinking, just as I suspected, this book can only be read by a cultivator infusing it with spiritual energy. He quickly sat down. Father, what are you trying to tell me? Ian looked over at him, astonished. Whoa, words appeared. What did you do, kid? Teach me. Yi-Tian turned and said, Don't bother me yet. Let me finish this important matter, and I'll explain it to you. Chun Yi-yun frowned, feeling slighted that you're so inconsiderate. You won't even tell your best friend. Inside the book, it was written, activate the 5 elements enrichment pill with spiritual energy to refine its inner essence. Immerse the core with gentle warmth. After reading, Yi-tion quickly closed the book. Oh, that's how it is. My previous methods were all wrong. He handed the book to Yi-yun. What's with all this spiritual energy and pills? Why can't I understand it? Yi-tion patted his shoulder and said, can I borrow your furnace for a bit? Yi-yun led him away, asking, you've been so secretive since you got here. You have to explain everything to me later. Arriving at the furnace, Yi-tion recalled the contents of the book. According to my grandfather's notes, spiritual energy with different attributes will produce pills with different effects. I'll try it out first. Chun Yi-yun widened his eyes. Kid, you're not still hungry, are you? But can you even eat this stuff? Yi-tion frowned and scolded. Eat. All you think about is eating. I'm refining pills. Chun Yi-yun burst out laughing. Refining pills? You think you're some kind of immortal emperor trying to achieve immortality. Yi-tion ignored him, saying, this stuff really can make you immortal. Want to try some? He placed a small pill in his palm, smiling with satisfaction. The cultivation method in this book is truly miraculous. Chun Yi-yun opened his eyes wide and walked over. You're saying this burnt-to-a-crisp thing can grant immortality? Don't scare me. He held the pill out to him and said, eat this, and you can control the flames you suddenly acquired. Want it? Chun Yi-yun excitedly tossed the pill into his mouth. Well, I won't stand on ceremony then. Immediately, a spiritual energy enveloped him. Holy cow, it's actually different. It's like I just had a sauna. So comfortable. Grandpa, I can't believe you left me this inheritance. Yi-tion turned around and called out to Chun Yi-yun, Fatty, come with me to visit Grandpa. As the sky darkened, they walked deeper into the forest. Chun Yi-yun lagged behind, struggling to keep up, and called out, wait for me. I can't walk anymore. Yi-tion turned back to look at him and sighed inwardly. Bringing this kid into the cultivation world, could it have been a mistake? Suddenly, there was a loud noise. What was that? Looking towards the rising smoke, Yi-tion quickly said, isn't that the direction of Grandpa's grave? With that thought, he quickly ran off. That spiritual energy, it feels like the Demon King. When he arrived, a large hole had appeared around his grandfather's grave. Yi-tion was furious. He roared, beast. Within the white smoke, it was indeed the Demon King, the supreme ruler of Changsheng. Yi-tion rushed forward, not forgetting to warn Chun Yi-yun behind him. Fatty, get out of the way. I'll go check it out. He projected his spiritual energy towards it, and a shape appeared. Yi-tion quickly picked up a flying dagger from the ground. Really is the Demon King's aura. He's actually chased me all the way here. Chun Yi-yun ran up and asked loudly, Did you catch him? Yi-tion stood up and said softly, he's gone. Isn't that your grandfather's grave over there? His grandfather's coffin lid had been opened. Yi-tion gritted his teeth and punched the ground. He knelt down, filled with remorse, and said, Grandpa, Tianer is too late. The sound just now, could it have been made by grave robbers? Yi-tion continued to hang his head, blaming himself. Grandpa, I'm an unfilial grandson. I'll let your remains be disturbed. At this moment, a pill fell out of his pocket. The tombstone then absorbed the spiritual energy from the pill and began to glow. What's happening to the tombstone? Could this tombstone be Grandpa's spiritual essence? A beam of light shone out. Chun Yi-yun screamed in terror. I've really seen a ghost today. The old man appeared before him and asked softly, Is that you? Yi-tion furrowed his brow in thought that I didn't discover this connection in my past life. Perhaps in this life, heaven wants me to resolve Grandpa's regrets and make up for my lost cultivation opportunity. The old man gently turned around to face him. You've grown so much. Grandpa patted his shoulders sadly. I'm sorry. The path of cultivation is not an easy one. I've let you suffer. Yi-tion shook his head in denial, and oh, Grandpa, don't say that. This is Tianer's destiny. The old man sighed and looked at him. For half my life, I hesitated whether or not to tell you the truth. In the end, I left a sliver of my soul on this tombstone. The old man gratefully took Yi-tion's hand. Our Yi family has guarded Jianling Mountain for generations, battling the Demon King's clan. After the last Great War, our Yi family's power declined. I wanted to withdraw from the cultivation world. Yi-tion held up the book and asked, Is that why you didn't want me to have anything to do with these things? Grandfather allowed you to acknowledge it. Perhaps it's fate. The Demon King's seal is about to be broken. He wanted to rely on his own strength to completely seal him away. That way, his children wouldn't have to be involved with the cultivation world anymore. But Yi Tian clenched his fists in resentment. He also knew that the Demon King's minions had discovered his plan. They didn't even spare his remains. Grandfather turned around. Tian, if you've chosen this path of cultivation, then you must retrieve my remains, this fake skeleton. Yi Tian immediately promised him, don't worry, Grandfather. I'm not that naughty child anymore. I will make the Demon King's clan pay with blood for the blood they owe. After saying that, he returned to reality. Yun, seeing this, ran over to Yi Tian. Why, Yi Tian, you're back. Yi Tian shed tears. Yun asked worriedly, Hey brother, are you alright? What are you going to do? He clenched his fists in anger. What am I going to do? Of course, I'm going to catch those bastards who dug up his remains. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Yi Tian looked into the distance, thinking to himself, these lunatics. Next, I must go to Jianling Mountain. Suddenly, Banzi ran over and called out, Yi Tian, where are you going? Yi Tian continued to think, Grandfather, you protected me before. Now it's my turn. Then he turned to Banzi and said, go back, Banzi. I'm going to Jianling Mountain to seek revenge. Banzi, surprised, asked, you know who did it? Just tell me how many people you need. I'll call them. Yi Tian replied, it's not what you think. Banzi looked up at the sky and continued, what's that over there? Could it be that the guy who caused trouble just now is back? Yi Tian chuckled, that is not what you think. The person coming is someone I know. At this moment, Dui-san appeared and said, the fishbone sword spirit has successfully ascended. Dui-san has answered the sword spirit's summons, awaiting your command. Hearing this, Banzi laughed. Haha, so it's Yi Tian's companion. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yi Tian continued seriously, don't mind her. This is a childhood friend of mine. Just speak freely. But why are you here? Hearing his question, she replied, after the fishbone sword spirit ascended, it could sense its master's emotions. It clamored to go with you to slay the enemy. I couldn't persuade it, so I brought it here. Suddenly, the fishbone sword spirit spoke up. I didn't. Don't make things up. Yi Tian held the sword in his hand and said, sword sheathed, spirit silent. Good, Dui-san. Thank you. Hearing this, Dui-san replied shyly, this is all thanks to the sword-taming method passed down in my family. Banzi turned to Yi Tian and said, are you some kind of big shot now? Hearing this, he quickly replied, Banzi, don't ask anymore. You're not doing too bad yourself. Knowing my identity will only harm you. You just need to know that in front of you, Yi Tian will always be your brother. After saying that, Dui-san and Yi Tian turned to leave, but not before saying, are you really planning to attack Jianling Mountain? Dui-san, we must go to Jianling Mountain immediately. Hearing this, Banzi said indignantly, damn it, they're coming right to our doorstep. Isn't it just cultivation? Just you wait, Yi Tian. One day Banzi, will catch up to you. Yi Tian called back as he ran. All right, brother. I'll wait for you up ahead. If you've made up your mind, look for the Qianlong gang and ask for Yi Tian. Jianling Mountain. Seeing Dui-san's tense expression, he gently touched her hand to comfort her. Relax, you're home now. Dui-san replied anxiously, making Yi Tian worried. I'm worried about you. Let's go. Wait, there's something wrong with this guardian beast. As soon as Dui-san finished speaking, Yi Tian immediately raised his hand, and a beam of green light illuminated the surroundings. A worried Dui-san yelled, be careful, they're being controlled. Suddenly, a statue lunged towards Dui-san. Luckily, Yi Tian managed to catch her. This is the Four Gods formation, set up by our predecessors to protect the sword sect. Yi Tian, be careful. The two of them stood on the fishbone sword spirit as it flew upwards. Hey, I'm a sword. I'm not an elevator for you two. Looking at the surrounding statues, Dui-san said, the formation's eye is within this space. These four divine beasts will shift randomly. If we can't find the eye, it'll be extremely difficult to break. Yi Tian replied in surprise, oh really? Well, if I just slash at everything at once, surely the formation will break, right? With that, he unleashed a sword attack that emitted blue lightning bolts. The light was so blinding that Dui-san quickly covered her eyes. After a moment, she asked in surprise, did it work? The fishbone sword spirit replied smugly, this master's first strike after leveling up? How could it not succeed? Blowing up these dead things also allows me to absorb all the spiritual energy here. Being with the boss is the best. Hearing this, DUI, San chuckled and said, that's just how our lineage cultivates sword spirits. I can't help what their personalities are like. Yi turned and walked away, saying, as long as the sword feels good in my hand, its personality doesn't matter. As long as it doesn't have any bad intentions. Yes, do it. Sin hurried after him. We wasted quite a bit of time just now. Let's go. The fishbone sword spirit spoke up. Hey, boss. Why do your words sound like you're not satisfied with me? I'm clearly super powerful. DUI, Sin looked a little scared after hearing this, and quickly clasped her hands in prayer to her ancestors. Ancestors, if there is any blame, please blame me. I'm the one who invited Yi on to break our clan's curse. Go. My mission is complete. Next, we'll have to rely on the puppet. At the Sword Immortal Hall, before them stood the incredibly grand and magnificent hall. DUI, Sin spoke. This Sword Immortal Hall is the sacred ground of my clan. I fear the Demon King's clan came here chasing after some sacred object. Without hesitation, Yi said, let's go. Let's go inside and see. The fishbone sword spirit also chimed in. This ghostly place doesn't have a single bit of light. It's easy to get scared and feel like there are ghosts around. As soon as they stepped inside, the fishbone sword spirit suddenly yelled, holy crap. I was right. Yi quickly flew up and asked, someone has activated the Sword Immortal Hall's defensive formation. Trying to attack me? Yi get out of the way. At this moment, two bizarre hands suddenly appeared, attempting to grab Yi. You think that can stop me? Unafraid, he pointed his sword directly at it. Whoa, boss, you can even split your focus? And your spiritual energy is even purer now. Awesome. The giant hand continued to reach out. The fishbone sword spirit also charged forward, transforming into a golden rope that bound the hand. In an instant, it retracted. However, there's a gathering spirit golden ring ambush here. The hand angrily snapped the rope. As soon as DUI Sin saw it, she was terrified. That's my Sword Immortal clan's gathering spirit golden ring. The fishbone sword spirit urged, sis, what are you standing around for? Grab me quick. DUI, San immediately grabbed the sword and declared solemnly, no, I can't let the gathering spirit golden ring fall into their hands. No, the Demon King. I can't let the gathering spirit golden ring fall into the Demon King's hands. DUI San, calm down. Don't you see? It's only a half-finished product, not fully restored. No, that's not right. That can't be the main body. It's the Demon King's puppet. The sacred artifact is within reach. The sacred artifact is within reach. Hearing this, Yi launched the fishbone sword. The fishbone sword blocked it, but the gathering spirit golden ring was incredibly ferocious. It kept shouting, annihilate, annihilate, annihilate. Finally, the fishbone sword spirit rushed to attack, but it was blocked by the ring's sword. Boss, you gave me so much spiritual energy, and I'm still blocking. This is killing me. Yi observed from the side and spoke up. This puppet's incubation process has been interrupted by us. I'm afraid it'll fight us to the death now. DUI, Sin also added, if I had been even a little later, I fear I would have seen the true Demon King. What the heck? This brat is already this strong, and it's only a half-finished product. I'm done for. I can't hold on any longer. Master, save me. The gathering spirit golden ring began to unleash its power. It then launched a series of punches towards Yi. Yi flew up to the edge of the cliff. I can't retreat any further. The gathering spirit golden ring suddenly slammed down a powerful blow. DUI, San cried out in fear, Yi, but Yi calmly replied with a smile. This puppet's reactions are faster than I expected, but it's useless. Demon King, in my past life, I could destroy you in a month. Now that I've been reborn, I want to see if I've regressed. Haha, trying to escape? Too late. The sacred artifacts of our ancestors are all on this puppet. Yi, please don't let anything happen to you. Yi, brimming with fighting spirit, quickly chased after it. It's just a puppet. He snapped his fingers. A golden light appeared beneath the gathering spirit golden ring. Instantly, the light struck the ring. Yi, holding the fishbone sword, continued. The four symbols combine with the five elements. Yin and Yang subdue demonic spirits. The Demon King's clan is nothing more than this. Suddenly, a dark void appeared. Wang Hao, your brother promised this king a sacred body. I'm just one step away from returning to the human realm. Yi quickly jumped up and slashed twice, With me here, you'll never return. Suddenly, some objects began to fall out. DUI-san reached out and gently touched them. At that moment, Yi Tian took out a talisman. Time to take care of this completely. DUI-san knelt down, weeping and pleading. It's DUI-san's fault. I couldn't protect the sacred artifacts of our ancestors. A faint image appeared. Our ancestors have appeared, she exclaimed in surprise. But the fishbone sword spirit shouted, You fool. The sacred artifacts have been tainted by the Demon King's spiritual energy. Getting so close. Do you not value your life? Yi Tian also arrived, telling DUI-san to calm down. DUI-san, with a dejected expression, replied, But this is the last artifact left by the Sword Immortal clan. I can't just ignore it. Yi Tian said resolutely, I'll stop it. If you have something to say it quickly. The fishbone sword spirit beside him also urged her, DUI-san, seize the moment. Meanwhile, Yi Tian thought to himself, I'm using my spiritual energy to resist the Demon King's corrosion, but it's only delaying the inevitable. Ancestor of the Sword Immortal clan, I've done my best. DUI-san said stubbornly, It's not my fault I arrived late and allowed the seniors to suffer such humiliation. A divine spirit appeared and said, A sword is reborn through fire. The way of the sword is like the way of humanity. This tribulation is unavoidable, and you cannot change it. It's fortunate that the sacred artifact wasn't seized and used for evil. Our Golden Clan's lineage is at its end. Take good care of yourself. Hearing this, DUI-san tugged at Yi Tian's sleeve anxiously. Senior, what can we do, Yi Tian? Can you think of something? The sword spoke. It's useless. I've been tainted by the Demon King's spiritual energy. Staying here will only bring harm. Yi Tian, it's better to end by your hand than be destroyed by the Demon King. Please do it. Hearing this, Yi Tian raised his hand, and a light gathered. He said, My apologies. With that, the fishbone sword spirit shot towards the other sword. With a boom, everything exploded. Seeing this, DUI-san cried out, Senior. She engraved this moment in her heart. Yi Tian, hearing her, thought to himself, In my past life, I was powerless as the sacred artifact my master left behind was destroyed. I never thought that in this life. A voice echoed, The fate of the Sword Immortal clan rests on you. DUI-san replied, I agree to give all of the Sword Immortal clan's inheritance to Yi Tian to avenge our senior. With that, a blinding light appeared. Yi Tian said seriously, DUI-san, this is your clan's ancestral inheritance. If you give it to me, do you not regret it? He asked. She replied firmly, I don't. In this world, the only one who can avenge me is you, Yi Tian. Yi Tian turned away, saying, Don't think I'm that good. However, I accept this entrustment. Yi Tian thought seriously. The future of the Sword Immortal clan is now in my hands. Grandfather's martial arts manual, the Sword Immortal clan, it's all connected. He stood on the fishbone sword spirit as it flew. The fishbone sword spirit asked, Boss, where are we going? He replied, West King City. If I'm not mistaken, the culprit behind all of this is there. With that, Yi Tian quickly flew towards the city, and DUI-san followed close behind. West King City. Yi Tian had arrived. He pointed toward the large building and said, It's there. The fishbone sword spirit said excitedly, Let's go. I'm itching for a fight. Yi Tian quickly cautioned it, Don't alert them. The fishbone sword spirit looked at the guard standing outside and replied, The spiritual energy here is very dense. What kind of important person needs so many high-level guards? Yi Tian thought to himself, There are too many of them. A frontal assault with DUI-san is impossible. DUI-san beside him said these guards are positioned haphazardly. According to the 8 trigrams formation, they should be positioned according to each cultivator's attribute. However, in my opinion, their spiritual power isn't sufficient yet. The fire attribute cultivator at the front gate is the weakest. We can break through from there. After hearing this, Yi Tian agreed to follow DUI-san's suggestion. A high-level protective formation like this, even if there are a few small fry, we definitely can't beat it. He quickly moved forward, then turned and told DUI-san, I'll go around the tavern and see where she is. don't go anywhere. She immediately replied, Yi Tian, be careful. But suddenly, a group of people were staring at them. Dui Sin worriedly thought, why do I have a bad feeling about this? I shouldn't overthink it. Yi Tian started moving forward, thinking to himself about his past life. West King City was a gathering place for experts of Hua Nation. In this life, is the spiritual energy of West King City enough for those cultivators to practice as before? Let's see. As soon as he finished speaking, flames erupted. People screamed and scattered. Fire! Put out the fire quickly. Taking advantage of the chaos, Yi Tian went inside. The spiritual energy around his body was faintly showing signs of escaping. Someone was using a formation to absorb spiritual energy. He stood in the vast space, a feeling of unease rising within him. What the hell? They're all puppets. I'll cut their strings and see if they can still move. Such a large number of puppets. This person's control technique is extraordinary. It's just that this feeling is quite similar to when Wang Hao controlled the Duong Ti building, but this formation is many times denser. Suddenly, a shout rang out, "Let me go." He immediately turned his head. Dui and quickly ran towards the source of the shout. Zhang Yang sneered, "I apologize. In order to prevent you from meeting young Master Wang, I had to offend you." Yi Tian angrily shouted, "Let her go." Dui San then spoke. Yi Tian, "Excuse me," Zhang Yang said smugly. "Believe me, I have no ill intentions towards your friend." Finally, they released her. Yi Tian pointed his sword at them and shouted, "Who are you? Why are you stopping me from finding Wang Hao Nam?" But Zhang Yang calmly extended his hand in greeting. Why Yi Tian, right? I'm the insignificant Zhang Yang. My friends call me Young Master Yu. Yi Tian asked suspiciously, one of the 8 young masters of the capital? In the same group as Wang Hao. He quickly interrupted, "That's not the case." Then he explained, "This isn't a convenient place to talk, Brother Yi Tian. Why don't we change locations?" At this moment, the fishbone sword spirit exclaimed, "This guy looks like trouble at first glance. Boss, don't pay attention to him." Before leaving, Zhang Yang turned back and said, "Brother Yi Tian, I think you might still be interested in young Master Wang's affairs." Zhang Yang leisurely raised his teacup. Then he said, "All of West King City is saying that young Master Wang's defeat at the last martial arts conference was because of you." Yi Tian quickly replied, "You knew from the start that I had a grudge against him. Why beat around the bush?" Dui San then spoke, "Is the rumor about discord among the 8 young masters of the capital true?" Yi Tian said softly, "Young Master Yu, just say what you want to say directly. No need to be so roundabout. Also, just call me Yi Tian." Hearing this, he became extremely interested. He chuckled and replied, "Good, Brother Yi Tian, you're indeed straightforward. Then I'll be frank. How about you help me kill someone, Yi Tian? Name your price, and I, Zhang Yang, will absolutely not haggle." After listening, Yi Tian said in surprise, "Wang Hao and Zhang Yang." Zhang Yang continued, "The 8 young masters of the capital have long been famous, but without substance." Confused, Yi Tian asked, "Then why did young Master Yang drag me into this? You also detected young Master Wang's formation just now. If I approach it forcefully, I will surely die from spiritual exhaustion. I know a way to approach without getting hurt, but my body won't allow it." After saying this, he coughed violently. Cough, 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 cough. Yi Tian quickly said, "Young Master Yang wants to borrow my blade to kill Wang Hao." Sweating profusely, he replied, "It's truly refreshing to talk to an intelligent person. So, will you do it or not?" Yi Tian crossed his arms and said solemnly, "I am no one's pawn. Young Master Yang, tell me the truth." Zhang Yang chuckled and replied, "How could I possibly treat Brother Yi as a pawn?" As soon as he finished speaking, he thought to himself, he's not like the usual idiot. It seems, He then unfolded a worn map. His expression turned serious as he said, "I won't hide it from Brother Yi. All this conflict stems from this." He pointed to the map and said, "This is a spiritual artifact I collected, the Xianhuang diagram. It said that it takes over 1,000 years to condense." Hearing this, the fishbone sword spirit beside him quickly asked, "Spiritual power naturally formed over 1,000 years? So it's better than me? 1,000-year-old spiritual diagram. There's something wrong with the quality of this artifact of yours. Young Master Yang, who sold it to you? You should ask him for clarification." Zhang Yang continued, Brother Yi truly has a discerning eye. This Xianhuang diagram of mine is just a replica. Its quality is not worth mentioning. Look at this. According to the words of a formation master expert, the center of the Xianhuang diagram is a secret realm. All of us, the young masters of the capital, appear to be wealthy on the surface, but in reality, each of us wants to claim this secret realm for ourselves. Hearing this, Yi Tian asked, the black dots represent 8 cultivators of the same level. What does this have to do with the identities of you 8 young masters of the capital? Zhang Yang immediately confirmed, that's right. The secret realm opens at the formation's eye. It requires the power of 8 directions to maintain balance. And the people who enter the secret realm are also chosen from among the 8 of us to retrieve the heavenly and earthly treasures and divide them equally among the 8 families. But Wang Hao wants to bypass the restraints of the 7 of us and monopolize all the resources of the secret realm. That's why he started creating a large number of puppets. Asteriskum, Wang Hao, you think you're so clever, want to seize our belongings? I, Zhang Yang, will absolutely not stand idly by. Asterisk, you have the ability, and I have a way. With a common enemy. How about it, Brother Yi? Would you consider joining forces? Hearing these words, Yi Tian thought to himself, asterisk kidnapping Ju'er, controlling the exit, using Lin Yingnan to interfere with a martial arts tournament and the Sword Immortal clan. Wang Hao's goals are all for his puppetry. Asterisk. He sat down, crossed his arms, and said, I can cooperate with you, but the timing and the detailed plan will be decided by me. You are not to interfere. Hearing this, Zhang Yang replied joyfully, no problem. He continued, this is how you can contact me. I'll be waiting for your news, Brother Yi. He suddenly turned to DUI, San. Of course. If Miss DUI, San has any requests, you can contact me. I happen to be short of a cultivator who understands spirit swords. DUI San quickly declined. No need. But Yi Tian stood up and said to DUI San, let's go DUI San. It's best to pay this kind of person little attention. She quickly replied, okay. All right then, Yi Tian said. The 2 of them immediately went outside. Suddenly, in the distance, Ching waved and called out, turns out you're here. Surprised to see them. Yi Tian asked, what are you 2 doing in the capital? Ching ran over and grabbed Yi Tian's arm. Master, I've formally acknowledged you as my teacher for so long, but you haven't come back to teach us. Lang Er chimed in, Yi Tian, have you forgotten about us? Yi Tian quickly replied, not at all. In fact, your arrival is quite timely. I have something I need you to do. Hearing this, Ching giggled. Finally, we get to do something important. Lang Er agreed. Master, just tell us what to do. Our strength has increased. We definitely won't let you down. Yi Tian turned to DUI San, who was standing there bewildered. The cultivation world in the capital is about to be embroiled in a bloody conflict. It's not convenient for you to get caught up in it. Hong Lang, Shang Ching, you 2 go with DUI San. Suddenly, a voice approached. Bloody conflict? Are you Master Yi? Would you mind explaining yourself? Yi Tian immediately recognized her as Tang Shui. But then he had second thoughts. Asterisk, this isn't Shuer. This person's cultivation is extraordinary. She's able to conceal her aura in the city. Who sent her? Asterisk, Ching scolded the woman. How rude. You should introduce yourself before speaking. The woman patted Ching's head. S.O., this is Miss Ching of the Shang family. Just as lovely as the rumors say. Ching recoiled in surprise. How dare you? Who gave you permission to touch my head? I couldn't even react to your movements. How dangerous. Ching immediately drew her sword, preparing to attack. Hong Lang Er, help me. Tang Shui was also ready, drawing her whip. She said solemnly, ladies, I have no intention of fighting you. Besides, you're no match for me. The fishbone sword spirit poked its head out. Master, your disciples are being bullied. Why aren't you helping them? Yi Tian told the 2, stay behind me. She's right. You're both too weak. Tang Shui chuckled. Thank you for the affirmation, Master Yi. At this moment, Zhang Yang arrived. Lang Shui, I told you to stay hidden nearby. Why are you fighting with Master Yi's people? Lang Shui frowned. I followed you because you said you'd help me get revenge. Hiding in the shadows all day, when will we act? He quickly warned her. Lang Shui, don't forget you belong to me now. My subordinate was being unreasonable. I apologize to Master Yi on her behalf. I hope you won't take it to heart. Seeing Yi Tian staring at her, Lang Shui snapped, what are you looking at? He replied seriously, if I'm not mistaken. My apologies. He then began to draw a magic formation under his feet with his sword. Tang Shui asked in surprise, Master, what are you doing? Lang Shui watched him, thinking to herself, puppetry uses conflicting spiritual energy attributes to control a person's mind. Then Yi Tian spoke, as I suspected. Young Master Zhang, could you lend me this person? She asked in return, what for? What are you looking at me for? or his arrogant demeanor. Brother Yi, if you want to borrow someone, just say so. No need to be polite. He then lightly patted Ling Shue's shoulder and laughed. Ha ha. Ling Shue's figure is truly excellent. Brother Yi, I understand you. Ling Shue, listen to Brother Yi. Do whatever he tells you obediently. Yi Tian quickly replied, Young Master Yang, you're overthinking it. This level of beauty doesn't even catch my eye. Hearing this, as if mocked, Ling Shue quickly asked, What do you mean? Am I not beautiful? Yi Tian quickly responded, Don't overthink it. It's because you possess a rare, full set of attributes. You're the natural counter to the Gu technique. His answer seemed to satisfy her. Humph, that insipid man agrees with you. You saw through my trump card in the blink of an eye. This man is somewhat interesting. However, just looking at Master Ye's appearance, I didn't expect him to be so popular with women. Ching Ching spoke up indignantly. What nonsense are you talking about? Master is a great cultivator. We disciples are here out of admiration. Tang Shui quickly stopped her. Ching Ching, stop it. Don't talk about these things. Yi Tian pulled out a piece of paper and said to everyone, If you consider me your master, then listen to me. Copy this book. You too, he said, handing it to two people. Teach them well. Suddenly, Ling Shui drew her whip and said, Well then, let my whip teach you a lesson. With a flick of her wrist, the whip struck the fishbone sword spirit, causing it to cry out in pain. Ouch. 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 Is this girl serious? Yi Tian sighed and said, Good. This is a chance to test her strength. Suddenly, Ling Shue's whip was about to hit him, but he quickly jumped back. She asked curiously, What are you afraid of, great cultivator? I think you're more like a great coward. Yi Tian became serious at her words. In an instant, her whip wrapped around the fishbone sword spirit. Ling Shui thought in surprise, How is this possible? In a flash, the fishbone sword spirit pulled her whip away. Ling Shui, now seeing their strength, said solemnly, It seems you truly have some skill. I underestimated you. I only submit to the strong. From now on, I'll follow your orders. Please take care of killing Wang Hao. Seeing this, Yi Tian thought she can instantly change her spiritual energy attribute. Mixed spiritual technique used on a spiritual weapon. Not bad. Suddenly, a green aura began to appear. He quickly created a magic circle. In an instant, the whip in her hand was pulled away. She lost control and slammed into a nearby tree. Ling Shui sighed in defeat and said, The difference in strength is too great. I overestimated myself. I only yield to the strong. From now on, I'll follow your orders. Please trouble yourself with killing Wang Hao. Hearing this, Yi Tian thought to himself, While I was gone, Shuer also endured those years with this expression. Soon, Shuer, you'll be safe forever. The fishbone sword spirit looked at her and said, Little sister, let's go. We'll take you to get revenge at the capital port. Suddenly, someone who had been waiting for them there spoke up, Brother Yi, you've arrived. It was Zhang Yang. He approached and said, My physical constitution is just this weak. My family has advised me many times, but I haven't changed. I must have made you laugh, Brother Yi. Ling Shui glanced at him and said, Why is the universe bracelet showing hostility? Even the fishbone sword spirit is following Yi Tian. Zhang Yang continued, This place isn't far from the puppet formation Wang Hao set up. Brother Ye's majestic spiritual energy should be concealed a bit. He suddenly turned pale, looking towards Ling Shui. Alerting him wouldn't be good. Ling Shui, what are you doing? Ling Shui replied sonorously, He's just an acquaintance. With his two-faced personality, it's better to be cautious. Speak up if you have something to say. I don't have the energy to beat around the bush with you. Zhang Yang looked at the map in his hand and said, Well then, I'll get straight to the point. He thought to himself, I don't know what trick Yi Tian used, but he actually managed to tame that fierce woman I had such a hard time finding and make her so obedient. Yi Tian then spoke, The hidden chamber of the Xian Huang diagram. You've really stockpiled quite a bit, haven't you? Yes, he replied. Brother Yi, don't joke. I put some effort into this map. Look here, he said, pointing to a spot on the map. This is one of the 8 hidden locations of Wang Hao's pregnant puppets. I've spent considerable effort investigating this. As far as I know, the puppet here is about to be fully cultivated. I'm afraid it won't be easy to make a move after it matures. This is the core spiritual energy. I'll divide it and give it to you too. The puppet here is meant to replace me, Zhang Yang. If Wang Hao hadn't attacked last time, he wouldn't have discovered the composition of my spiritual energy. Finishing his words, he pulled something out and handed it to Yi Tian. Brother Yi and I are allies for now. I'll entrust this to you. Yi Tian accepted it and asked, when the puppet matures, Wang Hao will definitely appear. You're giving this to me. Are you asking me to conceal myself and mimic your spiritual energy to infiltrate them? Hearing this, Zhang Yang smiled, confirming Yi Tian's words. Brother Ye's guess is correct. However, the one who will infiltrate is Ling Shui. Otherwise, why would I expend so much effort to specifically train her as my hidden assassin? This kind of spiritual energy imitation. Ling Shui, show it to Brother Yi. Hearing this, Yi Tian wondered, Ling Shui, if it's possible to mimic my spiritual energy, why not try Shui's? Ling Shui replied, thank you, but please wait a moment. I need to sense it a bit. It's roughly like this. So can you see any flaws? As she finished speaking, a green aura enveloped her. She looked at Yi Tian, surprised. Too similar. It's exactly the same. Seeing his expression, she smiled smugly. Now you know my skills, Yi Tian. Wang Hao's dog head will definitely be mine. Hearing this, Yi Tian said, all right, prepare everything. Let's decide on a specific time to act. Zhang Yang immediately replied, there's no time like the present. Brother Yi, after you. Young Master Zhang Yang, after you. Zhang Yang politely gestured, saying, Brother Yi, please go first. Watching him, Ling Shui said sarcastically, ugh, do you need be so fake? He boarded the boat. Yi Tian had already boarded the boat ahead of Zhang Yang, and no need for formalities. We'll set off as soon as you're on board. All right, I'm coming. Zhang Yang looked at Ling Shui and cursed inwardly, rotten woman. You're just a dog I picked up. What are you acting so high and mighty for? After you've served your purpose, we'll see how I deal with you. We're setting off now. Zhang Yang approached Yi Tian to talk. Brother Yi, we're estimated to be about an hour away from the target. Why don't we use this time to go over the next steps? Before he received a response, Ling Shui spoke up in objection about what's there to discuss. I just transform my spiritual energy to match his and sneak in. If we encounter the enemy, we fight directly. Yi Tian held the sword in his hand and said, later, I'll also lock down my spiritual energy and assist you from the shadows. The fishbone sword spirit then chimed in, oh, Master, you're not usually one to let others take the lead. Why are you willing to support someone else this time? So that's how it is. I didn't realize Master's tastes were like this. She quickly replied, this is your sword spirit. Why is it so ill-mannered? Yi Tian glanced at it and said, if you want to be refined, just say so directly. No need to beat around the bush. Hearing this, the fishbone sword spirit broke out in a cold sweat. I didn't say anything just now. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Zhang Yang laughed and said, I didn't expect this sword spirit to be one in a million. If I had a cultivation level as high as Brother Ye's, I would definitely go myself. After this is over, I must get my hands on this exceptional sword. Ling Shui, beside him, said indignantly, when do you not go yourself? Yi Tian quickly replied to Ling Shui, we're about to make our move. Don't get distracted. Zhang Yang then said with a panicked expression, there's a barrier outside this secret island. I've disguised the spiritual energy on the first level, but I can't sense Wang Hao's true spiritual energy. I'll activate it anyway. He then pointed towards a group of guards and explained, these are my suicide soldiers. Later, when the barrier is activated, they will deal with Wang Hao's puppets. I'll help you two infiltrate smoothly. Hearing this, Ling Shui sarcastically remarked, suicide soldiers? They're just pitiful people who've had their life gates taken. Yi Tian quietly asked Zhang Yang, what about you? What will you be doing while we infiltrate? He replied, Wang Hao values this soon-to-mature puppet very highly. I'll be observing the perimeter of the secret island. As soon as I detect his spiritual energy, I'll use this peace ring to transmit a message to you. We're approaching the barrier. I wish us a successful collaboration. As the boat neared the shore, Yi Tian reminded Ling Shui, prepare to transform your spiritual energy. The spiritual energy here is starting to condense. The barrier is close. Zhang Yang, tell your men to get ready. After speaking, the two flew off. Suddenly, a barrage of torpedoes appeared out of nowhere, causing everyone on the boat to scream. Everyone, defend yourselves. Yi Tian saw a gap open in space. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for me to claim Wang Hao's head first? You're going before me? Ling Shui retorted, no way, I won't let you. Hold my hand tight, we're going in. As the two of them entered, the gap gradually closed. Over on Wang Hao's side, he seemed to sense something. Intruders. Night had fallen. Wang Hao stood with his back to everyone. Suddenly, Manor approached and said, "Young Master Wang, didn't you say we were going to relax at my place tonight? Is something not to your liking?" He replied, "Xiao Manor, come with me. There are bugs on my island." She responded with confusion, "Your island? Even by helicopter, it would take some time to reach. Soul transfer formation. I'll use my Ant Girl souls here first. Just name your price. I'll pay you double." The girls behind him were all trembling in fear. "Xiao Manor, stop dawdling. Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, a black vortex appeared out of nowhere. He looked at it and said, "It must be Wang Hao's soul transfer formation." Wang Hao is about to arrive. Over by Yi Tian and Ling Shui, they also sensed something. At this moment, Haoan suddenly appeared. Ling Shui frowned and said, "This time, I won't let you go." Yi Tian behind her reminded, "Careful, there are still people behind the clouds." Mani, following behind Haoan, also spoke up, "Young Master Wang, it seems you have quite a few enemies. This woman, I'll help you hold her off. Come and experience the Xia family's secret techniques." Immediately, Ling Shui was bound. "Let me go." Mani said arrogantly, "I wouldn't dare. Young Master Wang would give me trouble." Taking advantage of the opportunity, Haoan quickly left. "I can't wait any longer." As soon as he saw him, Zhang Yang hurriedly said, "Yi Tian, help me hold back Wang Hao." Yi Tian turned and asked, "Where are you going?" Zhang Yang pointed towards Haoan and said, "We can't let him and the puppet merge. If that happens, we really won't have a chance of winning." Yi Tian glanced over and asked, "I'll hold back Wang Hao. What are you going to do?" Zhang Yang's expression turned grim as he replied, "I'm going to call for reinforcements. Otherwise, none of us will escape." Do you think Wang Hao really only brought this one woman? His private army will definitely assemble and arrive as quickly as possible. Yi Tian held the five-pointed star in his hand and replied, "If you want to live, remember to call my people too. Your people are useless. If I call, it'll be enough." At this moment, Yi Tian began to draw his sword, the fishbone sword. "Today, let's have a massacre." The fishbone sword spirit quickly replied, "Just so you know, I plan on eating my fill today." Over towards Haoan, "Your escape route has been blocked. You were so close to completing it." Zhang Yang exclaimed, "Who dares to ruin my plans?" Suddenly, a figure emerged from a crack in the rock. Yi Tian quickly dashed towards him, swinging his sword Dai. Immediately, the rocks shattered and crumbled. He turned around and said, "You again?" "You're right, it's me." Suddenly, Haoan's hand glowed, revealing a shimmering red object. Immediately, a giant appeared. "Insects blocking my path. I will make you understand the consequences of angering me." The giant and Haoan seemed to merge into one. He laughed and said, "How amusing. This level of power isn't even as strong as an ant bite. And you want to kill me?" The fishbone sword spirit exclaimed, "Boss, this giant isn't simple. Inside each stone, a soul has been embedded. One slash, and it's truly a hell of tormented souls. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily." The fishbone sword spirit, restless, also chimed in, referring to the fishbone sword. "You didn't even stab deep enough to reach Wang Hao's true form. If that giant stone is really him, finding his soul wouldn't be difficult, but it's overflowing with all sorts of souls." Yi Tian turned his head and said, "I can't count on you. I'll go myself." The fishbone sword spirit quickly replied, "Boss, those words hurt this sword's feelings. I'm just saying, this level of power won't even scratch that boulder." Haoan, now merged with the colossal monster, spoke triumphantly, so much yelling, "But your attacks are like a kitten scratching." Yi Tian, I didn't expect you to be so weak. You can't handle my spiritual essence." The fishbone sword spirit urged, "Boss, what are you doing? Attack." But Yi Tian calmly assessed the situation, but it's not time yet. "Don't waste your breath and slow the sword down." Seeing Yi Tian's composure, Haoan said, not a bad sword. But you don't really think this little toothpick can match me, do you?" "Match you? The question is, can you even catch me?" Do you really think this transformation of mine is only this useful?" Yi Tian flew up and struck down with his bare hand. Haoan scoffed, "You don't know, do you? This magma armor of mine, every single stone is a magical artifact." Hearing this, Yi Tian quickly flew away. "Oops, this is infuriating. I can't just go all out like the previous master and unleash a flurry of ultimate moves to kill him. Why didn't I think of that? The left side of the boulder hasn't been touched yet." The fishbone sword spirit asked, "Master, what do you mean?" This sword spirit doesn't understand. Haoan, still smug, taunted, "I didn't notice at first." Yi Tian, "You like Tang Shui?" don't you? Well, guess what? Tang Shui is mine. Don't think you can have this substitute. You're not worthy. Finishing his sentence, the monster swung down at them. Due to the monster's continuous attacks, Manner exclaimed, "Young Master Wang, I almost got hit." Yi Tian pulled Ling Shui away. She complained, "Ouch. Can't you be a little gentler?" "Wang Hao, what is this boulder?" The fishbone sword spirit, exasperated, exclaimed, "That hard, brittle, and crumbling rock? That's Wang Hao. He's hiding inside. Normal attacks won't do anything." Hearing this, she said angrily, "Damn it, I should have brought explosives." Haon continued to control the giant monster, attacking them as they dodged left and right. "Are you really just insects, only good for annoying people?" Seeing Yi Tian standing still, she snapped, "He's attacking. What are you just standing there for?" But he just smirked and replied, "The left side is slower than the right, and the front is faster than the back." He then raised his hand, blocking the monster's attack. "Got you." With one hand blocking the monster's attack, he used the other to strike directly at Haon. Wang Hao. Haon was quickly hit. At this moment, the fishbone sword spirit seized the opportunity and stabbed directly into the monster, making him cry out in surprise. "How is this possible?" The fishbone sword spirit laughed triumphantly. "Hee. A direct hit. Master, how did you do that? That was amazing." Yi Tian held the sword in his hand, a smug look on his face. This stone colossus puppet structure is so complex, and its insides are riddled with random souls. What it considers its strength is actually its weakness. Hearing this, the fishbone sword spirit asked curiously, "Master, could you explain that a bit more clearly?" He then explained, "Even for Wang Hao, manipulating this puppet isn't easy. His spiritual energy flows rapidly throughout the puppet, but controlling different parts results in inconsistent movement speeds." Wang Hao, within the monster's body, roared angrily, "Damn you, Yi Tian!" So, by observing the variations in speed, I can pinpoint his location within the puppet. Having explained, Yi Tian continued, "Now, all that's left is you, you bastard." The fishbone sword spirit exclaimed, "Master, your aura is truly overwhelming." Wang Hao, defeated and back on the ground, quickly called out to Yi Tian, "You got a lucky shot, but do you think that's enough to finish me? You underestimate me." As he finished speaking, he began to unleash his power. Dark clouds immediately filled the sky, and a dark aura enveloped Wang Hao. Ling Shui, witnessing this, anxiously called out to Yi Tian, "Something's wrong. The spiritual energy in this space is becoming very unstable." Wang Hao, regaining his arrogance, declared, "Of course it is. This place, overflowing with the puppet's power, is now completely under my control." Yi Tian responded, "So that's it. Is this your final trump card? If you have the guts, come closer and try me. None of you will leave here alive today." With that, he launched an attack towards Yi Tian, who quickly created a magic circle to defend himself. At that moment, Xiao Manor, crouched nearby, pleaded, "Young Master Wang, save me. I can't breathe." Wang Hao suddenly remembered, "I almost forgot you were here. Why don't you become a part of my spiritual power too?" Xiao Manor was shocked by his words. "What?" Immediately, a dark aura engulfed her. "Yes, that's right. Come. You will all become my source of power. I am the ruler of this space." Yi Tian, unable to restrain himself any longer, charged forward. "Ruler? What's so great about that? This immortal venerable has killed over 10,000 rulers." Wang Hao retorted arrogantly, "I'll crush that smug face of yours into dust. Disappear." He then unleashed another attack towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian glanced at Ling Shui and said, "His attention is entirely on me. You should be safe here. Didn't you say you wanted to eat your fill? Your turn." The fishbone sword spirit chuckled, "Ha. I've finally been waiting for this opportunity." Yi Tian used the fishbone sword spirit to block Wang Hao's attack. It cried out in pain, "Ouch. Damn it. I'll have to eat it all back later." It then absorbed the dark aura. Wang Hao exclaimed in surprise, "That's the power of 10,000 forms. Even so, it shouldn't be able to absorb these souls so easily." Yi Tian, now confident of victory, said arrogantly, "My apologies. My sword spirit is quite the glutton. I originally planned to let it absorb all these souls like this, but that's too slow. Let me show you how your vaunted demonic energy can't even withstand a single blow." Immediately, he swung his sword and charged towards Wang Hao. He quickly brought his sword down, Yi Tian severed his arm. You're not done yet. As long as those spirits' souls remain, my life won't be extinguished. Yi Tian scoffed. All right, then let's see if you can recover faster, or if this immortal lord can cut faster. Ling Shui spoke up. I actually thought I could interfere in a battle of this level. She thought to herself, if Yi Tian wasn't protecting me, I have to win. Yi Tian swung his sword towards Hao-on. Wang Hao, where's your previous momentum? He quickly blocked with his hand. Damn it, just a little longer, a little longer, the fish-bone sword spirit chimed in. Master, this guy is stalling for time. Yi Tian gritted his teeth. I can see that. He definitely still has something up his sleeve. No matter. Let's see if he can withstand this sword of mine. With that, he unleashed a powerful sword strike towards Hao-on. In an instant, a green vortex appeared, taking him by surprise. Suddenly, Hao-on smirked, and then boom, a sudden explosion erupted. The fish-bone sword spirit quickly asked, how was it? Did it work? This made Hao-on stare in disbelief. Hey, no way. How is this possible? Yi Tian interjected. Fishbone sword spirit, quiet. Look closely. What did we just hit? It turned out that the sword strike had destroyed his soul transfer formation. The aura behind Hao-on was now split in two by Yi Tian's attack. He spoke, you've been secretly channeling spiritual energy into this soul transfer formation. Were you trying to call for reinforcements or escape? Hearing this, Hao-on roared angrily. Damn you. Yi Tian rested his sword on his shoulder. It's over for you regardless. Does Yi Tian have any moves left? He was furious upon hearing this. Yi Tian, why must you always oppose me? If we joined forces, the entire Hua nation would be within our grasp. The fishbone sword spirit peeked out. Wow, is this what impotent rage looks like? Ling Shui shouted. Yi Tian, don't listen to his sweet talk. Kill him quickly. Hao-on continued to plead. I know what you want. Isn't it women? Tang Shui will be yours. I can give you all the best women. Hearing these words, Yi Tian paused in thought. Hao-on continued. Trust me, we can deal with all those other useless young masters and seize all the treasures of the secret realm. How about it? Wouldn't that be a win-win for you? At this moment, Yi Tian finally understood his intention and burst into laughter. He laughed heartily, then pointed his sword at Hao-on. You don't actually think such paltry benefits could tempt the Tao heart of this immortal lord, do you? How? How could you? I only feel ridiculed. The pain of my past life, which I've regretted 100 times, was for something so shallow and narrow-minded. Hao-on furiously grabbed the sword. It seems negotiations have broken down. Then come with me to hell. I don't care what happened in your past life. In this life, I want you to be buried with me. Seeing Hao-on's crazed desperation, the fishbone sword spirit warned, not good. He wants to detonate all the souls within him. Yi Tian swiftly swung his sword. He glanced quickly, then charged forward. Die together. The challenging roar echoed relentlessly. I've got you. Don't even think about running. Yi Tian swiftly swung his sword, slashing at him. Hao-on watched Yi Tian's descending sword with a mocking laugh. Haha, swinging your sword so weakly. Out of strength already, he calmly replied. Dealing with you doesn't even require effort anymore. You're about to die, yet you're still talking tough. As soon as he finished speaking, he was suddenly taken aback. He thought to himself in a panic, what's happening? The soul inside my body isn't obeying my commands. At this moment, the fishbone sword spirit spoke up that I wasn't full just now. How about a little more? You were so eager to rush over here before. Why are you running now? It seemed that the fishbone sword spirit was now absorbing Hao-on's spiritual energy. Yi Tian grabbed him by the neck and lifted him, saying you're completely defeated. My sword is devouring your spiritual power. You can't even self-destruct. Hao-on, gradually being drained of his spiritual energy, still managed to ask, how? How is this possible? My years of scheming. I was just one step away, yet I was defeated by this Ling Shoqing who came out of nowhere so easily. Yi Tian replied, the grudge between us was predetermined hundreds of years ago. Today, I'm merely bringing it to an end. Ling Shui, who had witnessed the entire battle, thought, is it over? Suddenly, an object fell from the sky. It was Hao-on. Seeing this, she quickly swung her whip and rushed towards where he lay. You damned devil. I'll chop you into pieces. Even that won't quench my hatred. Suddenly, Yi Tian raised his hand to stop her, shouting angrily, don't stop me. I must personally send him to hell. Yi Tian calmly said, he'll go to hell soon enough. But before that, I still have a few questions for him. Hao-on smirked and said, before immortal lords kill someone, they like to interrogate them a bit, don't they? besides me, have you met any other immortal lords? He replied, no. But if you hadn't appeared, perhaps I could have entered the secret realm and met a true immortal lord. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Tian pointed his sword at Haoan and asked, the secret realm you mentioned, I heard Zhang Yang talk about it too. Where is it exactly? Haoan calmly replied, don't be so tense. I won't be making any more counterattacks. But Yi Tian didn't want to beat around the bush and continued to interrogate him. Answer my question. The one you should be wary of now is no longer me. Hearing this, Yi Tian looked suspicious. That's not right. Ling Shui, where are you? Zhang Yang, come out here. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people emerged from the black smoke, engaged in a peculiar battle that you've really had a tough time, Brother Yi. It was Zhang Yang. He smirked and continued, now allow me to finish the job. Yi Tian was astonished. Recognizing the people beside Zhang Yang as Wan Nation ninjas, he questioned, I never expected you, Zhang Yang, with your reputation as one of the 8 young masters of the capital, to collude with people from Wan Nation. Zhang Yang replied smugly, Brother Yi, what are you talking about? Who cares what country he's from? As long as the mission can be completed smoothly, isn't that all that matters? But Yi Tian's expression changed with his words, that I guess your next mission is to deal with me, right? Brother Yi is indeed intelligent. Now, please have a long sleep here. With that, Zhang Yang gave the order, get him, quickly. Yi Tian was surrounded by strangers. He couldn't sense any profound spiritual power from them. They could be the enemy. He chuckled and said to Zhang Yang, is this really a good place for a fight, Brother Yi? What do you mean? He continued, if we cause a commotion here, it could escalate into a full-blown war between Hua Nation and Hua Nation. Zhang Yang laughed and replied, oh, you needn't worry about that, Brother Yi. As long as you die here, nothing will get out. Unable to argue with him any further, Yi Tian quickly drew his sword, preparing to attack. It seems he's quite confident in these ninja hounds. In an instant, he lunged forward, attacking the masked figures. Let me see what you're capable of. Trying to slow me down by sacrificing your comrades? How childish. One of them was struck by his sword, but still clung to it, refusing to let go. Seeing this, Yi Tian thought, what's going on? I can't pull my sword back. I clearly didn't sense any power from him. Why is the fishbone sword being restrained? In this critical situation, Yi Tian quickly summoned the fishbone sword back to him. Immediately, the fishbone sword responded, Master, strange, I can't use my power. Hearing this, Yi Tian pondered, I remember now. I've heard that Wan Nation's ninjutsu can copy a cultivator's techniques. There must be a secret method, probably a copy of theirs, weakening the fishbone sword's spiritual power. It's quite potent. Not good. I'm about to lose consciousness. Interesting. Do you think you can win just by holding my weapon? Suddenly, another one of them tried to attack him, but Yi Tian quickly grabbed him. He then threw them into the air with his bare hands. Yi Tian spoke, if I'm not mistaken, you're the strongest one here. Show me your moves. Immediately, one of them began to mutter something. Yi Tian instantly recognized it as shadow manipulation magic. It was the first time he'd witnessed it in actual combat. Suddenly, a large, dark shadow began to close in on Yi Tian. Interesting. In an instant, he was pulled down by the black shadow. Seeing this, Zhang Yang laughed triumphantly to S.O. That's all you've got. Ling Shui gasped in surprise. How could this be? He lost. Zhang Yang bent down and grabbed her hair, saying, see, this is the price of cooperating with me. You've finally fallen into my hands. Don't expect anyone to come and save you. Let's go. I've had enough excitement for tonight. Zhang Yang had only taken a few steps when a black vortex suddenly appeared beneath his feet. He turned to his subordinates and asked, what's going on? What are you ninjas doing? Suddenly, a hand reached out from the ground and shouted, Zhang Yang, come down here and play with me. This startled him. In an instant, Zhang Yang was pulled into the vortex. He screamed in terror, what's happening? Where am I? I remember now. I must have been pulled into the shadow by Yi Tian. Come out, Brother Yi. You're not hiding well enough. At that moment, a familiar figure approached from the other side. Ah, yes. Yi Tian smirked. It seems you're not quite used to this newly learned shadow magic yet. Seeing him, Zhang Yang thought furiously, he not only killed my strongest ninja in the blink of an eye, but he can also turn his magic into his own. Then spoke up, Brother Ye's methods. I, Zhang Yang, am completely convinced. I am no match for you. Yi Tian stood opposite him and asked, oh, finally admitting defeat. Zhang Yang started to change his tune. replying, "A strong person like Brother Yi. I'm afraid you won't find many in all of China. I willingly concede. I believe Brother Yi still has something to say to me." Suddenly, the two of them shook hands as if no fight had ever occurred. His aura was completely calm, devoid of killing intent. Has he truly given up resisting this time? On Ling Xue's side, although she couldn't see him, she could sense the voice from earlier. "That's Yi Tian. He pulled Zhang Yang down. Yi Tian is still alive. Then I can't give up either. I have to find a way to help him." Suddenly, she noticed her whip, and a stranger restraining her also noticed it. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Xue broke free. She quickly used her whip to tightly constrict his neck. Then, she launched an attack. "After this one, only you remain. Your master is no longer here. Are you still going to fight?" Suddenly, a figure carrying Hao on his shoulder began to melt like water. Seeing this, she thought to herself, "Strange. Their bodies are melting. This black liquid is seeping into the ground. This definitely isn't good." But then she suddenly remembered Yi Tian, trapped within the dark pit. "Yi Tian, be careful." Inside, Yi Tian and Zhang Yang sat together discussing matters. "The power distribution in the capital is roughly like this. I believe Brother Yi understands now." Yi Tian replied cheerfully after listening, "I understand. I must thank you for this explanation. It seems if you were to die here, there would be quite a stir in the capital." Zhang Yang also smiled, saying, I knew, Brother, you wouldn't let me off so easily." Suddenly, a black liquid appeared from above. Yi Tian quickly used his hand to block it, thinking to himself, "It's that one nation's secret technique again. It actually completely prevents me from using my spiritual energy." Zhang Yang stood up at this moment, smirking slightly. Then he assumed a fighting stance and said, "Brother Yi, allow me a final struggle." Seeing this, Yi Tian agreed. Pure hand-to-hand combat. Truly a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Yi Tian and Zhang Yang were now facing each other in a different space. "Come on, Zhang Yang. Today, I'll let you truly see the difference." He was the first to attack. Even so, Yi Tian easily dodged. At the same time, he assessed, it seems Zhang Yang has studied boxing, and his skill isn't low. Before the attack could land, Yi Tian leaped into the air. He moved swiftly through the air. Is this Tai Chi's meteor step? Zhang Yang managed to grab his shoulder. He looked on with glee. An opening. Zhang Yang then slammed Yi Tian away. This time it's judo, all professional level techniques. Yi Tian quickly regained his balance and praised, "You're not as weak as you appear." He didn't reply, instead scoffing, "Brother Yi, when you talk about knowing 100 martial arts, you're talking about yours truly." Yi Tian coldly created a swirling vortex around himself. All right, the hand-to-hand experience is over. Let's move on to the real fight. Zhang Yang put on an arrogant air. "Well then, I won't hold back." It seemed like both were about to shake hands and prepare for battle. But in a flash, Yi Tian lunged straight at him. Zhang Yang couldn't react in time and spat out a stream of blood. Then Zhang Yang tried to sweep Yi Tian's legs, but he dodged swiftly and easily. Too slow, and look, you ripped your pants. After that, Yi Tian pressed Zhang Yang's face directly into the ground with one hand. Try this move. Just a few moves, and it was over. Zhang Yang was still pinned to the ground. It seemed like this was the end. Suddenly, Zhang Yang clawed at Yi Tian's shoulder. He reacted quickly and suppressed him. Still trying to resist? "I'll break your arm." After just a few words, Yi Tian lifted him high into the air. Zhang Yang's face was a mixture of pain and humiliation. "I can't break his arm. It's as hard as steel. Why? Why can't you cultivate qi, yet you still have such monstrous strength?" Hearing this, Yi Tian replied, "Your fancy Western martial arts and hand gestures are nothing in front of me." Zhang Yang continued to lose. Yi Tian, who had stood up at some point, said, "Such martial skill, yet you don't use it for righteousness." With a resolute look in his eyes, he added, "It seems this shadow space won't last much longer. I should go out now." Zhang Yang lay sprawled and motionless. This is the end. Crumble and disappear along with this shadow space. Leaving him there, Yi Tian reappeared somewhere else. Tian, alright? Suddenly, he met Ling Xue near the sea. Yes, the dust has settled. Receiving his request, she opened a magic circle. I'll help you take care of this. Many thanks. Then they both watched the sunset. What a beautiful sunrise. Yi Tian was still unaware that tonight had become a turning point in his cultivation journey. Very quickly, the news that 2 of the 8 young masters of the capital had disappeared in a single night widespread throughout the Huan nation's cultivation world. At the Bagua sect, I heard that all 4 capitals were in shock that night. Yes, someone even saw a ninja from the 5 Elements sect. In one night, they consecutively killed 2 of the capital's young masters. Who could it be? That Songlong Gang was no less surprised that I know, Brother Yi. It must be him, right? Yu Xinghe brandished his sword, a faint smile on his lips. That it seems I still have to continue to catch up to you. Meanwhile, Yi Tian lay in a hospital bed, slowly opening his eyes. Seeing a group of people standing neatly beside him, he wondered. Shang Qingqing jumped up. Master is awake. I told you you'd be fine. Hong Linger immediately knocked her on the head. Don't shout. What if you disturb Master? Dui, San calmly asked. How are you feeling, Yi Tian? Rubbing his head, Yi Tian gently replied, Don't worry. I'm fine. He thought to himself about a few things. After that fierce battle, I've been recuperating in the Ling Tian sect. The corrosion from the Wan Nation's secret technique was greater than I imagined. It actually damaged my chi reservoir. After repairing my internal landscape, I actually fell into a coma and needed you all to wake me up. Sitting up from the hospital bed, his mood was somewhat elated. You don't need to worry. I'm fully recovered now. Looking at them for a moment, he then asked, How are things outside? Has anything happened while I was in seclusion? Shang Qingqing fell silent, not saying a word. What kind of reaction was this? Hong Linger spoke first to explain, Actually, in recent days, quite a few storms have brewed in Hua Nation. Because of Zhang Yang and Wang Hao's deaths, West King City has fallen into complete chaos. Their corporations are like dragons without heads. The remaining forces are fighting over the leftover resources. During the struggle, another large family was destroyed. So in West King City now, only 5 major powers remain in opposition. A map of West King City appeared, showing only 5 regions with 5 different colors. Yi Tian nodded, indicating he understood. Oh, that's how it is. Looking at their reactions just now, he knew there was definitely more to it. He looked up again and asked Hong Linger, Is there anything else you haven't mentioned? Number 3 and Hong Linger both fell silent. Shang Qingqing, holding back her emotions to the point of exploding, said, Forget it, let me tell you. It's my responsibility anyway. She clenched her fists and recounted everything in one go. Master, while you were in seclusion, a group of people appeared, impersonating our Lang Tianman. He raised Master's banner and claimed to be the one who killed Wang Hao. We were investigating this matter. She trailed off, unable to finish the sentence. Unexpectedly, Yi Tian, she stopped again, seemingly at a loss for words. Unexpectedly what? Hong Linger stepped forward and patted Shang Qingqing's shoulder, the identity of that imposter. It turned out to be the next generation head of the Tang family. Yi Tian immediately thought of Tang Shui. Tang Shui. Yi Tian got out of bed, still puzzled. Why would someone from the Tang family impersonate our Lang Tianmen? Shang Qingqing explained, The Tang family is in chaos now. We went to visit them, wanting an explanation. Flashback to the Tang family residence. Hong Linger and Shang Qingqing went to meet the family members. Hong Linger spoke first that we apologize for disturbing you today. It's because someone from the Tang family has been spreading rumors and deceiving. Elder Tang, are you aware of this? He flew into a rage and started denying responsibility, refusing to admit any fault. How could such a thing happen? The people of our Tang family have always been upright and honest. The daughter standing next to him gently called out, Father, and then whispered something to him. Elder Tang reacted as if he'd swallowed a bomb, shouting, Is this true? Quickly bring him here. A voice could be heard before the person arrived. Ha 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 ha. I'm here. Tang Qifeng swaggered in arrogantly and asked, Who wants to see me? Shang Qingqing sized up the newcomer. He's so tall. I've never seen him before. The daughter beside Elder Tang spoke up for them. Brother Qifeng, don't be rude. These two are the young misses of the Hong and Shang families. Tang Qifeng approached Shang Qingqing, causing her to recoil in alarm. Hong Linger was also startled. When did he get so close? We didn't even react. Tang Qifeng raised an eyebrow and asked, The young miss of the Shang family? Not to be outdone, Shang Qingqing immediately retorted, That's right. What do you want? He poked her cheek with his finger. Times have changed, young miss. Don't think the Shang family still holds sway over the Tang family. Elder Tang couldn't stand it any longer. Insolent. Tang Qifeng, be quiet. Seeing him turn and walk away, Shang Qingqing erupted. Who are you? Are you the one impersonating our Lang Tianmen outside? He laughed scornfully. I didn't expect to be discovered so quickly. Well, there's no need to hide anymore. Elder Tang was speechless. Really? Why would you do something like this? Tang Chifeng shrugged. Don't be angry. I'm doing this for the good of the entire Tang family. Hong Linger glared at him. You're only doing this for your own benefit. Tang Chifeng raised an eyebrow. My own benefit. I'm the next head of the Tang family. This place will soon be under my control. My benefit is the Tang family's benefit. Elder Tang pointed at him. I'm speechless. You've gone too far. Shang Qingqing stepped forward. I'm not going to waste my breath on him. How dare you impersonate my master? I'll help the Tang family clean up their mess today. The daughter of the Tang family rushed forward to stop her, but she ended up taking the blow. Yi Tian faced the three of them, his expression serious. So, you intended to teach Tang Chifeng a lesson, but accidentally injured Tang Shui. Shang Qingqing looked distraught. I didn't expect her to suddenly rush forward. Sighing, he continued, how is Tang Shui's injury? Hong Linger replied, fortunately, they're only external injuries. Qingqing held back when she hit Tang Shui, so there's no internal damage. Seeing his disciple crying and apologizing, Yi Tian walked over and patted her head. It's all right. Everyone makes mistakes. Shang Qingqing looked surprised. Master, you're not blaming me? He smiled gently. You know you were wrong, right? I'll investigate this matter thoroughly. He then turned to look at the three people standing beside him. Speaking of which, I noticed the abundant and stable spiritual energy in all of you. She nodded. Yes, that's right. It seems you've been practicing the alchemy techniques I taught you quite well. Dui-san, take me to see. Dui-san beamed, her cheeks flushed. Yes, please follow me. To the Ling Tian Sect's alchemy room. After reading my grandfather's books, I've gained a lot of inspiration. She introduced a series of alchemy vessels, explaining how she had combined her own ideas to create various containers for refining different elixirs. Yi Tian nodded, looking pleased. Interesting. I usually use my own spiritual energy to refine elixirs, but you found a different path. Have you had any particular successes? Dui-san looked at him and pointed. Yes, I think you need this right now. She walked over to an alchemy furnace and reached out. She pulled out a red elixir. This. Elder Tang exclaimed, Yi Tian, are you kidding me? Meanwhile, Tang Chifeng stood in front of numerous surveillance screens, deep in thought. A person on one of the screens spoke. Tang Chifeng, did you call us here just to sit around doing nothing? Wang Zihan added, I heard that people from Lang Tianmen came to the Tang family. Is everything all right? Tang Chifeng scoffed. What could those girls possibly do? The people on the screens expressed their outrage. But the head of Lang Tianmen is the Martial Arts Alliance leader. When he comes to demand justice, you'll be finished. Tang Chifeng, unwilling to listen any longer, raised his hand. Enough. Tang Chifeng slammed his hand on the table. You bunch of useless fools. How dare you question my abilities? Someone entered from outside. It seems you're very confident. He turned around in surprise. The newcomer addressed him directly by his full name, Tang Chifeng. Tang Chifeng immediately bowed obsequiously. Young Master Chiu, why have you come here personally? Chiohan Tian chuckled coldly. Such a good play. I have to watch it from the best seat. Tang Chifeng forced a laugh. Young Master Chiu, rest assured, I've made all the preparations. We just need Yi Tian to walk into the trap. Chiohan Tian, turn to leave. Don't disappoint me. I placed a large bet on this. Tang Chifeng, left alone, let out a strange, sinister laugh. He chuckled within the courtyard of the Lang Tianmen. Yi Tian lifted a teacup and took a sip. Shang Qingqing, unable to contain herself any longer, spoke up. Enough. I don't understand. How can you sit here so calmly and drink tea? Master, why are you so relaxed? Those people from the Tang family are clearly up to something. She paused as Yi Tian placed his teacup back on the table. Why aren't we going after them to settle the score? Why are we drinking tea here instead? Yi Tian gave a wry smile. Settle the score? We've already injured Tang Shui. Who's settling the score with whom? Shang Qingqing, struck speechless, fell silent. Yi Tian continued, looking at them. I'm now the Martial Arts Alliance leader of Hua Nation. I can't just barge in. We need solid evidence, a legitimate reason to act. That's why I asked a few brothers from the Jinlong gang for help. Just then, 3 figures appeared using teleportation. We're here, Yi Tian said cheerfully. One of them spoke respectfully. Grandmaster Yi, we've successfully completed the task you entrusted to us. Yi Tian nodded, prompting him to continue. The person actually in control of the Tang family is now Tang Chifeng. A simple diagram was sketched out. Tang Chifeng was originally just a distant relative of the Tang family, not supposed to be involved in family affairs. But this man is resourceful. He actually managed to eliminate many of the Tang family's external enemies. His reputation grew, gradually transforming into burning ambition. He began to covet the position of family head. Yi wanted to know more. So, what's his strength like? Ma Fei Guang lowered his head. Rumor has it he once fought one of the 8 young masters of the capital to a draw. Hong Linger chimed in, eyes closed. Those insignificant weeds are not worth mentioning before master. Ma Fei Guang turned to her. In short, Tang Qifeng now controls most of the Tang family's manpower and assets. He scratched his head. There's just one thing we don't know. His motive for impersonating Lang Tianmin. Yi Tian crossed his arms, understanding dawning on him. He wants to attract my attention. It seems a battle is imminent. Hong Linger and Shang Qingqing stood up and bowed. We are at your command, master. Yi Tian was very pleased with their display of loyalty. Good. Then, Shang Qingqing, you will accompany me this time. He thought to himself, she's definitely eager to participate. It's time to see the results of her training. Shang Qingqing jumped with joy. Yes. The other person was filled with disappointment, only able to stand silently to the side. Yi Tian spoke up again. Hong Linger, don't be so quick to lose heart. I also have a task for you. At the main gate leading out to the grand courtyard, Tang Qifeng had been waiting for some time. Yi Tian and Shang Qingqing also arrived. Tang Qifeng laughed heartily and said to them, Welcome, Alliance Leader Yi, to grace us with your presence. I've been waiting for a long time. Yi Tian nodded. What a coincidence. I've also been wanting to talk to you. Yi Tian didn't forget the formalities. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Tang Qifeng. I've heard so much about you. He replied, The pleasure is all mine. I've also heard a great deal about you. Turning 90 degrees, Tang Qifeng extended his hand. You're too kind, Alliance Leader Yi. Since you've graced us with your presence, please come inside and have a seat. Yi Tian walked straight forward. Then I'll impose on your hospitality. Tang Qifeng followed behind him, thinking smugly, Come on in, Yi Tian. You can put on your act, but it will only last for now. They entered the Tang family's reception room. Yi Tian entered first and said to him, It's been a while. I didn't expect the Tang family residence to be even more imposing now. A remarkably nimble sword emerged from within him. Wait a moment, I sense some delicious treats nearby. Tang Qifeng was startled. A spirit sword? Where was it hiding before? The spirit sword sniffed around for a moment, finally exclaiming, Ooh, there's something over there. It was a collection of various weapons, knives, hammers, axes, swords, and so on. The spirit sword rushed forward. What a waste to leave these here. Well then, I won't stand on ceremony. Shang Qingqing, following behind, cursed inwardly. So he's hiding so much energy in the reception room. This Tang Qifeng is definitely up to something. Yi Tian chuckled and turned back to Tang Qifeng. I didn't expect Mr. Tang to have such a hobby. Displaying magical artifacts in the reception room. How elegant. Tang Qifeng gave a perfunctory nod. Just some trivial toys. I'm afraid they're an embarrassment before Alliance Leader Yi. He thought to himself, as expected, this little trick won't work on him. Yi Tian leisurely sat down on the sofa, crossing his legs. Let's sit down and talk. Do you know where Tang Shui is now? Tang Qifeng brought him a cup of steaming hot tea. Tang Shui should be recuperating in the inner chambers. Do you wish to see her? He wondered why Yi Tian had no reaction to the previous incident. Yi Tian shrugged, I've already anticipated everything. I'm not the main player in this visit. I just need to keep your attention focused on me. Outside, Hong Linger climbed a tall tree to observe the situation. Fascinating, just like Master said. Flying from one tree to another, she couldn't help but marvel. The Tang residence guards are nowhere to be seen. The area around the courtyard is empty. It won't be easy to infiltrate. This is the first real mission Master has given me. I can't let her down. Standing before the wide, open path, she thought about how to find Tang Shui's location. Hong Linger accidentally stepped on a cat's tail, causing it to yowl loudly, creating a commotion. Oh no, have I been discovered? I need to get out of here. While running away, not paying attention, she collided with someone and tumbled to the ground. The other person wasn't much better off, dazed from the impact. Hong Linger recognized her and asked, Are you Tang Shui? Yi Tian sat talking with Tang Qifeng in the living room, but they were being watched from somewhere else through a large screen. Chiu Han Tian looked over and asked, Is this Yi Tian? The bespectacled man beside him replied, yes. Rumor has it he's the one who killed Zhang Yang and Wang Haoan. Chiohan Tian switched off the screen with a look of disdain. Oh, it's him. He really does look like an insipid man. The man continued, but his strength is undeniable. At this moment, through the surveillance screen, he noticed Hong Linger sneaking into the villa. Chiohan Tian let out a few cold laughs that it seems a little bug has crawled in on this side too. The man beside him asked, should we inform Tang Chiefeng? Looking at the girl on the screen, he replied, no need. Let's see if things get more interesting here. Hong Linger put her hands on her hips and asked, why are you here? She reassured herself internally, stay calm. She's not Tang Shui. She's the woman who challenged us in West King City. Lang Shui stroked the small cat at her feet and hissed, stop scaring it. Do you think things aren't chaotic enough already? Hong Linger didn't let up. She continued to press. Tell me honestly, what are you doing here? Lang Shui replied without hesitation, why? I've been here for a long time. Then, pointing directly at Hong Linger's chest, she said, I should be asking you why you're sneaking around here. Aren't you Yi Tian's woman? Hong Linger brushed her hand away. Don't talk nonsense. Master Yi Tian told me to infiltrate this place. Lang Shui, seizing the opportunity, asked triumphantly, oh, Yi Tian sent you? Interesting. Yi Tian wouldn't send a young miss like you on a mission alone. So, he's here at the Tang residence today too, isn't he? Lang Shui pressed closer to Hong Linger as she spoke. That he's here because Tang Shui looks like me, right? So your mission is to find her location. Am I right? Dizzy and disoriented by the barrage of questions, Hong Linger thought, Master, this woman seems really difficult to deal with. The cat, taking advantage of the argument, slipped away. Hong Linger quickly chased after it. Don't run. Looking at the foolish woman in front of her, Lang Shui asked, bewildered, why do you need that cat? Hong Linger, having accomplished nothing so far, now blurted out what she knew to her enemy, that I can sense a bit of Tang Shui's aura on it. It might be a clue. Lang Shui quickly ran after her. That's so? Then we can't let it get away. As she ran, she thought to herself, I've been undercover here for days and never noticed anything strange about this cat. But this girl could sense its aura in a month. It seems she's not simple either. Reaching the staircase, the cat suddenly jumped up high. Hong Linger also arrived. It's here. I can feel Tang Shui's aura very close by. Lang Shui exclaimed, as expected, this is the most heavily guarded area in the Tang residence. Since we've come this far, prepare to fight, young miss. Lang Shui stepped closer to the door and asked, she's behind this door, right? Linger replied, yes. Then, Lang Shui kicked the door open, ripping it off its hinges. But the bedroom inside was empty. No one was there. Lang Shui frowned, sensing something amiss. This isn't right. It can't be. Could it be? A dagger-wielding assassin stealthily flew up behind Lang Ni. The moment he attacked, she nimbly blocked the sneak attack. At the same time, two more men advanced towards Lang Shui. She quickly dodged the assassin's swift punch. As expected, these people were lying in wait. They knew we were coming here. The others quickly surrounded Lang Shui. Lang Ni parried the assassin's blade while shouting, don't even think about hurting me. The assassin held his sword to her neck and chuckled. Brother Feng was right. Both of you ladies are top-notch. Lang Ni warily eyed them and asked, are you all Tang Chiefeng subordinates? Nearby, Lang Shui said irritably, isn't that obvious? Ling Tian's sect, you've been played. She then attempted to use her whip-binding BDSM skills. However, unexpectedly, one of them snuck up behind her and tightly choked her. Lang Shui's face flushed red from lack of air. Damn it, this ambusher is persistent. Lang Ni immediately flew over and slashed at the assassin's back. I'm here to help you. The moment Lang Shui was freed, she cried out, careful, behind you. The assassin lunged forward with his sword, aiming to strike Lang Ni. You're still worried about others? Worry about yourself. Just then, a figure strolled into the room and bellowed, stop. Yi Tian, with an air of 3 parts coldness and 7 parts fatherly concern, asked, do you know who I am? The assassins were startled at the sight of him. Yi Tian immediately flew towards the sword-wielding assassin. How dare you attack a disciple of Ling Tian's sect? Pay the price. He struck the assassin with a single palm, sending him flying several meters. He crashed hard against the wall and collapsed to the ground. Tang Chiefeng, witnessing this scene, trembled in fear. Who are you? Yi Tian, with his hands casually in his pockets, smiled and replied, just a passing celestial venerable. Nothing to see here. Earlier, Yi Tian had been discussing the Tang family's recent activities with Chairman Tang. So, that's how it is. I understand. Suddenly, he sensed a strange, spiritual energy. Yi Tian stood up with a serious expression. Chairman Tang, there seems to be a fight nearby. Chairman Tang was surprised and worried. What? A fight? How is that possible? This courtyard is heavily guarded. It could only be near that room. Could it be? As Yi Tian walked towards the door, he reassured him, Chairman Tang, don't worry. I'll go check it out for you. Chairman Tang started to get out of bed, calling out, wait. But Yi Tian vanished the moment he stepped out the door. He immediately took off running at full speed that I couldn't even see which direction Yi Tian went. His speed is terrifying. Chairman Tang reached the room where the fight had taken place. 3 assassins lay unconscious. Only Yi Tian remained standing. As I suspected, it's here. Seeing Chairman Tang arrive, Yi Tian smiled and said, well, Chairman Tang, it seems your security needs some improvement. Chairman Tang angrily shouted, Alliance Leader Yi, why did you attack my Tang family guards? Yi Tian put on an innocent smile and lied. What? Really? I'm so sorry. I saw these 3 with their thuggish aura and thought they were thieves. Lang Ni, standing nearby, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chairman Tang, overwhelmed with anger, pointed at Yi Tian, speechless. Yi Tian continued to tease him that a Tang family disciple should focus more on cultivation. Now, go. Chairman Tang yelled, enough. Stop playing dumb with me. Yi Tian smiled, provoking him. Just a little jab, and you've already dropped the act? Lost your temper, have we? Chairman Tang furiously unleashed his power. Your arrogance ends here. Yi Tian smirked. Tang Chifeng, if you want to amount to anything, you need more tolerance than this. Lang Shui, observing his power, warned Yi Tian, be careful. They planned this. This place is a trap. Yi Tian immediately created a golden barrier, protecting himself and the 2 women. Don't worry. You two, stay close to me. Chairman Tang laughed gloatingly. Why, Yi Tian? You've never seen magic like this before, have you? I meticulously prepared this for you. Yi Tian observed his formation. It seems incredibly complex. Destroying a small part won't stop him from activating it. He looked at the pill in his palm, pondering, if this were before, it might have been troublesome. But now, Chairman Tang laughed triumphantly. Cat got your tongue? Surely the celestial venerable Tang isn't this cowardly. At that moment, Yi Tian popped the pill into his mouth. A flowing light transformed into a mark on his forehead. Though I've witnessed countless mystical arts in my past life, I wouldn't dare claim omniscience. His entire body glowed with golden light. But just because I haven't seen it doesn't mean I can't handle it. After absorbing the energy, Yi Tian pointed directly at Chairman Tang, mocking him. Have you ever heard of overwhelming force breaking all techniques? Chairman Tang laughed heartily. All techniques? I'm more than just a one-trick pony. Inside the Ling Tian Sex Alchemy Room, Yi Tian held the star Jade Jack 97 and asked Dui San, did you refine this pill? Dui San replied, made according to your grandfather's method, right? Yes, but this pill is the strangest one in alchemy. Yi Tian curiously asked, strange? How so? Dui San answered, in the book, the record for this pill is missing a lot of information. I don't even know its name or purpose. However, she continued, the book describes its creation process clearly and completely, as if the author valued it greatly. Looking at the star jade in his hand, Yi Tian asked, Dui San, do you know what this is? Dui San looked at the star jade. I don't know, but I can sense an extremely powerful, volatile energy within it. Yi Tian explained, this is the myriad tribe's auspicious sign of heaven and earth's primordial soul, the 9 heavens divine stone, the purest and most powerful stone in this world. Dui San added, this legendary artifact isn't something we'd easily encounter. Even after millennia, one might not have the fortune to witness its appearance. Yi Tian frowned, but I just sensed a similar aura within that pill. Dui San gasped in surprise. How is that possible? I only followed the instructions in the book. Yi Tian recalled Yi Ling Xiao. Indeed, how is it possible? Grandfather, how many secrets are you still hiding from me? On the other side, Chairman Tang laughed maniacally. He slammed his hand onto the ground. Why, Yi Tian, try this. The ground formation sprouted 2 tentacles, seizing Yi Tian and hoisting him into the air. Then Chairman Tang took a running leap, jumping amidst the encircling darkness. He focused his power into a punch aimed at Yi Tian. Yi Tian didn't even try to dodge. So, the spirit binding technique has taken effect. A magical formation appeared at the point of impact. Yi Tian smiled calmly. That it seems your magic is weak, but it can increase in power with continuous attacks. He continued to observe while enduring Chairman Tang's attacks. The Nine Heavens Divine Stone. The reason it could become the treasure of the myriad tribes is because of its unique ability. Chairman Tang, after attacking repeatedly, finally realized the problem. Something's not right. He quickly retreated away from Yi Tian. Yi Tian crossed his arms and asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" Not continuing, Chairman Tang furrowed his brow and questioned, "I clearly hit you. What trickery did you use after I launched my attack?" Yi Tian frowned slightly, his smile turning a bit malicious. "Aha, your magic did indeed take effect. However, I possess a stronger power within me, nullifying its effects." Chairman Tang shouted in disbelief, "Impossible. My magic directly attacks the internal organs. The more power you exert, the weaker you should become." Yi Tian calmly replied, "But I haven't exerted any power." Golden light swirled around him like a tornado, severing the vines that bound him. "My own cultivation method is my defense." He waved his hand, and the golden light shattered the opponent's formation. "It seems you've prepared many spells around here. Too bad. I'll destroy them all." Chairman Tang blurted out in a panic, "Wait, stop." Suddenly, Yi Tian's eyebrows knitted together. The image of Chairman Tang before him blurred, as if he had severe nearsightedness. That what's happening? Reality is being distorted. Lang Ni and Lang Shui were also affected, staggering. "Master, what's going on? I'm so dizzy." "No, this isn't right. This is a side effect of a dispelled mystic art." Yi Tian closed one eye, thinking. The Nine Heavens divine power countered some kind of mystic art, causing reality to restructure before our eyes. He suddenly saw Tang Qifeng running towards him. Tang Qifeng is charging over. Damn it, my vision is still blurry. Yi Tian focused his mind that I can't be careless. I can't show any weakness. He then threw a punch, but Tang Qifeng flew backwards. Yi Tian, puzzled by his actions, muttered, He furrowed his brow and said, "There's a high-level mystic art at play that even I didn't detect. He's definitely hiding something strange." Lang Shui wondered, why did he suddenly run toward the bed? Lang Ni exclaimed, "Wait, the bed. There seems to be someone on the bed." Indeed, a lump was visible on the bed. The real Tang Shui lay there, unconscious and in pain. "Tang Shui," Lang Ni said. "While we were fighting, Tang Shui was actually here all along." Yi Tian pointed directly at Tang Qifeng and demanded, "Tang Qifeng, you better give me an explanation." Tang Qifeng retorted, "You barged in here without a word, and you have the nerve to question me." Yi Tian said, "Wasn't it you who deliberately set a trap here, then used Tang Shui's aura to lure Lang Ni over?" Tang Qifeng scoffed, "I prepared hundreds of traps for you, but Tang Shui, I didn't think you'd discover her." Yi Tian asked, "Now you're pretending to protect Tang Shui? Then tell me, what's wrong with her body?" Tang Qifeng, enraged, yelled, "What? Tang Shui being injured is a good thing? You Lang Tian's sect disciples did this." Yi Tian's expression was grave. An icy aura enveloped him. This isn't an injury Shang Qingqing could inflict. Hearing this, Tang Qifeng turned to look at Tang Shui on the bed. Seeing the black, foul energy rising from her body, he stammered, How is this possible? Clearly, she shouldn't be." Yi Tian thought to himself, judging by her condition, the person who attacked Tang Shui. Could it be him? He said, "Besides you, who else has been in contact with Tang Shui?" Tang Qifeng pursed his lips, furrowed his brows, and pondered for a long while. Suddenly, a voice rang out, answering in his stead, "It was me." Both Tang Qifeng and Lang Ni gasped in astonishment. A man strolled in casually. Chiu Hantian entered, offering a smirk in lieu of a greeting. He declared, "I placed a curse on Miss Tang of my own volition. I ask for your understanding." Tang Qifeng asked in astonishment, "Young Master Chiu, why? You clearly said you wanted to cure Tang Shui." Hantian smirked and replied, "Did I? I only said I would help you. You misinterpreted my meaning." A malicious glint flashed in his eyes. In my opinion, Miss Tang in this state is more suitable as a hostage to use against Yi Tian." Tang Qifeng pointed at him and cursed, "Chiu Hantian, if anything happens to Tang Shui, you and I are finished." Hantian continued to smile leisurely. "Apologies, you're already useless. Kindly leave the stage." Flashback to the previous life. Yi Tian, weapon in hand, angrily roared, Wang Haoan, you fiend. Today, I will end you. Haoan laughed loudly, as if hearing a joke. Ha! Try if you can. Yi Tian, enraged, raised his sword and charged towards him. Don't be arrogant. He suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Haoan grabbed Tang Shui by the neck, suspending her in midair. He taunted, I'm not all right. Then look who this is. Yi Tian urgently shouted, Tang Shui, don't be afraid. I'm coming to save you. But Haoan didn't give him the chance. He tightened his grip on Tang Shui's neck. Haha, you can't save anyone. Yi Tian desperately rushed to save her, yelling no. But Tang Shui had already been strangled to death, collapsing limply to the ground. In a flashback, back to reality, Han Tian looked towards Yi Tian. Han Tian emphasized, I intentionally came here to watch over Miss Tang, specifically to meet the renowned Mr. Yi Tian. Yi Tian frowned, staring at him. Indeed, I was previously puzzled. Why did these people suddenly appear in this life? He watched as Han Tian's underlings lit his cigarette. What they're doing is exactly the same as what Wang Haoan did in my past life. Yi Tian said sternly, putting Tang Shui in danger again. He pointed his sword directly at him. That it seems that no matter the lifetime, I'm destined for this tribulation. Han Tian continued to smoke leisurely. Mr. Yi Tian finally decided to join the fight. Tang Chiefing charged towards him, shouting furiously, don't underestimate me. But he was repelled by Han Tian's bodyguard, sent flying backward. Tang Chiefing landed hard on his backside. He struggled to get up, groaning, damn it, this isn't over. The bodyguard waited until he was right in front of him, startling Chiefing. The bodyguard's master arrogantly declared, with me here, don't even think about disturbing the young master's enjoyment. Yi Tian observed silently. Such speed. His steward is no ordinary person either. Lang Ni and Lang Shui immediately took up fighting stances. Master, I'll help you capture him. He's the one behind all this. Lang Shui exclaimed, wrong. In war, you must capture the king first. Han Tian glanced at the two women and complimented, not bad form. Such beautiful ladies. I can't bring myself to harm you. Provoked, Lang Ni lunged at him. You smooth talker. Taste my fury. Yi Tian quickly intervened. Wait. Han Tian suddenly swung his cigarette, producing a billowing white smoke that engulfed Lang Ni. In the blink of an eye, she vanished within the smoke. Lang Shui gasped in disbelief. Hong Lang Ni disappeared. Han Tian smirked arrogantly. This is a battlefield meticulously arranged by me, specifically for an exchange with Mr. Yi. But he's surrounded by swirling white smoke. Fragile women are like ants. There's no need for them to blindly participate. Lang Shui spat. Another bastard who looks down on women. Yi Tian thought to himself, how did he make Hong Lang Ni disappear? What is that smoke? He observed carefully. The white smoke Han Tian just released. I need to test it. Yi Tian stealthily moved behind Han Tian, intending a sneak attack. Han Tian didn't even flinch. Immediately, Yi Tian's sword was enveloped by the white smoke, and then it vanished without a trace. It's dark. Where am I? Han Tian chuckled, praising excellent movement. My eyes almost couldn't keep up with your speed. Yi Tian summoned his sword back, shouting, stop pretending. He jumped back, cautiously thinking, it's probably as I suspected. I just need to confirm it one more time. Yi Tian then whispered to Lang Shui. She nodded in understanding. Han Tian pointed at them condescendingly, whispering on the battlefield, how unrefined, Mr. Yi. Yi Tian ignored him and tossed his sword into the air. Refined, you say? From the single sword, countless illusory copies materialized. With a confident smirk, Yi Tian flicked his hand downwards. Then try maintaining your refinement under my swords. The countless swords flew towards Han Tian like a swarm of angry bees. The white smoke immediately billowed forth, shielding Han Tian. He glanced sideways, smirking, so that's how it is. He grabbed Lang Shui's whip as she attempted a sneak attack. You were spotted that quickly? Yi Tian retrieved his sword, stating seriously, child's play. Your smoke is nothing more than a distraction. Then, Lang Ni reappeared from the smoke. Impressive trick, Yi Tian coldly analyzed. Your true power is spatial magic hidden within the smoke. But your reaction time is too slow, so you can only rely on automatic detection, attack, and activation. An ordinary whip without spiritual power was able to break through your defense. Yi Tian grinned, ready to attack. Now, let's see if your smoke is faster or my sword. Han Tian laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. As expected, you can't hide it anymore. He placed a hand on his chest and began to speak seriously. Mr. You're right. I am but a frail magic user. Suddenly, a malicious grin spread across his face. So, under normal circumstances, Han Tian's bodyguards charge the front lines. They clash with Yi Tian. I'm not the one responsible for fighting on the front lines. Yi Tian blocked his thunderous punch with his sword. Lang Shui looked around anxiously. The butler is back. Then where's Tang Qifeng? She asked worriedly. She saw Qifeng injured and unconscious, slumped on the ground. From behind, Han Tian ordered his bodyguard go. Mr. Yi, you can't get any closer to me now. Han Tian looked towards the slumped Qifeng. He had thought that Tang Qifeng could at least inflict some damage on Yi Tian. Angrily, he thought, unexpectedly, he was useless. He even tried to turn on me. Then he cursed Qifeng waste. In the end, he's just waste. Han Tian turned back to watch the fight between his bodyguard and Yi Tian. Looks like I have to rely on myself after all. Yi Tian suddenly leaped forward, directly attacking him, taking Han Tian by surprise. Han Tian hurriedly retreated, dodging Yi Tian's attack. Manipulating the white smoke, he thought, that was close. His speed just now was faster than before. Looking at the smoke, Yi Tian spat and said, this smoke is really annoying. Suddenly, a hand clamped down on his shoulder. The bodyguard, holding him firmly, angrily warned, stay away from the young master. He then effortlessly threw Yi Tian a considerable distance. Yi Tian landed and regained his balance. This guy's strength is incredible. He actually managed to throw me so far. The bodyguard didn't hesitate, launching a kick aimed at Yi Tian's head. Yi Tian swayed, dodging the attack. The bodyguard's kick landed squarely on the wall. Yi Tian looked at the dent the bodyguard's kick had left. It's been a long time since I've seen such a brute force attack. He then looked at the airborne bodyguard and taunted. In that case, let's have a contest of strength. The two clashed, exchanging blows. The bodyguard felt his hand tremble from the impact. Yi Tian grinned and said, what's wrong? Weren't you full of energy just now? Lang Shui seized the opportunity and lashed her whip towards the bodyguard. Why, Yi Tian, I'm here to help you. Facing a 2-on-1 attack, the bodyguard's voice trembled with determination. I must protect the young master. With that, he furiously transformed, his muscles bulging. His clothes ripped, and white smoke billowed from his body. Witnessing this, Yi Tian couldn't help but offer a compliment. Impressive. The two then continued their exchange of thunderous blows. Yi Tian furrowed his brow slightly, thinking to himself, so he achieved strength through sheer willpower. It's a very practical and effective technique. He leaped high into the air. Enough of this childish fist fight. But that's all you've got. Descending, Yi Tian landed a powerful kick on the bodyguard's back. With his hands casually in his pockets, Yi Tian calmly observed the defeated bodyguard. Strength without reason is not true fighting power. Han Tian, seeing his bodyguard's defeat, smiled and sighed. Just then, someone grabbed Yi Tian's ankle. The bodyguard lifted his head and laughed savagely and triumphantly. Seeing this, Yi Tian thrust his sword deep into the bodyguard's outstretched arm. Seeing the bodyguard still enduring the attack, Yi Tian jumped high. He still won't let go. Han Tian leisurely smoked a cigarette and casually remarked, Mr. Yi, don't underestimate service industry personnel. Han Tian's white smoke continued to assault Yi Tian. Yi Tian thought to himself, that show isn't just watching the show anymore. They're planning to end this fight. Thinking this, he decisively slashed off the bodyguard's arm. Then he swung his sword at the white smoke. That I won't let you have your way. A puzzled expression crossed his face. What's going on? Injured so severely, yet he's still laughing. Doesn't he feel pain? The bodyguard clutched his severed arm, his whole body trembling as if with a fever, but he still managed to stand up. Han Tian commented calmly, it seems you've figured it out. Defeating him won't be that easy. In this state, all pain transforms into pleasure. The bodyguard used his remaining hand to parry Yi Tian's sword. The more he was injured, the more fervent his emotions became. He directly grabbed the blade of Yi Tian's sword with his bare hand. Yi Tian frowned, thinking, what kind of evil technique is this? Do I have to use my sword to make him explode into nothingness? He glanced at Tang Shui on the bed. No, the attack range is too wide. It could affect Tang Shui. Han Tian's white smoke took advantage of the opportunity, preparing to envelop Yi Tian. Angered, Yi Tian swung his sword in a circle, scattering both the bodyguard and the white smoke. Don't even think about it. Lang Shui wrapped her whip tightly around the bodyguard's neck. She shouted to Yi Tian, I'll deal with this lunatic. You go after the smoke guy. The bodyguard stared fixedly at her. Don't get in my way. Lang Shui sternly replied, Dream on. You dare to break my whip earlier. We have to settle this score. Han Tian angrily pointed a cigarette at her. Woman, get out of here. You have no place interfering in this. Immediately afterward, the white smoke surged towards Lang Shui. A sword flash, swift as lightning, arrived. The shining sword strike dispersed the white smoke, successfully protecting Lang Shui. Yi Tian said scornfully, attacking a woman isn't very gentlemanly, is it? Haha, your tattered smoke is useless against my myriad manifestations' power. Han Tian frowned angrily. Mr. Yi, you're even more boring than I imagined. Yi Tian lunged at him, sword slashing, while engaging in verbal sparring. Unfortunately, whether I'm boring or not, that I don't care about a weakling's opinion of me. He smiled, and then Yi Tian lowered his sword, preparing to end Han Tian's life. With a flourish, he swung his sword horizontally across Han Tian's body. After Han Tian collapsed to the ground, Yi Tian dusted himself off. The play's over. Seeing this, the bodyguard's eyes widened in horror. Young master, he cried. He furiously charged towards Yi Tian, roaring madly. Yi Tian said, Oh, almost forgot about you. He thrust his sword at the bodyguard. Then you can join your master. Lang Shui sulked, annoyed at Yi Tian. You stole my kill. I was about to finish him off. Yi Tian shrugged casually. Then you'll have to be quicker next time. Then he approached the bed where the beauty lay sleeping. Tang Shui, in this life, I finally succeeded in protecting you. He gently reached out towards a girl and called, Tang Shui. But a barrier prevented him from touching her face. Yi Tian quickly withdrew his hand. What's going on? Something is still trapping Tang Shui. He looked at the white smoke. Looking closely, the smoke wasn't disappearing. It seems the enemy hasn't been defeated yet. He pointed his sword towards Han Tian and threatened, What other tricks do you have? Han Tian's corpse emitted an unusually large amount of smoke. The smoke spoke in a human voice. Mr. Yi Tian, it seems in a direct confrontation, I'm truly no match for you. It gradually coalesced into the shape of An. It seems I can only resort to some ungentlemanly tactics. Besides Tang Shui, I'll take your female disciple as a hostage as well. Yi Tian feigned surprise. You mean Hong Ling? The smoke man said, That's right. After she was caught by my smoke, she fell into a spatial prison. The smoke man laughed threateningly. If you defeat me here, she will also disappear along with my space, her soul scattered and destroyed. Linger suddenly appeared, looking at him with disdain. Who are you saying will disappear? You're the one who should disappear. The smoke dispersed before Linger could touch it. Impossible. How did you escape my spatial prison? Linger jumped towards Tian. It seems without Master's potent myriad manifestation power, I still can't directly attack this smoke. Yi Tian's Yi sword said word check ly. Clearly, it's my myriad manifestation power. Yi Tian looked at Han Tian's smoke form. You think you're the only one who knows spatial magic? Linger said proudly, That prison you're so proud of, you can break it just by covering it with stronger spatial magic. The smoke man fumed. Are you kidding me? It's that simple. Yi Tian raised his sword. All right, have you had enough fun? Just accept reality already. He swung his sword, a beam of light flying straight towards the smoke man. Looking down on Lang Tian's sect disciples comes at a steep price. The sword strike caused the smoke man to dissipate like a bubble. Linger pointed at a wisp of smoke, trying to escape. Master, he's not finished yet. He's trying to run that way. Chi Feng struggled to warn, Don't let him escape. We can't let him return to West King City. Yi Tian chuckled, looking at the smoke with disdain. So you're still alive. Lang Shui volunteered that I'll catch him. In his current state, any attack can destroy him. Yi Tian crossed his arms and laughed casually that it's all right. He can't escape. The white smoke fled, gloating that you're all too cautious. Huh, we'll meet again. Immediately after, he was dispersed by a small foot. Shang Qingqing looked at the faint wisp of smoke in confusion, but there's nothing left. Was it just a bug? Yi Tian asked her. Shang Qingqing, have you completed all the tasks I gave you? Shang Qingqing clasped her hands together and smiled brightly. Yes, Master, I've successfully completed all the tasks you entrusted to me. Yi Tian patted her head, praising her. Well done. You've worked hard. Ling Er pouted jealously that what's so great about her little task. I fought alongside Master too. Praise me as well. Shang Qingqing retorted angrily. Hold on, what do you mean little task? She said angrily, I was out there all alone, holding back all those incoming rabble-rousers. Chi Feng was startled by this and thought, no wonder the messages we sent to the other families have been delayed with no response. He rubbed his head, pondering. The elites of the great families were held back by a young girl like that. Lang Tian's sect is truly unfathomable. Chi Feng watched the trio. Yi Tian smiled kindly as he watched the two girls bicker. Suddenly, a voice startled Yi Tian. Why? Yi Tian. Tang Shui sat up, rubbing her eyes sleepily. When did you get here? Yi Tian quickly replied, Tang Shui, you're awake. That's wonderful. That bastard's curse is finally broken. He took her hand and asked solicitously, are you feeling any discomfort? Tang Shui replied, no, just a little dizzy. Yi Tian's face darkened as he remembered Han Tian killing Tang Shui in a previous life. Tang Shui mumbled shyly, I feel like I've been asleep for a very, very long time. Yi Tian's eyes welled up with tears. That's good. He embraced her small frame. Finally, I did it. Seeing him like this, Tang Shui asked curiously, huh? What, Yi Tian? Just then, Chi Feng coughed, reminding them of his presence. Both Yi Tian and Tang Shui were embarrassed and quickly separated. Chi Feng said seriously, though I don't want to admit it, I'm completely convinced of my defeat, Yi Tian. He offered information as a gesture of goodwill from the defeated. Let me tell you something interesting. Your danger is far from over. It's only just ended at the exit of the main hall. Mr. Tang said joyfully, Tang Shui, you're finally awake. Tang Shui was comforted by her father holding her hand. Yes, father. I'm sorry for worrying you. Yi Tian, Tang Shui, and Chi Feng all watched the touching reunion between father and daughter. Yi Tian realized, so that's it. You knew there would be a fierce battle today, so you had everyone from the Tang family hide. Chi Feng crossed his arms and replied, I didn't want to involve my clan. Shang Qingqing looked at him and commented, despite your roguish appearance, you're quite loyal. Being praised, Chi Feng blushed with embarrassment. It's the quality a future head of the Tang family should have. Mr. Tang interrupted him, shouting, after such a huge incident, Tang Chi Feng, you still expect to be the head of the family? He said angrily, arrogant and domineering, making enemies everywhere, even bringing a wolf into the house and injuring Tang Shui. Your crimes are enough to get you expelled from the family. Chi Feng bowed his head low, showing deep remorse. Yes, I understand my mistake. Tang Shui went to her father's side and called out, Father. Mr. Tang turned and praised Yi Tian. Fortunately, we had Alliance leader Ye's help this time, so the Tang family's losses weren't too great. Then he turned back to criticize Chi Feng that I will be lenient. You are sentenced to 3 years of solitary cultivation within the inner sect. Seeing Chi Feng's silence, Yi Tian chuckled. Taking some time to hone your character might not be a bad thing. Chi Feng understood and bowed his head sincerely. Yes, I accept my punishment. Then Yi Tian made his request. All right, now it's just you. You should tell us what you know and then leave. Chi Feng replied with a serious face. Alliance leader Yi single-handedly killed 3 great minor realm experts. So, the remaining young masters and the forces behind them won't stay idle anymore. He took out a map. I guess Qiu Hantian's death will become the fuse, leading to a war over the Sword Mystic Realm. Yi Tian exclaimed in surprise. The profound Emperor map? Why does everyone have a piece of it? Langni rubbed her chin thoughtfully and said, I understand what you mean. Once the fighting starts, Chi Feng said to everyone in the room, Alliance leader Yi will become the first target of elimination. Before, the Martial Arts Alliance, formed by the major sects and the various urban forces, was independent. But now, with Alliance leader Yi making such a big move, it will undoubtedly be seen as a declaration of war against the 4 great realms. Yi Tian shrugged indifferently and said, "A declaration of war? I'm just clearing the trash and rubble from my path of cultivation." Shang Qingqing carefully observed the map. Why is this mystic realm so attractive? It's not just because it can produce heavenly treasures, right? Correct, Chi Feng replied. This is the key point I want to talk about. This mystic realm seems to be able to allow people to travel back to the past. His answer caught Yi Tian's attention. He laughed loudly as if he had heard something ridiculous, making everyone around him feel uneasy. Da ha 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 ha. Yi Tian had found a new purpose and changed his plan that we must enter this mystic realm before everyone else. Inside the Lang Tian sect, Du San sat alone on the floor, reading a book. She looked worriedly into the void. I wonder how Yi Tian and the others are doing. Shang Qingqing rushed in and shouted, Du San, we're back. Du San happily greeted Shang Qingqing. You completed the mission successfully? Tang Shui looked around excitedly to S.O. This is the Lang Tian sect. Du San looked at her in awe, thinking, so she's Tang Shui. Yi Tian mentioned her. She really is beautiful. Yi Tian asked about Du San's situation. Is Yuner still studying alchemy? You should take a break sometimes too. Tang Shui greeted her. You're Du San, right? Du San replied, yes, I am. Tang Shui smiled, brighter than the sun. Yi Tian came to save me this time. Thanks to your medicine, it was a great help. She held Du San's hand sincerely and said, thank you so much. Du San replied shyly, you're welcome. It was mainly Yi Tian's grandfather's knowledge that was so helpful. I was just copying what he did. Yi Tian watched the two women's affectionate exchange and thought to himself, bringing Tang Shui to the Lang Tian sect was the right decision. With the current chaos, it's safer for her to stay here. Then he said to Du San, that alchemy book isn't something ordinary people can cultivate. Your contribution this time wasn't small. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, however, I'm really puzzled about my grandfather. Why did he leave behind such a powerful manual? He thought to himself, my grandfather's remnant soul said that the Yi family was just a declining clan guarding the sword spirit. But is that really the case? I must use this mystic realm to explore the past. What secrets does the Yi family ancestor hold? His thoughts astonished the three girls, leaving them speechless. Du San curiously asked about the mystic realm, wondering how one could enter. Shang Qingqing, looking at the map, remarked that even the Xianhuang diagram only showed a general area. It roughly lacked the mystic realm's specific location. Tang Shui curiously asked if this wasn't Chi Feng's map and why Yi Tian had it. Yi Tian exasperatedly replied that she had insisted on giving it to him. Then, with a serious expression, he coughed a few times and said, I've said it many times that Xianhuang diagram is fake. It's definitely useless. He smiled and gave his instructions that, our first step is to get our hands on the real Xianhuang diagram. Outside the western city of Xijing, Yi Tian's group had teleported to this location that we're here. This is the Tianji Agency. Shang Qingqing spoke worriedly. Master, you just said this Tianji Agency is the most magnificent and mysterious treasure house in Hua country. She looked at the tiny building below, but this place is just a small, rundown park. It's practically abandoned. Yi Tian instructed Shang Qingqing. You're jumping to conclusions again. I've said before, you can't just look at the outward appearance of things. Du San suddenly pointed downwards. Why, Yi Tian, there seems to be something inside that bronze armor below. The figures, automatically crafted from talismans and stone, came into view. Yi Tian laughed excitedly. Ha ha. It seems someone has already made preparations. They're welcoming us. Shang Qingqing immediately volunteered, just some puppet mechanisms. Master, watch me take care of them for you. Yi Tian stopped her to, let me handle this. The stone figures issued a warning in a monotone voice. Unauthorized personnel, keep out. Unauthorized personnel, keep out. Yi Tian drew his sword and said with a smile, since I've come to visit, I'll express my sincerity by taking action myself. The figures immediately lunged at him. Unauthorized personnel, keep out. In his previous life, Yi Tian had been beaten to a pulp. He was knocked to the ground with a single punch from a figure. Yi Tian lay sprawled pathetically on the ground, groaning and coughing. A mysterious old man emerged from the bushes. Young man, is your name Yi Tian? Yi Tian struggled to his feet, stubbornly saying, Not yet finished. The old man placed a hand on the figure's shoulder and said to Yi Tian, so young. strong, yet able to injure and disable one of the Tianji agency's mechanical guards. You're quite capable. Then the old man turned and left as mysteriously as he had arrived. I will refine these guards to be even stronger. Come again if you have the chance. The flashback ended. The present Yi Tian smirked. Humph, let's see how strong they are now. As the figure charged, he swiftly sliced it in half. Yi Tian easily dodged its lightning-fast punch. Your movements are quite a bit faster too. After a bit of playful fighting, Yi Tian became serious. Alright, this isn't fun anymore. He teleported past two figures. His movements were so fast that the figures shattered before they could react. Shang Qingqing and Du San cheered like excited fans. Alright, as expected, Yi Tian takes care of things effortlessly. Yi Tian ran straight to the front of the Tianji agency building. He clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully. Lang Tian Sex Yi Tian requests an audience with the owner of the Tianji agency. The door opened, and a voice echoed from within. Enter, young friend. Qingqing closely followed Yi Tian inside. It was so dark inside that they couldn't see anything. Suddenly, a yin-yang formation appeared beneath their feet. Qingqing immediately became alert. Weren't we just in a wooden room? How can there be such a large space? An old man sat cross-legged nearby. He cheerfully called out to Yi Tian, "Little brother Yi Tian, over here. I've been waiting for a long time." Yi Tian looked at him and asked, "Are you the owner?" The old man replied, "Indeed. This is the second time we've met, right?" Hearing this, Yi Tian smirked. Then he swung his sword towards the old man. "Owner, my apologies." Yi Tian's sword descended. The owner's seat was instantly destroyed with a crash. Qingqing's face was filled with bewilderment. Why did you attack? The owner is still completely fine. The owner had only lost his hat, torn his clothes, and suffered a minor scratch. Yi Tian said with annoyance, "As I thought, you're just a puppet owner." The puppet owner brushed off the torn piece of clothing on his shoulder. "Don't be so harsh. This body is already a highly refined Dharma body. I know you've come for the Xianhuang diagram, so I prepared a few small tests." Yi Tian slowly said, "It wasn't you who did it." Qingqing asked, hands on her hips, "Those little puppets were also a test?" They were destroyed in seconds. The puppet owner let out a cruel chuckle. "I suppose so. Therefore, little brother Yi Tian, today you still need to pass another test." Yi Tian then asked, "Can't you just give me the Xianhuang diagram directly? It's truly very important to me." The owner replied, "Whether I give it or not isn't up to me. This is the Xianhuang diagram's test for its future owner." The talisman in the middle of the owner's chest suddenly shone brightly. Golden light. Yi Tian was startled. What? After a while, the golden light gradually faded. Before him and the owner was a door engraved with strange characters. The words on the door read, "Originally pure, why become? Using 4 non-existent things. Why the number of deficiencies?" Yi Tian curiously asked the owner, "What is this? Is this the test?" The owner shrugged. "This is the question the Xianhuang diagram is asking you. It's basically asking what you want, what you lack in your heart. Think carefully and give your answer. Then push the door open and enter." Yi Tian followed the instructions and touched the words on the door. He closed his eyes and focused. What do I need? What do I lack? Why am I here? Isn't this very simple? Memorable images from the recent past flashed through his mind. What I've always pursued is the power to protect those I love. Yi Tian clenched his fists and declared resolutely, "But it's still not enough. I still need to be stronger. Only by becoming stronger can I shoulder the responsibilities of this life." Then, with a single hand, he pushed open the gate before him. That's right. I need to reach a higher level. A flash of light engulfed Yi Tian's entire body. A few minutes later, Yi Tian, with his eyes tightly closed, lay alone in the middle of a primeval forest. After a while, he hazily woke up and looked around. Where is this place? He wondered to himself, is the Xianhuang diagram's test over? Yi Tian sensed the surrounding area. In the distance, there was a fighting aura. It seemed to be demonic qi from the Ghost King clan. There are still remnants causing trouble. Du San and Qingqing watched Yi Tian running around like a startled puppy. They asked each other, "Why are we here?" The puppet owner smiled and replied, "The trial is only for the young brother. So, we can stay by the side and watch. However, we cannot interfere with this world." He chuckled that it seems the Xianhuang diagram doesn't like his answer. Hiv. This trial has only just begun. Yi Tian ran back and forth. The aura of the Devil Kings was everywhere. It seemed there were quite a few of them. A pitch-black devil, as thick as a burning pillar, jumped out from the bushes. Wah ha ha ha. Caught another one. Yi Tian habitually reached for his divine sword. Humph. Let's start with one to warm up. But finding no sword, he panicked at where's my bonefish sword? Du-san outside said, I can't even go down there. The puppet owner replied, of course. You have your own spiritual consciousness. Therefore, you cannot participate in the trial. Du-san touched her head, puzzled. Strange. I keep feeling a sense of familiarity with this place. The puppet owner spoke cryptically. Of course you feel familiar. The little black devil swung his sword at Yi Tian. Still a time to be dazed? You're courting death. But his sword couldn't hurt Yi Tian. It can't cut through. With a wave of his hand, Yi Tian sent the devil's sword flying. I can't even be bothered to defend against small fry like you. He looked at his palms. His body and power hadn't changed, but he could clearly sense the presence of the bonefish sword. More strange devils. Where have I been brought to? Suddenly, a cry for help echoed from nearby. Help me. Yi Tian immediately ran towards the sound. What's going on? Reaching another clearing, he looked around but saw no one. Then, a scene unfolded before his eyes that struck him like lightning. Before it was a brutal fight, a massacre between humans and devils. The puppet owner calmly narrated, this is Sword Spirit Mountain, 100 years ago. Yi Tian looked around warily. Where is this place? A devil charged towards him, roaring. Yi Tian used his long, made in China, legs to kick the pathetic devil away. Seeing this, the other devil shouted, hey, there seems to be a really strong one over there. Let's get him. The whole pack then lunged at Yi Tian to gang up on him. Oa. The nearby Taoist priest only saw a flash of light. Yi Tian had finished off the devils in the blink of an eye. What a bunch of low-level devils who don't know their place. Witnessing the scene, the Taoist priest could only gape that, oh my god. He approached Yi Tian and asked, did you take down all these? Yi Tian stared at the Taoist priest, thinking, strange. Why does this person look familiar? After a moment, he remembered with a start. The Taoist priest scratched his head, both embarrassed and impressed at one-hit kills. That's incredible. Yi Tian recalled his grandfather's appearance. I know this person. He's my grandfather. Lang Tian felt a mix of emotions. The man before him introduced himself. I forgot to introduce myself. I am Yiling Xiao, sent here by the head of the family to defend Sword Spirit Mountain. Hearing this, Lang Tian became even more certain. There was no mistaking it. Yiling Xiao was the name of his grandfather. He asked the man, you're from the Yi family, right? Yiling Xiao smiled, that's right. You've probably heard of us. The Yi family has always been a staunch force against the Devil Clan. His eyes filled with determination. He declared, this time, the Yi family has dispatched all of its younger generation disciples to eradicate the remnants of the Devil Clan. Yiling Xiao seemed impressed by Lang Tian's cultivation technique and asked, judging by the technique you use, it seems to originate from Sword Spirit Mountain. May I ask for your honorable name and sect? Lang Tian pondered how best to respond. Even if he said he was the man's future grandson, it would sound too absurd. He quickly made up an excuse. I belong to no sect. I'm just a passerby. You can call me Lang Tian. His grandfather then suggested, Lang Tian, I see the fighting here has concluded. Would you like to join me in dealing with the remaining devil soldiers? Lang Tian immediately agreed that, of course, it's my duty. He was a little surprised, thinking to himself, my grandfather is so eccentric and taciturn in the future. I never knew he was so enthusiastic in his youth. At the Sword Immortal Hall, the Yi family had surrounded the devil soldiers. The three devils, cornered, nervously discussed their situation. The blonde-haired devil anxiously asked, what do we do? Are we the only ones left? The bald devil reassured him, hold on a little longer. Those who infiltrated the hall should be finishing up soon. The silver-haired devil was equally restless. If they don't arrive soon, we're finished. Yiling Xiao pointed his gleaming sword at them and declared, your clansmen have all been killed by humans. Surrender now, and you can die a less painful death. Lang Tian stood there thinking, feeling something wasn't right. He still didn't understand why he was here. Naya Tianji stood outside observing. He remarked, in the Great War 100 years ago, the entire force of Sword Spirit Mountain and the Yi family seemed to have participated. Yongsan looked on with satisfaction. I never thought I'd have the opportunity to witness the fighting style of the sword Immortal predecessors in this lifetime. Meanwhile, Ching had some doubts. Those swordsmen down there are clearly skilled. The devil soldiers are no match for them. So why did the sword Immortal clan fall in the end? Yi Lingxiao charged into the group of devil soldiers, his sword flashing. Mere struggles before death, he declared as he swung at them. The blonde-haired devil quickly blocked the attack, striking back with his spiked club. At this moment, Lang Tian realized something was amiss, that something's not right. They're up to something. He rushed towards the sword Immortal Hall, thinking, I'm sure there's a reason I'm here. There must be a mission. Arriving, he kicked open the doors. This is it. Inside the hall, a two-horned, blonde devil was mercilessly slaughtering people. He was the stinging devil. Seeing Lang Tian, he grinned wickedly. I was planning on taking out a few more before leaving, but I've been discovered so soon. Lang Tian, enraged, his hands ablaze with green flames, prepared to incinerate the devil. Evil devil. Blood for blood. Blood will be paid for with blood. A shadowy figure, wielding a sword, prepared to attack Lang Tian from behind. At this moment, outside, Na Tian's group also answered Tan's question. Tan wondered, because their true enemy wasn't actually the devil clan. Lang Tian sensed something and immediately turned back. In the blink of an eye, he dodged the man's attack. He was actually one of the Yi family. He chuckled, so you dodged it. I clearly didn't reveal my aura. You're not simple, kid. Lang Tian found this man a bit strange and asked, You're not from Sword Spirit Mountain? He denied it, of course not. Sword Spirit Mountain will soon change. His voice was full of contempt. Change? You mean colluding with the devil clan and slaughtering your fellow disciples? The traitor argued, What does an outsider like you understand? Sword Spirit Mountain is rotten to the core. It can't be saved. He criticized his own sect. The entire martial world respects us as a prestigious sect. But those conservative elders, the disciples they teach, are all incompetent. This mountain is full of waste. He viciously kicked his own master's leg. What? The traitor affirmed his viewpoint, but I'm not here to waste time. Greater strength is the only truth a cultivator should pursue. Lang Tian was wary of his every move. An impatient, stinging devil urged him, Stop wasting your breath. Finish him off. Go help those outside. The traitor attacked with his sword, and oh, need to tell me. Lang Tian immediately used the flames in his hand to block the sword. You think just the two of you, one man and one devil, can resist the entire allied force? The stinging devil said sinisterly, Who said there are only two of us? The situation inside was tense, and outside it was no less dramatic. Yi Lingxiao was still fighting the devil soldiers. Ugh. He cried out in pain as someone stabbed him from behind. What? Looking at the disciples turning their swords on him, he couldn't help but be shocked. What's the meaning of this? Outside, the sounds of fighting rang out. Ugh. Arg. Kill. Don't run. He was disappointed. He hadn't expected so many traitors within Sword Spirit Mountain. The traitor continued to criticize. Like I said, those outwardly flashy, complacent fools are the real traitors. Traitors to the martial way. He lunged forward and yelled, We are the true future of Sword Spirit Mountain. Lang Tian grabbed him by the throat. He slammed the man against the wall with such force that the wall behind him cracked. The traitor coughed up blood and fainted instantly. Lang Tian glared at the remaining devil. His voice was icy to your next. At this moment, fear was clearly visible on the stinging devil. His tone was hesitant. There shouldn't be a powerhouse like you on this mountain. He was so astonished that he questioned Lang Tian's true identity. Who are you? Where did you come from? Lang Tian calmly replied, You don't need to know. He jumped up and delivered a powerful punch. The stinging devil tried to block it, but the force of the blow shattered the bones in his arm. Lang Tian followed up with a kick, sending him flying. Lang Tian, no! The stinging devil's face was contorted in pain. The difference in their strength was far greater than he had imagined. He clutched his stomach in pain and admitted, It seems defeating you is impossible. Lang Tian continued his relentless assault. Know your limits. For demons like you, the demon soldier remained surprisingly calm. The outcome is already decided. There's no need for us to fight to the death. He opened his mouth wide and spewed out a purple energy. Try this. Lang Tian was blasted back. Despite bracing himself, he was thrown out the window. He landed on the ground and said with a hint of disdain, It seems victory is within my grasp. That last attack lacked any real killing intent. It's impossible for you now. A figure appeared behind him, catching his attention. Yi Lingxiao, looking battered and bruised, stumbled towards him. Lang Tian rushed to support him. Mr. Yi Ling Xiao, how did you get injured so badly? Yi Ling Xiao's eyes fluttered closed, his face contorted in pain. He asked in a weak voice, Is that Lang Tian? Lang Tian quickly replied, It's me. Yi Ling Xiao gripped his hand tightly and said with difficulty, Lang Tian, I was fighting the demons, but somehow I started fighting people from Sword Spirit Mountain. After that, I couldn't tell friend from foe. I didn't know what I was doing anymore. Tell me, did we win? Lang Tian looked at the scattered corpses around them. Then he told Yi Ling Xiao, Yes, we won. We protected Sword Spirit Mountain. Yi Ling Xiao smiled with satisfaction. Did I ask that so? That's good. The Yi family hasn't disgraced itself. As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed. The previously clear sky was now overcast with dark clouds. Heavy raindrops began to fall. Lang Tian clenched his fists in anguish. A voice called out to him from above. Yi Tian. Qing Qing turned and asked, Was that Master's grandfather? What happened to him after this? The young man with the shaved head replied, Yi Ling Xiao survived, but many others from the Yi family weren't so lucky. The Yi family gradually declined. By the time Yi Tian was born, they were already a shadow of their former selves. Lang Tian stood silently in the rain, lost in thought. He found himself in a strange space, standing before a large door. He called out, Come on, little brother. I'm curious to see if you can offer a new answer. Lang Tian sighed. He slowly sat down that I need to calm down first. Since arriving in this world, my mind has never been as disturbed as it is now. I've traveled back to the Sword Spirit Mountain battle that my grandfather spoke of, and I've seen the outcome. His mind was troubled. What is the purpose of a Xianhuang diagram? Was my answer wrong? He recalled the trader's word from earlier, but I'm not here to just get by. Greater strength is the only truth. Cultivation is what we should pursue. Countless questions flooded Lang Tian's mind. Sword Spirit Mountain's destruction was caused by their obsession with power. But without power, we can't even protect ourselves. Grandfather, what should I pursue? The surrounding space began to shift dramatically. Amidst swirling black and green smoke, Lang Tian glimpsed his grandfather's back. He chased after him, shouting, Grandfather. The old man immediately barked, Stop. Lang Tian froze. What? Grandfather angrily criticized Lang Tian. Regarding your answer, I'm very disappointed. I don't recall ever teaching you that way. Lang Tian, his face tense, explained, But wasn't Sword Spirit Mountain invaded by the Devil Clan because it wasn't strong enough? Wasn't the Yi family unable to prevent the invasion because it wasn't strong enough? I just need... Before he could finish, Grandfather immediately objected. Simply pursuing strength is never enough. Even if you are powerful, you cannot save those who have already died. Lang Tian was speechless, unable to say anything more. Grandfather turned and left, saying in disappointment, If you cannot articulate the true purpose you pursue, what is the point of returning to the past? Lang Tian called after him, Grandpa. In the blink of an eye, Grandfather had vanished, leaving him stunned. The space changed once again. 3 disciples appeared beside him. Na Tianji Guan expressed surprise that, back so soon. Qing Qing worriedly asked, Master, do you need to rest a bit? Du Sin handed Lang Tian a book. Here, she said that I brought Grandpa's alchemy book. Maybe it can help a little. He took the book and flipped to the page with the inscription, 3,000 worlds, myriad methods return to one. The Tao heart remains constant, unlost in the flowing water. Yi Ling Xiao. As if realizing something, Lang Tian closed the book. He decided that's enough. Let the Xianhuang diagram test me again. Na Tianji Guan looked somewhat impressed. What? New inspiration already? Young people really are quick-witted. Lang Tian spoke seriously. No jokes. Quickly take me back to that door. The bald man seemed a little surprised. Looking at Lang Tian's determined gaze, he chuckled. It seems like something really is different. Did you actually realize something, little brother? However, Na Tianji Guan immediately refused. But I can't take you there anymore. Lang Tian asked, perplexed why. He explained, I told you I don't count. I'm just a guide. And the Xianhuang diagram no longer intends to test you. Lang Tian found this hard to believe. How can that be? It can't. The surrounding space suddenly trembled, interrupting their conversation. Na Tianji Guan's clone appeared, handing him a robe. He said, looks like there's no time for a long discussion. I have to go deal with a new guest. Lang Tian also drew his sword. That someone's intruding? I'll help. The bald man pointed towards a purple vortex and, oh, you need to go that way to meet the real Xianhuang diagram. He used magic to create a stepping stone, propelling Lang Tian closer. Just force contact with the Xianhuang diagram. It will definitely test you again. This is your last chance. Lang Tian turned back, smiling gratefully. Obedience is better than politeness. Then, many thanks, innkeeper. The bald man smiled back, satisfied, truly ambitious. I suppose I haven't failed Yi Lingxiao's entrustment. In front of a house on a large plot of land, a group of people in black were gathered. Two of them lay sprawled on the ground. They were Luo, Shenghua's men. A subordinate reported, "Young Master Luo, it's a mess. The mechanisms have all been destroyed. There's still no movement from inside the room." He immediately ordered his subordinates, "Tear down this ruined room for me." The subordinate obeyed. Understood. Meanwhile, Lang Tian was moving through space with Qing Qing and two others. He wondered, how long have we been running here? He didn't dare stop, nor did he dare change direction. He turned and shouted, "Shang, Qing Qing do? Can you hear me?" Lang Tian called out several times, but no one answered. "When did we get separated? I didn't even notice." A voice rang out, "Don't stop. Keep running in that direction." Lang Tian recognized his grandfather's voice. His grandfather continued, "If you lose consciousness here, how will you find your way to the past within this secret realm?" His grandfather urged him to run. "Yes, grandfather," Lang Tian replied and continued running. Then he saw an exit with light appearing. Great. Without hesitation, he immediately went through the doorway. His grandfather stood behind, watching him. He looked on with a loving gaze. "Tianer, no matter which path you choose, just keep moving forward." After running straight into the light, Lang Tian arrived at a strange place. The surroundings resembled the Milky Way in outer space. In the distance, Lang Tian saw the figure of a seated person. She was the embodiment of the Xianhuang diagram. Unexpectedly, it's a human form. The woman was holding a piece of paper in her hand. She hadn't turned around. "YET.SO, little brat Tian, the innkeeper actually let you in here. Does he trust you that much?" Lang Tian bowed his head and clasped his hands. "This junior has overstepped his bounds and come to meet your true form without permission. I wish to ask you for another chance at the trial." She continued, "For thousands of years, you are the first person to enter here without my permission." Suddenly, she tore the paper in her hand in half. A green light appeared between the two torn pieces. "That I must annihilate you, body and soul. What do you think?" Lang Tian remained bowed with his hands clasped. "If the Xianhuang diagram wants my life here, my resistance would be meaningless." Suddenly, he looked up with a determined gaze. "But that would be your loss, because I will become the strongest person the Xianhuang diagram has seen in thousands of years." The woman laughed loudly. The two pieces of paper fell to the ground. "Ha ha 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 ha." She turned around. It was the Xianhuang diagram. With a confident expression, she replied, "Not bad. I don't dislike that kind of spirit. Youthful arrogance is just right." She looked at Lang Tian.So. "Answer the question one more time." "However, I'm too lazy to repeat it." Lang Tian confidently replied, "It's all right. The answer is very simple anyway." The scene changed to the Tianji Inn. The sky was clear. Na Tianji Guan was facing Luo Shenghua. Unexpectedly, young Master Luo of the capital graces us with his presence. "I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome." Luo Shenghua replied confidently, "Innkeeper, your hospitality is so overwhelming, I almost couldn't handle it." Na Tianji Guan went straight to the point. "If young Master Luo wants the Xianhuang diagram, you're too late. It's already been taken." Luo Shenghua revealed a disdainful expression. "The Xianhuang diagram? Who would want that outdated toy?" Shenghua seemed to have seen through something. "Besides, isn't it still in this very room of yours?" Na Tianji Guan still didn't understand. What is young Master Luo trying to say? Luo Shenghua raised both hands confidently and said, "I've long been tired of Wang Hao's games. He provoked me. A bunch of nobles obsessed with their clothes, fighting over the map day in and day out. Aren't you tired of it, Jack?" Luo Xiao's face suddenly darkened, becoming sinister. "So, I'm here to destroy both the Tianji Inn and the Xianhuang diagram. Once they're gone, everything will be fine." Na Tianji Guan clutched the burning talisman in his hand. "Don't even dream of it." Suddenly, a flame erupted and Na Tianji Guan disappeared. The explosion sent debris flying everywhere. Luo Xiao struggled to dodge the thick black smoke. From afar, two figures rushed towards Luo Shenghua. Shenghua, calm and confident, delivered an uppercut, sending one of the figures reeling back. Suddenly, Na Tianji Guan appeared behind him. As he lunged forward, Na Tianji Guan grabbed him by the neck from behind, causing him to fall forward. The flames suddenly intensified and roared. The scene shifted to the meeting place of Xian Huang Diagram and Lang Tian. Xian Huang Diagram stood with arms crossed. "Oh, that's how it is," she praised. "Your answer is quite interesting." Lang Tian bowed his head that if Senior is satisfied, then this Junior will take his leave. As Lang Tian turned to leave, Xian Huang Diagram offered advice. "When you need the power of Xian Huang, think of me in your mind, and you will be able to see me." The scene shifted to the Tianji Inn. Luo Shenghua was alone there, surrounded by lingering black smoke. Luo Xiao was irritated and annoyed by the acrid smoke. "Damn, Tianji Inn. How dare you dirty my suit? This isn't over." He held a rolled-up map in his hand. "Let me see." The house before him was filled with smoke. Luo Shenghua threw the scroll away. "I can sense it. The real one is still in that room. Go find it for me." His men quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Luo Shenghua became enraged, kicking one of his subordinates. "Hurry up. If the Xian Huang Diagram is lost, you useless fools are all dead." From behind, Lang Tian suddenly appeared. Shenghua was startled. "Don't worry. I'm not going anywhere. I've come to find you." Luo Shenghua turned around with a hint of fear. Lang Tian placed a hand on his head. "I think you know who I am." Shenghua reacted with surprise, launching an attack. Lang Tian quickly defended himself. His subordinates rushed to protect their young master. Lang Tian grabbed Shenghua's wrist, exerting his strength. He then decisively threw Shenghua, sending him crashing into his subordinates. "Get out of here." Shenghua was thrown back a considerable distance. His face showed a flicker of panic. "Are you Tian? What are you doing here?" Lang Tian adjusted his collar and calmly replied, "I've also received a favor from the Tianji Inn, so I can't let you cause trouble here." Shenghua seemed to realize something. "A favor? You mean the Xian Huang Diagram?" His face registered surprise. "Yes, oh, it was you." His men helped him up. His mind raced. After a moment of thought, he realized this might actually be a good thing for him, as long as Tian didn't hand the Xian Huang Diagram over to the people from the Western capital. Shenghua walked forward with a smile. "Oh dear, my apologies for the earlier misunderstanding." He attempted to make conversation with Lang Tian that if I had known Master Yi was coming to retrieve the Xian Huang Diagram, I wouldn't have bothered. Lang Tian laughed inwardly, thinking, how can he change his face faster than flipping a pancake? He crossed his arms and replied, "Oh, I don't even know who you are." The man placed a hand on his chest and lowered his voice. "Oh, excuse me. I forgot to introduce myself." He suddenly spoke softly. "I am Luo Mao from the Western capital. I'm a clothing merchant. I have no special talents. Alliance leader, you can just call me Xiao Luo." Lang Tian recognized the man with a hint of surprise. "Oh, it's Luo Shenghua, one of the 5 young masters of the Western capital. I didn't expect him to be so polite." He waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right. What can I do for you?" Shenghua steered the conversation towards his purpose. "Oh, you know that opening the secret realm requires not only the Xian Huang Diagram, but also the formation of the Western capital?" Lang Tian seemed unaware of this, asking blankly, "What are you talking about?" Shenghua made his proposal. "If Alliance leader Yi wishes, I, Luo Mao, am willing to help you dominate the Western capital." His eyes clearly revealed his schemes. "What do you think?" From behind, Dui San ran up, shouting, "Yi Tian." Tang Qingqing also ran over. "Master, they're Luo Shenghua's men." Qingqing, "Stop, don't go near them." "Young master." Seeing his men understood, Shenghua snapped, "Get out, you blind fools." Lang Tian, worried for his disciples, asked, "Are you all right?" Dui San quickly replied, "We're fine. After we said goodbye, we just ran straight here." Luo Shenghua chimed in, "We've heard of the disciples of the Lang Tian sect. Everyone says their skills are extraordinary. It seems the rumors are true." Lang Tian immediately returned to their previous conversation. "All right, what did you mean by dominating the Western capital?" Shenghua held a scroll in his hand and explained, "After Wang Hao's death, the powers in the Western capital have been fighting for control. Now, their vital energy has been somewhat depleted." Lang Tian looked at the scroll in Shenghua's hand. "To compete for this, their forces have spread throughout the country, even absorbing smaller clans to consolidate their power. Lang Tian was being persuaded by Shang S.O. That's how it is. I was wondering why the exit was related to the Western capital. Shenghua continued to explain, but now the real thing is in Alliance leader Ye's hands. They will all target you. He proposed his plan. I will pretend to join forces with them, and then I will dismantle their organizations. Lang Tian was still suspicious. You want me to challenge the entire Western capital? What makes me trust you? Tang Qingqing, standing beside him, added, Master, I don't think this guy is up to any good. Luo, Shenghua rolled up the scroll. Hear me out. I have no interest in this item. I won't compete with you. Shenghua's expression turned serious. But after you return to the past, someone will have to help you deal with the chaos in the Western capital. DUI? Sam was quite surprised, a look of fear on his face. Return to the past? So you know about that too? Lang Tian put his hand in his pocket and smirked. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be a secret anymore. Shenghua finished speaking and turned to leave. In any case, you can consider my proposal. I'll await your answer. 2 days later, the scene shifts to the territory of the Cam Long gang. Yu Xinghe stood before his kneeling disciples. Congratulations, gang leader Yu. Yu Xinghe raised his hand. Please rise. I am honored to assume this position. I hope for your support in the future. At this moment, Zhong Shishi appeared to offer congratulations. Not bad, eh? The youngest gang leader in the history of the Cam Long gang. Quite prestigious. Yu Xinghe confidently replied, Elder Zhong, you flatter me. I still rely on the elder's guidance for gang affairs. Zhong Shishi held an invitation card. Well then, take a look at this. A confused Yu Xinghe, what is this? Zhong Shishi wanted confirmation. How should I put this? Are you interested? Yu Xinghe quickly answered, of course. I'll personally contact Brother Yi. The Cam Long gang will also participate in this matter. Zhong Shishi nodded. The Cam Long gang truly has a capable gang leader. The scene shifted to the Western capital, to the skyscrapers in the city center. Shenghua stepped out of a luxurious car. Looking up, he muttered to himself, it's been a while. This place is still as loathsome as ever. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, Shenghua, long time no see. Shenghua turned around in surprise. It was Wang Jingzhe. Greetings. I missed you. You're still dressed like that. Shenghua reluctantly returned the greeting. Hello, Mr. Wang. He thought to himself, irritated, why is he always the first person I see? Wang Jingzhe, one of the 5 young masters of the Western capital. Jingzhe approached Shenghua, placing a hand on his shoulder. When are we going to your place for a drink? Shenghua thought to himself. Who would have guessed that this good-for-nothing punk is the owner of the richest security company in the Western capital? Then, Shenghua coldly turned away. Let's go, Mr. Wang. We should head to the meeting room. On the way, Wang Jingzhe chattered. Tell me, why did the prince suddenly call the 5 of us for a meeting? Arriving at the room, Shenghua pushed the door open. How would I know? We'll find out when we go in. Inside, Feng Huang was already waiting. Welcome, Mr. Luo, Mr. Wang. Feng Huang, CEO of the Hui Huang Corporation. Shenghua greeted him. Long time no see, Feng Huang. You haven't changed a bit. Jingzhe exclaimed. Prince. Feng Huang invited them in. Make yourselves comfortable. Dai Xing will be here shortly. Let's start without him. Shenghua noticed someone was missing. Where's Brother Ko? Feng Huang explained. I haven't been able to reach him. He might be in some kind of trouble. Wang Jingzhe leaned back in his chair. So what's going on today? I'm dying of curiosity. Tell us quickly. Feng Huang turned on the projector screen. This is the new martial arts alliance leader, Yi Tian. You all know him, right? Feng Huang continued his presentation that he wants to hold the Hua Guo martial arts tournament in the Western capital. Wang Jingzhe was surprised. Huh? Wasn't it just held not too long ago? Feng Huang replied with a serious expression. Indeed, it's too soon. Therefore, I can only assume he's declaring war on the powers of the Western capital. Shenghua sat in silence, lost in thought. Why, Yi Tian, you finally made your move. This is exactly what I wanted. Feng Huang stood up resolutely. We all know his intentions. We can't let him do whatever he pleases. The Western capital must take action during this martial arts tournament. Wang Jingzhe seemed rather excited. The more chaotic, the better I like it. Suddenly, Shenghua showed concern. Speaking of Dai Xing, why isn't he here yet? He's not usually late. Suddenly, the door burst open, a bright light flooding the room. Dai Xing was thrown inside. Dai Xing was violently shoved, sliding across the floor. Sheng Hua, deeply worried, rushed over to check on him. Dai Xing, what happened? How did you get hurt like this? Sheng Hua began to realize the nature of the injuries. Could this be from? A voice suddenly echoed from the doorway, surprising everyone. Good afternoon, young masters. Lang Tian appeared, a sword slung casually over his shoulder. With a confident greeting, he continued, It's a pleasure to meet you all. Consider this a small welcome gift. I hope you don't mind. Sheng Hua recognized Yi Tian. Memories flooded back. The territory Dai Xing manages is next to mine. We've had our share of clashes. Fights between us are practically commonplace. Sheng Hua pieced together the past events. But in one-on-one combat, I've never been able to defeat Dai Xing someone with this level of strength. He looked up at the nonchalant Yi Tian, thinking he was defeated by a weakling like him. Just how strong is Yi Tian? Glancing at Feng Huang, he added, However, we also have a monster of our own in the western capital. Feng Huang remained silent, his face tense. Lang Tian chuckled. I originally intended to test the abilities of the 5 young masters of the western capital, but I didn't expect things to turn out like this. He thought to himself, Isn't this the old friend who attacked me on Jianling Mountain? Feng Huang's expression remained serious, and he began to show his displeasure. Why, Yi Tian, this is a private meeting. I don't recall inviting you. Please leave immediately. Lang Tian continued to smile casually. Don't be so standoffish. Don't you want to continue our conversation from Jianling Mountain? Feng Huang's face changed. I don't know what you're talking about. Please leave. Feng Huang seemed anxious, sweating as he thought. He's bringing up Jianling Mountain again? Did I meet him there 100 years ago? Lang Tian showed a hint of disappointment. That you've forgotten? How uninteresting. Very well then. He seemed puzzled. Strange. He doesn't remember me. There's definitely something odd going on here. His eyes sharpened as he pointed his sword. I came here today to inform you all that the date for the Hua Guo martial arts tournament has been set. It will be held 3 days from now. He turned to leave, addressing Feng Huang and Sheng Hua. The location is Dantianlong in the western part of the city. You are all invited to attend. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind and grabbed Lang Tian's shoulder. Lang Tian reacted swiftly, spinning around and throwing a punch. It was Wang Jingzhe who blocked the blow. He smirked. Both men, weapons in hand, prepared to clash. Lang Tian's sword and Jingzhe's knife locked. Lang Tian's face was grim. He was perplexed. Not only how he managed to approach me undetected, but how can that small knife withstand the force of the fishbone blade? Wang Jingzhe kicked out. Lang Tian leaped back to avoid the attack. Jingzhe, holding 3 knives between his fingers, looked amused. Haha, interesting. It's been a while since anyone blocked one of my attacks. He flung the 3 knives provocatively. Lang Tian didn't flinch. With a single swing of his sword, he deflected all 3 petty tricks. Feng Huang intervened. Enough. Wang Jingzhe, stand down. He was exasperated. This isn't the place for your antics. If you have something to say it at the martial arts tournament. Feng Huang abruptly turned to leave, saying to Yi Tian, I'm really looking forward to this game. Lang Tian also turned to go, adding, me too. See you at Tianlong Pond then. Scene start. 3 days later at the Hua Guo martial arts tournament.